Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Weak Chinese retail sales data highlights concerns of a possible second wave of COVID-19. http ntvforex.com News ID FC9823 7/16/2020 10:22:39 am. Notes Observations. ECB likely to adopt a wait-and-see approach and refrain from implementing any further measures. Plethora of Chinese data during Asia Session Week. Retail sales data getting the attention as consumers seemed extremely guarded and likely still feared a second wave of COVID-19 outbreak. Asia. New Zealand Q2 CPI registered its first decline since December 2015. QQ 0.5% v 0.6% EYY 1.5% v 1.4% E. Bank of Korea BOK left 7-day repo rate unchanged at 0.50% as expected. Press conference highlighted concerns that economy weaker than expected and recovery of exports could be delayed. Australia July Consumer Inflation Expectation Survey 3.2% v 3.3% prior. Australia June employment change to 10.8k v 102.0k, largely the result of people moving back into the labour force. Unemployment rate 7.4% v 7.2% E. Australia PM Morrison stated that expected to see impact of coronavirus job restrictions in July job datas. China Q2 GDP QQ 11.5% v 9.6% EV 9.8% prior YY 3.2% v 2.2% E. China June industrial production YY 4.8% v 4.8% E. China June retail sales YY 1.8% v 0.5% E. China June surveyed jobless rate 5.7% v 5.9% E. China Stats Bureau Lu Ihua China economic recovery under pressure. Global economy faces great difficulties in restarting. Coronavirus. Total global cases 13,516,656 1.7% DD. Total deaths 583.5k 1.0% DD. UK's Telegraph. Oxford scientists may have a breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine drug triggers response that may offer double defense against the virus. Europe. IMF chief Georgieva reiterates view that monetary policy should remain accommodative where there were output gaps and inflation was below target. Debt levels are of significant concern, problems if there is withdrawal of significant support. Americas. US said to consider travel ban on China Communist Party, but Trump might ultimately reject possible travel ban. Tells aides he did not want to escalate tensions. WSJ poll showed Joe Biden extending lead over President Trump to 51% vs 40% prior. Saw a 7-point lead. President Trump appointed Bill Stepien as his new campaign manager. Speakers fixed income FX commodities Ethereum. Equities. Indices STOXX 6000.89% at 370.52. FTSE 0.84% at 6,240.05, DAX 0.81% at 12,826.55, CAC 41.02% at 5,057.05, IBEX 35 0.56% at 7,446.00, FTSE MIB 0.35% at 20,210.50, SME 0.81% at 10,375.00, S&P 500 futures 0.84%. Market focal points. Key themes. European indices open lower across the board and continued into the red as the session progressed. Energy and financials among better performing sectors. Consumer discretionary sector leading to the downside. Press reports AstraZeneca's collaborative vaccine with Oxford showing positive results. EU review of EssilorLuxottica's acquisition of Grand Vision. Delayed earnings expected in upcoming U.S. session include Johnson & Johnson, Bank of America and Abbott Laboratories. Equities. Consumer discretionary DIA.ES 6% sales, Heineken NL 2.5% outlook. Richemont CFR.ch 5% sales, Experian EXPN.UK 1% trading update, Hayes HAS.UK 4% sales, GVC Holdings GVC.UK 5% trading update. CEO to step down. Healthcare AstraZeneca AZN.UK 1% speculation on vaccine. Industrials Alstom ALO.FR 1.5% earnings. Telecom Telenor Tel.No 3% earnings. Speakers. ECB's Lagarde said to pause regarding any additional need for more stimulus to assess incoming data. Bo credit survey defaults expected to rise in both household and corporate loans in Q3. UK DMO updated its bond issuance plan and now saw a minimum April NOV issuance at 385B. Insight DMO increases bond sale plan by another 110B. Indonesia Central Bank Gov Warjio pre-rate decision press conference noted that the global economic recovery was taking longer than expected, hampered by rising COVID-19 cases. Rising geopolitical tensions between US-China was increasing financial market uncertainty. Domestic economy contracted in Q2 with a recovery seen beginning in July. Vowed to continue to work to keep inflation within the 2-4% range. China Foreign Ministry spokesperson Hua Chunying reiterated stance that hoped that US-China one-phase trade deal would be implemented but added US bullying was not good for mutual trust and cooperation. Currencies fixed income. USD was slightly firmer after several sessions of losses. Dealers cited weak China retail sales data as the key release during Asia and highlighted that consumers seemed extremely guarded and likely still feared a second wave of COVID-19 outbreak. EUR/USD hovered around the 1.14 level in dull trading. Focus was on the upcoming ECB meeting. Dealers believed that the ECB would likely to adopt a wait-and-see approach and refrain from implementing any further measures. Economic data. NL Netherlands June unemployment rate 4.3% v 3.6% prior. EU27 June new car registrations 22.3% v 52.3% prior. UK June jobless claims change 28.1k v 566.4k prior. Claimant count rate 7.3% v 7.8% prior. UK May average weekly earnings 0.5% EV 1.0% prior. Weekly earnings ex bonus 3MY 0.5% EV 1.7% prior. UK May ILO unemployment rate 4.2% EV 3.9% prior. Employment change 3M 275k EV 6k prior. FR France June final CPI 0.1% v 0.1% EYY 0.2% v 0.1% ECPI ex tobacco index 104.0 v 103.9 E. FR France June final CPI EU harmonized 0.1% v 0.1% EYY 0.2% v 0.1% EID. Indonesia Central Bank buy cut 7-day reverse repo rate by 25 bps to 4.00% as expected. Italy May total trade balance 5.6 BV 1.1 B prior. Trade balance EU 1.5 BV 1.0 B prior. TR Turkey June Central Gov T budget balance TRY 19.4 BV 17.3 B prior. EU Eurozone May trade balance seasonally adjective 8.0 BV 4.5 B trade balance NSA UNA OI 9.4 BV 2.9 B prior. Fixed income issuance. ES Spain Debt Agency Tesoro sold total 5.971 B versus 5.06.0 B indicated range in 2025, 2029, 2035, and 2050 bonds. Sold 1.53 B in 0.0% January 2025 SGPB bonds average yield 0.194% v 0.153 prior. Bid to cover 2.48x v 1.79 Spreer. Sold 921M in 0.60% October 2029 SPGB average yield 0.279% v 0.438% prior, bid to cover 2.69x v 1.48x prior. Sold 1.42B in 1.85% July 2035 bonds average yield 0.694% v 0.945% prior. Bid to cover 2.02x v 2.43x prior. Sold 2.10B 1.00% October 2050 SPGB average yield 1.205% v 1.673% prior. Bid to cover 1.42x v 1.17x prior. FR France Debt Agency AFT sold total 10.836 B versus 9.511.0 B indicated range in 2024, 2026, and 2027 bonds 4 tranches. Sold 2.739 B in 0.00% March 2024 OAT average yield 0.58% v 0.36% prior bid to cover 2.25x v 2.36x prior. Sold 4.307 B in 0.00% February 2026 OAT average yield 0.45% v 0.40% prior bid to cover 2.12x v 2.48x prior. Sold 1.990 B in 3.50% April 2026 OAT average yield 0.47% v 0.17% prior bid to cover 2.41x v 2.71x prior. Sold 1.800 B in 2.75% October 2027 OAT average yield 0.38% v 0.05% prior. Bid to cover 2.25x v 1.28x prior. IE Ireland Debt Agency NTMA sold 750M versus 750M indicated in 6-month bills average yield 0.510% v 0.430% prior bid to cover 3.00x v 4.95x prior. Looking ahead. 0530 ZA South Africa May PPIMM 0.8% EV 0.7% prior YY 0.1% EV 1.2% prior. 0530 WHO Hungary Debt Agency AKK to sell bonds. 0530 IE Ireland Debt Agency NTMA to sell bills. 0550 FR France Debt Agency AFT to sell 0.51.0 B in inflation-linked 2026, 2029, and 2047 bonds ODI. 0600 IL Israel Q1 final GDP annualized third reading no ESTV 6.8% prelim. 0600 CZ check to sell CZK 10.0 B in 3-month bills. 0600 RO Romania to sell RON 600M in 6-month bills. 0600 RO Romania to sell RON 500M in 3.65% 2025 bonds. 0645 US daily LIBOR fixing. 0745 EU ECB interest rate decision expected to leave key rates unchanged, expected to leave main 7-day refinancing rate unchanged at 0.00%, expected to leave marginal lending facility unchanged at 0.25%, expected to leave deposit facility rate unchanged at 0.50%. 0745 UK BO to buy 1.15 B in APF gilt purchase operation 3-7 years. 0800 PL Poland June CPI core MM 0.7% EV 0.1% prior YY 4.1% EV 3.8% prior. 0800 PL Poland Central Bank June minutes 2 decisions ago. 0800 UK Daily Baltic Dry Bulk Index. 0830 US June Advance Retail Sales MM 5.0% EV 17.7% prior Retail Sales ex Auto MM 5.0% EV 12.4% prior Retail Sales ex Auto Gas 5.0% EV 12.4% prior Retail Sales Control Group 4.0% EV 11.0% prior. 0830 US July Philadelphia Fed Business Outlook 20.0 EV 27.5 prior. 0830 US Initial Jobless Claims 1.25 MV 1.314 M prior Continuing Claims 17.5 MV 18.062 M prior. 0830 CA Canada May and L Securities Transactions CAD No ESTV 49.0 B prior. 0830 CA Canada June ADP Payroll Data. 0830 US Weekly USDA Net Export Sales. 0830 EU ECB Chief Lagarde Post-Rate Decision Press Conference. 0845 UK BO to buy 1.15 B in APF gilt purchase operation 7-20 years. 0900 RU Russia Gold and Forex Reserve WE July 10 No ESTV $569.8 billion prior. 0945 UK BO to buy 1.15B in APF gilt purchase operation 20 years. 10.00 US May business inventories 2.3% EV 1.3% prior. 10.00 US July NAHB housing market index 61 EV 58 prior. 10.30 US weekly EIA natural gas inventories. 11.00 US Fed S. Evans participates in Rocky Mountain Economic Summit. 11.30 US Treasury to sell 4-week and 8-week bills. 12.00 CA Canada to sell 15-year bonds. 12.00 RU Russia June industrial production YY 7.2% EV 9.6% prior. 12.00 RU Russia June PPI 2.6% EV 2.8% prior YY 11.4% EV 14.1% prior. 16.00 US May net long-term tick flows no ESTV $128.4 billion prior total net tick flows no ESTV $125.3 billion prior. 18.30 NZ New Zealand June manufacturing PMI no ESTV 39.7 prior. 2030 SG Singapore June non-oil domestic exports 4.6% EV 4.5% prior YY 8.0% EV 4.5% prior. 2110 JP BOJ outright bond purchase operation FOR 1 3 years 3 5 years and 5 10 years and 25 years maturities. 2300 CN China to sell 3-month and 6-month bills. 2330 JP Japan to sell 3-month bills. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. US retail sales preview S&P 500 to rise as investors are bullish. http ntvforex.com news ID 3C6635. 1 minutes ago. By NTV Forex team. Economists expect US retail sales figures to have risen in June. The upbeat market mood implies only a devastating report would dampen the mood, while anything else would be market positive. NTV Forex analyst Yohai Elam reports key quotes. Headline sales tumbled by 8.2% in March and 14.7% in April, before rebounding by 17.7% in May. For June, estimates stand at an increase of 5%, sending the total volume closer to the levels that were seen in February. The retail sales control group, also known as the core of the core, has suffered less than the headline, surprisingly rising in March by 3.2%, then tumbling by 12.4% in April and bouncing by 11% in May. The measure is projected to rise by 3.6% in June. That would put the control group back to pre-pandemic levels. If sales meet expectations, marginally miss them, or surprise with a beat, the S&P 500 will likely rise and the safe haven dollar could fall. Only negative retail sales statistics would send stocks down the greenback higher, and that seems highly unlikely. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/JPY forecast fading optimism helps the dollar. http ntvforex.com news ID E45BC2. 7/16/2020 10:35:34 AM. USD/JPY current price 107.16 US retail sales expected to have recovered further in June. ECB's monetary policy decision unlikely to surprise speculative interest. USD/JPY is neutral within familiar levels, still depending on the market's sentiment. The American dollar is seeing some demand this Thursday, as optimism continues to fade. The USD/JPY pair recovered some ground but keeps trading in well-limited intraday ranges, now in the 107.10 area. Upbeat Chinese data released overnight was overshadowed by a new spike on new coronavirus cases in the US, which reported over 70,000 new contagions in the last 24 hours. The death toll is also on the rise. Stocks trade in the red, underpinning the greenback. The market is now waiting for the ECB monetary policy decision, and US macroeconomic figures. The European Central Bank will probably be a non-event, as policymakers are expected to maintain rates and the PEP unchanged. The focus will be on comments from President Lagarde, who will probably focus on the rescue fund that EU countries are yet to agree on. As for the US, the country will publish June retail sales, foreseen up by 5% after adding 17.7% in the previous month. USD-JPY short-term technical outlook. The USD-JPY pair retains its neutral stance according to intraday readings, as it has been trading around the current level for over a month already. In the 4 hours chart, the pair is hovering around a directionless 20 SMA, while the larger ones also lack strength, a handful of pips above the current level. Technical indicators, in the meantime, recovered from intraday lows, but lost directional momentum around their midlines. Support levels 106.95, 106.60, 106.20. Resistance levels 107.30, 107.75, 108.10. View live chart for the USD-JPY. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Global rally pauses again. http ntvforex.com news ID 9242AD 7/16/2020 10:13:30 am. Top daily news. Equity markets are retreating currently ahead of European Central Bank policy meeting today, with no change in policy expected after a series of stimulus measures to mitigate the crisis effects. U.S. data are expected to yet again show over a million Americans lost jobs last week, while the declining trend for new unemployment benefits applications persisted. Forex news. Currency pair. Change Euro USD 0.24% GBP USD 2.12% USD JPY 0.07%. The dollar weakening has paused currently ahead of U.S. Labor Department report expected to show 1.25 million Americans likely sought unemployment benefits over the last week. The live dollar index data show the ICE US dollar index, a measure of the dollar's strength against a basket of 6 rival currencies, lost 0.2% Wednesday despite a Federal Reserve report. Industrial production jumped by 5.4% over month in June after 1.4% gain in May. Both Euro USD and GBP USD continued climbing yesterday, with both pairs lower currently. The European Central Bank is expected to hold interest rates and its quantitative easing program unchanged today ahead of a European Union leaders meeting to discuss the proposed €750 billion recovery fund. USD-JPY continued sliding while AUD-USD continued climbing yesterday, with the dynamics reversed for both pairs currently. Stock market news indices. Change Dow Jones Index 0.18% GB 100 Index 0.17% Hang Seng Index 2.31%. Futures on 3 main U.S. stock indexes are down currently after a bullish session on Wednesday. Earnings season continues, with Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and Netflix reporting quarterly results today. Stock indexes in U.S. ended higher yesterday after better-than-expected corporate earnings reports. So far for the second quarter, the 3 main U.S. stock indexes recorded gains ranging from 0.6% to 0.9%. European stock indexes are retreating currently after a rally Wednesday led by travel shares. Asian indexes are down today, led by Shanghai Composite after reports U.S. is considering a sweeping travel ban on Chinese Communist Party officials, following travel restrictions by China on U.S. lawmakers recently imposed. Markets ignored the positive report. China's economy grew 3.2% in annual terms in Q2, after a 6.8% contraction in the previous quarter. Commodity market news. Commodities. Change Brent crude oil 0.41%, WTI crude 0.62%. Brent is edging lower today. Prices advanced Wednesday, supported by the U.S. Energy Information Administration report that U.S. crude oil inventories fell 7.5 million barrels last week. The decision by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and Allied Producers, collectively known as OPEC, to start easing record production cuts of 9.7 million barrels per day to 7.7 million barrels per day starting in August through the end of the year didn't have much impact on prices. The U.S. oil benchmark West Texas Intermediate WTI futures gained. August WTI added 2.3% but is down currently. September Brent crude closed 2.2% higher at $43.79 a barrel on Wednesday. Gold market news: metals. Change silver 0.21%. Gold prices are edging lower today. August gold rose 0.02% to $1,813.80 an ounce on Wednesday. Want to get more free analytics? Open demo account now to get daily news and analytical materials. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/USD. The sentiment is still strong. Video. http ntvforex.com news ID 498C23 7/16/2020 10:40:32 am. EUR/USD. After a run of strong bull candles, the bulls had a look at a breakout to a new multi-month high yesterday, above $1.1420. The move could not be sustained into the close, but the sentiment is still strong. The question is now of whether confidence in a run higher has been damaged. A failed break coming ahead of the ECB monetary policy meeting today and the EU Recovery Fund discussions tomorrow is slightly concerning. However, for now, the bullish outlook for EUR/USD remains intact. In breaking above $1.1420 yesterday, the support of the previous resistance around $1.1350 grows in importance. With momentum of the move higher still strong despite yesterday's slight disappointment, we would now view supported weakness within this $1.1350–$1.1420 band as being an opportunity for the bulls. With the MACD lines rising off a bull cross, stochastics strong above 80 and RSI above 60, these are momentum conditions set up for a sustainable upside break. Once these key fundamental events are passed, i.e. by Monday, a close above $1.1420 would be a key break. It would then open a test of the hugely important resistance $1.1490–$10.1500, which has been a barrier for the past 2 years. A close back under $1.1350 is a disappointment, but only under $1.1255 have the bulls lost control. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/JPY posts small gains as optimism continues to fade. http ntvforex.com news ID D1C4AF 1 minutes ago. By NTV Forex team. USD/JPY retains its neutral stance as the pair keeps trading in well-limited intraday ranges, now in the 107.10 area, still depending on the market's sentiment. NTV Forex's chief analyst Valeria Bednarek briefs key quotes. The ECB will probably be a non-event, as policymakers are expected to maintain rates and the PEP unchanged. The focus will be on comments from President Lagarde, who will probably focus on the rescue fund that EU countries are yet to agree on. As for the US, the country will publish June retail sales, foreseen up by 5% after adding 17.7% in the previous month. In the 4 hours chart, the USD/JPY pair is hovering around a directionless 20 SMA, while the larger ones also lack strength, a handful of pips above the current level. Technical indicators, in the meantime, recovered from intraday lows, but lost directional momentum around their midlines. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. GBP/USD. A close back under $1.2540 would suggest the bulls are losing their control. Video. http ntvforex.com news ID CFD10D 7/16/2020 10:48:00 am. GBP/USD. Although there is still a positive bias to cable, the fact that the resistance of the falling 7-month downtrend continues to hamper the move higher is an increasing concern. The big trend line falls today around $1.2675, which is all but at the resistance of last week's rebound high of $1.2670. Bouncing from $1.2480 was important to sustain any semblance of a positive skew to the medium-term trading range. However, pulling back to that same neckline to leave further resistance at yesterday's high of $1.2650 threatens to see that positive bias fizzle out again. The positive momentum configuration of early July is just beginning to lose its way now, as RSI tails back towards 50 and MACD lines flatten. A close back under $1.2540 would suggest the bulls are losing their control and would turn the outlook neutral once more. Below $1.2435 would turn into a more negative bias within the range. Given the frequent failures just under the 7-month downtrend in the past week, the bulls need to break decisively above $1.2670 to really stamp their control. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. NZD CAD bears pile in for leg down. http ntvforex.com news ID 5C8517. 7/16/2020 10:49:13 am. The NZD CAD currency pair has been in a long-term downtrend since the highs of November 2016, creating lower swing highs along the way. From the March lows this year, the NZD CAD has enjoyed a robust rally which lasted up until the end of last month, where it tested a strategic resistance zone comprised of the 200-period monthly moving average, 50% fib level taken from the highs of November 2016 and the lows of March this year, and descending trend line, which all junction at one selling pressure has been clear over the past 2 weeks, proving this triple resistance cluster 1 was indeed a good selling opportunity, at least for the short term up to 3 weeks. For a longer term outlook, this could be taken as confirmation that perhaps another leg down is underway. Longer-term short sellers can benefit from a good risk-reward perspective around these current levels by allocating their stop just above the 200 SMA at 1. However, the bulls, on the other hand, will be expecting this decline over the past 2 weeks to be nothing more than a shallow profit-taking pullback. A noticeable W-shaped bullish recovery pattern which began on the 1st of May this year and completes back at the May highs also adds weight to the bulls' hypothesis. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USDJPY. There just does not appear to be an appetite to pull $yen sharply lower. Video. http ntvforex.com news ID 72DC99. 7/16/2020 10:52 1 am. USDJPY. With the attempted rally from earlier this week, failing at a 2-week downtrend which is today at 107.25, this leaves a continued mild negative bias within the medium-term trading range on $yen. However, we have seen an ongoing appetite to support the pair between 106.00 107.00 over recent months. Once more, picking up from initial support around 106.60, a rebound into the close reflects a lack of decisive selling pressure. There is a mild negative drift to momentum, however, the RSI is sitting steadily above 40 and MACD lines only drifting slightly lower, a shade under neutral. With the 2-week downtrend intact, we cannot rule out further pressure on 106.60 and perhaps towards 106.00, however, there just does not appear to be an appetite to pull $yen sharply lower. As such, we are again watching for near-term reversal signals within the 106-107 band. The hourly chart shows initial resistance between 107.00-107.10, and closing above there would be something for the bulls to work with, before testing the downtrend around 107.25. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. NZD/USD erases Wednesday's gains, trades below 0.6550. http ntvforex.com news ID B6828D. 1 minutes ago. By Aaron Sengezer, NZD/USD is staying under bearish pressure following Wednesday's climb. Upbeat GDP data from China failed to provide a boost to NZD. US dollar index is staging a recovery ahead of key data. The NZD/USD pair gained around 30 pips on Wednesday but struggled to preserve its bullish momentum on Thursday. As of writing, the pair was down 0.45% on the day at 0.6540 eyes on US data. Earlier in the day, the data from China showed that industrial production expanded by 4.8% on a yearly basis in June and the gross domestic product expanded by 11.5% on a quarterly basis in the second quarter. However, annual retail sales in China contracted by 1.8% in June and didn't allow the China proxy NZD to gather strength against its rivals. Meanwhile, the soaring market sentiment put additional weight on the risk-sensitive Kiwi's shoulders and caused the bearish pressure to remain intact in the second half of the day. The weekly initial jobless claims and retail sales data will be featured in the U.S. economic docket. Ahead of these data, the US dollar index DXY is up 0.2% on the day at 96.23 and the S&P 500 futures are losing 0.65% on the day. If risk aversion continues to dominate the financial markets in the second half of the day, the DXY could push higher and drag the pair toward 0.6500 technical levels to watch for. NZD/USD, overview. Today last price point 0.654 today daily change. 0.0032 today daily change percent. 0.49 today daily open point 0.6572. Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6496 daily SMA 50.0.635 daily SMA 100.0.6195 daily SMA 200.0.634. Levels. Previous daily high point 0.6585 previous daily low point 0.653 previous weekly high point 0.6601 previous weekly low point 0.6519 previous monthly high point 0.6585 previous monthly low point 0.6186 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 0.6564 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 0.6551 daily pivot point S 1.0.654 daily pivot point S 2.0.6507 daily pivot point S 3.0.6485 daily pivot point R 1.0.6595 daily pivot point R 2.0.6617 daily pivot point R 3.0.665. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/JPY outlook. Dollar firms after another failure to clear key Fibo support. http ntvforex.com news ID 8F5FDF 7/16/2020 10:55:15 am. USD/JPY. The pair jumps back above 107 handle on Thursday as dollar was inflated by unexpected drop in China's retail sales. Larger bears continue to face strong headwinds at key Fibo support at 106.87 61.8% of 106.07 108.16 as several DIPs failed to register close below the support and warn of bear trap. Daily chart shows moving averages in negative configuration and formation of bear crosses but flat momentum and neutral RSI stochastic. Fresh recovery pressure the base of falling thick 4HR cloud 107.17 and needs close above 107.22 Fibo 38.2% of 108.16 106.63 converged 10-20 DMAS to sideline bears and signal stronger recovery from 106.6663 double bottom. Failure to clear 107.22 pivot would keep the downside vulnerable, but clear break of 106.87 Fibo support is required to signal bearish continuation. Important US data due today are expected to provide fresh signals for the greenback, with jobless claims expected to fall further but retail sales and Philly Fed Manufacturing index seen easing res 107.22 107.37 107.53 107.79 sup 107.11 106.87 106.63 106.56. Interested in USD/JPY technicals? Check out the key levels. R3 107.92. R2 107.62. R1 107.28. PP 106.97. S1 106.63. S2 106.33. S3 105.99. Updated July 15, 2000 GMT. Full study. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD CAD keeps trading sideways. http ntvforex.com news ID 52AC85 7/16/2020 10:48:43 am. USD CAD traded somewhat higher on Thursday, after it hit support slightly above the 1.3490 key barrier. That hurdle appears to be the lower end of a sideways range that's been containing most of the price action since June 11, with the upper bound being at 1.3630. As long as the pair continues to trade in between those two boundaries, we would consider the short-term outlook to be flat despite yesterday's decent slide. In order to get confident on more bearish extensions, we would like to see a strong break below 1.3490. This move would confirm a forthcoming lower low and may initially pave the way towards the inside swing high of June 10, at around 1.3437. If the bears are not willing to stop there, then a break lower could trigger extensions towards the 1.3355 area, marked by the lows of June 8 and 9th. Shifting attention to our short-term oscillators, we see that the RSI rebounded from near its 30 line, while the MACD, although below both its 0 and trigger lines, shows signs that it could also start bottoming. These indicators detect slowing downside speed and suggest that some further recovery, within the range, may be possible before, and if, traders decide to attempt an exit. That said, we would start examining the bullish case, only if we see the rate breaking above 1.3630. Such a move could encourage advances towards the high of June 30, at 1.3700, the break of which may allow the bulls to put the 1.3800 zone on their radars. That zone provided strong resistance back on May 31. JFBank.com one-stop multi-asset experience for trading and investment services. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold could use near-term weakness as a chance to buy for continued upside. Video.http ntvforex.com news ID A50094 7/16/2020 10:57:33 am. Gold. Since hitting the multi-year high of $1,718 last week, there has been a consolidation on gold. A series of candlesticks all posted within a $29 range above the $1,789 breakout. With the support of the 5-week uptrend still underpinning the move higher, gold has posted 3 positive closes in a row. The relatively small candlestick bodies does suggest a cautious approach for now, but we are still happy to back the breakout and look to use any near-term weakness as a chance to buy for continued upside. However, as the market slips back slightly once more today, there is a feel that this is still a consolidation, and one which may breach the trend support today at $1,801. Even if this trend is breached, if the market continues to build support above $1,789, then the outlook remains strong. It would only really be a move below $1,764, another previous breakout where the bulls begin to lose their control. Momentum indicators remain strongly configured, even if they are slightly hampered by the consolidation. We still look for another breakout above $1,818 and a move towards an implied target from the April-June consolidation range breakout of $1,820 and perhaps as far as $1,868 in the coming weeks. A move below $1,744 support would neutralize the medium-term outlook. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro CHF breaks strongly higher above the 200 DMA at 1.0736. Credit Suisse. HTTP ntvforex.com News ID 6E5683. 2 minutes ago. By NTV Forex team. Euro CHF has surged dramatically over the last few days, breaking above the crucial 200-day average at 1.0736. A closing break above the 61.8% retracement of the June-July fall at 1.0797 and the 2019 downtrend at 1.081329 would reinforce thoughts of a broader change in trend to the upside, per Credit Suisse key quotes. With the measured objective of the large wedge base, the 2018 downtrend and the 2019 downtrend just shy above there at 1.081329, we expect the market to take pause here. A sustained closing break above here in due course though would reinforce thoughts of a broader change in trend direction to the upside and see pivotal resistance next at the 78.6% retracement at 1.084950, ahead of the current year high 1.091516, where we would expect the market to find another cap at first. Support is seen initially at 1.076957, then 1.073633, which ideally holds to keep the immediate upside bias intact. Below here though can see a move back to 1.07020696. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Stellar price prediction. XLM USD struggles to stay above $0.9000. More losses ahead. HTTP ntvforex.com News ID F89047. 1 minute ago Stellar SXLM retreated from the strong recovery triggered by Samsung news. A sustainable move below $0.0900 will bring more sellers to the market. Stellar SXLM attempted a rally on Wednesday following the news that Stellar blockchain has been integrated into Samsung blockchain keys Tor. The integration may become a trigger for Stellar adoption both by cryptocurrency users and developers, as it allows users to safely store their private keys on Samsung Galaxy smartphones. XLM USD hit $0.0980, but failed to hold the ground and dropped to $0.0902 by press time. The coin is moving in sync with the cryptocurrency market gripped by bearish sentiments. Stellar SXLM is the 14th largest digital asset with the current market capitalization of $1.84 billion and an average daily trading volume of $442 million. The coin has stayed mostly unchanged on a day-to-day basis and lost over 4.5% since the beginning of Thursday. XLM USD technical picture. XLM USD hit the intraday low of $0.0885 and rebounded above $0.0900 from the support created by the lower line of the 1-hour Bollinger Band. Now the price is hovering around the local resistance created by 1-hour SMA 200 and 4-hour SMA 50. Once it is out of the way, the upside is likely to gain traction with the next focus on 1-hour SMA 50 and SMA 100 on approach to $0.0925. A move above this area will help to mitigate the initial bearish pressure and allow for an extended recovery towards the upper line of the 1-hour Bollinger Band at $0.0978, followed by the above-mentioned Wednesday's high. XLM1 US dollar hour chart. The RSI on a daily shows signs of reversal, but the momentum is still weak. If the price fails to settle above the local resistance, the bears will return to the market and push it back below $0.0900. The next support is created by the lower line of the 4-hour Bollinger Band at $0.0865. A move below this barrier will push the price outside the recent consolidation range and bring 4-hour SMA 100 at $0.0790 into focus. XLM4 US dollars hour chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Murray Math Lines USDCHF, gold.http ntvforex.com News ID D519E2. 7/16/2020 11:03:35 am.USDCHF, US dollar vs Swiss franc. In the H4 chart, USDCHF is moving not far from 3.8. In this case, the price is expected to break this level and continue trading upwards to reach the resistance at 4.8. However, this scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks 2.8 to the downside. After that, the instrument may continue falling towards the support at 1.8. As we can see in the M15 chart, the pair has broken the upside line of the Voltaire channel indicator and, as a result, may continue the ascending tendency to break 3.8 and then reach 4.8 from the H4 chart. XAU USD, gold vs US dollar. In the H4 chart, ZA/USD is moving above 5.8. In this case, the price is expected to break 6.8 and continue growing to reach the resistance at 7.8. However, this scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks 5.8 to the downside. After that, the instrument may continue falling towards the support at 4.8. As we can see in the M15 chart, the pair has broken the upside line of the Voltaire channel indicator and, as a result, may continue trading upwards. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Sentiment slips after worrying read through on Chinese retail sales video. http ntvforex.com News ID F0806B. 7/16/2020 11:07:46 am. Market overview. A slight tempering of the recent surge in risk appetite has taken hold today. Positive news flow in recent days over the progress of COVID-19 vaccines, one from US pharma company Moderna, and one out of Oxford University, show that vaccines are in the pipeline. If this turns out to be the case, this will be the one true way that risk appetite can sustainably recover. However, economic data out of China overnight suggests that in the meantime, economic recovery may be wobbly. Whilst GDP for Q2 came in ahead of expectations at 3.2%, versus expectations of 2.5%, there was concerning data regarding consumers in China. Retail sales showed a disappointing 1.8% decline in June, a point at which China was fully out of lockdown. The consumer may still only account for around half the Chinese economy, and industrial production grew as expected. However, it is the read-through to other, more consumer-driven economies, which is the concern. The US is struggling to get its economy out of lockdown as infection rates are at record levels. This does not bode well for consumer confidence and retail sales in the coming months. June's today's data will show a strong rebound in June, but concerns are for the months in Q3, which will be impacted by the second wave of infections if the first wave ever really finished. We have a major central bank today on the docket, but the ECB is likely to be very much in wait-and-see mode, with the extended easing measures undertaken in June. Wall Street closed solidly higher last night with the S&P 500 0.9% at 3,226. However, with US futures ticking lower this morning, E-mini S&P's 0.5%, there is a mildly corrective feel to equities today. Asian markets have taken the data out of China quite negatively, with the Nikkei 0.8% and more considerably the Shanghai Composite 4.4%. In Europe there is a risk-negative bias, with FTSE futures 0.6% and DAX futures 0.8%. In Forex, there is a risk-negative and dollar-positive skew. This is meaning slips back on AUD and NZD, whilst GBP is also weaker. In commodities, the dollar rebound is weighing on gold 0.3% and silver 1.0%, whilst oil is slightly lower after a move by OPEC to taper its production cuts in the coming months. The ECB rates decision and US retail sales dominate the economic calendar today. The ECB monetary policy decision is at 12:45 BST and is expected to be a muted affair. No change is expected to the main refinancing rate of 0 or the deposit rate of 0.50%. There are also no changes expected to the Pandemic Emergency Purchases Program PEP after it was extended in June. The press conference by ECB President Lagarde is at 1330 BST and is expected to show the Governing Council very much in wait-and-see mode. The U.S. retail sales data for June is at 1330 BST and is expected to show Core X Autos retail sales grew by 5.0% in the month of June after a rebound of 12.4% in May. The Philly Fed Business Index at 1330 BST is expected to slip back slightly to 20.0 in July from 27.5 in June. Weekly jobless claims are at 1330 BST and are expected to show claims of another 1.25 m last week after 1.31 m in the previous week. Chart of the day NZD/USD. The risk currencies have been ranging for the past month, but are they preparing for another breakout? Looking at the chart of the Kiwi, we see NZD/USD once more swinging higher within the $0.6370 $0.6600 trading band. Using the support of a pivot around $0.6500 as support, the bulls are getting ready. Since the recovery began in mid-March, the Kiwi has already been through one multi-week phase of ranging, only to break to the upside. Holding on to the support at $0.6500 is growing in importance for the next upside break to be seen in the coming sessions. However, despite the positive medium-term configuration on momentum indicators, there is still a slightly more cautious look to near-term signals, which could question the conviction of a breakout. The MACD lines need to cross higher, whilst stochastics need to hold above 80 and RSI needs to push into the high 60s, preferably above 70, to really suggest conviction. Subsequently, with the market slightly struggling still around $0.6586 $0.6600, we are minded to wait for a closing break above $0.6600. This would then imply a 230 pip upside projection target and at least a test of the December high of $0.6755. A failure back under $0.6500 would simply continue the month-long range. Brent crude oil. For the first time in 2 weeks, Brent crude has managed to pull 2 decisive positive candles in a row. The latest strong close, with a gain of 2.0% on the day, has put Brent crude within tantalizing grasp of the key June rebound high of $43.95. This is a resistance that has lasted for more than 3 weeks and which protects the key gap resistance at $45.20. During the past 3 weeks, the price has consolidated, breaking another uptrend. However, buying into weakness has continued to leave a succession of higher lows. With the last couple of sessions suggesting the bulls are gaining in confidence, we see stochastics now at a 1-month high. A close above $43.95 would be a positive signal, but the bulls would really be encouraged by a close above $45.20. Aside from minor resistance at $48.40, there is little real resistance then until $53.10 $53.90. Support at $41.30 is growing in importance, but the key support is the higher low at $39.50. Dow Jones Industrial Average. The Dow jumped higher last night to finally fill the gap of the early June island reversal at 26,940. It was interesting to see that the bulls could not quite close the gap as the market closed at 26,870 yesterday, but the bulls will certainly be looking to rectify this today. Momentum indicators are now gradually turning more positive as the market has pulled higher in recent sessions. With RSI above 60 and confirming a 1-month high, along with strong positive configuration on stochastics, the bull cross on MACD lines is also encouraging. The bulls will now be looking to use weakness into the 26,300–26,610 near-term breakout support band as a chance to buy. The bulls would only lose their control of the outlook on a move below 25,525 higher low now. Near-term weakness will now be seen as an opportunity to buy. Read more analysis here. EUR USD, GBP USD, USD JPY, Gold. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. WKHS stock news. Early week momentum slows as stock ends day in the red. HTTP ntvforex.com news ID B7C032. 0 minutes ago. By stocks reporter, WKHS stock ends slightly down after a 2-day surge. The electric vehicle sector is flat today overall despite recent runs. Investors look for more good news ahead of the earnings call. Nasdaq WKHS started the week off strong with several announcements that caught the attention of analysts and investors alike. But with the electric vehicle sector falling flat on Wednesday with the exception of the runaway freight train that is Tesla, Nasdaq TSLA Workhorse Group Incorporated fell back down to earth. It ended the trading day down 0.97% to close at $16.34 per share. Workhorse Group Inc. stock sees pullback after 2-day run-up. After the promising announcement that Workhorse will be making 1,100 electric vans and trucks for UPS, NICE UPS and DHL, as well as a deal with Reuters System Inc. NICE to provide them with electric vans to rent out to customers, investors firmly believed that the stock was on its way back up to its 52-week high of $22.90 per share. Following a rise of 1.71% on Monday and a further 6.87% on Tuesday, there was a small pullback on Wednesday that continued into after-hours trading where the stock fell even lower to $16.25 per share. Still, the long game may reward investors of Workhorse as continued success with rolling out their C-Series vans should eventually turn into profitability. After being designated a zero-emission vehicle in California, a state that has recently announced that all commercial trucks and vans need to be zero-emission by 2045, the industry should be booming over the next couple of decades. Workhorse already has a leg up on rival Nikola Nasdaq NKLA by having their vans and trucks already out on the roads, while Nikola still only has prototypes that have yet to be built. Investors best keep an eye on the stock as we near the next quarterly earnings call, which should be sometime in August. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. IDEX stock news. Ideanomics Incorporated gains in first positive day in nearly a week. HTTP ntvforex.com news ID A923BD. 1 minutes ago. By stocks reporter, IDEX stock gains 6.56% during trading day. Low volume for IDEX stock despite share price rising. Bargain hunting investors may have been behind the upswing. Nasdaq IDEX investors have seen a brief glimmer of hope today as the share price has risen for the first time in nearly a week. The stock opened 3 cents higher from its close of $1.22 per share yesterday, indicating that some after-hours buyers bumped the price up to where it opened at $1.25 this morning. After momentarily touching a daily high of $1.35 per share, IDEX stock retreated back to close the day at $1.30 per share, still good for a 6.56% daily increase. Ideanomics Incorporated stock positive day provides some hope to investors. It was a fairly neutral day for the electric vehicle sector as only Tesla Nasdaq TSLA saw a jump in share price, adding another 1.93% to the skyrocketing stock. The rest of the Nasdaq was fairly flat, though the red-hot index did add another 61.92 basis points to end the day in the green once again. IDEX rivals like Workhorse Group Incorporated, Nasdaq WKHS and Aero Inc. Nasdaq AYRO experienced relatively flat days compared to their recent surges. There was no real news that caused the IDEX stock jump today, though the company benefited from a similar spike last week, only to follow that with 4 consecutive days in the red. It remains to be seen how IDEX will perform the rest of the week and month, but a relatively low trading volume today perhaps suggests that the price jump may have been influenced by some bargain hunting investors. The stock slumped again in after-hours trading, falling back down to $1.28 share, which could be an early indication as to how IDEX may perform tomorrow. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. SP500 fails to break out with presence of supply video. http ntvforex.com news ID E67FAF 7/16/2020 11:11 am. SAMP P500 futures ES took out the high created on June 9 yesterday by a few points and attracted some supply with a reaction. Despite the presence of the supply, SAMP P500 still managed to hold above the resistance level at 3,180. Should SAMP P500 fail to break out within days, we should see a retest of the lower target near 3170. Check out the video for a complete walkthrough of the daily market analysis of SAMP P500 futures ES for July 16, 2020 trading session. In this video, I am going to show you the market recap on the last session, plus a trade review in the M3 time frame including entry, exit, and the rationale behind during the US session. Going forward, I will cover the bias, the key levels to pay attention to, the potential setup for the US session. Later I encourage you to watch my daily market analysis video yesterday if you haven't in order to better relate to the market recap and the trade review. Bias neutral day trading bullish long term. Key levels resistance 3230, 3310 support 3170, 3180, 3105, 3060 3080. Potential setup. Look for reversal signals around the key support or resistance levels. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Forex technical analysis and forecast majors, equities and commodities. http ntvforex.com news ID 98044b 7/16/2020 11:12:24 am. Euro USD, Euro vs US dollar. Euro USD is falling towards 1.1385 and may later correct to reach 1.1416. After that, the instrument may form a new descending structure with the first target at 1.1340. GBP USD, Great Britain pound vs US dollar. GBP USD is trading downwards to reach 1.2539 and may later correct towards 1.2591. Later, the market may start a new decline with the target at 1.2454. USD RUB, US dollar vs Russian ruble. USD RUB is falling to break 70.60. Possibly, today the pair may break this level and then continue trading downwards with the target at 69.96. Later, the market may form one more ascending structure to test 70.50 from below and then start a new decline with the target at 69.80. USD JPY, US dollar vs Japanese yen. USD JPY has completed the descending structure at 106.86 right now. It is consolidating around this level. Possibly, today the pair may expand the range up to 107.12 and then resume falling with the short-term target at 106.55. USD CHF, US dollar vs Swiss franc. After finishing the ascending impulse at 0.9444, USDCF is consolidating around this level. This entire movement is considered as an upside continuation pattern. If later the price breaks this range to the upside, the market may resume trading upwards with the short-term target at 0.9517. AUD USD, Australian dollar vs US dollar. AUD USD is falling towards 0.6981 and may later grow to reach 0.7009. Later, the market may resume trading downwards with the target at 0.6922. Brent has broken 43.50 to the upside right now. It is still consolidating around this level. Possibly, the pair may break the range and grow with the short-term target at 45.00. After that, the instrument may start a new correction to return to 43.50 and then form one more ascending structure to reach 45.55. XAU USD, Gold vs US dollar. Gold is still consolidating above 1804.00. Possibly, the pair may break the range to the upside and reach 1819.55. Later, the market may start another correction with the target at 1752.00. BTC USD, Bitcoin vs US dollar. After finishing the descending wave at 9150.00, TKUSD is correcting towards 9210.00. After that, the instrument may resume falling to break 9000.00 and then continue trading inside the downtrend with the target at 8700.00. SP500. After completing the ascending wave at 3240.5, the S&P 500 index is falling towards 3200.0. Later, the market may resume trading upwards to reach 3220.4 and then start a new decline to break 3184.5. After that, the instrument may continue falling with the target at 3111.1. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Ichimoku Cloud Analysis USD/JPY, USD CAD, NZD/USD. ntvforex.com News ID 0445A8. 7/16/2020 11:25 AM. USD/JPY, US dollar vs Japanese yen. USD/JPY is trading at 106.93. The instrument is moving below Ichimoku cloud, thus indicating a descending tendency. The markets could indicate that the price may test Tenkan-sen and Kijun-sen at 107.05 and then resume moving downwards to reach 106.30. Another signal is favor of further downtrend will be a rebound from the descending channel S upside border. However, the bearish scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks the cloud S upside border and fixes above 107.20. In this case, the pair may continue growing towards 108.05. USD CAD, US dollar vs Canadian dollar. USD CAD is trading at 1.3507. The instrument is moving below Ichimoku cloud, thus indicating a descending tendency. The markets could indicate that the price may test Tenkan-sen and Kijun-sen at 1.3540 and then resume moving downwards to reach 1.3425. Another signal in favor of further downtrend will be a rebound from the descending channel S upside border. However, the bearish scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks the cloud S upside border and fixes above 1.3585. In this case, the pair may continue growing towards 1.3675. NZD/USD, New Zealand dollar vs US dollar. NZD/USD is trading at 0.6558. The instrument is moving above Ichimoku cloud, thus indicating an ascending tendency. The markets could indicate that the price may test the cloud S upside border at 0.6545 and then resume moving upwards to reach 0.6620. Another signal in favor of further uptrend will be a rebound from the descending channel S upside border. However, the bullish scenario may be cancelled if the price breaks the cloud S downside border and fixes below 0.6525. In this case, the pair may continue falling towards 0.6440. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. ECB's easy meeting, markets got China data wrong, USD rebounds, oil softens, gold steady, earnings continue. http ntvforex.com News ID F62ED3. 7/16/2020 11:28-29 AM. European stocks and US futures are lower following soft Chinese consumption data and surging global coronavirus cases. Financial markets were expecting solid Chinese economic data across the board and used the disappointing retail sales figure as the excuse to sell. China's second quarter GDP came in better than expected at 3.2%, while retail sales in June disappointed with a 1.8% decline. The consensus estimate was for a 0.5% gain. China's economy is back into growth territory following steady stimulus and relatively strong success in battling COVID-19. The rebound in China, however, is mostly on the industrial side and not the consumer. The Chinese retail data, however, is not as bad it seems, as automobiles, catering, jewelry, and petroleum goods were the main categories that posted declines. The decline in cars, which is about 10% of the retail sales value, was mainly attributed to the strong base it had a year ago. Petroleum consumption should also not have been a surprise considering the record flooding in southern China. ECB Brussels Summit. The ECB policy decision will likely see no major surprises and keep the pressure on EU leaders to show unity and finally deliver on the post-pandemic €750 billion recovery fund. ECB policymakers do not have a meeting in August, so they will take the next couple of months to see what is the shape of the recovery and how the fiscal response unfolds. Europe seems they are heading towards debt mutualization, and that is a possible game changer for the euro. The idea that hard-pressed states will get much-needed help from their neighbors seemed like an impossibility before the coronavirus pandemic. USD. The dollar is mustering up a rally ahead of the ECB policy decision and Friday's EU Council meeting. The ECB is widely expected to keep everything on hold and await more economic data and to see the EU's fiscal response. Oil. Crude prices are softer as global coronavirus cases continue to surge and after China's economic recovery shows signs it could be stalling. The crude demand outlook is not getting a strong boost from China. Domestically, the torrential rains in southern China prevented many infrastructure projects and the consumer is not yet returning to pre-pandemic behavior. China will need help from their trading partners, and right now most of them are still battling the COVID-19 situation. Oil prices did not see a massive taper tantrum reaction to the OPEC decision to scale back their production cuts from August. The Saudis and Russians are optimistic the extra supply will not kill oil's historic rebound, but that ultimately will depend if the demand outlook improves. Gold prices remains trapped in a range as virus uncertainty is countered by vaccine progress and as central banks adopt a wait-and-see approach for the rest of the summer. While central bank policymakers will have an easy rest of summer, government leaders from the US and Europe will need to deliver their own fiscal responses. Gold's best friend has been stimulus, and there will be no shortage of that anytime soon. Gold is likely to continue to see record ETF inflows as coronavirus worries continue to worsen. Gold should continue to rise as business activity lost most of its reopening momentum and many investors anticipate more stimulus will be thrown to try to avoid permanent labor damage to the economy. Earnings. Bank of America shares dropped following beats with both the top and bottom line as concerns remain elevated for their consumer business. The bank posted a strong trading revenue beat, supported by a 50% rise in FICC trading. Johnson & Johnson shares rose after strong results and improved guidance. J&J is in the coronavirus vaccine race and did not announce any additional data. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. S&P 500 index to be affected by a Nasdaq bearish reversal week. Credit Suisse. http ntvforex.com news ID 1-77D. 1 minutes ago. By NTV Forex team. S&P 500 has again been capped at the 3,233 June high and further consolidation is seen likely, but with support at 3,156.54, ideally holding a fresh pullback. The Credit Suisse analyst team also notes that a Nasdaq reversal week would impact the S&P 500 index. Key quotes. With China weakening sharply overnight and with the Nasdaq 100 still holding a bearish reversal day, we suspect this 3,233.38 resistance stays intact for now. Indeed, what we think is critical for US equity markets for the rest of this week is whether the Nasdaq 100 completes a more important bearish reversal week, which would then be seen impacting the S&P 500 also. Immediate support is seen from the price gap from yesterday morning at 3,201-3,198, below which can see support next at 3,166, but with our bias for support at 3,156.54 to ideally hold further weakness for an eventual clear break above 3,233.38 to see a challenge on the bottom of the February pandemic gap at 3,260. Above here and we see resistance next at 3,288. Below 3,154 can see weakness extend back to 3,128, but with a break below 3,116.13 needed to mark a top to warn of a more concerted correction lower within the broader range. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD move below 0.6920 to vanish upside bias TDS.http ntvforex.com news ID 4DF7D6. 1 minutes ago. By ntvforexteam.aud/USD has fallen below the 0.70 level and economists at TD Securities believe if the Aussie is unable to hold this mark would mean the push to 0.7038 may have been the top of this cycle. Key quotes. AUD/USD was hit by a disappointing employment report overnight for June, compounded by poor revisions to the previous reading. Spot has slid back to just below the 0.70 mark to what now looks to be a key area of support. We think it is pretty important that these levels hold if we are to retain our upside tactical bias in AUD/USD. Otherwise, we may start to think that yesterday's push to 0.7038 could mark the top for this cycle. That may lead to questions over its ability to post a new post-crisis high above 0.7063 for the time being. A further dip to test 0.6940 would further reduce our conviction levels in the AUD, while a move below 0.6920 might see us throw in the towel. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. ECB Press Conference Lagarde Speech Live Stream July 16. http ntvforex.com news ID E64014. 2 minutes ago. By Aaron Sengezer. Christine Lagarde, President of the European Central Bank ECB, is scheduled to deliver her remarks on the monetary policy outlook in a press conference at 12:30 GMT. Follow our live coverage of ECB's policy announcements and the market reaction. Related articles. ECB preview gloomy Lagarde to weigh on EUR/USD. The European Central Bank ECB is set to leave its policy unchanged and the focus is on its message to leaders ahead of the EU summit. A balanced message that calls governments to act without sounding depressing would keep the euro bid, while a gloomy, helpless stance would push it down. NTV Forex analyst Yohai Elam informs ECB preview 13 major banks' expectations for today's meeting. Today, the European Central Bank ECB is set to announce its interest and deposit rate decision at 11:45 GMT. The market consensus is for the ECB to stay on hold, and as we get closer to the release time, here are the expectations forecast by the economists and researchers of 13 major banks, regarding the upcoming ECB meeting. What's more, the ECB is expected to leave its policy unchanged after adding 600 billion to its bond buying scheme in June. About ECB's press conference. Following the ECB's economic policy decision, the ECB president gives a press conference regarding monetary policy. Her comments may influence the volatility of EUR and determine a short-term positive or negative trend. Her hawkish view is considered as positive, or bullish for the EUR, whereas her dovish view is considered as negative, or bearish. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD remains depressed below 0.7000 mark ahead of US macro data. http ntvforex.com news ID E20868. 1 minutes ago. By Haresh Menghani. AUD/USD witnessed some fresh selling on Thursday amid a modest pickup in the USD demand. The risk-off mood underpinned the safe haven USD and weighed on the perceived riskier Aussie. Investors look forward to important US macro data for some meaningful trading opportunities. The AUD/USD pair maintained its offered tone through the mid-European session, albeit has managed to recover few pips from daily lows. The pair met with some fresh supply on Thursday and extended the previous day's retracement slide from over 1 month tops levels beyond the key 0.7000 psychological mark. The Australian dollar was weighed down by rather disappointing domestic employment details, which showed that the unemployment rate rose to 7.4% in June from 7.1% previous. Bulls also seemed rather unimpressed by upbeat Chinese macro data. Concerns over worsening US-China relations took its toll on the global risk sentiment. The anti-risk flow was evident from a fresh leg down across the global equity markets. This, in turn, helped revive demand for the safe haven US dollar and drove flows away from perceived riskier currencies, including the Aussie market. Participants now look forward to the US economic docket, highlighting the release of monthly retail sales, Philly Fed Manufacturing Index and initial weekly unemployment claims. The data, along with the broader market risk sentiment, might influence the USD price dynamics and produce some short-term trading opportunities. Technical levels to watch. AUD/USD, overview. Today last price point 0.6978 today daily change. 0.0030 today daily change %. 0.43 today daily open point 0.7008. Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6922 daily SMA 50.0.6791 daily SMA 100.0.6539 daily SMA 200.0.668. Levels. Previous daily high point 0.7038 previous daily low point 0.697 previous weekly high point 0.7001 previous weekly low point 0.6922 previous monthly high point 0.7065 previous monthly low point 0.6648 daily Fibonacci 38.2% 0.7012 daily Fibonacci 61.8% 0.6996 daily pivot point S 1.0.6972 daily pivot point S 2.0.6937 daily pivot point S 3.0.6904 daily pivot point R 1.0.7041 daily pivot point R 2.0.7074 daily pivot point R 3.0.7109. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Equities slide and the greenback bounces after China's GDP and before the ECB. http ntvforex.com news ID CF0FDA 7/16/2020 11:39:25 am. Overview. Profit taking, perhaps spurred by disappointing retail sales figures, sent Chinese equity markets down by 4.5% 5.2% today, the most since early February. It appears to be triggering a broader setback in equities today. The Hang Seng fell 2%, and most other markets in the region were off less than 1%. India was bucking the trend in late turnover. Europe's Dow Jones Stoxx 600 was off around 0.75%, and the 200-day moving average that stymied it last month had been approached yesterday. US shares are trading heavily as well. The S&P 500 gapped down in early February as the swoon began. The bottom of that gap, near 3,260, is the next significant technical hurdle. Bond markets are little changed in the face of the equity drop. The US 10-year is hovering around 62 BP. The dollar's downside momentum has stalled, and the greenback is trading higher against nearly all the world's currencies today. Among the majors, the Scandies and Australian dollar are the heaviest, but the Canadian dollar, yen, and Swiss franc, less than 0.2% lower, near midday in Europe. Gold continues to gravitate around $1,800 an ounce, and September WTI is straddling $41 a barrel. Asia Pacific. China's Q2 GDP was stronger than expected. It expanded by 11.5% quarter-over-quarter after a revised 10% decline in Q1, initially 9.8%. The median forecast in the Bloomberg survey was for 9.6% growth. That translates into 3.2% growth from a year ago, though output in H1 was still 1.6% lower than a year ago. While the June industrial output and investment figures were in line with expectations, the June retail sales disappointed. It fell 1.8% from a year ago. While better than the 2.8% decline reported in May, it defied expectations for an increase. The initial takeaway is that the infrastructure spending and fiscal stimulus are helping industry, it is not bolstering consumption. Australia created 210,000 jobs last month, more than twice what economists projected. However, there was disappointment that all the jobs were part-time, as some 38,000 full-time positions were lost. The unemployment rate ticked up to 7.4% from 7.1%, which was a bit more than expected and reflects a stronger than anticipated rise in the participation rate, 64% versus 62.9% in May. Japanese weekly portfolio flows grabbed attention. Japanese investors were steady buyers of foreign bonds in June after selling in May but moved to the sidelines in late June and early July. They returned last week and bought 1.06 trillion Japanese yen of foreign bonds. However, the even bigger story was the record divestment of global equities. Japanese investors sold 3.6 trillion Japanese yen of international stocks last week, according to the Ministry of Finance data. This offsets about 68% of the foreign equities bought this year. For their part, foreign investors bought as roughly as many Japanese equities and bonds last week as they had sold the previous week. Recall that last week, the dollar slipped by 0.5% against the yen and was virtually unchanged against the euro. The dollar is in about a quarter of a yen range below 107 Japanese yen and 10 sen. Options for about $1.50 BLN are a bit higher in the 107 Japanese yen and 25 sen, 107 Japanese yen and 35 sen area and are set to expire today. The upper end of that range is also marked by the downtrend in place since early June. Nearby support around 106 Japanese yen and 65 sen was tested yesterday. The Australian dollar reached almost $0.7040 yesterday, its highest level in a month, but the upside momentum has stalled. Around $0.6980, where it is trading in late in the European morning, houses an expiring option for about $563 MLN and is roughly the middle of the range that extends toward $0.6920, $0.6930. The PBOC's dollar reference rate was slightly firmer than the models suggested, but the greenback remained mostly below the CNY 7.0 level. Separately, we note that South Korea left its 7-day repo rate at 50 BP, as widely anticipated. On the other hand, Indonesia delivered the 25 BP cut in its 7-day reverse repo rate to 4.0%, as expected. Europe. The ECB meeting today and press conferences today's European highlight but really plays second fiddle this week to the European summit. The ECB shot its quiver of arrows last week when it expanded and extended its pandemic emergency purchase program and indicated it would continue to reinvest proceeds of maturing issues through at least 2022. There is no need for fresh action, and the more than €1 trillion of the long-term loans at -100 BP removes the urgency of reducing the reserves impacted by negative deposit rates at the current pace. The ECB will have exhausted the PEP a few months before the middle of 2021. The new time frame after the extension from the end of this year at the last ECB meeting. At some point, possibly late this year, will either reduce its buying or, more likely, announce a further increase in PEP. Lagarde is expected to underscore that the new bonds that will likely be issued by the EU are candidates for its bond purchases. To the extent that there is a discussion, the ECB leadership may have to fend off a rearguard action that seeks to get its purchases and holdings back in line with the capital key. This would reduce the ECB's flexibility to deploy its resources where it is necessary to ensure the transmission mechanism of its monetary policy is working. The UK employment data showed modest improvement. The June claimant count fell by 28.1k after increasing by a revised 566k in May, initially 529k. Approximately 125k jobs were lost over the past 3 months, compared with projections for twice the loss. The ILO measure of unemployment was steady at 3.9%. The median forecast was for an increase to 4.2%. The UK furlough program is helping to contain, or some say, postpone the job destruction. The euro reached a 4-month high a little above $1.1450 yesterday. It has been in a 20-tick range on either side of $1.1400 in the European morning, where an option for about 855 MLN euros will expire today. There also are a set of options for roughly 1.3 BLN euros between $1.1435 and $1.1450 that roll off today. The euro has rallied strongly against the Swiss franc in recent days, and it reached almost 1 Swiss franc and 8 Rappen today, its highest level in over a month, and marks chart-based resistance. We suspect that some participants switched from dollars and yen funding to franc funding. Sterling is pulling back from yesterday's push to $1.2650, ahead of the $1.2670 cap that was seen at the end of last week and earlier this week. The option for £370 sterling MLN at $1.2510 that expires today looks vulnerable. Initial support is seen closer to $1.2480. America. The US data continues to surprise on the upside. Today's June retail sales report risks more of the same. The manufacturing sector is leading the US recovery. Industrial output jumped by 5.4%, led by a 7.2% surge in manufacturing. The key driver was a more than 100% month-over-month increase in auto production. The Empire State Manufacturing Survey rose to 17.2 from 0.2, which is above last year's high's 14.4. This is not to argue that the economy has recovered. The claim is much more modest: the manufacturing sector has begun to recover. The stalled, and sometimes reversal or reopening measures may act as a headwind and shift some growth into Q4. That said, as of the end of last week, the New York Fed's GDP nowcast projects, the U.S. economy is expanding at a 10.1% annualized rate this quarter. U.S. weekly jobless claims continue to prove sticky. They peaked at the end of March near 6.9 MLN. They have fallen every week since, but were still at a lofty 1.3 MLN in the holiday-shortened week to July 3. The median forecast in the Bloomberg survey expected 1.25 MLN people filed for unemployment insurance last week. The other weekly report that has been drawing attention is the Fed's balance sheet, which is reported shortly after the markets close today. It has fallen for 4 consecutive weeks as previously extended funds, e.g., swaps and repos, are not fully rolled over, and new programs are slow to catch on, like Main Street. The US dollar slumped against the Canadian dollar yesterday after the Bank of Canada's decision to leave rates unchanged and offered forward guidance that suggests no rate hike until after 2022, by which time the economic slack will be absorbed. The greenback tested the $1.35 level. It is the lower end of the 1-month trading range and corresponds to the 200-day moving average. Although the upper end of the range is not until 1.3630 Canadian dollars, 1.3650 Canadian dollars, initial resistance is around 1.3540 Canadian dollars, 1.3550 Canadian dollars. Similarly, the greenback tested the lower end of its recent range against the Mexican peso, 24 Mexican pesos and 25 centavos, and is bouncing off it today. The 24 Mexican pesos and 50 centavos area offers the first important hurdle for stronger dollar recovery. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Cryptocurrencies price prediction: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple. European wrap 16 July. http ntvforex.com news ID E54276. 1 minutes ago. Bitcoin price prediction: the risks of BTC USD collapse below $9,000 are growing. Bitcoin Confluence. Bitcoin BTC tested the intraday low of $9,076 amid massive sell-off on the cryptocurrency market and recovered to $9,1120 by press time. The first digital coin has been drifting lower since the start of the day amid global sell-off on the cryptocurrency market. Currently, BTC/USD is moving within a short-term bearish trend. The volatility is high. Ethereum Price Analysis ETH/USD may face $200 amid growing bearish sentiments. Ethereum ETH experienced a sharp sell-off to the intraday low of $229.78 and recovered to $230.80 by press time. The coin has entered a recovery mode, however it is still vulnerable to a new sell-off below $230 as the bearish pressure remains strong. ETH, the second largest digital asset with the current market capitalization of $26.06 billion, has lost over 2.6% since the start of the day and 2.75% on a day-to-day basis. Ripple Price Analysis XRP/USD bears threaten $0.1900 as the market deep in red. Ripple's XRP is down 3% since the start of the day. The coin has resumed the decline after a prolonged period of range-bound trading in a narrow channel with the lower boundary created by the daily SMA 100. At the time of writing, XRP/USD is changing hands at $0.1911, moving within a short-term bearish trend. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Bitcoin exchange inflows spike as analyst expects pullback to $8.8k. http ntvforex.com news ID 8BD969. 1 minutes ago. Traders return coins to exchanges as Bitcoin moves lower, with CryptoQuant expecting a small retracement below $9,000. Bitcoin edging ever closer to a $9,000 support level may lead to a major sell-off by exchange users, one analyst warns. According to data from on-chain analytics resource CryptoQuant, inflows of Bitcoin BTC to exchanges spiked on July 15. Kraken posts unusual $38.5 million daily BTC inflows. When traders return Bitcoin to exchanges from a private BTC wallet, it suggests they have a desire to trade or sell at short notice. The opposite is also true. As Cointelegraph reported, exchange balances witnessed a long-term downtrend, which in May, hit its lowest since late 2018, when BTC/USD crashed to $3,100. Now, says CryptoQuant, nervousness over weak price performance appears to be sending a signal to prepare for downward volatility. Eyeing major trading platform Kraken, data shows that on Wednesday, 4,229 BTC $38.5 million entered, far more than the average of 500 BTC $4.55 million over the past few weeks. While order book data is still forthcoming, Kraken may be presenting an anomaly that does not reflect broad trader sentiment. Overall conditions are decidedly bearish. I expect a small pullback, CEO Ki Young-ju told Cointelegraph in private comments. Ki added that should a sell-off begin, he did not foresee it matching that from March, when a cascading short event halved BTC/USD within hours. In my opinion, it'll be around $8,800. He said. Bitcoin exchange inflows 3-week chart. Source CryptoQuant. The number is less pessimistic than other recent targets. Earlier this week, Cointelegraph analyst Philb highlighted Bitcoin's 20-week moving average at $8,200 as a realistic buy support zone for all exchanges. Meanwhile, inflows remain far below their March crash levels, indicating a tendency to hold not sell is still in place. Bitcoin exchange inflows 1-year chart. Source CryptoQuant. BTC price falls close to $9,000. Bitcoin remains tied to moves on macro markets, which are themselves dictated by sentiment over coronavirus and geopolitical tensions between the United States and China. The status quo has been hard to shift, and was responsible for the trading corridor in which BTC/USD has failed to exit since the third week of June. BTC $1 day chart. Source CoinMarketCap. At press time, the pair traded at $9,080, as selling pressure seemed to mount in line with CryptoQuant's predictions. The last time that Bitcoin briefly lost $9,000 was on June 28, reaching highs of $9,480 in the meantime. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD moves little post ECB, flatlined near 1.1400 mark. HTTP ntvforex.com news ID 8D9882. 1 minutes ago. By Haresh Menghani, Euro USD extended its consolidative price action and moved little post ECB. The ECB maintained the status quo and led key interest rates unchanged. The focus now shifts to the post-meeting press conference, US macro data. The Euro USD pair held steady in the neutral zone, just above the 1.1400 mark, and had a rather muted reaction to the latest ECB monetary policy update. The European Central Bank at the July monetary policy meeting held this Thursday decided to maintain the status quo and left key interest rates unchanged. Given that the decision was in line with market expectations, the announcement did little to provide any meaningful impetus. However, hopes that the European leaders will make progress in agreeing on a roughly 1.85 trillion package continued, lending some support to the shared currency. The stimulus package includes 750 billion in funds aimed at aiding the recovery of the region's worst-hit economies. However, the global risk sentiment was being weighed down by concerns over worsening US-China relations and the ever-increasing coronavirus cases. This, in turn, underpinned demand for the safe haven US dollar and might act as a key factor capping any meaningful gains for the Euro USD pair. Market participants now look forward to the post-meeting virtual news conference, where comments by the ECB President Christine Lagarde might influence the common currency and infuse some volatility around the euro pairs. Apart from this, investors will also confront some important US macro releases: monthly retail sales, Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, and initial weekly unemployment claims. The data might influence the USD price dynamics and further contribute to produce some short-term trading opportunities. Technical levels to watch. Euro USD overview. Today last price point 1.1397. Today daily change 0.0015. Today daily change percent 0.13. Today daily open point 1.1412. Trends. Daily SMA 20.1.1275. Daily SMA 50.1.1151. Daily SMA 100.1.1057. Daily SMA 200.1.1057. Levels. Previous daily high point 1.1452. Previous daily low point 1.1391. Previous weekly high point 1.1371. Previous weekly low point 1.1243. Previous monthly high point 1.1422. Previous monthly low point 1.1097. Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. Point 1.1429. Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. Point 1.1414. Daily pivot point S1.1.1385. Daily pivot point S2.1.1357. Daily pivot point S3.1.1324. Daily pivot point R1.1.1446. Daily pivot point R2.1.1479. Daily pivot point R3.1.1506. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Cardano Price Analysis. ADA USD regains ground after sharp sell-off, further recovery is limited. HTTP ntvforex.com news ID C069B7. 1 minutes ago Cardano ADA settled above $0.1200 after a sharp sell-off. The further recovery is limited by 1 hour SMA 50. Cardano ADA lost over 6.5% of its value on Thursday as the cryptocurrency market moved into red territory. At the time of writing, ADA USD is changing hands at $0.1228 after a short-lived move to $0.1181. Cardano takes the 7th place in the global cryptocurrency rating with the current market capitalization of $3.15 billion and an average daily trading volume of $350 million. The coin has gained nearly 270% and left behind Bitcoin and other major altcoins. ADA USD technical picture. As we have previously reported, a sustainable move below $0.1300 worsened the technical picture and made ADA vulnerable to further losses. However, Today's momentum proves that the coin is well supported by $0.1200 as all attempts to push the price below this barrier are heavily bought. However, we will need to see a sustainable move the local resistance of $0.1250 1 hour SMA 50 to mitigate the bearish pressure and confirm the recovery. The ultimate bullish goal is $0.1300 on the downside. Once $0.1200 is broken, the sell-off is likely to gain traction with the next focus on the intraday low of $0.1174 and psychological $0.1100 reinforced by 1 hour SMA 100.8 to 1 US dollar hour chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. You're an ECB preview. http ntvforex.com news ID 41361E 7/16/2020 11:41 3 am. Economic activity has rebounded on both sides of the channel as lockdowns were lifted, but the impressive rebound in confidence data in recent months has proven to be too optimistic on the speed of the recovery, with real sector data for May actually looking weaker than hoped. That ties in with the moderation in market confidence, which was also reflected in German ZEW investor confidence, which pulled back from June highs in today's July numbers. Central bankers meanwhile acknowledge that the second quarter may not have been as bad as initially feared and have essentially switched to a wait-and-see stance. After putting substantial crisis measures in place with that in mind, the ECB is widely expected to keep policy settings unchanged at today's meeting. Lagarde's recent comments suggest that data releases have come in slightly better than officials had feared, and the central bank seems ready to move out of crisis mode and into a wait-and-see stance. That doesn't mean the ECB won't keep the option of additional easing measures open, but for now officials should be able to afford to take a step back and monitor the impact of crisis measures already implemented. Wait and see then is likely to be the main message at today's council meeting, although Lagarde will, however, stress again the need for fiscal stimulus to support monetary policy and step up the pressure on politicians to come to an agreement on the proposed €750 BLN pandemic recovery fund, that will be discussed at the EU Leaders Summit later in the week. Central bankers have long stressed the need to complement monetary policies with appropriate fiscal policies, and on the whole central bankers also seem to welcome the proposal for a jointly funded mechanism and a focus on grants rather than loans. The debate will take place within the context of the EU's next multi-annual budget framework, and won't be easy, as countries disagree on whether to focus on grants or loans and whether jointly backed market funding is the right way forward. Markets have the fund pretty much priced in, and the risk is of course that the reality of EU politics once again falls short of what investors are looking for. DAX GER 30. Meanwhile, European stock markets are broadly lower, with peripheral markets outperforming slightly going into the ECB meeting. General risk appetite has waned again amid concerns about the global outlook and rising tensions between the US and China. The GER 30 is currently down 0.8%. The UK 100 down 0.9%, while IBEX and MIB are posting losses of 0.1%. US futures are also heading south following on from a broad move lower across Asian markets. GER 30, despite the short-term decline, sustains 4-month highs, close to 13,000 area. The index filled the May's and June's gap, while it's been traded well above Ichimoku cloud since May, suggesting an overall positive bias. All daily exponential moving averages 20, 50, and 200 are aligned northwards. Momentum indicators are gradually moving more positive as the market has pulled higher this week. With RSI above 60 and confirming higher lows since early June, in line with the uptrend in the price action along with strong positive configuration on stochastics, despite the flattening FMACD lines that suggest consolidation. The bulls could be seen looking to use any near-term weakness as an entry point. Hence support could be seen at 12,520 DMA and 76.4% fib. Level since January 2020. It is interesting to see though that despite the positive technical background it struggles to break the 13,000 resistance area. Euro. The euro fell back against a generally stronger US dollar, with Eurus trading slightly above S1 at 1.1384. Risk appetite waned again, amid concern about the world recovery, US-China tensions and with the security breach at Twitter Inc. not helping. Eurozone markets, which traded unevenly yesterday, are likely to remain cautious going into the ECB announcement today. Euro intraday remains under pressure with fast MOS-aligned lower and lower Bollinger Bands extending southwards. Next immediate support could be found at 1.1350, and 1.1330 200 EMA in 1-hour chart. Volumes meanwhile declining, suggesting that the bullish momentum seen since 10 of June is threatened. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Can't count on the dollar becoming a favored safe haven again. http ntvforex.com news ID ED5060 7/16/2021 01:56 p.m. Outlook. In the Eurozone, the ECB meets today with no changes expected and everyone lurking in the bushes for any whiff of progress on the recovery fund. Yesterday there was a brief moment of joy when Macron's office said we could have summit news by tomorrow in the US. We get the usual jobless claims this morning that fall into a sentiment basket of fairly good data, like yesterday's industrial production and the regional Fed indices. This time Bloomberg foresees claims at 1.25 million, a little less than 1.3 million last week, but that included the July 4th holiday on July 3rd. Remember, the worst case was in March at 6.86 million, so all these numbers down around 1 million seem pretty good, but before applying less bad good, consider that to date, claims add up to 51.25 million since the pandemic started in mid-March. Trading Economics points out continuing claims are seen dropping to 17.6 million from 18.06 million. Initial claims have been steadily falling since hitting a record high of 6.86 million in the week ended March 28, but they remain well below the about 200,000 level in February. And besides, new lockdowns and restored lockdowns are sure to raise the claims number in coming weeks, and that will be raised some more by the addition of all those backlogged claims. The same caveat applies to retail sales. Expectations are for a decent 5.2% rise in June, if not to May's excellent 17.7%. But again, the surge in cases and resulting reapplication of lockdowns came at the end of the month and are rising all this month, so forecasting good numbers for the summer months of July and August is unrealistic. Remember that the Eurozone had good numbers in May, too, and will likely not get a pullback in the summer. How you make up your list of pros and cons on risk appetite, risk aversion is a function of your initial bias. Our own bias is that the stock market, our proxy for risk, is prone to wishful thinking, accepting outrageous assumptions and basically pig-headed. For the S&P traders to buy into vaccine fairy tales over the surge in new cases and inadequate response is a perfect example. But then reality checking came in last evening, bolstered by the Chinese data and huge 4.5% correction in the Shanghai. We call the equity gang stupid at our peril. Today's data on claims and sales can be interpreted as supporting the recovery scenario, or a warning that the recovery is pushed off into the future some more. Take your pick. But looking forward just a little, we can expect some ugly headlines. First up is the do-nothing Senate sitting on the House bill that extends payroll subsidies set to end next week, plus a slew of other spending. Yesterday former Fed Chief Bernanke wrote an op-ed in the New York Times urging Congress to set aside a big chunk of money for the states and cities doing the frontline work. The problem is that all the big cities and states, notably New York and California, are led by Dems, and the Republicans suddenly remember conservative values when it comes to forking over money to them. This is exactly the same as Texas getting emergency hurricane relief while Puerto Rico starved. For some reason the voters not in those places seem not to notice. Then there is expiration of rent suspensions and other holds on sustenance services like electricity. The papers are full of horror stories about evictions, homelessness, and hunger. Judging from the federal response in the Great Recession, subsidizing individuals is not on the agenda, certainly not in this White House. Unfortunately, that means another round of the hard-hearted against the bleeding hearts, something neither the economics nor political professions handle at all well. Third is the inevitable bankruptcies and less than bankruptcy failures. Bloomberg reports the father of the Z-score, Edward Altman, at least 60 big companies' liabilities over $1 billion to fail this year, doubling the number we already have. Instead of deleveraging when the crisis hit, companies doubled down and borrowed in a frenzy. Bond defaults as well as bank loan defaults will be horrendous and have a ricochet effect in some odd corners. Fitch Ratings estimates worldwide corporate bond defaults this year could exceed levels reached during the global recession in 2009. Bloomberg has a tracker since early March. At least 121 companies have cited COVID-19 as a factor in decision for bankruptcy. It's a fun list to peruse, and includes Gold's Gym and the New Orleans Catholic Church charity as well as Hertz, Chesapeake, and Brooks Brothers. So far the broad stock market is taking bankruptcies in stride, distracted and bewitched by tech gains and vaccine pharma. For all we know, that can continue indefinitely. We now expect the Oxford Astra vaccine results on Monday. Who would sell before then? Finally, on the unknown unknowns, a surge outside the US can scare the wits out of market players. Today it was Hong Kong, with a record 63 new cases and more than half of unknown origins. In under 2 weeks, according to Bloomberg, the new outbreak has now infected over 300 people with more than a third of infections unlinked to confirmed cases or existing outbreaks, signaling that hidden chains of transmission are widespread. Elsewhere, some reports are coming in that those having been infected and achieved antibodies are not protected for more than a few months against getting it again. The inability in the US in particular to get timely test results is looking more and more like a tipping point against the White House. Everybody wants a test and hardly anyone can get a test, even if they are deathly ill, and even when they get a test, the results are delayed so long 5-8 days that they are literally useless. We say there is plenty on the negative side of the ledger to shove the equity gang into a deep depression and thus a flurry of sales, but we can't count on it. Therefore, we can't count on the dollar becoming a favored safe haven again, either, although it certainly gives pause to the developing anti-dollar sentiment. This is an excerpt from the Rockefeller morning briefing, which is far larger, about 10 pages. The briefing has been published every day for over 25 years and represents experienced analysis and insight. The report offers deep background and is not intended to guide FX trading. Rockefeller produces other reports in spot and futures for trading purposes. To get a 2-week trial of the full reports plus trader's advice for only $3.95. Click here. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD forecast market not impressed by wait and see ECB.http ntvforex.com news ID 507540. 7/16/2020 12:54:52 p.m. Euro USD current price 1.1420 US data came in better than anticipated, with retail sales up by 7.5% in June. The ECB maintained its monetary policy unchanged as widely anticipated. Euro USD is bullish in the short term but needs to break the 1.1460 resistance level. The Euro USD pair fell this Thursday to 1.1377, as the dollar recovered some ground on the back of fading optimism. The US reported over 70,000 new coronavirus contagions in the last 24 hours, with the focus in the southern states. Furthermore, tensions between the US and China have mounted, as the US government is considering a travel ban on Chinese Communist Party members, a move that for sure trigger retaliation from the world's second-largest economy. In a world already hit by the economic pandemic, tensions between these two economies surely won't help. The ECB had a monetary policy meeting, yet, as widely anticipated, policymakers left its current policy unchanged and reiterated they stand ready to act as appropriate. The Euro USD pair recovered the 1.1400 threshold ahead of the event, maintaining a positive bias and advancing modestly above the level. US data were generally encouraging, as retail sales jumped 7.5% in June, beating the market's expectations. The Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Survey came in at 24.1 in July, better than the 20 expected. Initial jobless claims for the week ended July 10 were a miss, surging to 1.3 million, although continuing jobless claims improved by more than anticipated, printing at 17.338 million in the week ended July 3. EUR/USD short-term technical outlook. The EUR/USD pair is hovering around 1.1420, and bullish according to the 4-hour chart. The early decline was contained by a bullish 20 SMA, which continues to advance above the larger ones. Technical indicators, in the meantime, turned marginally higher within positive levels, skewing the risk to the upside without confirming it, amid the lack of momentum. The main resistance continues to be the 1.1460 price zone, with a break above it, exposing the yearly high at 1.1496, support levels 1.1380, 1.1345, 1.1300. Resistance levels 1.1460, 1.1495, 1.1530. View live chart for the EUR/USD. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/USD hovers around 1.14 after ECB decision. http ntvforex.com news ID BD0E82 7/16/2020 12:51:38 p.m. The EUR/USD pair remained above the 1.14 threshold on Tuesday and was modestly higher on the day. Volatility was subdued, despite many fundamental news earlier in the day. The European Central Bank kept both rates and its €1.35 trillion pandemic emergency purchase program unchanged. The central bank reiterated it will conduct PEP purchases in a flexible manner until at least June 2021, reinvest maturing bonds until at least the end of 2022. The ECB also said it will buy €20 billion per month, plus €120 billion this year under the asset purchase program, which will run until shortly before interest rates rise. Finally, the ECB also said rates will stay at present or lower levels until inflation goal is near. From other news, 1.3 million Americans filed for the first time unemployment benefits, which brought the total number to more than 50 million since the lockdowns began. Moreover, U.S. retail sales surprised on the upside and came out above market estimates, indicating that the U.S. economy might be coming back from the dead. The resistance could be seen at 1.1450, while the intraday support seems to be at 1.14 and afterward near 1.1380. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Twitter gets hacked and celebrities get whacked. http ntvforex.com news ID F47751 7/16/2020 12:21:00 p.m. Things you need to know. Markets surge again yesterday, but are weaker today. TWTR gets hacked. Big name personalities get whacked. JNJ AMP BAC post better than expected. NFLX after the bell. OPEC eases up on production cuts and oil holds firm. Try the pulled pork and they just keep going. First it was the Moderna news about the very positive results they got from their clinical trials concerning the virus vaccine that sent futures soaring, Moderna soaring mRNA 7% and the biotech sector XBI soaring up 2.1%. And then it was Goldman Sachs as they reported not just good numbers but numbers that are still leaving many analysts scratching their heads, that sent that stock and the financial sector surging. GS 1.4% and the XLF 1.98%. In fact, this morning WSJ says it perfectly. Nobody is better at capitalizing on market chaos than Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated. Operative word chaos, much of it created by none other than GSETAL. In another confirmation of what the volatility has done for the big wall, ST Banks GS reported its second highest quarterly revenue ever, $13.3 billion, resulting in earnings of $6.26 share versus the expected $3.90 sh. Now, like its cohorts JPM, C, WFC, etc., they also set aside a higher than normal amount for loan losses defaults in what they also expect to be a longer and deeper recession. On the conference call, CEO Davis Solomon had this to say. We became super busy because our clients were super busy. Profound. What you need to understand about the trading side of their business is that, like the other big banks, GS has encouraged the street to send their order flow to them via the icon on all of the trading desks at big institutions around the country. Essentially what they and the other big banks have done is bastardize the system. Order flow no longer goes to the open public markets the way it always did. It first flows to the big banks' algorithmic trading desk manned by nothing more than high-speed computers via the app, allowing the big banks to do a couple of things. 1. See what the flow is, see what the big institutions are doing, etc. And then 2. The computers react to that flow, they trade against it, or they attempt to pair it off against quantified flow, keeping it all in-house, not exposing it to the public markets, thereby doing 2 more things. 1. Weaken the public markets by taking flow out of the system, and 2. Capturing both sides of the trade, thus charging and collecting commissions from both the buyer and seller. I mean, you can't blame them for that. The system regulation has allowed for that. It's just business, not personal. Now mind you, this is not new, it has only gotten more sophisticated, and with the advances made by technology it has become even more efficient. So when we get the volatility that we got over the last quarter and institutions increase their level of trading, call it risk management. This is what you get: an explosion in trading revenues that pales in comparison to quarters when volatility is low and the news is benign. Essentially what all of the big banks have done is hold the system hostage, forcing clients to play the game in a way that guarantees that the majority of the flow gets directed to the family. Think GS, JPM, MS, C, BAC, WFC, UBS, AMP, DBK via the icons on trading desks across the country, and not to the open markets. And then if those banks don't want to trade against it, or match it with contraside interest, they then sell the flow to the wholesalers. Think Citadel, and the same thing happens again until such time that the scraps or leftovers then get sent to the open markets. And what you need to understand is that this all happens in microseconds, and let us not even talk about what the retail brokerages do with all of that retail flow that comes to them via apps that have democratized investing for anyone that wants to open an account. Welcome to the 21st century. It is a far cry from how the capital markets operated, but then again the world has changed. In addition, we got good results from the likes of BK, USB, UNH, PGR, and AA all beating the estimates. On the economic data front, we learned that the news is good. Mortgage apps surged, Empire manufacturing surged, import prices surged, industrial and capacity utilization surged, and that the Fed's Beige Book revealed that economic activity around the country in every one of the 12 regions also surged, but emphasized that it remains well below where it was prior to the pandemic. So that is both good and bad, but for yesterday at least, when all of the earnings and macro data news was good and we got very good news on the vaccine front, investors and algos went all in. By the end of the day, the Dow added 227 PTS or 0.85%, the S&P added 29 PTS or 0.9%, the Nasdaq rose 62 PTS or 0.58%, and the Russell rose 50 PTS or 3.5%. Now this morning pay attention, because guess what markets and futures are doing after 4 up days? 2 words, first one begins with an S and the second one begins with an O, and much of that action being driven by more talk of lockdowns and closures across the country, and a very visible hack on Twitter blue checkmark accounts, which brings up the whole coordinated social engineering technology attack conversation, which highlights the whole issue about the social media site and tech in general. And in an attempt to shut it down, TWTR was not successful initially, but finally was able to stop it. This is where the news on one company is going to be blamed for the overall weakness in the markets. Some of the infected accounts include, but are not limited to, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Apple, Uber, and even Kimi and Kanye Kardashian got drawn into the fray. Kanye Kardashian A.K. A Kanye West. US futures are down. Dow futures are off 165 PTS or 0.6%, S&P 22 or 0.7%, Nasdaq 142 PTS or 1.34%, and the Russell off 3 PTS or 0.2%. Now notice Nasdaq is getting hit the hardest in the pre-MKT. Makes sense, right? TWTR is a tech name, and the hack just reignites the whole privacy security issues. So if TWTR can be hacked, it suggests a massive breach of security, and that then means who's next. I would expect cyber security names to get hit today on the back of this hack, but let's see. More talk of new lockdowns across the country even as we celebrate the good news on the vaccine is also driving sentiment, because in the end any vaccine is not really expected to be available until at least late 2020 early 2021. So while we celebrated the news yesterday, we are more concerned about it today. It's a big day for earnings. Look for reports from BAC, SCHW, FNF, ABT, DPZ, J&J, MS, NFLX, PPG and JBHT. More banks, drugs, pizza, home movies, and transportation logistics. J&J just reported, and guess what? They beat on the estimate and they are upping their full year guidance now. That's a big deal. J&J is not only offering guidance, but they are upping their prior guidance. Strong performance of their pharma division and medical device division. The stock is quoted up $1 in what feels like will be a down day. BAC also just reports, and they too beat on the bottom line as well, but the news is still hitting the tape, so expect more analysis as the morning begins. Provisions for bad loans of $5 billion. Trading revenues are strong, 50% YY in fixed income and up 7% in equities. Expect more on this as well. Echo data today includes retail sales EXP of X 5%, X autos and gas of 5%, Philadelphia Fed survey of 20, initial jobless claims of 1.25 mil, continuing claims of 17.5 million. In Asia, China reports that second QTR GDP grew by 3.2% YY. That's good, and it beat expectations of 2.5%, but in the meantime retail sales in June fell by 1.8% versus the expected 0.3% growth. And in a bid to become the preeminent player in the chip market, SMIC, China's largest chipmaker, had its opening debut on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, and that stock surged by 245% on its first trade and ended the day up 202%. This is important for China. This semiconductor manufacturer is seen an important player in Beijing's ambitions to become the global leader in semiconductors. Now put this in perspective, this was a small deal by US standards. While it sounds big at 46.2 billion yuan, it converts into a $6.6 billion deal, but what it did do was put them on the map and allow them to compete with the likes of TSMC and Samsung Electronics, both with far more advanced capabilities. But none of that helped the tone. By the end of the day, Japan 0.8%, Hong Kong 2%, China 4.8%, and ASX 0.7%. In Europe, stocks began the day lower as they react to weaker Asian trading and as they await the latest news from the ECB, European Central Bank, over what's next for the bond buying program. The expectation is that they are not announcing any change to current policy, and so this is giving the algos a reason to take some money off the table in names that have outsized advances. Think tech for the most part. Add in the surging virus cases in other parts of the world and you get the picture. Right as of 6:15 a.m. the FTSE 0.54%, CAC 40 0.8%, DAX 0.6%, Eurostoxx 0.7%, Spain 0.25%, and ITAY 0.14%. OPEC agrees to ease up on production cuts, thus will add more supply into the system. This was not such a surprise at all, and so oil is slipping just a bit, but don't worry, this is after a big up day yesterday that saw oil rise by 1.75% to $41 barrel. This morning oil is trading down 47 CTS at $40.72, leaving us smack in the middle of the $35-$45 range that we have been discussing. The SPX closed at 3,226 after having traded as high as 3,238, a new intraday and closing post-pandemic high, but still below the year high achieved on February 18 of 3,375. We are getting closer to filling the gap created on February 24, a gap that saw the S&P decline by 100 PTS on the opening on February 24, and it is that gap that needs to be filled now. That 1T happened today, but it will happen. I suspect it will be because of more positive vaccine news at some point this summer, whether that is from J&J, Reg, Novx, mRNA, PFE, AZN, or someone else. Pulled pork. Considering all of the pulling going on around here, try my friend Frankie D's pulled pork, another great Saturday barbecue dish, just saying. For this you need a slow cooker and add 1 c of ketchup, 1/2 c of beer, 1/2 c of light brown sugar, 1/2 c chopped onion, 1/4 c of red wine vinegar, 1/4 c of Worcestershire sauce, 1 tbl of steak seasoning, 1 teaspoon garlic powder and 1 teaspoon Cajun seasoning. Mix well and then add a 3/5 pounds pork butt shoulder. Cook for 8 hours. Remove and shred with a fork, reserving the sauce for the sandwich. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold downtrend will start as soon as it drops below 1801.8. http ntvforex.com news ID CCCD06 7/16/2020 11:33:41 am. Gold, GC Futures Market Thursday forecast, July 16. Uptrend. The uptrend may be expected to continue, while pair is trading above support level 1801.8, which will be followed by reaching resistance level 1818.8 1829.8. Downtrend. And downtrend will start as soon as the pair drops below support level 1801.8, which will be followed by moving down to support level 1787. Weekly forecast, July 13, 17. Uptrend. The uptrend may be expected to continue, while pair is trading above support level 1787, which will be followed by reaching resistance level 1847 1875. Downtrend. And downtrend will start as soon as the pair drops below support level 1787, which will be followed by moving down to support level 1756 1683. Monthly forecast, July 2020. Uptrend. An uptrend will start as soon as the pair rises above resistance level 1789, which will be followed by moving up to resistance level 1884.7. Downtrend. And downtrend will start as soon as the pair drops below support level 1755, which will be followed by moving down to support level 1683. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. WTI crude oil uptrend expected to continue while it trades above 40.88. http ntvforex.com news ID E4ED1A 7/16/2020 11:32:12 am. WTI crude oil CL Futures Market Thursday forecast, July 16. Uptrend. The uptrend may be expected to continue, while pair is trading above support level 40.88, which will be followed by reaching resistance level 41.63. Downtrend. And downtrend will start as soon as the pair drops below support level 40.88, which will be followed by moving down to support level 40.08 39.60. Weekly forecast, July 13, 17. Uptrend. The uptrend may be expected to continue, while pair is trading above support level 38.50, which will be followed by reaching resistance level 42.30. Downtrend. And downtrend will start as soon as the pair drops below support level 38.50, which will be followed by moving down to support level 36.00. Monthly forecast, July 2020. Uptrend. An uptrend will start as soon as the pair rises above resistance level 41.05, which will be followed by moving up to resistance level 50.50. Downtrend. The downtrend may be expected to continue, while pair is trading below resistance level 41.05, which will be followed by reaching support level 34.35, and if it keeps on moving down below that level, we may expect the pair to reach support level 26.00 21.42. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Asia market investors dance in overnight vaccine news that fell like rain. http ntvforex.com news ID 24C379 7/16/2020 3:01:21 am. US stocks are off early morning highs but still trading firm as enthusiasm around positive news on progress in developing a virus vaccine, and continued robust macro data, continues to float markets in rough seas as the worsening outlook on the virus front continues to churn in the background. At one point it was raining vaccines overnight, and investors are still dancing in that rain. The Euro Stoxx tested the top end of the recent trading range SX5E 1.9%, helped by a tweet about the Oxford COVID-19 vaccine from ITV News' political editor Robert Peston, which said the vaccine is generating the kind of antibody and T-cell killer cell response that the researchers would hope to see. The S&P 500 also closed on an upbeat note, with U.S. equities continuing to defy gravity as investor optimism revels amid the progress in developing a vaccine which continues to reign supreme. Adding to the positive vibe, President Trump defused the U.S.-China tensions and walked back an unwanted element of geopolitical risk that, quite frankly, no one wanted or needed at this point, with COVID-19 ravaging large parts of the U.S. consumer complex. Indeed, the president's backpedaling is coming at a good time and keeping the omnipresent bears and prophets of doom at bay for now. But I think intraday action in U.S. equities told us there's a combination of rotation and unwind taking place. The market initially had a tough time holding on to early gains after the cover bid in value dried up and profit-taking started to seep in. The long momentum stay-at-home trade sticking strictly with price action. It suggests there are some fidgety concerns in those thematic long momentum and tech baskets that have gotten a bit frothy during the vaccine headline deluge, since the actual end goal to get these vaccines out to the general public is still many months away, and that's in the best case scenario, as few in the medical community expect vaccines to be rolled out anytime soon. Comments from Merck CEO Kenneth Frazier provided a stark reminder not to get too carried away. COVID-19 vaccines under development are not guaranteed to work, and people who say to expect a vaccine before year-end are doing a grave disservice to the public, Frazier said, according to Harvard Business Review HBR, Reuters reported on Tuesday. What worries him is the pressure to move things along faster and faster to get back to normal. If you're going to use a vaccine on billions of people, you better know what that vaccine does, he said in the HBR report published on Monday. Per Reuters, the most important question right now is this the beginning of something more substantial, or just a small correction as we've seen so many times over the past year while the wall of money remains firmly on the bid? Is it time to put the seatbelt on again? I don't know about you, but I have my seatbelt on all the time when it comes to investing in the COVID-19 environment. Forex markets. Eurist has reached the Bloomberg consensus forecast for year-end today, and given it's easy to poke holes in the recovery fund thesis, not to mention EU lawmakers' uncanny ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, has likely encouraged some profit-taking on Eurist longs. But what started for some as little more than to buy the euro into the EU summit, which was the most basic of FX trades from a 101 class, with numerous bearish USD signals developing, we might be in the midst of a big broad dollar turn that's likely to continue throughout the year. In any US dollar weaker thesis, you need Eurist higher and USD lower. Despite the uptick in USHK geopolitical escalations, USD has continued to move south as the LBOC has taken an absolute hands-off approach to currency management this time around, suggesting they're welcoming stock market inflows. Indeed, China is open for business in more than just the industrial and consumer front. The domestic capital markets have rolled out the welcome mat. As for Fed policy, it looks like rates will be low for as far as the eye can see, and they'll only raise rates when the whites of inflation SIs are visible. With the Fed providing ample liquidity, equities bid into every dip. The market is seemingly ignoring an increase in COVID cases, and that's making for a comfortable backdrop to stay short dollars. Fed Governor Brainerd went further than recent Fed speakers by endorsing yield curve control, which would set the USD up for a more pronounced and broad-based weakness. The pushback on the short dollar trade is the US haven appeal. With pockets of the virus emerging everywhere, the narrative goes that a second wave will come back, global growth will be weak, and the dollar will again rally. But this belies the fact that the world outside the US has a much higher capacity to handle the virus, thus limiting the economic damage. Any which way you slice the cake, on both the healthcare and the economic fronts. The US, both North and South, come out as big losers, while Europe and North Asia are the big winners. Gold markets. Gold remains floated by long-term supportive factors but could be lacking the necessary fresh or new inputs to push prices above year highs. Fed speakers were all on the dovish side this week, despite the improving macro scrim. But Governor Brainerd provided the most interesting comments, saying there was a thick fog of uncertainty and downside risks predominate. Financial support was vital, and she warned that it could be appropriate to shift the focus of monetary policy from stabilization to accommodation. The bigger picture for gold is that there's more to come on top of the World War II-sized stimulus already injected into the economy. Cross-asset performance in recent sessions points to liquidity on over risk on. S&P 500 and gold are assets you would typically expect to move inversely to each other, but both benefit from incredible central bank liquidity deluges. But without putting in some headroom above $1,825, the market could still fall prey to technical and fast money selling as wealth management and strategic gold buying has dried up this week. In other words, bids are not that big these days, with long positions tapering positions as gold investors want to leave some room to buy on dips. With US-China tensions getting diffused by President Trump, it may give more cause to take some profits above $1,800. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. RBNZ sectoral factor model inflation steadies at 1.8% YoY in Q2. http ntvforex.com news ID BF43D9. 3 minutes ago. By Dwani Mehta. The Reserve Bank of New Zealand RBNZ is out with its sectoral factor model inflation index for the second quarter, with the figures coming in at 1.8% YoY versus 1.8% previous. This data comes after the official New Zealand NZ CPI met the consensus forecasts. Actual NZ Q2 CPI 0.5% QoQ versus 0.5% expected, 0.8% prior, and YoY at 1.5% versus 1.5% expected, 2.5% prior. About the RBNZ sectoral factor model inflation. The Reserve Bank of New Zealand has a set of models that produce core inflation estimates. The sectoral factor model estimates a measure of core inflation based on CO movements, the extent to which individual price series move together. It takes a sectoral approach, estimating core inflation based on two sets of prices of tradable items, which are those either imported or exposed to international competition, and prices of non-tradable items, which are those produced domestically and not facing competition from imports. FX implications. The Kiwi dollar is unfazed by the RBNZ inflation gauge, as NZD/USD trades close to the daily low of 0.6552, at the time of writing. The spot trades 0.17% lower on the day despite upbeat Australian jobs report and Chinese Q2 GDP data. NZD/USD technical levels to watch. NZD/USD Overview. Today last price point 0.6557 today daily change 0.0015 today daily change percent 0.23 today daily open point 0.6572 Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6496 daily SMA 50.0.635 daily SMA 100.0.6195 daily SMA 200.0.634 Levels. Previous daily high point 0.6585 previous daily low point 0.653 previous weekly high point 0.6601 previous weekly low point 0.6519 previous monthly high point 0.6585 previous monthly low point 0.6186 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 0.6564 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 0.6551 daily pivot point S 1.0.654 daily pivot point S 2.0.6507 daily pivot point S 3.0.6485 daily pivot point R 1.0.6595 daily pivot point R 2.0.6617 daily pivot point R 3.0.665. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Chainlink technical analysis.http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F. USD hits a new all-time high at $8.89 and gets close to a $3 billion market capitalization. http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F. 12 minutes ago, http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F. USD is getting even more continuation after a tremendous bull rally already. Chainlink price is currently $8.32, way above the daily 12 EMA. Chainlink is one of the best performing coins in the last 2 weeks after a massive 100% bull rally. http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F. Is up 450% since the low of March 13 and continues climbing the market capitalization ladder. Chainlink is now fairly close to Bitcoin SV and Cardano, both at $3.3 billion. http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F. USD daily chart obviously. http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F. Price is getting pushed by the FOMO while the RSI remains extremely overextended. If http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F starts consolidating, the $8 psychological level will be the nearest support point, followed by $7 and the daily 12 EMA. http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F. For US dollars hour chart. The 4-hour chart is surprisingly healthy with short periods of consolidation followed by clear continuation moves. The bulls have been defending the 12 EMA several times in a row. The RSI is currently overbought and http ntvforex.com news ID 3D631F is forming a bearish reversal candlestick. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. GBP USD price analysis. Once again the bulls fail ahead of the previous wave high at 1.2666. http ntvforex.com news ID a 006D. 0 minutes ago. By Rajundal, MSTA GBP USD trades 0.22% higher despite selling off in the US session. The price was heading higher but hit a brick wall at 1.2649. GBP for US dollars hour chart. Looking at the chart below, it is clear to see that cable was on a good run till the US came to market. The risk sentiment started well, but at about 3:30 p.m. London time the SMAs started to sell off. This then took GBP USD lower too as the USD strengthened. On the 4-hour chart below, the last candle is a bearish engulfing candle which could indicate lower prices ahead below the current price levels. There are a few key support zones to keep an eye on. The first is the red line at 1.2527, the level has been used in the past on a few occasions and it could be important in the future. The 200 simple moving average could also be a support zone, and if you look left on the chart it has been used as both a support and resistance zone. Lastly, the blue trend line might also help stem the losses. On the top side, if the bulls do regain control again, the first hurdle will be the wave high at 1.2666. If the bulls do manage to break the zone, then the high on the chart could be tested. Looking at the technical indicator, the relative strength index is still just above the 50 area. Any move below could indicate some bearishness is on the horizon. The MACD has just turned positive as the histogram is now green and the signal lines are about to cross the midpoint. Additional levels. GBP USD, overview. Today last price point 1.2585. Today daily change 0.0031. Today daily change percent 0.25. Today daily open point 1.2554. Trends. Daily SMA 20.1.248. Daily SMA 50.1.2437. Daily SMA 100.1.2429. Daily SMA 200.1.2702. Levels. Previous daily high 1.2564, previous daily low 1.248, previous weekly high 1.267, previous weekly low 1.2463, previous monthly high 1.2813, previous monthly low 1.2252, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 1.2512, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, 1.2532, daily pivot point S 1.1.2501, daily pivot point S 2.1.2449, daily pivot point S 3.1.2418, daily pivot point R 1.1.2585, daily pivot point R 2.1.2616, daily pivot point R 3.1.2669. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD CAD drops to lowest in 6 days near 1.3500 after Bach press conference. http ntvforex.com news ID 105BB4. 0 minutes ago. By Matthias Salord, Looney gains ground during Bach press conference and as Wall Street trims gains. USD CAD extends slide. IS 1.3500 and last week lows. The USD CAD pair broke under 1.3560 and accelerated the decline. It printed a fresh 6-day low at 1.3517. It is holding near the lows, under pressure on the back of a stronger loonie across the board. The Canadian dollar gained momentum following the Bank of Canada meeting and Macklem's press conference. The central bank kept the monetary policy stance unchanged as expected. Bach governor mentioned the Governing Council discussed yield curve control before the meeting. USD CAD was already lower on the back of weaker greenback amid risk appetite. The loonie was falling versus other commodity currencies. After the Bach press conference, the loonie turned positive across the board, becoming one of the top performers. Perky risk sentiment and a soggy USD has benefited the loonie. While we anticipate a near-term USD-CAD retest of the 1.35 level, it's likely to offer a floor rather than an extension lower. We expect the 1.35 floor to give way later this year, paving the way for a shift back to the low 1.30s, mentioned analysts at TD Securities. Technical levels. USD CAD, overview. Today last price point 1.3522, today daily change 0.0094, today daily change percent 0.69, today daily open point 1.3616. Trends. Daily SMA 20.1.359, daily SMA 50.1.3701, daily SMA 100.1.3834, daily SMA 200.1.3506. Levels. Previous daily high point 1.3646, previous daily low point 1.3597, previous weekly high point 1.3632, previous weekly low point 1.3491, previous monthly high point 1.3802, previous monthly low point 1.3316, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 1.3628, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, 1.3616, daily pivot point S 1.1.3593, daily pivot point S 2.1.357, daily pivot point S 3.1.3544, daily pivot point R 1.1.3642, daily pivot point R 2.1.3669, daily pivot point R 3.1.3692. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Spain. The economic and social recovery of the Community of Madrid after COVID-19. http ntvforex.com news ID 4A5741. 7/15/2024 52:05 p.m. Economic forecasts for 2020 indicate that the COVID-19 crisis will be the deepest and most intense crisis since the end of World War II for Europe, Spain, and the Community of Madrid, and for the global economy. Key points: the fall in GDP in Spain and the Community of Madrid will be more severe and its recovery will be slower than for other EU economies and regions. The varying intensity with which the lockdown measures that have paralyzed much of the economy have had to be applied can be explained by differences in the preparation for and management of the health crisis. All reforms aimed at improving the future economic foundations of the Community of Madrid must take maximum advantage of the international cooperation, aid, and coordination within the European Union. In turn, the COVID-19 crisis must be used as an opportunity to resolve structural problems, reduce structural unemployment, improve productivity and human capital, converge Europe's leading regions and take on the challenges of the future associated with digital transformation and environmental and social sustainability. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD price analysis. USD strength foils the attempt to hit the recent high of 0.7064. http ntvforex.com news ID 1DDC8D. 1 minutes ago. By Rajundal, MSTA AUD/USD trades 0.29% higher on Wednesday, but the bulls have been foiled. It looked like the pair was set to attack the high of 0.7064. AUD for US dollars hour chart. AUD/USD was trading very well on Wednesday, hitting a high of 0.7037, but now the pair has pushed under the psychological 0.70 area once again. The market is trying to push the pair below the intraday support level at the purple line, but there is currently some hesitation. Looking at the 4-hour chart below, the pair is still in an uptrend. The price has been making higher highs and higher lows after breaking out of the consolidation area. If the market is to break lower, there are some key support zones the bears will need to break. 0.6919 could be a ticky point if there is to be more USD strength, and below that the red support line could also be tested. There is also the 200 simple moving average in the way too. The indicators are still bullish as the relative strength index trades above the 50 area. The MACD histogram is green and the signal lines are still above zero, which indicates the market is still in an uptrend. Additional levels. AUD/USD overview. Today last price point 0.6999, today daily change point 0.0023, today daily change percent point 0.33, today daily open point 0.6976. Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6915, daily SMA 50.0.6779, daily SMA 100.0.6534, daily SMA 200.0.6679. Levels. Previous daily high point 0.6978, previous daily low point 0.6921, previous weekly high point 0.7001, previous weekly low point 0.6922, previous monthly high point 0.7065, previous monthly low point 0.6648, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, point 0.6956, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, point 0.6942, daily pivot point S 1.0.6938, daily pivot point S 2.0.6901, daily pivot point S 3.0.6881, daily pivot point R 1.0.6996, daily pivot point R 2.0.7016, daily pivot point R 3.0.7053. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Bank of Canada deploys an additional policy tool, forward guidance RBC. http ntvforex.com news ID 60F4BA. 1 minutes ago. By Matthias Salord. At the July meeting, the Bank of Canada held monetary policy unchanged as expected. Josh Nye, senior economist at RBC, point out the forward guidance presented by the central bank suggests no interest rate hike before 2023. Key quotes. The bank did deploy an additional policy tool, forward guidance. Governing Council is pledging to keep the overnight rate at its current level until the economy is back at full capacity and inflation is sustainably at the bank's 2% target. Based on economic projections in the MPR, that 1 TB until 2023 or later. By reducing expectations of future short-term interest rates, this forward guidance is intended to keep longer-term borrowing costs low, a goal that is supported by ongoing asset purchases. As Governor Macklem clearly stated, the bank wants Canadians to know that borrowing costs will remain low for a long time. We continue to think asset purchases will continue at least through the first quarter of 2021, and likely well into next year. The bank thinks permanent scarring from the COVID-19 pandemic, less investment, less immigration, permanent business closures will reduce the economy's long-term productive capacity by 4%. So even when the economy has recovered to full capacity, which, again, the BOC doesn't see until at least 2023, GDP will be notably smaller than the previous trajectory we were on. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Bitcoin technical analysis. BTC USD losing market dominance as altcoins rally. http ntvforex.com news ID 0AD532. 1 minutes ago, BTC USD remains flat, unable to break above $9,350 or below $9,100. The Bitcoin price is currently at $9,208 after losing both daily EMAs. Bitcoin is losing all of its volatility while many altcoins are experiencing massive bull rallies to 2020 highs and even all-time highs. Bitcoin's dominance has dropped to 62% from a 69.6% high on May 15. It's clear that Bitcoin's lack of action is making investors interested in other coins, especially low market cap coins and DeFi products. BTC USD daily chart. Bitcoin is continuously dropping below the daily 12 EMA and closing above it most of the time. A clear loss of this EMA and a close below $9,100 will indicate a significant shift in momentum and will favor the bears. Even if the bears can bring Bitcoin down to $9,000, this support level is extremely robust and will need a lot of trading volume to be broken. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. S&P 500 price analysis. The S&P 500 is very close to taking out a major level. http ntvforex.com news ID B245BE. 1 minutes ago. By Rajundal, MSTA. The S&P 500 is trading 1.58% higher on Wednesday. The key resistance level is at 3,233.25. S&P 500 4-hour chart. The S&P 500 is at a critical level on Thursday and could break to a level not seen since February 25. The price printed above the key resistance but did not manage to sustain the bullish momentum. This could take the index back to a level when it really started falling due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Looking closer at the chart, there are some support levels on the downside at the purple trend lines and the black horizontal line near 3,167.50. The indicators are understandably bullish at the moment. The relative strength index is above 50 but has just moved away from the overbought area. This means there is still some more space for an upside move. The MACD signal lines are above the zero level and the histogram is also green. Looking at the higher time frame, there is a gap that could be a resistance zone at 3,328.45. This was a gap from one of the weekends where the coronavirus news really took its toll around February 21. Beyond that, we could be back at the all-time highs of 3,353.92. In terms of outperformers, the travel companies are at the top of the leaderboard. Royal Caribbean Cruises NYSE RCL and Norwegian Cruise Lines NYSE NCLH are both above 15%. Additional levels. SP 500, overview. Today last price. 3219.75 today daily change 0.47.50 today daily change percent 0.1.50 today daily open. 3172.25 Trends. Daily SMA 20.3121.42 daily SMA 50.30 54.62 daily SMA 100.28 92.88 daily SMA 200.30 36.05 Levels. Previous daily high. 3178.5 Previous daily low. 3129.25 Previous weekly high. 3184.5 Previous weekly low. 3115 Previous monthly high. 3233.25 Previous monthly low. 2936.5 Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. 3148.06 Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 3159.69 Daily Pivot Point S1. 3141.5 Daily Pivot Point S2. 3110.75 Daily Pivot Point S3. 3092.25 Daily Pivot Point R1. 3190.75 Daily Pivot Point R2. 3209.25 Daily Pivot Point R3. 3240. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD retreats from 4-month highs toward 1.14 thousand. HTTP ntvforex.com News ID 86BE8. 1 minutes ago. By Matthias Salord. US dollar recovers ground as Wall Street moved off highs. The dominant trend remains bullish in Euro USD, current slide seen as corrective. The Euro USD pair peaked after the beginning of the American session at 1.1451, the highest level since March 10. Then it corrected lower, falling toward 1.1400. So far, it has been able to remain above, but the bearish pressure persists. The move lower was triggered by a recovery of the US dollar across the board. The DXY erased most of its losses and recovered from weekly lows, rising back above 96.00. Deterioration in risk sentiment boosted the US dollar. The Dow Jones is up by 0.80%, 150 points below the daily high, while Nasdaq gains 0.35%. Optimism about a vaccine for COVID-19 continues to support markets. Earlier on Wednesday, the US dollar failed to benefit from better than expected US economic data. In a few minutes, the Federal Reserve will release the Beige Book in Europe. The key event ahead is the European Central Bank meeting on Thursday. The ECB made its big decisions in June, leaving no real probability of a change in stance now. Focus is on the press conference, where we look for Lagarde to be a bit more upbeat on the macro outlook, but firmly committed to delivering the full 1.35 TN PEP, explained analysts at TD Securities technical levels. Euro USD Overview. Today last price point 1.1406 Today daily change 0.0006 Today daily change percent 0.05 Today daily open point 1.14 Trends. Daily SMA 20.1.1267 Daily SMA 50.1.1139 Daily SMA 100.1.1052 Daily SMA 200.1.1055 Levels. Previous daily high point 1.1409 Previous daily low point 1.1325 Previous weekly high point 1.1371 Previous weekly low point 1.1243 Previous monthly high point 1.1422 Previous monthly low point 1.1097 Daily Fibonacci 38.2% 1.1377 Daily Fibonacci 61.8% 1.1357 Daily Pivot Point S1.1.1347 Daily Pivot Point S2.1.1295 Daily Pivot Point S3.1.1264 Daily Pivot Point R1.1.1431 Daily Pivot Point R2.1.1462 Daily Pivot Point R3.1.1514. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Pound sterling price news and forecast. GBP USD bulls fail ahead the previous wave high video. HTTP ntvforex.com News ID 65B74C. 1 minutes ago. By NTV Forex team. GBP USD bulls pulling cable higher once more video. The outlook for cable has become somewhat mixed in recent sessions. With the recent rally failing at $1.2670, under the resistance of the falling 7-month downtrend today at $1.2680, the fear would be that the near-term recovery would begin to retrace back within the medium-term range once more. Read more. GBP USD price analysis. Once again the bulls fail ahead of the previous wave high at 1.2666. Looking at the chart below, it is clear to see that cable was on a good run till the US came to market. The risk sentiment started well, but at about 3:30 p.m. London time the SMAs started to sell off. This then took GBP USD lower too as the USD strengthened. On the 4-hour chart below, the last candle is a bearish engulfing candle which could indicate lower prices ahead. Read more. GBP USD analysis trades at 1.2520. Yesterday, the GBP USD exchange rate declined to 1.2540. During Tuesday morning, the rate dropped to 1.2520. It is likely that the currency pair could gain support from the weekly S1 and the monthly PP near 1.2500. Thus, a reversal north could occur, and the pair could try to surpass the resistance formed by the 55 and 100-hour SMAs, as well the weekly PP in the 1.2586-1.2600 area. Read more. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/JPY rebounds from lows, struggles to rise above 107.00. http ntvforex.com news ID DF8F15. 1 minutes ago. By Aaron Senghezer, USD/JPY drops below 107.00 during the American session. Major equity indexes in the US extend rally on Wednesday. US dollar index remains on track to close the day in the red. The USD/JPY pair remained under bearish pressure after dropping below 107.00 and touched a daily low of 106.67 during the early American trading hours. Although the pair staged a rebound in the last hours, it's still losing 0.28% on the day at 106.93. USD sell-off continues on Wall Street rally. The strong inverse correlation between the USD's performance and Wall Street remains as the primary driver of the FX markets on Wednesday. Major equity indexes in the US opened the day decisively higher on coronavirus vaccine optimism and caused the USD to face another selling wave, with the S&P 500 SPX advancing to its highest level since late February at 3,238. The US dollar index DXY slumped to its lowest level in more than a month at 95.78. At the moment, the SPX is up 0.82% on the day and the DXY down 0.15% at 96.05, is looking to close the fourth straight day in the negative territory. Earlier in the day, the data published by the Federal Reserve revealed that industrial production in June increased by 5.4% and came in better than the market expectation of 4.3%. Additionally, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York's Empire State Manufacturing Index improved from 0.2 in June to 17.2 in July. During the Asian session on Thursday, industrial production and gross domestic product (GDP) data from China will be watched closely by market participants due to these data's potential to impact risk sentiment. Technical levels to watch for. USD/JPY overview. Today last price point 106.9. Today daily change 0.33. Today daily change percent 0.31. Today daily open point 107.23. Trends. Daily SMA 20.107.23. Daily SMA 50.107.44. Daily SMA 100.107.62. Daily SMA 200.108.4. Levels. Previous daily high point 107.44. Previous daily low point 107.12. Previous weekly high point 107.79. Previous weekly low point 106.64. Previous monthly high point 109.85. Previous monthly low point 106.08. Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. Point 107.24. Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. Point 107.32. Daily pivot point S1. 2.107.09 daily pivot point S 2.106.95 daily pivot point S 3.106.77 daily pivot point R 1.107.41 daily pivot point R 2.107.58 daily pivot point R 3.107.73. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. BOK ultra low rates across the term structure can be expected to remain for the foreseeable future. nfb.http ntvforex.com News ID 542AB8. 4 minutes ago. By Matthias Salord. As expected, the Bank of Canada BOK held interest rates and its purchase program unchanged. According to National Bank of Canada's analysts, the introduction of a more explicit forward guidance reinforces expectations that the key rate will be on hold for a long time. Key quotes. While there weren't many changes to Bank of Canada policy, the statement and accompanying MPR reads somewhat dovish to us, as Macklem has made it abundantly clear that the policy rate is going to remain anchored at the effective lower bound for a long time. There weren't any changes to the quantitative easing program, but we fully expect this to continue at least through the current fiscal year and likely well beyond. The introduction of more explicit forward guidance reinforces that the policy rate will be on hold for a long time, as the bank's current central scenario doesn't have inflation reaching 2% in its projection horizon through 2022. The MPR did note that the economy has so far avoided the most severe scenarios presented in the April report, but that it's expected to enter a more protracted and gradual recovery with economic slack persisting. Ultra-low rates across the term structure can be expected to remain for the foreseeable future, with the bank remaining extremely accommodative to support the economic recovery. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Mexico Economic Outlook. Third quarter 2020. http ntvforex.com News ID 711B34. 7/15/2020 5:56:18 p.m. The road to recovery will be long and bumpy. Mexico needs counter-cyclical economic policies and recover investor confidence to better face the challenging environment. Key points: we revised down our growth forecast to 10.0% range from 9.0% to 12.0%, given the stoppage of economic activities caused by COVID-19 and the effects on private investment of the temporary inconsistency derived from economic policy decisions. We anticipate that the monetary rate will be at 3% in December 2020 and that it will remain at that level during 2021 and 2022. The anticipated gradual decrease in global risk aversion will be reflected in an additional return of the exchange rate to lower depreciation levels of the peso by the end of the year. We predict that public debt in its broadest concept will be located at 56.2% of GDP in 2020 versus 44.7% in 2019. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Midday market update. Nasdaq turns negative. Immutep shares spike higher. http ntvforex.com News ID C33B2B. 7/15/2020 5:54:58 p.m. Midway through trading Wednesday, the Dow traded up 0.45% to 26,763.36, while the Nasdaq fell 0.25% to 10,462.34. The S&P also rose, gaining 0.39% to 3,210.08. The US has the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, reporting a total of 3,431,570 cases with around 136,465 deaths. Brazil confirmed a total of over 1,926,820 COVID-19 cases with 74,130 deaths, while India reported a total of at least 936,180 confirmed cases and 24,300 deaths. In total, there were at least 13,323,530 cases of COVID-19 worldwide with over 578,620 deaths, according to data compiled by Johns Hopkins University. Leading and lagging sectors. Industrial shares rose 2% on Wednesday. Meanwhile, top gainers in the sector included Bloom Energy Corporation B 35.02%, up 31%, and L.B. Foster Company FSTR 10.58%, up 14% in trading on Wednesday. Communication services shares fell 0.3%. Top headline. Goldman Sachs Group Inc. GS 0.98% reported stronger than expected results for its second quarter. Goldman Sachs reported quarterly earnings of $6.26 per share, beating analysts' estimates of $3.78 per share. The company reported sales of $13.30 billion, exceeding expectations of $9.73 billion. Goldman Sachs investment banking revenue climbed 36% year-over-year during the quarter. Equities trading up. China Finance Online Co. Limited JRJC 132.97% shares shot up 157% to $18.75 after the company announced an agreement under which Dow Jones will provide the company with access to a subset of its Chinese-language newswire service. Shares of Genetic Technologies Limited Gene 260.18% got a boost, shooting 48% to $5.61 after the company issued an update on its COVID-19 severity risk test. Immutep Limited IMMP 37.27% shares were also up, gaining 48% to $1.63 after the company said the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has granted a patent entitled Antibody Molecules to LAG-3 and Uses Thereof, which is related to embodiments of LAG-525, a humanized form of its IMP701 antibody, which is out-licensed to Novartis. Equities trading down. Znex, Incorporated ZYXI 14.24% shares tumbled 11% to $23.35 after the company announced a proposed common stock offering of 2.5 million shares at $22 per share. Shares of QMU Corporation QUMU 20.41% were down 16% to $4.3101. QMU said it sees preliminary 2020 sales of $29 million. Sphere 3D Corp. NE 20.86% was down, falling 25% to $3.5129 after the company announced the acquisition of Rainmaker Worldwide Commodities. In commodity news, oil traded up 1.1% to $40.73, while gold traded down 0.1% to $1,811.10. Silver traded up 0.9% Wednesday to $19.71, while copper fell 1.7% to $2.8825. Eurozone. European shares were higher today. The Eurozone's STOXX 600 rose 1.84%, the Spanish IBEX index rose 1.88%, while Italy's FTSE MIB index climbed 2.22%. Meanwhile, the German DAX 30 climbed 1.87%, French CAC 40 surged 2.22% and UK shares rose 1.92%. Economics. The New York Empire State Manufacturing Index climbed to 17.2 in July versus 0.2 in the prior month. Import prices rose 1.4% in June after gaining 0.8% in May. Export prices in the U.S. rose 1.4% in June after a revised 0.4% increase in May. U.S. industrial production gained 5.4% in June, following a 1.4% rise in May. U.S. crude inventories dropped 7.5 million barrels for the week ended July 10, the Energy Information Administration reported. However, analysts expected a fall of 2.1 million barrels. Crude stocks at the Cushing, Oklahoma, hub rose around 900,000 barrels last week. Gasoline supply dropped 3.1 million barrels, while distillate stockpiles declined 453,000 barrels for the week. The Federal Open Market Committee will release its latest Beige Book report at 2:00 p.m. ET. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Stellar price outlook. XLM USD looking to crack 10 cents after Samsung Galaxy smartphones add support for its blockchain. http://ntvforex.com news ID FFBCBF. 2 minutes ago, Samsung's blockchain app has now integrated the Stellar blockchain into its system. XLM USD is reacting positively to the news with a quick 3% price boost. Stellar was already bullish after a massive breakout towards $1. After the announcement today, XLM price jumped again to $0.098 but got rejected slightly. There is still time for XLM to go higher and perhaps hit a new 2020 high. Samsung Galaxy supports Stellar. The Stellar Foundation just announced the integration of the Stellar blockchain into the Samsung blockchain keys Tor. Stellar has become the fifth blockchain network supported by Samsung. Stellar's integration into the Samsung blockchain keys Tor is a significant step for our network and the incredible ecosystem of applications built on this platform. Samsung provides a key management solution that is user-friendly and drives greater adoption of blockchain technology. With this integration, we've opened up to a new network of users that can benefit from the combined innovation of Stellar and Samsung. Donnell Dixon, CEO and Executive Director of SDF. According to the announcement, 4 Stellar-based platforms are committing to meeting all requirements for their applications to be available in the keys Tor XLM $1 hour chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Fed's Beige Book economic activity increased in almost all districts. http://ntvforex.com news ID 930F77. 5 minutes ago. By Aaron Sengezer. Economic activity increased in almost all districts but remained well below where it was prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the U.S. Federal Reserve noted in its Beige Book. Additional takeaways. Consumer spending picked up as many non-essential businesses were allowed to reopen. Retail sales rose in all districts, led by a rebound in vehicle sales. Demand for professional and business services increased in most districts but was still weak. Loan demand was flat outside of some Paycheck Protection Program (PPP) activity and increased residential mortgages. Outlooks remained highly uncertain, as contacts grappled with how long the pandemic would continue and the magnitude of its implications. Employment increased in all districts as businesses reopened or increased activity, gains in retail and hospitality highlighted. Contacts across districts largely reported both input and selling prices were flat. Job turnover rates remained high with districts reporting new layoffs. Contacts in several districts reported that supply chain challenges were pushing up prices for health and safety equipment. There were also reports of rising food and beverage prices, particularly for beef. When selling prices changed, decreases outnumbered increases, as contacts in several districts cited weak demand and limited pricing power. Market reaction. The US dollar index largely ignored these remarks and was last seen losing 0.1% on the day at 96.09. Meanwhile, Wall Street's main indexes were up between 0.67% and 1%, reflecting a slight improvement in risk sentiment. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Mexico. The road to recovery will be long and bumpy. BBVA. http://ntvforex.com news ID 2B5666. 7 minutes ago. By Matthias Salord. Economists at BBVA Research Department revised their GDP growth forecast for Mexico to 10%. They expect Banxico to keep cutting rates, reaching 3% in December. Regarding MXN, they point out it could appreciate if global risk aversion decreases. Key quotes. We revised down our growth forecast to 10.0% range from 9.0% to 12.0%, given the stoppage of economic activities caused by COVID-19 and the effects on private investment of the temporary inconsistency derived from economic policy decisions. Mexico needs counter-cyclical economic policies and recover investor confidence to better face the challenging environment. We anticipate that the monetary rate will be at 3% in December 2020 and that it will remain at that level during 2021 and 2022. The anticipated gradual decrease in global risk aversion will be reflected in an additional return of the exchange rate to lower depreciation levels of the peso by the end of the year. We predict that public debt in its broadest concept will be located at 56.2% of GDP in 2020 versus 44.7% in 2019. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold prices march on above a key support structure as inflation expectations ramp up. http ntvforex.com News ID 60E49C. 0 minutes ago. By Ross J. Berland. Gold bulls firming their hand in the 1,800 levels as confidence in the economy and inflation expectations grow. A COVID-19 vaccine could be proven to be successful in a study that will start around July 27. Gold has made a mark on the $1,800 level, holding the support structure above $1,786.90 on a retest and pulling in commitments from the bulls. Inflation expectations and uncertainties remain the core fundamentals of the outlook. We have seen risk markets improved on the back of promising vaccine results which tempered some of the bullishness out of gold momentarily. Banks earnings season, so far, exceptionally good. Meanwhile, U.S. equities are a strong focus for this week considering the bank's earnings. As much of the coronavirus markets have been full of surprises, it might have been somehow expected to be no different for this week's earnings results considering it was a quarter laden with economic lockdowns and bankruptcies in the U.S. Even with the CEO of JP Morgan Chase's stark warnings in yesterday's guidance investors are committed to the bid on the back of stronger than expected second quarter earnings results from the majority of the results so far. Despite some recent positive macroeconomic data and significant, decisive government action, we still face much uncertainty regarding the future path of the economy. Chase CEO Jamie Dimon said in a statement. However, we are prepared for all eventualities as our fortress balance sheet allows us to remain a port in the storm. This is not a normal recession. The recessionary part of this you're going to see down the road. You will see the effect of this recession. You're just not going to see it right away because of all the stimulus today. Goldman Sachs also reported stronger than expected second quarter earnings results, as surging revenues despite the pandemic buttressed the bottom line and its stock price. Goldman's fixed income, currency, and commodities FICC sales and trading revenue $4.23 billion, the highest quarterly revenue in 9 years. Meanwhile, equities trading generated $2.94 billion in revenues, its best quarter in 11 years. Collectively, those businesses accounted for 54% of Goldman's quarterly revenues. The firm's core investment banking business delivered $2.66 billion in earnings, up 36% from the same period a year ago. The turbulence we have seen in recent months only reinforces our commitment to the strategy we outlined earlier this year to investors. CEO David Solomon said in a statement. While the economic outlook remains uncertain, I am confident that we will continue to be the firm of choice for clients around the world who are looking to reshape their businesses and rebuild a more resilient economy. He confidently added, setting the stage for higher markets for the foreseeable future. So where does this leave gold? The yellow metal can take a breather on a mix of risk on and firmer dollars, but the inflation injection could be real should the rubber hit the road in terms of a vaccine impetus. An experimental vaccine, developed by Fauci's colleagues at the National Institutes of Health and Moderna Inc. is the first COVID-19 vaccine tested in the US, and it has been reported to have heightened 45 volunteers' immune systems just the way scientists had hoped. No matter how you slice this is good news, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the US government's top infectious disease expert, told the Associated Press the shots are poised to begin key final testing around July 27. It will be a far larger study of 30,000 people which will prove whether or not the shots really are strong enough to protect against the coronavirus. Any weakness from a risk-on environment should be only a temporary knee-jerk reaction, as a vaccine would do well to boost inflation expectations as confidence grows in the economic recovery, leaving real rates trading near their lows. which is a powerful driver of gold prices, analysts at TD Securities argued. Looking forward, however, we may soon be entering a period in which tactical trading could reap its benefits. After all, as inflation expectations normalize towards pre-pandemic levels, the marginal tick higher in expectations may have a more stringent hurdle also. While not at worrying levels just yet, we are starting to note a renewed speculative interest in the gold futures market, as positioning levels grew substantially in recent weeks on the industrial side. Should commodity demand resume its upward trajectory, the white metal could continue to outperform, benefiting from both the positive precious metals environment and its industrial characteristics. That being said, we do not expect significant flow from CTA trend followers for the time being. Gold levels: the daily chart has shows price holding above structure following a correction of the prior impulse. Bulls will look for the current resistance to turn to support to confirm an upside bias within this potential impulse. Overview. Today last price point 1811.92, today daily change 0.2.78, today daily change percent 0.15, today daily open point 1809.14. Trends. Daily SMA 20.17, 74.64, daily SMA 50.17, 41.98, daily SMA 100.16, 91.19, daily SMA 200.16, 04.02. Levels. Previous daily high point 1810.98, previous daily low point 1790.42, previous weekly high point 1818.17, previous weekly low point 1770.16, previous monthly high point 1785.91, previous monthly low point 1670.76, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 0.1803.13, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, 0.1798.27, daily pivot point S 1.1796.05, daily pivot point S 2.1782.95, daily pivot point S 3.1775.49, daily pivot point R 1.1816.61, daily pivot point R 2.1824.07, daily pivot point R 3.1837.17. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold price news and forecast. XAU/USD uptrend will start if it rises above 1817.8. http ntvforex.com news ID 57A760. July 15, 19:22 GMT. By NTV Forex team. Gold price analysis: where XAU/USD can go to once it exits swamp of technical lines. Confluence Detector. The price of gold has been somewhat limited to a narrow range just above $1,800. There are several technical lines explaining why XAU/USD stuck, but also bullish targets for the precious metal, once it loses its chains. The technical confluences indicator is showing that gold is mired between $1,804 and $1,806, which is a dense cluster including the simple moving average 215M, the SMA 51H, the Bollinger Band 1H lower, the Fibonacci 23.6% 1 day, the BB 15 minutes lower, the BB 4H middle, the Fibonacci 23.6% 1 week, and more. Read more. Gold uptrend will start if it rises above 1817.8. Uptrend. An uptrend will start as soon as the pair rises above resistance level 1817.8, which will be followed by moving up to resistance level 1829.8. Downtrend. The downtrend may be expected to continue, while pair is trading below resistance level 1817.8. which will be followed by reaching support level 1801.8. 1787. Read more. Gold prices march on above a key support structure as inflation expectations ramp up. Gold has made a mark on the $1,800 level, holding the support structure above $1,786.90 on a retest and pulling in commitments from the bulls. Inflation expectations and uncertainties remain the core fundamentals of the outlook. We have seen risk markets improved on the back of promising vaccine results, which tempered some of the bullishness out of gold momentarily. Read more. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. DXY meeting resistance in a bullish correction, bears lurking on risk on themes gaining traction. http ntvforex.com News ID 5F1B29. July 15, 19:16 GMT. By Ross J. Berland. DXY holding up despite risk on themes kicking into the financial market's playbook this week. Signs of a vaccine for COVID-19, surprisingly strong bank earnings reports and positive economic activity fueling optimism. The US dollar has made a technical upside correction, but the fundamentals are starting to stack up for the bears this juncture. There is news that a vaccine is showing promising signs of working against the coronavirus, and there is plenty of optimism being priced into markets with regards to prospects of a faster economic recovery in the US and the world. The US dollar has benefited from deteriorating outlooks for global growth and tightening liquidity in financial markets pertaining to the downturn and virus impacts. COVID-19 vaccine in the making. Fauci's colleagues at the National Institutes of Health and Moderna Inc. developed the first COVID-19 vaccine tested in the US in the first round of tests on 45 volunteers. It has been reported to have heightened their immune systems just the way scientists had hoped. The shots are poised to begin key final testing around July 27. The final round will be a far larger study of 30,000 people, which will prove whether or not the shots really are strong enough to protect against the coronavirus. Banks' earnings in view, shaping a risk-on mood. This week is a pivotal one, with crucial data on the cards and US banks reporting their quarterly earnings and guidance on the outlook for the economic recovery. Yesterday was a positive outcome overall from 3 of the top banks, for which 2 of their earnings beat expectations today. Goldman Sachs also reported stronger than expected second quarter earnings results, as surging revenues despite the pandemic buttressed the bottom line and its stock price. Goldman's fixed income, currency, and commodities FICC sales and trading revenue $4.23 billion, the highest quarterly revenue in 9 years. Meanwhile, equities trading generated $2.94 billion in revenues, its best quarter in 11 years. Collectively, those businesses accounted for 54% of Goldman's quarterly revenues. The firm's core investment banking business delivered $2.66 billion in earnings, up 36% from the same period a year ago. The turbulence we have seen in recent months only reinforces our commitment to the strategy we outlined earlier this year to investors. CEO David Solomon said in a statement. While the economic outlook remains uncertain, I am confident that we will continue to be the firm of choice for clients around the world who are looking to reshape their businesses and rebuild a more resilient economy, he confidently added, setting the stage for higher markets for the foreseeable future. Global recovery on the way. Indeed, the mood has been shifting gears on the back of surprisingly strong performances by the banks, a mood that could be supported if the release of tonight's Chinese 2Q20 GDP does not disappoint. Also, today's US Beige Book, it was shown that economic activity increased in almost all districts. Here are some of the key positive takeaways from the report. Consumer spending picked up as many non-essential businesses were allowed to reopen. Retail sales rose in all districts, led by a rebound in vehicle sales. Demand for professional and business services increased in most districts but was still weak. Employment increased in all districts as businesses reopened or increased activity, gains in retail and hospitality highlighted. Full news. Fed's Beige Book. Economic activity increased in almost all districts. EU Recovery Fund is full focus. The news risks, besides economic data in US retail sales and the aforementioned Chinese GDP, comes with the European Central Bank, albeit likely playing second fiddle to the progress on an EU recovery fund. No new measures from the ECB are expected at the July meeting, so there is going to be the potential of a more important driver at the EU summit starting on Friday, setting the stage for a potentially softer ground for the greenback net week should the euro get a boost on any positive outcomes. DXY structures. Bears can eye a 61.8% Fibonacci retracement target as follows. Monthly chart. Hourly resistance playing out as well for near-term structure analysis. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Oil price analysis. WTI makes another move higher but cannot break the $41.64 resistance. http ntvforex.com news ID D3006B. 29 minutes ago. By Rajundal, MSTA WTI is trading 1.41% higher on Wednesday. Both DOE and API inventory levels produced drawdowns. WTI 4-hour chart. WTI has had a positive session on Wednesday after a large drawdown in DOE inventory levels. Today was also the OPEC-JMMC meeting where the members discuss keeping a 2 million barrel per day cut for the next 2 months, which is lower than the original deal. One way or another, the OPEC group will need to exit taper from the production cuts, and they will want to try to avoid another price crash. So far the cartel has avoided the taper tantrum and the price has moved higher in the session. The chart is still very much a bullish one. The price continues to make higher low higher high waves but crucially cannot take out the red horizontal line. The relative strength index indicator has made a bullish signal too. The trend line on the indicator has broken to the upside, indicating that momentum is once again with the bulls. The MACD is also bullish as both the signal lines and histogram are above the zero level. The next major resistance zone on the higher time frames is holding at $42.20 per barrel. This is the swing low from December 21, 2018. The maker also found support at $41.83 per barrel back in January 2017, so this could also be a sticky point. Additional levels. WTI overview. Today last price point 41.28, today daily change 0.62, today daily change percent 1.52, today daily open 40.66. Trends. Daily SMA 20.39.78, daily SMA 50.35.85, daily SMA 100.32.53, daily SMA 200.44.45. Levels. Previous daily high point 40.77, previous daily low. 39.3, previous weekly high point 41.14, previous weekly low. 38.73, previous monthly high point 41.65, previous monthly low. 34.45, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 40.21, daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 39.86, daily pivot point S1. 39.72, daily pivot point S2. 38.77, daily pivot point S3. 38.25, daily pivot point R1.41.19, daily pivot point R2.41.71, daily pivot point R3.42.66. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. S&P 500 top movers. Cruise liner stocks soar on coronavirus vaccine hopes. http ntvforex.com news ID A7C967. 45 minutes ago. By Aaron Sengezer. S&P 500 rose to its highest level since late February. Coronavirus vaccine optimism boosts cruise liner stocks on Wednesday. BK falls more than 5% amid cautious outlook. The S&P 500 index SPX advanced to its highest level since late February at 3,238 on Wednesday, boosted by reports reviving optimism surrounding effective coronavirus vaccine. As of writing, the SPX was up 0.88% on the day at 3,225 earlier in the day. Moderna said that it received robust immune response to its experimental coronavirus vaccine and announced that it will start its late-stage trial with 30,000 participants later this month. Additionally, Robert Peston, ITV News political editor, reported that Oxford's COVID-19 vaccine was generating positive results. S&P 500 top movers. Cruise liner stocks, which suffered heavy losses during the coronavirus-related stock market sell-off, are rising sharply on Wednesday. At the moment, Royal Caribbean Cruises Ltd RCL and Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings Ltd NCLH shares gain more than 20% and Carnival Corp CCL shares are up 16.2%. On the other hand, Bank of New York Mellon Corp BK shares are down 5.23% on the day at $36.93 as the worst performer. Although the company reported better than expected second quarter revenue, CEO Todd Gibbons said that downside risks remained from economic uncertainty and the significant pressure from low interest rates. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. GBP USD forecast sellers aligned around 1.2660. http ntvforex.com news ID 1AFE06 7/15/2020 7:37:43 p.m. GBP USD current price 1.2581. UK inflation picked up in June but stands far below BOE's 2% target. Attention now shifts to the UK employment data to be out this Thursday. GBP USD is holding on to familiar levels, still unable to attract buyers. The GBP USD pair surged to 1.2649, amid a combination of risk appetite and encouraging UK data. According to the Office of National Statistics, inflation picked up in June to 0.6% YoY, beating the expected 0.4%. Still below BOE's 2% target, the uptick in inflation is surely a positive sign of an economic recovery. Also, the producer price index in the mentioned month declined by 0.8% YoY, better than the 1.1% anticipated. The pair, however, gave up most of its intraday gains to settle with modest gains in the 1.2580 price zone, as retreating equities supported a dollar's comeback this Thursday. The UK will publish its latest employment data. The ILO unemployment rate for the 3 months to May is seen at 4.2% from 3.9% previously, while the claimant count change in June is foreseen at 250k GBP USD short-term technical outlook. The GBP USD pair is technically neutral according to the 4-hour chart, unable to sustain gains beyond a flat 20 SMA. Technical indicators, in the meantime, lack directional strength around their midlines. Strong selling interest seems aligned around the 1.265060 price zone, while the 200 DMA stands around 1.2690. The bullish case will be firmer only if the pair manages to advance beyond this last support levels 1.2550, 1.2505, 1.2460. Resistance levels 1.2660, 1.2695, 1.2740. View live chart for the GBP USD. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD forecast optimistic bulls to challenge yearly high. http ntvforex.com news ID 0221A4 7/15/2020 7:35:58 p.m. Euro USD current price 1.1403. The ECB is having a monetary policy meeting this Thursday, with no substantial changes expected. Fears and hopes related to the coronavirus pandemic are the main market motor. Euro USD pulled back from intraday highs but retains its bullish bias. The Euro USD pair hit 1.1451, the highest since last March, when the pair reached 1.1496, as optimism ruled throughout most of this Wednesday. The upbeat mood was triggered by hopes on the Moderna vaccine, as the biotech firm said it had been found it induces immune responses in all of the volunteers who got it in a Phase 1 study. After opening with substantial gains, U.S. equities retreated, helping the dollar to recover some ground ahead of the close. Meanwhile, the number of global coronavirus cases continues to rise, spurring concerns about economic progress. The EU didn't release macroeconomic data, but the U.S. published the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index for July, which improved from 0.2 to 17.2. The country also released the June Import Price Index and the Export Price Index for the same month, both better than anticipated. Also, June industrial production improved to 5.4% in the month, beating the market's expectations, while capacity utilization surged to 68.6% this Thursday. The ECB is having a monetary policy meeting, widely expected to maintain the status quo. Still, it is a first-tier event that can trigger action around the shared currency. As for the US, the country will publish June retail sales, seen up by a modest 3.6% after surging by 11% in the previous month. EUR/USD short-term technical outlook. The EUR/USD pair is trading above 1.1400, maintaining its bullish stance. The 4-hour chart shows that it keeps developing well above all of its moving averages, with the 20 SMA heading sharply north at around 1.1365. The larger moving averages also turned higher, below the shorter one. Technical indicators have eased from overbought readings, but hold well above their midlines, a sign of limited selling interest. A steeper advance is to be expected on a break above 1.1460, a strong static resistance area support levels 1.1380, 1.1345, 1.1300. Resistance levels 1.1420, 1.1460, 1.1495. View live chart for the EUR/USD. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Mid-afternoon market update. Dow surges over 200 points. Molecular biotech shares climb. http ntvforex.com. News ID B72F67 7/15/2027 09:25 p.m. Toward the end of trading Wednesday, the Dow traded up 0.82% to 26,861.77, while the Nasdaq rose 0.74% to 10,566.31. The S&P also rose, gaining 0.97% to 3,228.45. The U.S. has the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, reporting a total of 3,431,570 cases with around 136,465 deaths. Brazil confirmed a total of over 1,926,820 COVID-19 cases with 74,130 deaths, while India reported a total of at least 936,180 confirmed cases and 24,300 deaths. In total, there were at least 13,323,530 cases of COVID-19 worldwide with over 578,620 deaths, according to data compiled by Johns Hopkins University. Leading and lagging sectors. Industrial shares rose 2.6% on Wednesday. Meanwhile, top gainers in the sector included Bloom Energy Corporation B 36.93%, up 37%, and American Airlines Group Incorporated AAL 15.04%, up 15%. In trading on Wednesday, utilities shares fell 0.2%. Top headline. Goldman Sachs Group Inc. GS 1.01% reported stronger than expected results for its second quarter. Goldman Sachs reported quarterly earnings of $6.26 per share, beating analysts' estimates of $3.78 per share. The company reported sales of $13.30 billion, exceeding expectations of $9.73 billion. Goldman Sachs investment banking revenue climbed 36% year-over-year during the quarter. Equities trading up. China Finance Online Co. Limited JRJC 111.35% shares shot up 115% to $15.68 after the company announced an agreement under which Dow Jones will provide the company with access to a subset of its Chinese language newswire service. Shares of Genetic Technologies Limited Gene 302.21% got a boost, shooting 307% to $9.19 after the company issued an update on its COVID-19 severity risk test. Molecular Biotech, Incorporated MBRX 32.48% shares were also up, gaining 34% to $1.0499 after the company announced an agreement to produce its WP1122 for the expanded development of a potential coronavirus and oncology drug candidate. Equities trading down. Xenex, Incorporated ZYXI 15.06% shares tumbled 15% to $22.36 after the company announced a proposed common stock offering of 2.5 million shares at $22 per share. Shares of QMU Corporation QUMU 16.11% were down 17% to $4.30. QMU said it sees preliminary 2020 sales of $29 million. Sphere 3D Corp NE 17.2% was down, falling 13% to $4.03 after the company announced the acquisition of Rainmaker Worldwide Commodities. In commodity news, oil traded up 2.3% to $41.22, while gold traded up 0.1% to $1,813.90. Silver traded up 1.2% Wednesday to $19.765, while copper fell 1.7% to $2.8835. Eurozone. European shares closed higher today. The Eurozone's STOXX 600 rose 1.76%, the Spanish IBEX index rose 1.84%, while Italy's FTSE MIB index climbed 2.02%. Meanwhile, the German DAX 30 climbed 1.84%, French CAC 40 surged 2.03% and UK shares rose 1.83%. Economics. The New York Empire State Manufacturing Index climbed to 17.2 in July versus 0.2 in the prior month. Import prices rose 1.4% in June after gaining 0.8% in May. Export prices in the U.S. rose 1.4% in June after a revised 0.4% increase in May. U.S. industrial production gained 5.4% in June, following a 1.4% rise in May. U.S. crude inventories dropped 7.5 million barrels for the week ended July 10, the Energy Information Administration reported. However, analysts expected a fall of 2.1 million barrels. Crude stocks at the Cushing, Oklahoma hub rose around 900,000 barrels last week. Gasoline supply dropped 3.1 million barrels, while distillate stockpiles declined 453,000 barrels for the week. The Federal Open Market Committee released its latest Beige Book report. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/JPY forecast break below 106.00 becomes more likely. http ntvforex.com news ID 5D0B57 7/15/2020 7:39:51 p.m. USD/JPY current price 106.95. The BOJ left its monetary policy unchanged as expected, downgraded growth and inflation forecasts. A spike in coronavirus cases in Tokyo triggered a local alert, no lockdown just yet. USD/JPY declined on $'s self-weakness, could accelerate its slump once below 106.60. The USD/JPY pair fell to 106.66, bouncing once again from the support area, yet finishing the day in the red just below the 107.00 mark. The decline was the result of the broad $'s weakness, falling despite risk appetite took over financial markets, on hopes about progress in a coronavirus vaccine. The slide continued at the beginning of the American session, with the dollar trading inversely to Wall Street. The Bank of Japan announced its latest decision on monetary policy, which had no impact on yen's price. Policymakers maintained the man rate unchanged at 0.1%, and its 10-year JGB target around 0%, yet as expected, they downgraded forecasts. The economy is now seeing shrinking between 4.5% and 5.7% in the current fiscal year. Core inflation is expected to stay between 0.5% and 0.7% in the same period. Meanwhile, Tokyo raised its alert to the highest levels this Wednesday amid a spike in coronavirus contagions. The country 1T published relevant data this Thursday. USD/JPY short-term technical outlook. The USD/JPY pair is at risk of extending its decline, according to intraday readings. In the 4-hour chart, the pair is comfortably consolidating below all of its moving averages, which continue to lack directional strength. The momentum indicator heads south below its midline, while the RSI stabilized around 41 after flirting with oversold readings. A stepper decline towards the 105.90 price zone seems likely on a break below the 106.60 support area. Support levels 106.60, 106.20, 105.90. Resistance levels 107.30, 107.75, 108.10. View live chart for the USD JPY. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD forecast. Australian employment figures are already old news. http ntvforex.com news ID BF0FDB 7/15/2020 7:41:46 p.m. AUD/USD current price 0.6997. Australia expected to have recovered 112.5k job positions in June, unemployment seen at 7.4%. Major pairs continue to move on sentiment instead than on data. AUD/USD bullish around 0.7000, needs to conquer the 0.7060 price zone. Risk appetite sent the AUD/USD pair to 0.7037, yet as it happens lately, the pair was unable to sustain gains above the 0.7000 threshold. The pair rallied despite July Westpac consumer confidence came in at 6.1%, falling from the previous 6.3%. Now trading just around the mentioned level, investors are waiting for June Australian employment data. Expectations indicate that the country could have added 112.5k new jobs, after losing roughly 830k jobs in the previous 2 months, as a result of the ongoing pandemic. The unemployment rate is seen rising to 7.4% after jumping to 7.1% in the previous month, an almost 2-decade high. However, good news could be offset by the latest Melbourne lockdown, which means employment numbers will likely fall again in the upcoming months. Also, China will publish its Q2 GDP, foreseen at 9.6% from 9.8% in Q1. This last will also unveil June retail sales and industrial production, both seen recovering from negative levels. AUD/USD short-term technical outlook. The AUD/USD pair is at the upper end of its latest range, but still far below the high set this year at 0.7063. The technical picture favors a bullish extension that could be triggered by data, although the pair needs to conquer the mentioned area to be able to extend its gains in the following sessions. The 4-hour chart shows that the price is comfortable well above all of its moving averages, with the 20 SMA heading modestly higher above the larger ones, as technical indicators consolidate above their midlines, reflecting absent selling interest. Support levels 0.6980, 0.6940, 0.6895. Resistance levels 0.7025, 0.7060, 0.7100. View live chart for the AUD/USD. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Cryptocurrency market news. Samsung announces support for Stellar blockchain. Grayscale got over $900 million invested in crypto from institutions. http ntvforex.com news ID 87F47D. July 15, 1948 GMT. Here is what you need to know on Wednesday, July 15, 2020. BTC USD is still trading around $9,200 after another flat day. Volatility continues to drop and it's now at its 5th lowest level ever by its 60-day volatility rate. ETH/USD dropped in comparison to Bitcoin and others and has lost the daily 12 EMA but still has time to recover above it. XRP/USD remains stronger even though it's also slowly dropping. Bulls are keeping XRP price above 19 cents for now. Bitcoin price might be flat, however, altcoins are soaring. Chainlink continues climbing the ladder and it's ranked 8th already after another boost today towards $8.51. EV is also surging with an 18% price increase hitting 26 cents and a $347 million market capitalization. Surprisingly, Algorand has hit yet another all-time high at $0.0165 chart of the day XLM1 US dollar hour chart market. According to a recent report by Grayscale, one of the largest crypto trust funds, it has raised a total of $906 million for crypto-related products. Grayscale is known for continuously buying massive amounts of Bitcoin and Ethereum. It already raised $500 million in the first quarter of 2020 and a total of $1.4 billion during 2020. It seems that the majority of investments came from institutional investors. The Stellar Foundation has revealed that Samsung will support the Stellar blockchain, integrating it in its blockchain keys Tor. This integration allows users to store Stellar private keys in a secure environment inside Samsung's devices. The announcement made Stellar jump to $0.098 within hours, getting a massive 13% price boost. It has cooled off a bit now, trading at $0.092. Industry.Revolut is partnering up with Paxos to launch a new crypto trading service in the United States. According to the announcement, Revolut will use Paxos crypto brokerage service and will provide the ability to buy and hold cryptos directly to its customers. Charles Cascarilla, CEO and co-founder of Paxos, commented, "The digital asset revolution has started and more companies like Revolut see it coming. With Paxos crypto brokerage, companies can leverage our expertise and regulatory compliance to easily and securely integrate crypto into their applications. We're proud to offer financial market infrastructure that supports an open, digital financial future." Quote of the day: Bitcoin actually has the balance and incentives center, and that is why it is starting to take off. Julian Assange. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD struggles to gather upside traction as Aussie jobless rate rises. http ntvforex.com News ID D39602 0140 GMT. By Omkar Godbole, AUD/USD trades in the red near 0.6995 on dismal Aussie jobs report. Australia's jobless rate ticked higher to 7.4% and full-time jobs tanked. The Sino-US tensions keep risk appetite under pressure. The AUD/USD pair is struggling to draw bids as Australia's jobless rate ticked higher in June and full-time employment tanked. The pair is currently trading in the red at 0.6994, having hit a high of 0.7012 before the release of the jobs data. Australia's jobless rate rose to 7.4% as expected, having increased to 7.1% in May from 6.4% in April, and the participation rate rose to 64% versus expectations for 63.6% and 62.9% previous. Indeed, the Australian economy added 210.8k jobs in June compared to expectations for 112.5k additions, having shed 227.7k jobs in May. However, full-time employment fell by 38.1k following an 89.1k drop in May. The weak data validates RBA's dovish stance on interest rates. The policymakers clarified in July's meeting that the cash rate will remain flat until progress is made towards full employment and inflation is within the 2%-3% target. The uptick in the jobless rate coupled with the escalating tensions between the US and China could keep the Aussie dollar under pressure during the day ahead. US President Donald Trump, on Tuesday, signed an executive order to shun Hong Kong's special trading status and threatened additional steps that got the expected response from China. As per the latest reports, the US is said to be weighing a sweeping travel ban on Chinese Communist Party members, a move that is likely to prompt sharp retaliation. The S&P 500 futures are flashing red at press time, a sign of impending risk aversion that could add to bearish pressures around the Aussie dollar. It seems the optimism generated by the news of coronavirus vaccine has faded. Technical levels. AUD/USD, overview. Today last price point 0.7 today daily change 0.0008 today daily change %. 0.11 today daily open point 0.7008. Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6922 daily SMA 50.0.6791 daily SMA 100.0.6539 daily SMA 200.0.668. Levels. Previous daily high point 0.7038 previous daily low point 0.697 previous weekly high point 0.7001 previous weekly low point 0.6922 previous monthly high point 0.7065 previous monthly low point 0.6648 daily Fibonacci 38.2% 0.7012 daily Fibonacci 61.8% 0.6996 daily pivot point S 1.0.6972 daily pivot point S 2.0.6937 daily pivot point S 3.0.6904 daily pivot point R 1.0.7041 daily pivot point R 2.0.7074 daily pivot point R 3.0.7109. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUDJPY pops and drops below 75.00 after Aussie jobs report. http ntvforex.com news ID BD8E54 0137 GMT. Biannual Panchal AUDJPY fails to keep the uptick to 75.00 after Aussie unemployment rate matches downbeat forecast. Market's risk tone dwindles amid recent worries concerning the Sino-American relations. A busy day ahead with Chinese GDP be the immediate catalyst. AUDJPY declines to 74.80 during Thursday's Asian session. The pair recently seesawed around 75.00 after Australia's June month employment data cited mixed figures. In doing so, the quote snaps the previous 3-day winning streak while Aussie employment change crossed 112.5k expected with 210.8k. Traders might have taken clues from unemployment rate that met market consensus of 7.4% versus 7.1% prior read breaking Aussie June employment beats expectations, AUD whippy in HAMP's formation. Earlier during the day, foreign investments in Japan stocks for the period ended on July 10 rose from 77B to 67.2B with foreign bond investments surging past 520.7B to 1065.7B. Talking about the risk catalysts, the pair recently shrugged off the escalation in the US-China tussle followed by signals that the Trump administration is considering sweeping sanctions on the key diplomats from Beijing. The news follows previous headlines indicating the U.S. policymakers' investigations of the Chinese apps and Beijing's readiness to retaliate American interference in Hong Kong matter. Furthermore, the surge in Victoria's virus figures and fears of further hardships in Tokyo residents, after the highest alerts due to the pandemic, added to the risk reset. As a result, the market's previous optimism, backed by hopes that the COVID-19 vaccine, seems to fade, and the same could be witnessed in S&P 500 futures pullback from the late February top. Also portraying the shift in trading sentiment are mild losses by Japan's Nikkei 225 and Australia's ASX 200. Moving on, traders will keep eyes on China's data dump, including second quarter Q2 GDP, June month industrial production and retail sales, for immediate direction. Although forecasts suggest further recovery of the AUDJPY prices, any disappointment from the data will not be taken lightly and can add a burden to the market's risk sentiment. Technical analysis. An upward sloping trend line from June 12 and 21-day SMA increases the importance of $74.25 as the key support. On the contrary, bulls move gradually towards June month's top of 76.79 with 75.00 and 75.60 acting as intermediate halts. Additional important levels. Overview. Today last price point 74.86 today daily change 0.08 today daily change percent 0.11% today daily open point 74.94 Trends. Daily SMA 20.74.21 Daily SMA 50.72.98 Daily SMA 100.70.33 Daily SMA 200.72.41 Levels. Previous daily high 0.75.28 Previous daily low 0.74.75 Previous weekly high 0.75.16 Previous weekly low 0.73.98 Previous monthly high 0.76.79 Previous monthly low 0.71.61 Daily Fibonacci 38.2% 0.75.08 Daily Fibonacci 61.8% 0.74.95 Daily Pivot Point S 1.74.7 Daily Pivot Point S 2.74.45 Daily Pivot Point S 3.74.16 Daily Pivot Point R 1.75.23 Daily Pivot Point R 2.75.52 Daily Pivot Point R 3.75.76 Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Breaking Aussie June employment beats expectations, AUD Whippy in HAMP S formation. http ntvforex.com News ID C8B16E 0132 GMT. By NTV Forex team. Reuters reported that Australia's unemployment rate jumped to a level last seen in the late 1990s, even though jobs grew by far more than expected as more people went looking for work. Official data for June on Thursday showed the unemployment rate shot up to 7.4% in June, from 7.1% in May and marking the highest since November 1998, according to figures from the Australian Bureau of Statistics ABS. The participation rate increased by 1.3 percentage points to 64%. The jump in the jobless rate came even as employment surged by 210,800 in June following hefty falls in April and May. Economists polled by Reuters had expected an increase of about 112,000 jobs. Australia's June labour force survey is out as follows. Aussie jobs outcome Australia June employment 210.8k adjective Reuters poll 112.5k. Australia June unemployment rate 7.4 PCT, adjective Reuters poll 7.4. Australia June full-time employment 38.1k adjective. Australia June participation rate 64.0 PCT, adjective Reuters poll 63.6 PCT. ABS says hours worked rose 4.0% in June but remained 6.8% lower than March. ABS says around 70% of newly unemployed people Indiana June were not in the labor force in May. ABS says underemployment rate decreased by 1.4 percentage points, to 11.7%. AUD/USD outlook. AUD/USD was in the process of forming a head and shoulders before the data on the hourly time frame. However, the support structure to the left was reinforcing the prospects of a failed reversal pattern. Looking left on the 4HR, that support is reinforced by multiple tops. Oxford scientists believe they could have breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine telegraph. Following the outcome, we now are in the situation where the bears have their fills at the said target, and bulls will be eager to pounce on bullish headlines pertaining to COVID-19 vaccine progress for a run to the upside. Alternatively, the price could complete a 50% mean reversion to the compelling highs of earlier this week before making its next bullish impulse below. The daily outlook is bullish above support structure. Add through resistance description of the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics is the number of unemployed workers divided by the total civilian labour force. If the rate hikes, indicates a lack of expansion within the Australian labour market. As a result, a rise leads to weaken the Australian economy. A decrease of the figure is seen as positive or bullish for the AUD, while an increase is seen as negative or bearish. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. S&P 500 futures part ways from Wall Street gains amid risk reset. http ntvforex.com News ID 706B10 0112 GMT. Biennial Panchal S&P 500 futures snap 2-day winning streak, recede from late February high. The escalation in the US-China tussle attack vaccine-led optimism. China's GDP, ECB, and US retail sales will be the key during the busy day. S&P 500 futures dropped to 3,210, down 0.28%, during the initial hour of Tokyo Open on Thursday. The risk gauge surged to the highest since February 25 on Tuesday amid increasing odds of the coronavirus COVID-19 cure. Though, the latest developments on the Sino-American story pulled the sentiment index down after rising for 2 consecutive days. The New York Times came out with the news suggesting that Trump administration is considering a sweeping ban on travel to the United States by members of the Chinese Communist Party and their families, according to people familiar with the proposal, a move that would almost certainly prompt retaliation against Americans seeking to enter or remain in China and exacerbate tensions between the two nations. Before that, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows announced the Trump administration's study on national security risks emanating from Chinese apps like TikTok and WeChat. On the other hand, China's Global Times also showed readiness to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the world's largest economy to safeguard their city before the latest rest. The market's risk tone remained upbeat over the multiple signals, from the US policymakers, UK scientists, and companies like Moderna, favoring the vaccine's nearby arrival. Also supporting the equities was increasing hopes of further stimulus from the global policymakers and weaker US dollar. Against this backdrop, the Wall Street benchmarks managed to post another positive day while the US 10-year Treasury yields seemed to pause their recent recovery moves around 0.63%. While qualitative catalysts are likely to keep the drivers keep, China's Q2 GDP, monetary policy meeting by the European Central Bank ECB and US retail sales for June will be the key events to watch during the busy day. While most data suggest upbeat outcomes and could add strength to the market's trading sentiment, fears of the escalation in the US-China tussle and the ECB's anticipated dovish tone might guard the optimism. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Victoria records highest ever daily total with 317 new cases. http ntvforex.com News ID 336C6B 019 GMT by Ross J. Berland. The Guardian reports that Victoria has recorded 317 new cases of coronavirus in 24 hours. This is the highest daily total since July 10, when Victoria recorded 288 cases in one day, and sets a new record for the highest daily total recorded by Victoria Territory since the pandemic began in the peak of the first wave. On March 28, the Australia-wide total was 469 cases reported in a single day. 2 more people have died of coronavirus in Victoria. Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews says 2 men in their 80s died of the coronavirus overnight. It brings the total number of deaths in the state to 29. 109 patients are currently in hospital, 29 in intensive care. Market implications. Oxford scientists believe they could have breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine. Telegraph. Today, there have been a number of headlines adding to the week's positive reports from nations around the world making positive headway with trials. More immediate risks for the currency come with today's data from both Australia jobs and China gross domestic product. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. New South Wales Health DPT 10 new COVID-19 cases in 24-hour period. http ntvforex.com News ID 97A0D8 016 GMT by Ross J. Berland. The Guardian reports that New South Wales Health Department has reported 10 new COVID-19 cases in 24-hour period. 4 of those cases were in hotel quarantine. 3 were associated with the Crossroads Hotel outbreak, and 3 more are still under investigation. On the cases that are still under investigation, Chant says obviously, we are concerned, when we find cases that can't be linked back, because it does indicate we have missed a chain. So we'll be re-interviewing cases and trying to ascertain any contact points and updating the community about additional actions. Market implications. Markets will be concerned more for the following. Victoria records highest ever daily total with 317 new cases. However, there is optimism that a vaccine will be ready in the next months as the race pace on at warp speed. Today, there have been a number of headlines adding to the week's positive reports from nations around the world making positive headway with trials. More immediate risks for the currency come with today's data from both Australia jobs and China gross domestic product. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. OPEC to ease output cuts from August. http ntvforex.com news ID 7BEA69 0058 GMT. By Omkar Godbol. OPEC, a group of major oil producers led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, will ease output cuts to 7.7 million barrels per day BPD, starting from August from 9.7 million BPD. Currently, Saudi Arabia is confident that the extra supply due to easing of production cuts will be consumed by a recovery in demand. As such, there would be a negligible impact on oil prices. Economies around the world are opening up, although this is a cautious and gradual process. The recovery signs are unmistakable, Saudi Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman said on Wednesday. The decision to ease output cuts is in line with the cartel's original plan. OPEC was to cut 9.7 million BPD in combined production for 2 months, May and June, and then ease these to 7.7 million BPD, to stay in effect until the end of the year. Then, from January 2021, the production cuts would be further eased to 5.8 million BPD, to remain in effect until end April 2022, according to oilprice.com. WTI rallied by over 2% to $41.20 on Wednesday and was last seen trading near $41 per barrel. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. WTI price analysis. Rising wedge on hourly chart keeps sellers hopeful above $41.00. http ntvforex.com news ID 033A4D 0054 GMT. By Anil Panchal. WTI seesaws in a choppy range between $41.14 and $41.29 following its pullback from 3-week high. Repeated failures to cross June month high. Bearish chart formation signal buyers exhaustion. $40.9085 area, 200 HMA adds to the downside support. Having surged to the 3-week high the previous day, WTI trades near $41.20 during Thursday's Asian session. The black gold has been making rounds to $41.14.29 since the late US session. However, a bearish chart formation on the hourly play suggests underlying momentum weakness, while a downside break of $40.75 will confirm the rising wedge bearish pattern. A 200 HMA level of $40.40 and $40 round figures can act as validation points for the quote's further weakness during the energy benchmark's further weakness past $40. The monthly low of $38.73 will pop up on the seller's radars. Meanwhile, the said formation's resistance near $41.55 and June month's high around $41.65 holds the key to the commodity's further upside towards February month bottom near $44.00. WTI hourly chart trend pullback expected. Additional important levels. Overview. Today last price point 41.22. Today daily change 0.03. Today daily change percent 0.07%. Today daily open point 41.19. Trends. Daily SMA 20.39.94. Daily SMA 50.36.17. Daily SMA 100.32.43. Daily SMA 200.44.39. Levels. Previous daily high 41.45, previous daily low 40.31, previous weekly high 41.14, previous weekly low 38.73, previous monthly high 41.65, previous monthly low 34.45, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 41.02, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, 40.75, daily pivot point S 1.40.50, daily pivot point S2.39.84, daily pivot point S3.39.37, daily pivot point R1.41.66, daily pivot point R2.42.13, daily pivot point R3.42.81. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUDJPY bears testing bull S commitments at support structure. http ntvforex.com news ID 62A2A3 0053 GMT. By Ross J. Berland. AUDJPY is dangerously close to a bearish breakout. Bulls will need to get price above counter trend line and resistance structure to fend off the bears. Plenty of fundamentals are stacked in the bull's favor, but critical data awaits. AUDJPY is testing the downside of a key support level, the 1-hour chart, at the time of writing, while fundamentals lean mainly on the bullish side for the pair. The day ahead holds an array of risk factors, however, which include the Aussie jobs data and Chinese gross domestic product. The headlines pertaining to a COVID-19 vaccine will be underpinning risk appetite, but there is still plenty to prove and much room for disappointment along the way. Fauci's colleagues at the National Institutes of Health and Moderna Inc. developed the first COVID-19 vaccine tested in the US. In the first round of tests on 45 volunteers, it has been reported to have heightened their immune systems just the way scientists had hoped. The shots are poised to begin key final testing around July 27. While the economic sentiment has improved, the durability of the recovery is in doubt, especially in the US, which coronavirus case numbers and increased restrictions weigh. Meanwhile, adding to the positive vibes of yet further surprise positive earnings from the US banks were comments from German Chancellor Merkel that Germany is prepared to compromise in order to reach a deal for the European Recovery Fund. The headlines come ahead of this Friday's and weekend EU summit, where much risk sentiment for the open next week will be depending on the outcome. Opposition still remains though, with the Dutch Prime Minister insisting on strong conditions for those accessing EU grants, analysts at ANZ Bank explained. Aussie jobs in focus. Australia's June labour force survey is up for being a main highlight and potential risk for the cross. Employment fell about 835k in April and May, and there is a wide range of expectations on whether the June survey will capture a partial rebound. The median forecast is 100k, but the range is 60k to 350k. With Westpac on 30k, Westpac looks for the unemployment rate to rise from 7.1% to 7.3%. This matches consensus, with the extent of the expected rise in participation difficult to predict, after its collapse to a near 20-year low of 62.9%, analysts at Westpac explained. AUDJPY hourly chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD price analysis. Bulls need quick progress above 1.1452. http ntvforex.com news ID 4B8F10 0035 GMT. By Omkar Godbol, Euro USD failed to establish a foothold at 4-month highs on Wednesday. Another failure above 1.1450 could jeopardize the uptrend. Euro USD is currently trading at 1.1314, having clocked a 4-month high of 1.1452 on Wednesday. The long upper wick on Wednesday's candle shows rejection at higher levels. 4-month highs, a hint of waning bullish interest. If the pair again fails to clear the newfound ceiling, it would put the shared currency's upside potential in doubt, causing some buyers to exit the market, leading to a pullback. Hence, quick progress above 1.1452 is needed to keep the pair on an upward trajectory. That would open the doors for a potential break above 1.15. Alternatively, another rejection at 1.1452 will likely yield a retest of the ascending 10-day simple moving average SMA, currently at 1.1452. Daily chart trend uptrend stalling. Technical levels. EUR USD overview. Today last price point 1.1414. Today daily change 0.0002. Today daily change percent 0.02. Today daily open point 1.1412. Trends. Daily SMA 20.1.1275. Daily SMA 50.1.1151. Daily SMA 100.1.1057. Daily SMA 200.1.1057. Levels. Previous daily high point 1.1452. Previous daily low point 1.1391. Previous weekly high point 1.1371. Previous weekly low point 1.1243. Previous monthly high point 1.1422. Previous monthly low point 1.1097. Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. Point 1.1429. Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. Point 1.1414. Daily pivot point S 1.1.1385. Daily pivot point S 2.1.1357. Daily pivot point S 3.1.1324. Daily pivot point R 1.1.1446. Daily pivot point R 2.1.1479. Daily pivot point R 3.1.1506. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. When is China's Q2 GDP and how could it affect the market sentiment? http ntvforex.com News ID 72666B 0034 GMT by Anil Panchal. Early Thursday, the market sees the second quarter Q1 GDP and annualized figures of June month retail sales and industrial production from the National Bureau of Statistics of China at 0200 GMT. The data will be the key considering its period that includes the Dragon Nation's gradual recovery from the coronavirus COVID-19-led economic halt. Another reason for the importance of the said figures is recently positive surprises, by way of upbeat economics, from the world's largest commodity user. Furthermore, the recent risk on mood, backed by the hopes of virus vaccine, becomes an additional reason as to why the Chinese GDP data becomes the key for the market sentiment. Forecasts suggest China's Q2 GDP to have overcome the virus-led contraction of 9.8% QoQ and 6.8% YoY figures with 9.6% and 2.1% respective market consensus. Further, retail sales and industrial production IP data also bear positive forecasts of 0.3% and 4.7% versus 2.8% and 4.4% earlier readouts in that order. Westpac follows the market consensus while saying the rebound in economic growth is gathering speed. Q2 GDP percent year prior 6.8%, market FC 2.4%, June industrial production FC 4.8% year after 4.4% year in May. The consumer's spending appetite is seen returning with retail sales picking up from 2.8% year to 0.5% year in June. Similarly, fixed asset investment YTD in June will likely benefit from a further uplift in momentum prior 6.3% year, market FC 3.3% year. On the other hand, NTV Forex's Yohai Elam says investors are set to initially react to the headline figure. Economists' forecasts range from an annual contraction of around 3% to an expansion of around 4%. The consensus of 2.1% is, therefore, based on a wide array of opinions. Stocks will likely cheer a robust GDP figure, despite suspicions about the veracity of the data. Slow growth would be disappointing, potentially sending shares in Shanghai and S&P 500 futures lower. If Beijing shocks by reporting another quarter of annual contraction, markets may expect more stimulus and react in a counterintuitive manner, rising on such stimulus hopes rather than falling. How could it affect the AUD/USD? Given the headline numbers from the largest customer's recovery from the pandemic, the data will undoubtedly be the key for all traders, mainly for AUD/USD. It should also be noted that the figures from China have recently flashed upbeat outcomes and hence markets await the actual release amid mixed clues considering the virus resurgence in some parts of Asia and tussle with the US. As a result, the outcome could provide wild swings to the markets, but gains to the Aussie pair can't be ruled out in a case of positive surprises. Keynotes.AUD USD again pierces 0.7000 with eyes on Aussie employment. China GDP. Chinese Q2 GDP preview. 3 uncertainties open door to surprises. Volatile market reaction. About China's GDP. The gross domestic product GDP released by the National Bureau of Statistics of China studies the gross value of all goods and services produced by China. The indicator presents the pace at which the Chinese economy is growing or decreasing. As the Chinese economy has an influence on the global economy, this economic event would have an impact on the Forex market. Generally speaking, a high reading is seen as positive or bullish for the CNY, while a low reading is seen as negative or bearish. About China's industrial production. Industrial output is released by the National Bureau of Statistics of China. It shows the volume of production of Chinese industries such as factories and manufacturing facilities. A surge in output is regarded as inflationary, which would prompt the People's Bank of China would tighten monetary policy and fiscal policy risk. Generally speaking, if high industrial production growth comes out, this may generate a positive sentiment or bullish for the CNY and AUD, whereas a low reading is seen as negative or bearish for the CNY and AUD. About China's retail sales. The retail sales report released by the National Bureau of Statistics of China measures the total receipts of the retailed consumer goods. It reflects the total consumer goods that the various industries supply to the households and social groups through various channels. It is an important indicator to study the changes in the Chinese retail market and reflecting the degree of economic prosperity. In general, a high reading is seen as positive or bullish CNY, while a low reading is seen as negative or bearish for the CNY. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD CAD price analysis bears attack 1.3500. 6-week-old horizontal support in focus. http ntvforex.com news ID D23CD0. 0016 GMT. Biannual Panchal USD CAD remains depressed near 1-week low of 1.3504. A horizontal area from early June lures sellers amid bearish MACD. Bulls can refrain from entries below 200 bar EMA. USD CAD drops to 1.3504 as Tokyo begins Thursday's trading session. In doing so, the loonie pair refreshes weekly low while extending the previous day's heavy losses, with bearish MACD supporting the sellers, a horizontal area from June 3, around 1.349080 gains the market attention. Though the pair's further weakness might not refrain from recalling June month low of 1.3315 on the charts. It's worth mentioning that 1.3400 and June 8 bottom around 1.3355 might offer intermediate halts during the fall between 1.3480 and 1.3315 on the upside. 1.3540 and 1.3600 can entertain buyers in a case of the pair's pullback, while 200 bar EMA level of 1.3623 becomes a tough nut to crack for the bulls. Also acting as the key resistance is 1.3650 and June 26 high of 1.3715 USD CAD 4-hour chart trend. Further weakness expected. Additional important levels. Overview. Today last price point 1.3508 today daily change. 1 pip today daily change percent. 0.01% today daily open point 1.3509. Trends. Daily SMA 20.1.3587 daily SMA 50.1.3689 daily SMA 100.1.3836 daily SMA 200.1.3507 Levels. Previous daily high 1.3619, previous daily low 1.3505, previous weekly high 1.3632, previous weekly low 1.3491, previous monthly high 1.3802, previous monthly low 1.3316, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 1.3549, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, 1.3575, daily pivot point S 1.1.347, daily pivot point S 2.1.343, daily pivot point S 3.1.3356, daily pivot point R 1.1.3583, daily pivot point R 2.1.3658, daily pivot point R 3.1.3697. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. US is said to be weighing travel ban on Chinese Communist Party members. nyt.http ntvforex.com. News ID 0B61E3 0015 GMT by Ross J. Berland. The New York Times is citing unnamed sources and has reported that the US is said to be weighing a sweeping travel ban on Chinese Communist Party members, a move that is likely to prompt sharp retaliation. The presidential order under consideration would be based on the same statute in the Immigration and Nationality Act used in a 2017 travel ban on several predominantly Muslim countries. The Trump administration is considering a sweeping ban on travel to the United States by members of the Chinese Communist Party and their families, according to people familiar with the proposal, a move that would almost certainly prompt retaliation against Americans seeking to enter or remain in China and exacerbate tensions between the two nations. Details of the plan, described by 4 people with knowledge of the discussions, have not yet been finalized, and President Trump might ultimately reject it. The article is contradicting the statement from U.S. President Donald Trump in the New York session where he stated that he is not considering any further sanctions at this time. Related markets in focus. Wall Street close, bulls fully back in charge on hopes of vaccine breakthrough. Gold price analysis. XAU USD bulls stay hopeful above $1,800 despite Wednesday's spinning top. DXY meeting resistance in a bullish correction, bears lurking on risk on themes gaining traction. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Pound sterling price news and forecast. GBP USD clings to 200-day EMA in search of further upside. http ntvforex.com. News ID AC0B12 0012 GMT by NTV Forex Team. GBP USD price analysis clings to 200-day EMA in search of further upside. GBP USD seesaws around 1.258092, currently near 1.2589, amid the initial Asian session on Thursday. In doing so, the cable takes rounds to 200-day EMA after posting a positive daily close the previous day. Even so, the pair's successful recovery from 50-day EMA suggests further upside amid upbeat RSI conditions. Hence, bulls can keep the monthly high of 1.2670 on the cards, with 1.2600 acting as immediate resistance. However, the quote's further upside needs validation from 1.2700 to attack the June month's peak of 1.2813. If sellers wish to enter, they should wait for a downside break below June 24 high of 1.2543. In doing so, the 50-day EMA level of 1.2489 can become an immediate target. Read more. GBP USD forecast sellers aligned around 1.2660. The GBP USD pair surged to 1.2649, amid a combination of risk appetite and encouraging UK data. According to the Office of National Statistics, inflation picked up in June to 0.6% YoY, beating the expected 0.4%. Still below BOE's 2% target, the uptick in inflation is surely a positive sign of an economic recovery. Also, the producer price index in the mentioned month declined by 0.8% YoY, better than the 1.1% anticipated. The pair, however, gave up most of its intraday gains to settle with modest gains in the 1.2580 price zone, as retreating equities supported a $S comeback. Read more. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/JPY bear's last dance to a 38.2% Fibonacci target before bulls re-engage. http ntvforex.com news ID E64A8C 005 GMT by Ross J. Berland. EUR/JPY is showing signs of strength, however, while the double bottom on the monthly cherry points to a likely upside extension, there is plenty of leg work to do yet the cross is facing headwinds technically, although the fundamental case is certainly favor of the bulls given the coronavirus vaccine headlines and bullish bank earnings. So far, this week. Wall Street close bulls fully back in charge on hopes of vaccine breakthrough. Oxford scientists believe they could have breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine. Telegraph. From a top-down analysis, the immediate outlook for near-term price action is bearish. From a structural point of view, bears may have one last dance before committed bulls looking for a bargain will fully commit. We start with the monthly chart as follows and work our way down. Monthly support, double bottom. Weekly barroom brawls on the cards. Daily stops taken out with bullish pin bar, fueling the bid through key resistance structure. Test of 38.2% Fibonacci to fuel upside on the daily outlook for HR resistance being tested. 15-min retest of counter trend line, prospects for lower from old support turns resistance. At this very moment, the price action opens risk of a break to the downside. Below the circled pin bar, a retest of that support should act as resistance before price can extend lower for the daily aforementioned target. Ideally, bears will wish to see the price break below a 20 moving average before looking for entities. At the time of writing, the price was making its move already, however, MACD is still just about bullish above zero, so there is still time for the market to develop. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. When is the Aussie jobs report and how could it affect AUD/USD? http ntvforex.com news ID 7501FA July 15, 23:54 GMT. By Anil Panchal. June month employment statistics from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, up for publishing at 01:30 GMT on Thursday, will be the immediate catalyst for the AUD/USD pair traders. The figures become all the more important as traders will be keen to observe job recovery after the economic halt. Market consensus favors employment change to recover to 112.5k from 227.7k on a seasonally adjusted basis, whereas the unemployment rate is likely to rise from 7.1% to 7.4%. Further, the participation rate may increase to 63.6% from 62.9% previous readouts. Westpac stays skeptical of market forecasts ahead of the release as their analysts say employment fell about 835k in April and May, and there is a wide range of expectations on whether the June survey will capture a partial rebound. The median forecast is 100k but the range is 60k to 350k, with Westpac on 30k. Westpac looks for the unemployment rate to rise from 7.1% to 7.3%. This matches consensus, with the extent of the expected rise in participation difficult to predict, after its collapse to a near 20-year low of 62.9%. TD Securities, on the other hand, remain supportive to the consensus while saying we pencil in a rebound of 120k for headline employment over June as lockdown restrictions were eased. A rebound would be consistent with a number of surveys such as Seek and Ann's job ads pointing to a pickup in the labor market. As such, we are expecting a pickup in the participation rate to 63.4%, but we have the unemployment rate easing a touch to 7% on our assumption the population declined 30k on the month. How could the data affect AUD/USD? Considering the latest risk on mood, backed by the hopes of coronavirus COVID-19 vaccine, expectedly upbeat prints could add strength in attacking June month's high. However, the pair's recent up moves might fade if the jobs report prints mildly positive readings. The reason could be traced from the worsening of pandemic situations in Melbourne and restrictions in various states of Australia considering the spread of the virus. Even so, the RBA's refrain from favouring any further rate cuts, for now, could keep a floor below the quote. Technically, repeated failures to stay strong past 0.7000 might not be a problem for the bulls aiming to cross June month high, near 0.7065, unless the pair slips below 0.6920 comprising lows marked since July 7 and 21-day SMA keynotes.AUD/USD again pierces 0.7000 with eyes on Aussie employment, China GDP.AUD/USD forecast. Australian employment figures are already old news. Australian employment preview upbeat figures could send AUD/USD to 0.71. About the employment change. The employment change released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics is a measure of the change in the number of employed people in Australia. Generally speaking, a rise in this indicator has positive implications for consumer spending, which stimulates economic growth. Therefore, a high reading is seen as positive or bullish for the AUD, while a low reading is seen as negative or bearish. About the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics is the number of unemployed workers divided by the total civilian labour force. If the rate hikes, indicates a lack of expansion within the Australian labour market. As a result, a rise leads to weaken the Australian economy. A decrease of the figure is seen as positive or bullish for the AUD, while an increase is seen as negative or bearish. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. GBP/USD price analysis clings to 200-day EMA in search of further upside. http ntvforex.com News ID B51B9D. July 15, 23:35 GMT. Biannual Panchal GBP/USD portrays a lack of momentum near 1.2600 threshold. A sustained bounce off 50-day EMA, normal RSI favor the bulls. Bears could seek entries below June 24 top. GBP/USD seesaws around 1.258092, currently near 1.2589, amid the initial Asian session on Thursday. In doing so, the cable takes rounds to 200-day EMA after posting a positive daily close the previous day. Even so, the pair's successful recovery from 50-day EMA suggests further upside amid upbeat RSI conditions. Hence, bulls can keep the monthly high of 1.2670 on the cards, with 1.2600 acting as immediate resistance. However, the quote's further upside needs validation from 1.2700 to attack the June month's peak of 1.2813. If sellers wish to enter, they should wait for a downside break below June 24 high of 1.2543. In doing so, the 50-day EMA level of 1.2489 can become an immediate target during the further downside past 1.2489. 50% and 61.8% Fibonacci retracements of the pair's May-June upside, respectively near 1.2440 and 1.23550, could entertain the bear's GBP/USD daily chart trend. Further recovery expected. Additional important levels. Overview. Today last price point 1.2591. Today daily change. 37 pips. Today daily change percent 0.29%. Today daily open point 1.2554. Trends. Daily SMA 20.1.248. Daily SMA 50.1.2437. Daily SMA 100.1.2429. Daily SMA 200.1.2702. Levels. Previous daily high point 1.2564. Previous daily low point 1.248. Previous weekly high point 1.267. Previous weekly low point 1.2463. Previous monthly high point 1.2813. Previous monthly low point 1.2252. Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. 1.2512. Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 1.2532. Daily pivot point point S1.1.2501 daily pivot point S2.1.2449 daily pivot point S3.1.2418 daily pivot point R1.1.2585 daily pivot point R2.1.2616 daily pivot point R3.1.2669. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold price news and forecast XAU/USD March on above a key support structure. http ntvforex.com News ID 96ACEC. July 15, 23:12 GMT. By NTV Forex Team. Gold price analysis. XAU/USD bulls stay hopeful above $1,800 despite Wednesday's spinning top. Gold prices ease from one-week high to $1,810 amid early Thursday morning in Asia. The bullion marked consecutive third positive daily closing the previous day. However, sluggish moves portray a spinning top candlestick formation suggesting traders' indecision. The pattern joins the quote's recent failures to refresh monthly high and suggesting the underlying weakness of the bullish momentum. As a result, the bears could seek fresh entries targeting $1,800 $1,798 support area comprising 10-day EMA and an upward sloping trend line from June 15. However, any further weakness by the yellow metal will divert the bears towards July 1 top near $1,789. Read more. Gold prices march on above a key support structure as inflation expectations ramp up. Gold has made a mark on the $1,800 level, holding the support structure above $1,786.90 on a retest and pulling in commitments from the bulls. Inflation expectations and uncertainties remain the core fundamentals of the outlook. We have seen risk markets improved on the back of promising vaccine results, which tempered some of the bullishness out of gold momentarily. Meanwhile, U.S. equities are a strong focus for this week considering the bank's earnings. Read more. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. NZD/USD bulls ignore New Zealand CPI to keep 0.6600 on radars ahead of China GDP. http ntvforex.com News ID 50E27D. July 15, 23:10 GMT. By Anil Panchal. NZD/USD remains firm while extending pullback from 0.6564. New Zealand CPI matches 1.5% YoY. 0.5% QoQ forecasts in the second quarter. Vaccine-led optimism remains on the card. Sino-American tussle attacks the mood. The Aussie jobs report. Chinese GDP decorates the Asian economic calendar. NZD/USD picks up the bids near 0.6578 during the early Asian session on Thursday. The pair recently shrugged off weaker than previous second quarter Q2 inflation figures from New Zealand to portray the second day of rise. The upbeat risk-tone sentiment, backed by hopes of the coronavirus COVID-19 vaccine, could be cited for the pair's latest strength. New Zealand's Q2 Consumer Price Index CPI slipped below 2.5% prior on YoY to market forecasts of 1.5%. The headline inflation gauge also reversed 0.8% QoQ figures while matching 0.5% expected figures. Read NZ CPI arrives as expected, 1.5% YoY. NZD/USD prices refrained from respecting downbeat inflation data as markets already anticipated a weaker print, and the Reserve Bank of New Zealand RBNZ seems in no mood to alter the monetary policy soon. Also likely to favor the strength of the pair is the news concerning the pandemic's cure. Moderna's announcements of upbeat clinical trial results follow U.S. officials' promises of an early cure to the pandemic. The mood recently got support from Oxford scientists. Read breaking: U.S. will have effective COVID-19 vaccine by year-end. Fossey. However, escalating tension between the U.S. and China questions the upbeat sentiment. After arguing over the South China Sea and shunning of Hong Kong's special trading status, the world's two largest economies suggest further hardships for tension. The latest signal in the story is the White House announcements of checks on apps, mainly Chinese, which question national security, which in turn got an expectedly bitter response from Beijing while portraying the recent market mood. S&P 500 futures part ways from Wall Street's upbeat performance. Though, the U.S. 10-year Treasury yields remain mostly positive around 0.63%, although updates concerning the virus and Sino-American tension will be the key. Headline economics from major customers will also be important for the NZD-USD pair traders. While anticipated strength in the data could offer further upside to the quote, risk reset might dim the bull's charm. Technical analysis. The pair's sustained trading above a 2-month-old support line, currently around 0.6560, enables the bulls to target the monthly top near 0.6600. Additional important levels. Overview. Today last price point 0.6575. Today daily change 0.44 pips. Today daily change percent 0.67%. Today daily open point 0.6531. Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.649. Daily SMA 50.0.6339. Daily SMA 100.0.6193. Daily SMA 200.0.6339. Levels. Previous daily high point 0.6545. Previous daily low point 0.6502. Previous weekly high point 0.6601. Previous weekly low point 0.6519. Previous monthly high point 0.6585. Previous monthly low point 0.6186. Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. 0.6518. Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 0.6529. Daily pivot point S 1.0.6507. Daily pivot point S 2.0.6483. Daily pivot point S 3.0.6464. Daily pivot point R 1.0.655. Daily pivot point R 2.0.6569. Daily pivot point R 3.0.6593. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/JPY stays choppy near 107.00 as market digests risk on mood. http ntvforex.com News ID 9B824. July 15, 22:48 GMT. By Anil Panchal. USD/JPY keeps Wednesday's European session downside break of 107.00. Optimism surrounding virus vaccine confronts worsening situations in the US and Tokyo. BOJ held monetary policy intact, cited economic fears in the quarterly outlook. No major data events from Japan but numbers from China. Australia will entertain Asian traders along with risk catalysts. USD/JPY funnels down the below 107.00 area while taking rounds to 106.95 amid the pre-Tokyo Asian session on Thursday. The quote's drop below 107.00 during Wednesday's initial European session dragged it to the 4-day low of 106.66. Following a bounce from that, the pair has been capped between 106.90 and 106.9798. Risk on confronts downbeat news at home. The global market's upbeat sentiment, mainly driven by the news of nearness to the coronavirus COVID-19 cure, failed to propel the risk barometer on Wednesday. The reason could be found in the broad US dollar weakness and economic pessimism cited by the Bank of Japan BOJ. Also capping the pair's moves could be worsening of the virus situations in America and Japan. Furthermore, the worsening of the US-China tussle adds to the fears and guards the pair moves. The early signals of the virus vaccine from Moderna got a boost from the US President Donald Trump and health official, not to forget Oxford scientists, so far. The updates suggest that the world will soon overcome the deadly disease that has infected over 13.00 million people in the US and pushed Tokyo to raise alerts to the highest levels. Further to boost the risk could be welcome US data in hopes of further stimulus from the global policymakers. While the US senators are planning for the next package, BOJ hasn't offered any clues in its latest monetary policy despite showing readiness to act amid all these plays. S&P 500 futures fade the upside momentum while easing to 3,220 from the recent high of 3,232. It should be noted that Wall Street and the U.S. 10-year Treasury yields portrayed upbeat sentiment the previous day. Looking forward, there are no major data events from Japan, but traders will have a busy session considering Aussie employment figures and Chinese GDP. Also likely to make markets active will be a few more updates on the virus vaccine technical analysis. Tuesday's bearish spinning top drags the quote towards the June month's bottom near 106.00. A 2-week-old falling trend line, at 107.25 now, becomes an immediate upside barrier. Additional important levels, overview. Today last price point 106.93 today daily change. 0.30 today daily change percent. 0.28% today daily open point 107.23. Trends. Daily SMA 20.107.23 daily SMA 50.107.44 daily SMA 100.107.62 daily SMA 200.108.4. Levels. Previous daily high point 107.44 previous daily low point 107.12 previous weekly high point 107.79 previous weekly low point 106.64 previous monthly high point 109.85 previous monthly low point 106.08 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 107.24 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 107.32 daily pivot point S1.107.09 daily pivot point S2.106.95 daily pivot point S3.106.77 daily pivot point R1.107.41 daily pivot point R2.107.58 daily pivot point R3.107.73. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. NZ CPI arrives as expected, 1.5% YoY. http ntvforex.com news ID 4A4384. July 15, 22:48 GMT. By Ross J. Berland. The Consumers Price Index CPI fell 0.5% in the June 2020 quarter as the COVID-19 global pandemic saw cheaper petrol and falling hotel and motel prices. Stats NZ said today it was the first fall in quarterly inflation since the December 2015 quarter, when there was also a drop of 0.5%. Consumer Price Index for New Zealand arrived as follows. NZ CPI.NZ Quarter 2 Q2 Consumer Price Index Non-Tradables 0.0 PCT vs PVSQ. Consumer Price Index 0.5 PCT vs PVSQ. Reuters. Poll 0.5 PCT. Consumer Price Index Non-Tradables 3.1 PCT vs a year ago. Consumer Price Index 1.5 PCT vs year ago. Reuters poll 1.5 PCT. The print was already priced into the bird. The RBNZ will be more focused on the longer-term outlook for inflation, but that isn't looking great either, especially with the exchange rate a headwind. Analysts at ANZ Bank argued. Meanwhile, the COVID-19 pandemic has created a lot of volatility and uncertainty, Price's senior manager Aaron Beck said. These have resulted in some large price fluctuations as well as several measurement challenges. Petrol prices fell 12% over the cart, which was the biggest quarterly fall in petrol prices since the December 2008 quarter. Global crude oil prices fell sharply over the first 4 months of 2020, reaching a low point in April, Mr. Beck said. International lockdown restrictions and global economic uncertainty have greatly reduced international demand for crude oil, driving prices down at the pump. Kiwi update. Muted on the release. Trades at 0.6572 within quiet early Asian market 11 pip range. The NZD benefited from broad underperformance of the USD, driven by improved risk sentiment, amid optimism around the COVID-19 vaccine trials. While this optimism may be short-lived, the overall outlook for the USD is not that supportive given the continued rise in virus cases and risks around another fiscal stimulus deal, analysts at ANZ Bank explained. Description. Consumer Price Index released by the Statistics New Zealand is a measure of price movements by the comparison between the retail prices of a representative shopping basket of goods and services. The purchase power of NZD is dragged down by inflation. The CPI is a key indicator to measure inflation and changes in purchasing trends. A high reading is seen as positive or bullish for the NZD, while a low reading is seen as negative. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Vaccine hopes prompt risk on surge pushing AUD through 0.70 US cents. http ntvforex.com News ID 7E4F62 7/15/2020 10:58:19 p.m. AUD Australian dollar. The Australian dollar advanced through trade on Wednesday, breaking resistance at 0.70 US cents following encouraging reports in the race for a COVID-19 vaccine. Risk sentiment surged after Moderna reported its early-stage clinical trial showed positive results with all participants producing antibodies, while AstraZeneca in partnership with Oxford University are expected to release strong results from its Phase 3 clinical trial before the end of the week. Optimism surrounding a vaccine bolstered demand for commodity-led currencies, and the AUD stretched to intraday highs at 0.7034 before profit-taking saw the rally falter and the AUD ease back toward the all-important 0.70 resistance handle. Having been range-bound for much of the past fortnight, optimism across currency markets has helped stretch recent topside handles, leaving the door open for a possible extend break above 0.70 and run toward 0.71. Risk continues to dominate direction, and yesterday's upturn shows the market is putting more stock in positive news than the relentless barrage of negative COVID-19 headlines. Investors clung to reports vaccine trials were progressing faster than expected, setting aside the threat caused by the alarming and unchecked spread of COVID-19. While we continue to expect moves above 0.70 will be hard-won, anything that brings forward the timeline to full economic recovery will help foster a renewed risk-on rally and drive the currency higher. Attentions today turn to domestic labor market data and unemployment rate as a key marker of domestic economic health. Key movers. The US dollar fell to a one-month low through trade on Wednesday as hopes for a COVID-19 vaccine were buoyed by early-stage clinical trials. Risk appetite surged, dragging equities and commodity currencies higher at the expense of have assets. The Canadian dollar and Norwegian kroner outperformed major counterparts, while the USD, JPY, and CHF all faltered amid the broader risk-on move. The euro advance continued, marking fresh 4-month highs above 1.1450. Optimism surrounding this week's EU summit and the proposed recovery fund continue to support the single currency, while broader USD weakness helped extend gains. There is a hope leaders will reach an agreement surrounding the €750 billion rescue plan, driving gains, and hopes the euro area will continue its faster than anticipated economic recovery. With expectations Europe will recover at a faster pace than its US counterpart, the euro is primed to push back through March highs at 1.15. Attentions today remains squarely affixed to changing COVID-19 news, with AstraZeneca and Oxford University expected to release result of its Stage 3 clinical vaccine trial before the end of the week, with positive results opening the door to an extended risk-on run. Expected ranges. AUD 0.6930 US dollars 0.7080 Australian dollars Euro 0.6080 0.6180 GBP 1.7880 Australian dollars 1.8020 Australian dollars NZD 1.0580 1.0690 Australian dollars CAD 0.9410 0.9530. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Big day ahead for FX, ECB, US retail sales, Chinese GDP, and more. http ntvforex.com News ID CCC42C 7/15/2020 8:052 p.m. Corporate earnings, new virus cases and vaccine hopes dominated the headlines today. However, that will change tomorrow with a long list of market-moving economic reports on the calendar. In fact, nearly all of this week's most important event risks will happen over the next 24 hours. We start with Australian employment and Chinese Q2 GDP, which will be followed by UK labour data, the European Central Bank's monetary policy announcement, and lastly, US retail sales. EUR/USD climbed to a 4-month high ahead of rate decision but ended the day closer to its lows. The greenback sold off against all of the major currencies except for the Swiss franc, which squeezed lower after consolidating for most of the week. It is unusual to see the Swiss franc and Japanese yen diverge, but concerns about upcoming data could be contributing to USD/JPY's weakness. US retail sales growth is expected to slow dramatically after rising 17.7% in the month of June. Spending should be stronger as reopenings continued in June, but Johnson Redbook reported weaker consumption. July data will be worse, but June data should be better. The Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index should also increase after today's larger than expected rise in the Empire State Survey, especially after industrial production rose more than expected. Stronger data should help USD/JPY rally, but there is significant technical resistance between 107.40 and 108.00. The Federal Reserve released its Beige Book report and increased activity was reported in almost all districts, but there are places like St. Louis who reported a slightly more pessimistic outlook. Good numbers are also expected from China, with GDP expected to recover in the second quarter. China went into lockdown mode in the first quarter, and the shutdown in economic activity caused growth to contract by 6.8%. However, restrictions were loosened in the Q2, which should lead to a meaningful recovery in growth. Retail sales are also expected to rebound. The Australian dollar rose to a 1-month high today, but economists are looking for only modest labour market recovery in June. Jobs are expected to rise by 100,000, but according to the PMIS, further job losses were reported in the manufacturing and service sectors. The New Zealand dollar finally rallied after seeing very little gain over the past 4 days. First quarter CPI numbers are due for release this evening, and while commodity prices increased, food prices fell in Q1. The Canadian dollar traded sharply higher after the Bank of Canada left interest rates unchanged. The central bank said the economy is picking up notably as lockdown measures relaxed. They see GDP contracting 43% in Q2 but expanding 31% in Q3, with the economy reaching pre-COVID levels in 2022. However, Governor Macklem made it clear that rates will remain where they are for a very long time. It will be a long climb back to recovery, especially with US current troubles, and the central bank wants to see evidence that the recovery is self-sustaining. As such, they'll ignore any temporary rise in inflation. Given the uncertainty in the US, the BOC's dovish outlook is not a surprise, but the loonie's gains is a sign that investors were relieved to buy the central bank's slightly more positive assessment of the economy. The European Central Bank is also expected to keep monetary policy unchanged on Thursday. When they last met in June, the ECB increased their pandemic emergency purchase program by €600 billion and extended the duration of their purchases to at least June 2021. This larger-than-expected move was aimed at sheltering the economy from a deeper contraction. Taking a look at the table below, their efforts have been successful. A lot of these improvements stem from the success of European nations in controlling COVID-19 and the reopenings that followed. The ECB will be pleased with these results but concerned about what's happening abroad. Cautious optimism combined with stronger data should help Euro hold onto its gains. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Tezos technical analysis. XTZ USD bulls keep charging on as price breaks past $3.25. http ntvforex.com news ID 33887B 0130 GMT. XTZ USD is currently trending in an upward channel formation. The Elliott oscillator has had 12 straight green sessions. XTZ USD is presently overvalued as Williams %R is trending inside the overbought zone. XTZ-USD Daily Chart. XTZ-USD bulls retained control for the 7th straight day as the price went up from $3.2275 to $3.25 in the early hours of Thursday. The price is presently trending in an upward channel formation. The Elliott oscillator has had 12 straight green sessions, wherein it went up from 0.3101 to 0.43. This shows that the overall market sentiment is presently overwhelmingly bullish. William S. %R is trending deep inside the overbought zone around 0.2.27. This indicates that the asset is currently overvalued and is long overdue a bearish correction. XTZ-USD has healthy support levels at $3.05, $2.965, $2.70 SMA 50 and $2.58 SMA 20. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Bitcoin market update. BTC-USD drops below triangle formation. BTC holders vow to HODL to the grave. HTTP ntvforex.com news ID 060C19. 0032 GMT. Peter Schiff asked how long BTC should stay under $10,000 before investors sell their holdings. A whopping 57.7% said they would be taking their Bitcoin to the grave. On the other hand, only 15.1% showed their intent to sell after 1 year. BTC-USD bears retained control as the price dropped below the triangle formation. A recent Twitter poll conducted by Peter Schiff, a famous BTC critic, shows that most people will HODL their Bitcoin holdings to the grave if the coin's price fails to move beyond the $10,000 mark. So far, Schiff has yielded responses from more than 23,113 Twitter users. He asked Bitcoin users how long the BTC price should stay below $10,000 for them to sell their coins. A whopping 57.5% said they would be taking their Bitcoin to the grave. On the other hand, only 15.1% showed their intent to sell after 1 more year. This quiz is for Bitcoin hodlers. How much longer does the price of Bitcoin have to stay below $10,000 before you will throw in the towel and sell? Peter Schiff at Peter Schiff July 14, 2020. This Twitter poll is another attempt by Schiff to criticize the flagship cryptocurrency. Earlier this month, he asked his followers what they think is likely to happen to the prices of Bitcoin and gold. The majority of the respondents predicted that both assets would continue to go up. BTC-USD daily chart. BTC-USD went down from $9,191.60 to $9,189.85 in the early hours of Thursday as the bears retrained control. The price has dropped below the triangle formation and is sitting on top of the SMA 20 curve. The Elliott oscillator has had 2 straight red sessions, while the RSI is trending around the neutral zone. BTC-USD has strong resistance levels at $9,400 SMA 50, $9,435 and $9,690. On the downside, healthy support lies at $9,188 SMA 20, $9,138 and $9,020 key levels. BTC-USD Overview. Today last price point 91.90.69 today daily change 0.63 today daily change percent 0.01 today daily open point 91.91.32 Trends. Daily SMA 20.91 99.51 daily SMA 50.9402.82 daily SMA 100.88 52.68 daily SMA 200.8501.36 Levels. Previous daily high point 9273.11 previous daily low point 9155.84 previous weekly high point 9475.54 previous weekly low point 8907.51 previous monthly high point 10404.88 previous monthly low point 8823.34 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 9200.64 daily Fibonacci 61.8% S1.9228.31 daily pivot point S1.9140.4 daily pivot point S2.9089.49 daily pivot point S3.9023.13 daily pivot point R1.9257.67 daily pivot point R2.9324.03 daily pivot point R3.9374.94. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Top 3 coins price prediction: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple. BTC USD and ETH USD shows a lack of healthy support levels. http ntvforex.com News ID D0B81B. July 15, 23:47 GMT. Top 3 coins daily Confluence Detector: Bitcoin open $9,194.12. Current price $9,255.30. BTC USD lacks healthy support on the downside. On the upside, there is a strong resistance level at $9,245, which has the 1-hour previous low, 1-hour previous high, 4-hour previous high, 15 minutes Bollinger Band upper curve, 4-hour Bollinger Band middle curve, 1-day Bollinger Band middle curve, 1-month Fibonacci 23.6% retracement level, 1-day Fibonacci 23.6% retracement level, 15 minutes SMA 5, 4-hour SMA 5, 15 minutes SMA 10, 1-hour SMA 10, 15 minutes SMA 50, 1-hour SMA 50, 15 minutes SMA 100, 4-hour SMA 100 and 15 minutes SMA 200. Ethereum open $238.30. Current price $240.42. ETH USD also lacks healthy support on the downside, while it has strong resistance at $241. This level has the 15 minutes Bollinger Band lower curve, 1-hour Bollinger Band middle curve, 1-day Fibonacci 61.8% retracement level, 1-month Fibonacci 61.8% retracement level, 15 minutes previous high, 4-hour previous high, 15 minutes SMA 5, 4-hour SMA 5, 15 minutes SMA 10, 4-hour SMA 10, 15 minutes SMA 50, 1-hour SMA 50 and 15 minutes SMA 200. Ripple open $0.1973. Current price $0.199. XRP USD has a strong resistance stack between $0.1980 $0.1995, which has the 15 minutes Bollinger Band middle curve, 15 minutes Bollinger Band upper curve, 15 minutes Bollinger Band lower curve, 1-hour Bollinger Band lower curve, 1-hour previous low, 1-hour previous high, 1-day Fibonacci 38.2% retracement level, 1-week Fibonacci 38.2% retracement level, 1-day Fibonacci 61.8% retracement level, 1-month Fibonacci 61.8% retracement level, 15 minutes SMA 5, 1-hour SMA 5, 4-hour SMA 5, 15 minutes SMA 10, 1-hour SMA 10, 4-hour SMA 10, 1-hour SMA 10, 1-hour SMA 50, 15 minutes SMA 100 and 15 minutes SMA 200. On the downside, healthy support lies at $0.1875, which has the 1-month Fibonacci 38.2% retracement level and 1-day Bollinger Band middle curve. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Bitcoin cash price analysis: BCH USD trends in a downward channel formation as price drops below $230. http ntvforex.com News ID BFFBCD. July 15, 21:45 GMT. BCH USD is trending in a downward channel formation and has dropped below red Ichimoku cloud. The MACD hints at an upcoming reversal of bullish momentum. BCH USD daily chart: BCH USD bears remained in charge for the third straight day as the price fell from $230.12 to $228. The price is trending in a downward channel formation and has fallen below the red Ichimoku cloud. The MACD line is looking to cross over the signal line. This hints at an upcoming reversal of bullish momentum support and levels. BCH/USD has strong resistance at $230 SMA 20, $237.45 and $243.60. On the downside, healthy support lies at $222.72 and $216.55 key levels. BCH/USD Overview. Today last price point 228.0933 today daily change 2.0072 today daily change percent 0.87 today daily open point 230.1005 Trends. Daily SMA 20.229.85 18 daily SMA 50.237.66 83 daily SMA 100.239.0669 daily SMA 200.272.0165 Levels. Previous daily high point 231.98 82 previous daily low point 226.49 75 previous weekly high point 246.0454 previous weekly low point 215.82 02 previous monthly high point 269.28 95 previous monthly low point 204.62 75 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 228.59 49 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 229.8908 daily pivot point S1.227.0693 daily pivot point S2.224.0381 daily pivot point S3.221.5786 daily pivot point R1.232.56 daily pivot point R2.235.0194 daily pivot point R3.238.0507 Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Breaking: Elon Musk, Binance, Coinbase Twitter accounts hacked posting scam links, $35,000 stolen already. http ntvforex.com News ID FEAED1 July 15, 29 GMT. The most popular cryptocurrency exchange, Binance, got its Twitter account hacked. In fact, Changpeng Zhao, the CEO, also got hacked. Similarly, Coinbase and many others seem to have been hacked by the same hacker or group of hackers. They are all posting a link to the same website named Crypto4Health, stating that they have partnered with that platform and are giving back 5,000 BTC to the community. Of course, many people are falling for the scam as it is from official accounts all around Twitter. The list now includes Binance.Coinbase.cz, Binance.Gemini.Qcoin.Crypto, Bitlord.Coindesk.Justincentron. Elon Musk just got hacked as well, posting similar scam messages. We still don't know what happened exactly, as it is quite weird that so many prominent crypto accounts got hacked at the same time and trying to pull off the same scam. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. China to be more resolute in countering US, intolerant to city opposition. Global Times. http ntvforex.com News ID 51D7 ed. July 15, 22:35 GMT. Bayanal Panchal. In response to the US reaction to the Hong Kong security law, China marks intolerance to the opposition while citing hand-to-hand combat, per the Global Times. The piece, published early Thursday morning in Asia, highlights Beijing's readiness to escalate tensions with the Trump administration. Key quotes: signing into law the so-called Hong Kong Autonomy Act indicates that the game between China and the US has turned into a hand-to-hand combat on Hong Kong affairs, which will force China to be more resolute in countering the US, and more intolerant to Hong Kong opposition forces' actions that may violate the national security law for Hong Kong. Analysts said. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said on Wednesday that the Chinese government firmly opposes the act and strongly condemns it, and China will impose sanctions on relevant US personnel and entities to safeguard China's legitimate interests. U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday signed into law the Hong Kong Autonomy Act, which imposes sanctions on what it calls foreign individuals and entities that materially contribute to China's failure to preserve Hong Kong's autonomy, and would allow the U.S. President to impose property-blocking sanctions on an individual or entity, visa sanctions on a named individual, and prohibit a financial institution from receiving loans from a U.S. financial institution on China's possible countermeasures. Chinese analysts said China may impose reciprocal visa restrictions and freeze the assets of some U.S. officials. The sponsors of the act, Senators Chris Van Hollen and Pat Toomey, are very likely to be on China's sanctions list, and Pelosi, who once described Hong Kong riots as a beautiful sight, may also be on the list, analysts said. Also on the list could be some people from the U.S. Consulate General in Hong Kong, such as Julie E. Day, its political unit chief, who frequently met with leaders of Hong Kong rioters like Joshua Wong and Martin Lee Chu Ming. Li Haidong said FX implications. The news raises bars for the market's latest risk on mood and adds to the White House announcement suggesting a ban on Chinese apps. As a result, S&P 500 futures fade upside momentum, currently up 0.09% to 3,223. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. White House's Meadows Trump administration is studying national security risks of TikTok, WeChat and other apps. http://ntvforex.com News ID D34D31. July 15, 22:23 GMT. By Anil Panchal. Early Thursday morning in Asia, White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, crossed wires, via Reuters. The Trump administration member suggested that the officials are analyzing national security risks emanating from foreign apps. Key quotes: Trump administration is studying national security risks of TikTok, WeChat and other apps that risk allowing a foreign adversary to gather information on Americans. Action on this issue is likely in weeks, not months. FX implications. This could offer a pause to the market bulls that recently cheered on vaccine hopes. As a result, S&P 500 futures mark mild gains of 0.20% by the press time. AUD/USD again pierces 0.7000 with eyes on Aussie employment. China GDP breaking. US will have effective COVID-19 vaccine by year-end. FOSI Oxford scientists believe they could have breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine. Telegraph. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold price analysis. XAU/USD bulls stay hopeful above $1,800 despite Wednesday's spinning top. http://ntvforex.com News ID B509D0. July 15, 22:05 GMT. By Anil Panchal. Gold prices recede from $1,813.40 after a 3-day winning streak. Spinning top suggests traders' indecision can be clubbed with recent sluggish moves. Sustained trading beyond 10-day EMA, the monthly support line portrays bullion's strength. The month start top adds to the downside barrier, multiple resistances stand tall to guard further advances past $1,800. Gold prices ease from one-week high to $1,810 amid early Thursday morning in Asia. The bullion marked consecutive third positive daily closing the previous day. However, sluggish moves portray a spinning top candlestick formation suggesting traders' indecision. The pattern joins the quote's recent failures to refresh monthly high and suggesting the underlying weakness of the bullish momentum. As a result, the bears could seek fresh entries targeting $1,800-$1,798 support area comprising 10-day EMA and an upward sloping trend line from June 15. However, any further weakness by the yellow metal will divert the bears towards July 1 top near $1,789. It should also be noted that the gold price weakness past $1,789 might not refrain from attacking the early June peaks near $1,745. On the contrary, the monthly top, also the multi-year high, around $1,818 acts as an immediate resistance, a break of which could escalate the bullion's north run towards August 30, 2011 peak surrounding $1,840. Additionally, the precious metal's ability to stay strong beyond $1,840 enables it to aim for the record high of $1,921 flashed during September 2011 gold daily chart trend pullback expected. Additional important levels. Overview. Today last price point 1810.44, today daily change 0.1.30, today daily change percent 0.07%, today daily open point 1809.14. Trends. Daily SMA 20.17, 74.64, daily SMA 50.17, 41.98, daily SMA 100.16, 91.19, daily SMA 200.16, 04.02. Levels. Previous daily high point 1810.98, previous daily low point 1790.42, previous weekly high point 1818.17, previous weekly low point 1770.16, previous monthly high point 1785.91, previous monthly low point 1670.76, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 1803.13, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, 1798.27, daily pivot point S 1.1796.05, daily pivot point S 2.1782.95, daily pivot point S 3.1775.49, daily pivot point R 1.1816.61, daily pivot point R 2.1824.07, daily pivot point R 3.1837.17. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD again pierces 0.7000 with eyes on Aussie employment, China GDP. http ntvforex.com news ID 6AA745. July 15, 21:41 GMT. Biannual Panchal AUD/USD defies pullback from 0.7038 with the bounce off 0.6993. Vaccine hopes favor risk sentiment, the US dollar fails to cheer upbeat data amid virus woes. Sino-American tension, COVID-19 spread in Melbourne caps the upside at monthly high. Australia's June month jobs report, Chinese Q2 GDP and retail sales are in the spotlight. AUD/USD prints another rise past 0.7000 threshold, currently around 0.7007, at the start of Thursday's Asian session. The quote did refresh monthly high to 0.7038 the previous day but couldn't stay beyond the round figure for longer, like recently. Even so, its latest U-turn from 0.6993, coupled with the recent positive price performance, keeps the bulls hopeful ahead of the busy day. Expectations of a cure to the deadly coronavirus COVID-19 offered fresh fuel to the market's optimism the previous day. The mood got extra support from upbeat US data and downbeat performance of the greenback. Though, continued tension between the US and China, with the speedy rise in the pandemic numbers, tame the upbeat sentiment. Read breaking: US will have effective COVID-19 vaccine by year-end. Fossey. Market cheers early signals of COVID-19 cure ahead of busy day. While adding strength to the early Tuesday statements from Moderna and US President Donald Trump, Oxford scientists and US health official Fossey also suggest that the vaccine for the deadly virus will be out soon. This became the market mover the previous day and boosts the risk tone off late. Also adding to the optimism could be upbeat data from the US and hopes of further stimulus by the global policymakers. Oxford scientists believe they could have breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine telegraph. On the contrary, the Sino-American tussle continues to become the market negative factor with both sides indulging in the war of words. US President Donald Trump signed an executive order to shun Hong Kong's special trading status and threatened additional steps that got the expected response from China. Also, record-high pandemic numbers from the US and fears that virus conditions in Melbourne will worsen further added barriers to the upbeat mood. Against this backdrop, Wall Street marked another positive day, though with milder gains than Tuesday, whereas the US 10-year Treasury yields also rose further towards 0.70%. Traders will have a busy Asian session with Aussie employment numbers for June, followed by China's second quarter Q2 GDP in focus. Australian employment change is expected to recover from 227.7k prior to 112.5k, whereas unemployment rate could rise from 7.1% to 7.4%. Further, China's Q2 GDP bears the market consensus of 2.1% versus 6.8% of previous readouts. Even if the data might immediately offer additional fuel to the pair's current run-up, anticipated weakness in the coming months at home and likely escalating US-China tension might cap the gains. It should, however, be noted that the vaccine hopes may continue to support the risk-on mood and help the Aussie quote technical analysis. Repeated failures to stay strong past 0.7000 might not be a problem for the bulls aiming to cross June month high near 0.7065. However, the bears can re-enter if AUD/USD prices fall below 0.6920, comprising lows marked since July 7 and 21-day SMA. Additional important levels. Overview. Today last price point 0.7006, today daily change 0.30 pips, today daily change percent 0.43%, today daily open 0.6976. Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6915, daily SMA 50.0.6779, daily SMA 100.0.6534, daily SMA 200.0.6679. Levels. Previous daily high 0.6978, previous daily low 0.6921, previous weekly high 0.7001, previous weekly low 0.6922, previous monthly high 0.7065, previous monthly low 0.6648, daily Fibonacci 38.2%, 0.6956, daily Fibonacci 61.8%, 0.6942, daily pivot point S 1.0.6938, daily pivot point S 2.0.6901, daily pivot point S 3.0.6881, daily pivot point R 1.0.6996, daily pivot point R 2.0.7016, daily pivot point R 3.0.7053. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Wall Street close, bulls fully back in charge on hopes of vaccine breakthrough. http ntvforex.com news ID 65A91F. July 15, 2054 GMT. By Ross J. Berland. The S&P 500 rose 29.04 points, or 0.9%, to 3,226.56. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 227.51 points, or 0.9%, to 26,870.10. The Nasdaq Composite added 61.91 points, or 0.6%, to 10,550.49. US stocks closed broadly higher on Wall Street Wednesday as investors pin their hopes of a COVID-19 vaccine coming to the market by year-end. Subsequently, industrial, healthcare, financial and technology companies took the reign of the markets. Small company stocks were big gainers and bond yields were mostly higher as prospects of inflation comes back to the table. Inflation erodes the purchasing power of a bond's future cash flows, adding to the positive vibe. Ahead of this weekend's EU summit, were comments from German Chancellor Merkel that Germany is prepared to compromise in order to reach a deal for the European Recovery Fund. Also, flowing on from yesterday's news conference, where US President Donald Trump signed the Hong Kong executive order, later was reported today saying that he doesn't want to worsen tensions with Beijing, ruling out further sanctions on officials. For now, breaking US will have effective COVID-19 vaccine by year-end. Fossey. Meanwhile, Moderna reported that its trial vaccine produced neutralizing antibodies in patients who received 2 doses. equivalent to levels seen in COVID-19 patients who recover. Analysts at ANZ Bank explained these results were from an initial safety trial. 45 patients, ages 18-55, and efficacy can only be properly demonstrated in a large trial. Here was also high incidence of side effects. A large trial will begin on July 27, with 30,000 healthy people, comparing the vaccine to placebo, including people in older, high-risk age brackets. If a vaccine can be produced, it will be a game changer, so results like this are encouraging, but producing one for widespread use is a long way off and the outlook is bleak until then. Without a vaccine, devastating health impacts will continue, with significant economic implications. The stakes couldn't be higher. US data on the positive tip. In data today, the US Empire manufacturing for June beat expectations, rising to 17.2 points exp 10, previous 0.2, its highest level since late 2018. The rise was largest among the orders and shipments sub-indices. Employment was only slightly positive. Optimism about conditions over the next 6 months deteriorated. Industrial production beat expectations, rising 5.4%, exp 4.3%, previous 1.4%. But the durability of the recovery is in doubt, given the rise in US case numbers and increased restrictions. The analysts at ANZ Bank explained. We also had the beige book and it was shown that economic activity increased in almost all districts. Here are some of the key positive takeaways from the report. Consumer spending picked up as many non-essential businesses were allowed to reopen. Retail sales rose in all districts, led by a rebound in vehicle sales. Demand for professional and business services increased in most districts but was still weak. Employment increased in all districts as businesses reopened or increased activity. Gains in retail and hospitality highlighted. Full news Fed's beige book. Economic activity increased in almost all districts. S&P 500 price analysis. S&P 500 price analysis. No close above the significant 3,233.25 resistance zone for now. SP 500 overview. Today last price. 3220 today daily change 0.47.75 today daily change percent 0.1.51 today daily open. 3172.25 trends. Daily SMA 20. 3121.42 daily SMA 50. 3054.62 daily SMA 100.28 92.88 daily SMA 200. 3036.05 levels. Previous daily high. 3178.5 previous daily low. 3129.25 previous weekly high. 3184.5 previous weekly low. 3115 previous monthly high. 3233.25 previous monthly low. 2936.5 daily Fibonacci 38.2%. 3148.06 daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 3159.69 daily pivot point S1. 3141.5 daily pivot point S2. 3110.75 daily pivot point S3. 3092.25 daily pivot point R1. 3190.75 daily pivot point R2. 3209.25 daily pivot point R3. 3240. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. S&P 500 price analysis. No close above the significant 3,233.25 resistance zone for now. http ntvforex.com news ID 773611. July 15, 2051 GMT. By Rajundal, MSTA. The S&P 500 closed 0.91% higher in the cash market on Wednesday. The market was led by travel companies with the Royal Caribbean cruise share price outperforming. S&P 500 4-hour chart. The S&P 500 was once again bullish as the market rallies off the back of the Moderna vaccine story. All three of the major U.S. bourses closed higher with the S&P at the top of the leaderboard as the recovery was broad-based and not only in the tech sector. Looking at the 4-hour chart below, the price is very close to the high from June 8 of 3,233.25. The price did briefly print above the area, but it did not last too long as there was not enough momentum for the bulls to keep pushing higher. If the market does continue to move lower, there is good support at the red support level near 3148.84. Beyond that, the next meaningful support is the green uptrend line. The indicators are both also looking bullish. The relative strength index is conclusively above the 50 area and there is room to move on the upside. The MACD histogram is green and the signal lines are also above the midpoint, which is positive. Additional levels. SP 500, overview. Today last price. 3220 today daily change 0.47.75 today daily change percent 0.1.51 today daily open. 3172.25 Trends. Daily SMA 20. 3121.42 daily SMA 50. 3054.62 daily SMA 100.28 92.88 daily SMA 200. 3036.05 Levels. Previous daily high. 3178.5 previous daily low. 3129.25 previous weekly high. 3184.5 previous weekly low. 3115 previous monthly high. 3233.25 previous monthly low. 2936.5 daily Fibonacci 38.2%. 3148.06 daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 3159.6 daily pivot point S1. 3141.5 daily pivot point S2. 3110.75 daily pivot point S3. 3092.25 daily pivot point R1. 3190.75 daily pivot point R2. 3209.25 daily pivot point R3. 3240 Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Oxford scientists believe they could have breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine. Telegraph. http ntvforex.com news ID 18C02C. July 15, 2051 GMT. By Ross J. Berland. Oxford scientists believe they could have a breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine, which is reported in the Telegraph today. Keynotes. The clinical trials have so far been successful, the Telegraph understands. Researchers have shown that antibodies produced against sections of a genetic material called spike protein, usually found on the surface of the coronavirus, after infection are able to kill the virus when tested in the laboratory. They want the human body to recognize and develop antibodies to the protein that would stop the virus from entering human cells. Trials suggest that not only is this happening but also that the body is developing a crucial T-cell response as well, which is deemed crucial in the defense against coronavirus. When will it be available? The article states that AstraZeneca is on track to begin rolling out up to 2 billion doses of a coronavirus vaccine in September if ongoing trials continue to prove successful. What is the next step? As the level of coronavirus in the UK subsided, scientists began trialing the drug in hospitals, where it was likely to be more prevalent. They have also enrolled 5,000 volunteers in Brazil and others in South Africa. Developers are expected to report their Phase I study results, which would show whether it is safe and whether or not it induces an immune response within the next fortnight. Market implications. Bring it on, say the bulls. Breaking: US will have effective COVID-19 vaccine by year-end. Fossey: Wall Street close, bulls fully back in charge on hopes of vaccine breakthrough. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Breaking: US will have effective COVID-19 vaccine by year-end. Fossey. http ntvforex.com news ID 9A51B9. July 15, 2009 GMT. By NTV Forex team. Reuters reports that the leading U.S. expert on infectious diseases, Dr. Anthony Fauci, predicted on Wednesday the country will meet its goal of a coronavirus vaccine by year's end and was unmoved by the prospect that China would get there first. While there are no guarantees, I feel good about the projected timetable. Fauci told Reuters in an interview his comments follow promising early-stage data for the Moderna Inc.'s coronavirus vaccine, released on Tuesday, that was developed by scientists at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, which Fauci directs. Keynotes infectious disease expert Fauci tells Reuters that US will have effective coronavirus vaccine by year-end. Fauci tells Reuters that Moderna's vaccine trial results were especially promising. Fauci tells Reuters he does not think China will be first with a vaccine, at least not by much. Fauci also said Moderna's results were especially promising because the vaccine appeared to offer the type of protection seen in a natural infection. One of the things that you hope for is that your vaccine induces a response that is comparable to a natural infection, because theoretically, the best vaccine you could possibly ever get is a natural infection. Reuters explained that Moderna's candidate, which is set to enter the last stage of testing on July 27, is just one of more than 100 vaccines in development globally, but only one of a few contenders that have earned millions of dollars in backing from Operation Warp Speed, the White House program that aims to deliver more than 300 million doses of a safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine by January. Market implications. The market reaction to these comments from Fauci was muted considering the news dropped yesterday that there are promising signs with the vaccine following results of the test on 45 volunteers which revved up and improved their immune systems. Many experts see a safe and effective vaccine as the only way out of the pandemic that has infected millions and killed more than 575,000 people worldwide. However, the statements made today should cement the improved risk-on themes in markets as we run into key economic data released today from China and ahead of US retail sales and the European Central Bank, likely playing second fiddle, however, to the EU summit this weekend. Inflation pressures will be the theme as the vaccine rubber hits the road, a topic discussed in the following usual suspects earlier today. Gold prices march on above a key support structure as inflation expectations ramp up. DXY meeting resistance in a bullish correction, bears lurking on risk-on themes gaining traction. Update from after the bell. Oxford scientists believe they could have a breakthrough on COVID-19 vaccine. Telegraph. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Forex today. Busy start to a busy day. http ntvforex.com. News ID 16C74A. July 15, 20:09 GMT. By NTV Forex team. Here is what you need to know on Thursday, July 16. High-yielding assets soared on the back of late Tuesday's Moderna news, as a potential vaccine delivered immune response against coronavirus in all patients treated at Phase 1. The company prepares to enter Phase 3 and proceed with massive testing. The EUR-USD pair surged to 1.1451 as speculative interest sold off the greenback, although with Wall Street easing from intraday highs, the dollar recovered ahead of the close. The pair settled just above the 1.1400 level. Upbeat UK inflation data helped GBP-USD reach an intraday high of 1.2649. Although the pair retreated sub 1.2600 ahead of the close. UK core CPI was up by 0.6%, still far below the BOE's 2% target. Market mood partially deteriorated on mounting tensions between the US and China. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo announced visa restrictions on employees of Chinese technology companies, including Huawei. China's foreign minister announced they will summon U.S. ambassador to China over the Hong Kong Autonomy Act, adding the government will take the necessary measures, including sanctions against U.S. entities and individuals. The Bank of Canada had a monetary policy meeting, keeping its key interest rate at 0.25%, and will remain so for a long time, according to Governor Macklem. Policymakers expect the economy to contract by 7.8% this year, and to return to growth in 2021, seen then surging by 5.1%. Gold seesawed between gains and losses throughout the day, ending it little changed around $1,810 a troy ounce. Despite the better market mood, the commodity maintains its bullish stance, as uncertainty continues alongside massive stimulus from most major central banks. Crude oil prices dropped on output cut-related headlines but got to recover after the US EIA stockpiles report showed a decline of 7.49 million barrels in the week ended July 10. WTI extended its advance to $41 a barrel early Thursday. China will publish its Q2 GDP, foreseen at 9.6% from 9.8% in Q1. The country will also unveil June retail sales and industrial production, both seen recovering from negative levels. Australia will release its June employment data, which could be offset by the recent lockdown in the Melbourne area later in the day. The UK will publish employment figures while the ECB will have a monetary policy meeting. Cryptocurrency market news: Samsung announces support for Stellar blockchain. Grayscale got over $900 million invested in crypto from institutions. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. COVID-19 cases in the United States topped 3.46 million as of Wednesday afternoon. http ntvforex.com News ID 904C1F. July 15, 1959 GMT. By Ross J. Berland. The number of COVID-19 cases in the United States topped 3.46 million as of Wednesday afternoon. There have been more than 136,000 deaths, according to the Center for Systems Science and Engineering CSSE at Johns Hopkins University. California is getting special attention considering how rapidly the virus is spreading. The number of cases in California is now on pace to double every 29.2 days, a number used to measure how quickly the virus is spreading. Coronavirus can infect people so rapidly that it has continued to spread despite shutdown orders aimed at slowing the growth of new cases and flattening this line. Over the past week, the state has averaged 8,902 new cases and 95.6 new deaths per day. California coronavirus cases today are at 11,126 vs 7,346 yesterday. Outlook for the US dollar. The path of the U.S. economy largely depends on developments involving COVID-19 as the country has failed to control the pandemic, Patrick Harker, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, said at a virtual event by the Center City Proprietors Association. Despite the enormous sacrifices made by tens of millions of Americans, the country has still failed to control the virus. A Fed president might like to think otherwise, but there is only so much policymakers can do right now to affect the economy. Our country's economic performance in a large part depends on what happens with COVID-19. Harker said the US dollar has prospered in the wake of the virus, and the rationale should be that it would tread softer grounds on signs of a peak or a vaccine. We have one of those for the playbook in the mix with the news that a vaccine could be on the way. An experimental vaccine, developed by Fauci's colleagues at the National Institutes of Health and Moderna Inc. is the first COVID-19 vaccine tested in the US, and it has been reported to have heightened 45 volunteers' immune systems just the way scientists had hoped. No matter how you slice this is good news. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the US government's top infectious disease expert, told the Associated Press there is an inflationary theme tied to this which, over time, would likely support the case for a softer dollar. Emerging markets have been on the move over the course of the recovery from the virus's initial impact, which has had a direct negative correlation to the dollar. A continuation in the trend of the MSCI to the upside will potentially have negative impacts on the DXY going forward. Hourly resistance playing out as well for near-term structure analysis. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/MXN price analysis: another failure at 22.75 opens door to more losses. http ntvforex.com News ID C4B3B7. July 15, 1954 GMT. By Matthias Salord. Mexican peso consolidates recovery, removes bearish pressure. USD/MXN could post the lowest close in a month, near relevant support. The USD/MXN pair bottomed on Wednesday at 22.25 and rebounded modestly. It is hovering around 22.30, holding near a short-term uptrend line. Again, the pair failed near 22.75 and pulled back. This time it managed to remain under 22.50, a bearish short-term sign. The next support stands at 22.20. A break lower would clear the way for a slide toward 22.00. The mentioned area should initially hold, favoring a rebound back to 22.30. If broken, 21.50 would be on the radar on the upside. The critical area is around 22.7080, where several horizontal resistance levels confluence with the 55-day moving average. A close above would point to more gains for USD/MXN with an immediate target at 22.90 and then 23.20 USD/MXN daily chart. USD/MXN overview. Today last price point 22.373. Today daily change 0.0815. Today daily change percent 0.36. Today daily open point 22.4545. Trends. Daily SMA 20.22.6477. Daily SMA 50.22.7392. Daily SMA 100.22.9099. Daily SMA 200.20.9711. Levels. Previous daily high point 22.7795. Previous daily low point 22.426. Previous weekly high point 22.8982. Previous weekly low point 22.1539. Previous monthly high point 23.2298. Previous monthly low point 21.4609. Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. 22.561. Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 22.6445. Daily pivot point S 1.22.3272. Daily pivot point S 2.22.1998. Daily pivot point S 3.21.9737. Daily pivot point R 1.22.6807. Daily pivot point R 2.22.9068. Daily pivot point R 3.23.0342. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Royal Caribbean Cruises stock price. Royal Caribbean Cruises tops the leaderboard as travel companies outperform. http ntvforex.com. News ID 7C260D. July 15, 1953 GMT. By Rajundal, MSTA. Royal Caribbean Cruises trades over 20% higher on Wednesday. The whole sector has received a boost on vaccine optimism. Royal Caribbean Cruises stock price. The whole of the travel sector is the US is trading higher as hopes of a vaccine boost US stock markets. The travel sector has much to gain as if the vaccine is successful people will be able to travel again. This may be slightly premature, but it did not stop the volume coming in and backing the move. Looking at the daily price NYSE RCL chart below, the arrow represents the amount of volume traded on the session. As you can see, there is only a couple of other occasions on the chart where the volume was higher than it was today. Looking at some of the other more technical points, the price is hanging above the 55 simple moving average and it could be used as a support if the bears do step in. The MACD indicator has recently turned up as the histogram is now in the green. The relative strength index is conclusively above the 50 line too. One of the key features on the chart is the triangle pattern, and if the trend line breaks to the upside it could be another very bullish signal. The price could then look to target the red resistance zone at 75.55 per share. Other travel names have also performed well today too. The Norwegian Cruise Line NYSE NCLH and American Airlines NYSE AAL share prices are both above 15%. Although Boeing NYSE BA shares are not at the top of the leaderboard in terms of performance, they are when it comes to volume. Despite the market backing this move with great support, many analysts will be keeping a close eye on Moderna Nasdaq mRNA news, as if there is any negative news on the vaccine front, the price of all of the travel companies could come back down to earth once again. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Breaking. China's GDP rebounds 3.2% YoY in Q2 versus 2.1% expected, AUD/USD retakes 0.70. http ntvforex.com news ID 07D5F4. 42 minutes ago. By NTV Forex team, China's GDP arrives at 3.2% YoY in Q2, meets expectations. China's March retail sales disappoint, industrial production beat estimates. AUD/USD reattempts 0.70 on the mixed Chinese data dump. China's economy saw an upturn in the second quarter post-coronavirus lockdown reopenings and expansion in the country's manufacturing sector, the official data released at 0200 GMT showed. The annualized first quarter gross domestic product GDP came in at 3.2%, beating the forecasted print of 2.1% and up from the previous quarter's GDP of 6.8%. Inter-quarter, China's GDP arrived at 11.5% in Q2 versus 9.6% expected and 9.8% previous. China's June retail sales YoY, the number arrived at 1.8% versus 0.3% expected and 2.8% last, with industrial output YoY at 4.8% and 4.4% expected and 4.4% last. Meanwhile, fixed asset investment YoY stood at 3.1% in June versus 3.2% expected and 6.3% last. AUD/USD reaction. AUD/USD reattempted 0.70 on upbeat China's Q2 GDP and mixed activity numbers for June, although the further upside remains elusive amid US-Sino tensions and virus fears. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Aussie 10-year yield drops 2 basis points after jobs data. http ntvforex.com news ID 77CFAE. 11 minutes ago. By Omkar Godbole. The yield on the 10-year Australian bond yield fell by 2 basis points to 0.87% after data released at 0130 GMT showed the Aussie jobless rate ticked higher to 7.4% in June as expected and full-time jobs growth tanked. The economy added 210.8k jobs in June compared to expectations for 112.5k additions, having shed 227.7k jobs in May. However, the better-than-expected headline figure lost its shine due to dismal details, which showed the full-time jobs fell by 38.1k following an 89.1k drop in May. The decline in full-time jobs shows the economy is unlikely to return to pre-coronavirus levels anytime soon. As such, the RBA will likely keep the policy accommodative for a prolonged time. The RBA, in its July meeting, made it clear that rates would remain low until progress is made towards full employment and inflation is within the 2%-3% target at press time. The 10-year yield is seen at 0.88%. Meanwhile, the spread between the 10 and 2-year yields is seen at 62 basis points compared to around 49 basis points in the US and just 18 basis points in Japan. Essentially, Australia has the steepest yield curve among advanced economies, and that is turning Australia into a carry trade haven, according to Bloomberg. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD price analysis. China GDP fails to recall the bulls around 0.7 thousand. http ntvforex.com news ID 91F2 FA. 31 minutes ago. By Anil Panchal. AUD/USD snaps 2-day winning streak, extends pullback from 0.7016. China's second quarter Q2 GDP crosses 9.6% forecast with 11.5%. A 2-week-old ascending trend line, 200-bar SMA offers strong support. 0.7040 adds to the upside barriers ahead of June month's top. AUD/USD declines to 0.6990 during the early Thursday. In doing so, the pair ignores upbeat prints of China's Q2 GDP, as well as June month industrial production. The reason could be traced from weaker than forecast retail sales data read breaking China's GDP rebounds 3.2% YoY in Q2 versus 2.1% expected. AUD/USD retakes 0.70. With the pair's repeated failures to cross 0.7000, backed by mixed data, the pair sellers are targeting the late June tops near 0.6975, for now. However, an upward sloping trend line since June 30, at 0.6935 now, could challenge the pair's further weakness in a case where the quote remains weak past 0.6935. 200 bar SMA level of 0.6920 and 0.69000 round figure will be the key as they holds the gates for the pair's further downside towards 0.6775 figures comprising June 15 bottom. Alternatively, a horizontal area around 0.7040 becomes additional resistance for the pair beyond 0.7000, a break of which will help the bulls to confront 0.7065 numbers for the north, including June high AUD/USD 4-hour chart trend pullback expected. Additional important levels, overview. Today last price point 0.6995 today daily change 13 pips today daily change percent 0.19% today daily open point 0.7008 Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6922 daily SMA 50.0.6791 daily SMA 100.0.6539 daily SMA 200.0.668 Levels. Previous daily high point 0.7038 previous daily low point 0.697 previous weekly high point 0.7001 previous weekly low point 0.6922 previous monthly high point 0.7065 previous monthly low point 0.6648 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 0.7012 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 0.6996 daily pivot point S 1.0.6972 daily pivot point S 2.0.6937 daily pivot point S 3.0.6904 daily pivot point R 1.0.7041 daily pivot point R 2.0.7074 daily pivot point R 3.0.7109. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/CNH offshore yuan remains weak despite above forecast China GDP. http ntvforex.com news ID 628547. 12 minutes ago. By Omkar Godbol USD/CNH remains bid despite a bigger than expected rebound in China's economy. China's GDP rose over 11% in the second quarter versus expectations for a 9.6% growth. The Sino-US tensions seem to be keeping the CNH under pressure. Offshore yuan CNH continues to trade in the red despite a bigger than expected rebound in China's economy in the second quarter. The USD/CNH pair is trading at 6.9874, representing a 0.10% gain on the day. At 0200 GMT, China reported a second quarter gross domestic product GDP of 11.5%. The growth rate was expected to rebound to 9.6% quarter-on-quarter from the first quarter's 9.8%. Meanwhile, consumer spending for June, as represented by retail sales, came in at 1.8% year-on-year versus expectations for a 0.3% rise and 2.8% previous. Industrial production rose 4.8% year-on-year in June, beating expectations for a 4.7% rise, following May's 4.4% growth. So far, the upbeat GDP and factory data have failed to put a bid under yuan. The Chinese currency's dismal response could be attributed to rising tensions between the US and China. President Trump, on Tuesday, signed an executive order to shun Hong Kong's special trading status and threatened additional steps that got the expected response from China. As per the latest reports, the US is said to be weighing a sweeping travel ban on Chinese Communist Party members, a move that is likely to prompt sharp retaliation. Another possible reason for the sustained uptick in USD/CNH could be the losses in the US stock futures and the resulting demand for the safe haven US dollar. At press time, the S&P 500 futures are down more than 0.20%. It appears as though the escalating tensions between the US and China are now overshadowing the optimism generated by the news of coronavirus vaccine. President Donald Trump, Oxford scientists, and U.S. health official Fauci said on Tuesday that the vaccine for the deadly virus will be out soon. Earlier this week, biotech firm Moderna Inc.'s experimental vaccine for COVID-19 showed positive results in clinical trials. Technical levels. USD/CNH Overview. Today last price 6.9854 today daily change 0.0036 today daily change percent 0.05 today daily open 6.9818 Trends. Daily SMA 20.7.0462 daily SMA 50.7.084 daily SMA 100.7.0728 daily SMA 200.7.0377 Levels. Previous daily high 7.0122 previous daily low 6.9806 previous weekly high 7.0692 previous weekly low 6.9808 previous monthly high 7.1518 previous monthly low 7.04 daily Fibonacci 38.2% 6.9927 daily Fibonacci 61.8% 7.0001 daily pivot point S 1.6.9709 daily pivot point S 2.6.96 daily pivot point S 3.6.9394 daily pivot point R 1.7.0024 daily pivot point R 2.7.023 daily pivot point R 3.7.0339. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. NZD/USD stays depressed below 0.6600 despite upbeat China GDP. http ntvforex.com News ID B9500C. 13 minutes ago. By Anil Panchal, NZD/USD fails to keep the previous day's positive performance even as Chinese GDP mark welcome numbers. China's Q2 GDP and June month industrial production confront downbeat retail sales data. The shift in market sentiment, amid fresh US-China tussle, also weighs on the quote. A heavy economic calendar will join risk catalysts to offer a busy day. NZD/USD recedes to 0.6560, down 0.21% on a day, after the market reacts to China's headlines data during the early Thursday. The quote put a higher emphasis on the retail sales weakness than the strong figures of the second quarter Q2 GDP and industrial production for June read, breaking China's GDP rebounds 3.2% YoY in Q2 versus 2.1% expected. AUD/USD retakes 0.70. The pair earlier reacted to the surge in Australia's unemployment rate, from 7.1% to 7.4%, in June, as well as increasing virus figures from Victoria. Also likely to have compressed the quote was the latest news suggesting increased tension between the US and China, with the US indicating additional sanctions on Chinese diplomats, coupled with Beijing's readiness to retaliate. Market risk tone sentiment seems to forget the vaccine-led optimism. On Wednesday, global traders cheered upbeat signals that the coronavirus vaccine is nearby. Against this backdrop, S&P 500 futures drop 0.30% to 3,210, while stocks in Asia Pacific also register mild losses. By the press time, traders will keep eyes on the macros concerning virus vaccine and further developments for the US-China story for immediate direction ahead of the European Central Bank's ECB meeting and US data dump, including retail sales, jobless claims, and Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index technical analysis. Pairs repeated failures to rise past 0.6600 keeps the bears hopeful for witnessing June 23 top near 0.6530. Additional important levels, Overview. Today last price point 0.6561 today daily change 11 pips today daily change percent 0.17% today daily open point 0.6572 Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.6496 daily SMA 50.0.635 daily SMA 100.0.6195 daily SMA 200.0.634 Levels. Previous daily high point 0.6585 previous daily low point 0.653 previous weekly high point 0.6601 previous weekly low point 0.6519 previous monthly high point 0.6585 previous monthly low point 0.6186 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 0.6564 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 0.6551 daily pivot point S1.0.654 daily pivot point S2.0.6507 daily pivot point S3.0.6485 daily pivot point R1.0.6595 daily pivot point R2.0.6617 daily pivot point R3.0.665 Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. China's President XI long-term sound economic growth have not changed and will not change. http ntvforex.com News ID 1CBAA1 17 minutes ago. By Dwani Mehta. Following the release of the Chinese economic releases, especially the Q2 growth numbers, the country's President Xi Jinping came out on the wires, expressing his take on the economic outlook. Per Xinhua news agency, Xi said that the fundamentals of China's long-term sound economic growth have not changed and will not change. China will keep deepening reform and expanding opening up. He added he will provide a better business environment for investment, development of Chinese and foreign enterprise, said Xi in a letter to global CEOs. Market reaction. On the above comments, AUD/USD is little changed and keeps its range near daily lows of 0.6989, as markets digest the macro data flow. Australia and China. Meanwhile, the Chinese yuan remains on the back foot despite the Q2 GDP beat. USD/CNH offshore yuan remains weak despite above forecast China GDP. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Dollar pairs initial losses on short covering. http ntvforex.com News ID CC044E 7/16/2021 51:14 AM. Market review 15/07/2020 23:40 GMT. Dollar pairs initial losses on short covering. Although the greenback fell across the board on Wednesday on return of risk appetite triggered by optimism over a coronavirus vaccine. Dollar later paired intraday losses in New York due to short covering. Reuters reported Moderna Inc.'s experimental vaccine for COVID-19 showed it was safe and provoked immune responses in all 45 healthy volunteers in an ongoing early-stage study, U.S. researchers reported on Tuesday. On the data front, Reuters reported the Federal Reserve said on Wednesday manufacturing production increased 7.2% last month. Output at factories advanced by an unrevised 3.8% in May. Economists polled by Reuters had forecast manufacturing output rising 5.6% in June. Overall industrial production rose 5.4% last month after gaining 1.4% in May. Versus the Japanese yen, although dollar rebounded to 107.30 at Asian Open and showed muted reaction after the Bank of Japan left its interest rates unchanged, renewed selling emerged and intraday fall accelerated at European Open and the pair tumbled to 106.87 on active safe haven JPY buying on fear over second wave of coronavirus pandemic in the United States as infections rose together with U.S. chain tensions. Price then dropped to session lows of 106.67 in New York before recovering to 106.97 on short covering and then moved sideways. Reuters reported the Bank of Japan kept monetary policy steady on Wednesday and maintained its view that the economy would gradually emerge from the coronavirus pandemic's devastating blow, signaling a pause after delivering stimulus twice so far this year. As widely expected, the BOJ left unchanged its short-term interest rate target at 0.1% and a pledge to guide the 10-year government bond yield around 0% by a 8-1 vote. The single currency continued its recent winning streak and rose to 1.1422 at Asian Open, and despite retreating to 1.1392 on profit-taking, the pair later rallied to a 4-month high of 1.1451 in New York morning due to improved risk sentiment on coronavirus vaccine optimism before retreating to 1.1402 on USD's broad-based short covering. Although the British pound retreated from 1.2587 in Asian morning to 1.2564, cable found renewed buying and later rose to 1.2626 in European morning on upbeat UK inflation data as well as COVID-19 remedy optimism before retreating to 1.2594. However, the pair then rallied to session highs of 1.2649 in New York morning but only to weaken to 1.2576 on USD's strength. Reuters reported consumer price inflation increased to 0.6% in June from 0.5% in May, the Office for National Statistics said. The average forecast in a Reuters poll of economists was for the rate to fall to 0.4%. Core inflation, which excludes typically volatile energy, food, alcohol, and tobacco prices, rose to 1.4% from May's 1.2%. Economists had expected the rate to remain unchanged at 1.2%. In other news, Reuters reported talks on Britain's future relationship with the European Union will be a major topic of bloc business from September, but until now Britain has shown insufficient realism about what can be achieved, Germany's Europe Minister Michael Roth said. Data to be released on Thursday: New Zealand CPI, China House Price Index, Industrial Output, Retail Sales, GDP, Australia Employment Change, Unemployment Rate, NAB Business Confidence, UK Claimant Count, ILO Unemployment Rate, Employment Change, Average Weekly Earnings, France CPI, EU Norm, CPI, Italy Trade Balance, EU Trade Balance, ECB Refinancing Rate Decision, ECB Deposit Rate Decision, Canada ADP Employment Change, and US Initial Jobless Claims, Continued Jobless Claims, Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index, Retail Sales ex Autos, Retail Sales, Business Inventories, NAHB Housing Index. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Cryptocurrencies price prediction: Bitcoin, Stellar, AMP Tezos Asian Wrap 16 July http ntvforex.com News ID 9F3D76 3 minutes ago. Bitcoin market update: BTC USD drops below triangle formation. BTC holders vow to HODL to the grave. A recent Twitter poll conducted by Peter Schiff, a famous BTC critic, shows that most people will HODL their Bitcoin holdings to the grave if the coin's price fails to move beyond the $10,000 mark. So far, Schiff has yielded responses from more than 23,113 Twitter users. Stellar Technical Analysis: XLM USD aims for the $1 psychological level. XLM USD retained control for the third straight day as the price went up from $0.0938 to $0.0972. The bulls aim for the $1 psychological level. The is comfortably trending in the upper half of the 20-day Bollinger Band. The MACD shows sustained bullish momentum. Tezos Technical Analysis: XTZ USD bulls keep charging on as price breaks past $3.25. XTZ USD bulls retained control for the 7th straight day as the price went up from $3.2275 to $3.25 in the early hours of Thursday. The price is presently trending in an upward channel formation. The Elliott oscillator has had 12 straight green sessions. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Algorand price forecast ERD/USD pumps 17% as $0.020 beckons. http ntvforex.com news ID 3D8E15. 4 minutes ago, Algorand journey of breaking barriers in July has been a success. Eyes now on 20 cents. MoonPay integrates Algorand, supporting Visa and MasterCard purchases in over 162 countries. After taking down the resistance at $0.0060 at the beginning of July, Algorand has sustained consistent gains. The journey of breaking barriers is nothing but a success story. Moreover, the price has maintained the ground above both the 21 EMA and the 50 EMA. The 21 EMA continues to widen the gap above the 50 EMA in support of the ongoing bullish action at the time of writing. ERD/USD is trading at $0.0168 on Binance following a 17% rally in the last 24 hours. As Elrod moons, the majority of assets in the cryptocurrency market are in consolidation led by the major coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple. The price action action is expected to hold above the short-term initial support at $0.016 before spiking upwards to take down the seller congestion zone at $0.018. Bulls are slightly in control following the upward movement of the RSI above the average 50. The momentum is emphasized by the MACD currently holding the ground within the positive territory. A bullish divergence above the MACD is likely to draw more attention to ERD as it targets 2 cents in the near-term. ERD for US dollars hour chart. MoonPay integrates Algorand for payments in 162 countries. ERD, the native token of the Algorand network, now has support on MoonPay. This support will see ERD purchases done via both Visa and MasterCard in over 162 countries. MoonPay currently supports payments on platforms such as Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Bank Transfer, and Google Pay. A statement by Algorand CEO, Benjamin Minko in regards to the support said convenience is the key that will lead to unprecedented growth for the Algorand ecosystem. Direct access to 100 FI add-on ramps, DeFi and staking products on the Algorand network will soon be possible for first-time users, from their phones. This changes everything. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. On-chain activity suggests that the altcoin is not in a bubble. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. USD drops after hitting all-time high. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. 4 minutes ago, Chainlink. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. Has rallied GT 350% in 2020 and remains one of the top performers in the cryptocurrency market. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. Rally has led to some investors asking whether or not the cryptocurrency is in a bubble. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. USD faces bearish correction after it reached all-time high levels. Chainlink. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. Recently rallied by over 34% to reach a new all-time high of $8.48. In 2020, http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. Has surged by GT 350% and remains one of the top performers. However, this isn't the first time it has earned this title. In 2019, it rallied 1,481%, according to CoinMarketCap, http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. Rally has led to some investors asking whether or not the cryptocurrency is in a bubble. Since BTC's price plummeted to $3,750 on March 12, numerous altcoins, especially those related to the DeFi market, have rallied into significant gains. http ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. price action and the performance of other altcoins have convinced some investors that a new alt season has just kick-started. However, it's crucial to observe http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. Fundamentals to decide if the rally is driven by FOMO or a combination of more fundamental aspects. According to Coinmetrics data, multiple data points support the price of http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. For instance, total active addresses and the number of transactions have been increasing, indicating that the number of people holding and using http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876 has been surging. Additionally, the number of entities, investors, firms, node operators getting involved with http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876 is also spiking. In June, China's blockchain service network integrated with Chainlink and is now running 135 nodes. Chainlink's increasing number of nodes and on-chain activity points to healthy growth in the network. However, other forces appear to be at play. For instance, demand for DeFi-enabled coins like http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876 has been increasing as it provides high interest for yield farmers cultivating interest on protocols such as ETH. As the DeFi sector continues to scale, so does the need for decentralized oracles, like Chainlink, to provide external data to smart contracts. This allows DeFi applications like insurance and gambling to be more secure and trustless. Increased demand for DeFi tokens could continue to help push http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. USD more directly, http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. USD daily chart, http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. USD continues its impressive rally despite a bearish start to Thursday. In fact, this Wednesday, http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. USD managed to hit all-time high levels of $8.74. The price has gone down from $8.66 to $8.57 in the early hours of Thursday. However, as we have previously seen, http://ntvforex.com news ID AD9876. USD tends to push up high following a small bearish correction. The price has currently dropped back into the 20-day Bollinger Band. The RSI has been trending inside the overbought zone for the last 10 days. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold again faces rejection above $1,810. http://ntvforex.com news ID D8CD97. 1 minutes ago. By Omkar Godbol, gold has retreated to $1,808 from the session high of $1,813. A sustained break above $1,810 remains elusive as the dollar draws bids. Upbeat China GDP may weaken the haven demand for the yellow metal. Gold bulls continue to struggle to establish a strong foothold above $1,810. At press time, the yellow metal is trading largely unchanged on the day at $1,809, having faced rejection at $1,813 early Thursday. The safe haven metal has failed to keep gains above $1,810 in 4 out of the last 5 trading days. Indecisive market. Wednesday's dodgy candle is suggestive of indecision in the marketplace. Some may argue that the dodgy candle has appeared at multi-year highs and represents buyer exhaustion. While that could be the case, so far, the downside has been capped near $1,808. Besides, the yellow metal is trading well within Wednesday's trading range of $1,815–$1,802. Acceptance below $1,802 would confirm a short-term bearish reversal. Wednesday's low could come into play during the day ahead, as the US dollar, gold's biggest nemesis, is flashing green. At press time, the dollar index, which tracks the value of the greenback against majors, is trading at 96.14, representing 0.10% gain on the day. The dollar seems to be drawing haven bids on account of the escalating US-China tensions and the 0.5% decline in the S&P 500 futures at press time. Further, haven demand for gold may weaken, allowing bears to push prices lower, as data released at 0200 GMT showed China's economy returned to growth in the second quarter. Gold, however, may pick up a bid during the American trading hours if the U.S. retail sales data misses expectations by a big margin, sending the U.S. dollar lower. Technical levels. XAU USD, overview. Today last price point 1809.15 today daily change. 1.29 today daily change percent. 0.07 today daily open point 1810.44. Trends. Daily SMA 20.17 78.81 daily SMA 50.17 44.48 daily SMA 100.16 92.99 daily SMA 200.16 05.54. Levels. Previous daily high point 1815.1 previous daily low point 1802.56 previous weekly high point 1818.17 previous weekly low point 1770.16 previous monthly high point 1785.91 previous monthly low point 1670.76 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 1810.31 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 1807.35 daily pivot point S 1.1803.63 daily pivot point S 2.1796.83 daily pivot point S 3.1791.09 daily pivot point R 1.1816.17 daily pivot point R 2.1821.91 daily pivot point R 3.1828.71. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD CHF price analysis Wednesday's bullish engulfing suggests scope for a rise to 0.95. http ntvforex.com news ID C8DE37. 9 minutes ago. By Omkar Godbol, USD CHF's daily chart shows a bullish candlestick pattern and RSI divergence. A move to 0.95 could be in the offing. USD CHF is trading at 0.9453 at press time. The pair created a bullish engulfing candle on Wednesday, confirming a reversal higher from the downtrend from the March high of 0.9902. Similar sentiments are being echoed by the bullish divergence of the 14-day relative strength index. As such, one may expect the pair to challenge the psychological resistance of 0.95, which if breached, would expose the 50-day simple moving average 9 SMA, currently located at 0.9551. The bullish bias would be invalidated if the spot finds acceptance under Wednesday's low of 0.9438. Daily chart trend bullish. Technical levels. USD CHF overview. Today last price point 0.9454 today daily change point 0.0010 today daily change percent point 0.11 today daily open point 0.9444. Trends. Daily SMA 20.0.9453 daily SMA 50.0.9558 daily SMA 100.0.9603 daily SMA 200.0.9713. Levels. Previous daily high point 0.9458 previous daily low point 0.937 previous weekly high point 0.9456 previous weekly low point 0.9362 previous monthly high point 0.9651 previous monthly low point 0.9376 daily Fibonacci 38.2% point 0.9424 daily Fibonacci 61.8% point 0.9 S2.9404 daily pivot point S1.0.939 daily pivot point S2.0.9337 daily pivot point S3.0.9303 daily pivot point R1.0.9478 daily pivot point R2.0.9511 daily pivot point R3.0.9565. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Bok S. Lee can consider normalizing rates only when economy heals from the virus outbreak. http ntvforex.com News ID 1446BF. 15 minutes ago. By Dwani Mehta. We can consider normalizing rates only when economy heals from the coronavirus pandemic, Bank of Korea Bok, Governor Lee Ju-yeol said in a statement following the announcement of the central bank's monetary policy decision on Thursday. The South Korean central bank left the key rates unchanged at 0.50% earlier today, predicting the economy to contract this year by more than it forecast in May. Additional quotes by Lee: Thursday's rate decision was unanimous. Financial market looks very stable. Uncertainties to growth path very high. We can consider normalizing rates only when economy heals from the virus outbreak. Ready to up purchase of government bonds if needed. Exports decline was bigger than expectations. Recovery of exports may be delayed. Third extra budget may add 0.1% to 0.2% to Korea growth this year. Bok to convene a MTG tomorrow to decide on setup of SPV facility. Bok to aggressively take measures to stabilize markets if needed. Size of treasury bond purchase depends on market needs. Will monitor funding needs by local financial institutions to decide whether to extend repo operations. USDKRW rebounds. USDKRW extends the bounce and spike to daily highs of 1,205.30 on the Bok no rate change announcement and Governor Lee's cautionary remarks at the time of writing. The spot adds 0.34% to trade at 1,204.59. The bulls continue to guard the 1,200 barrier. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Asia Oil. The OPEC agreement seems to be working well. http ntvforex.com News ID CCCA60. 7/16/2023 0246 am. No taper tantrum. It looks like the taper to 7.7 mbd will happen after all. Still, Saudi Arabia's oil minister pointed out that overcompliance by producers who failed to cut entirely in May-June will mitigate some of the actual production rewinds. OPEC delegates say unofficially that the group has agreed 842 kbd of compensation cuts in August-September, meaning about 1.15 mbd of production will be added rather than the 2 mbd specified in the April agreement. It will be a disappointment to some that the 9.7 mbd reduction has not been extended again. Still, it's ultimately supportive for oil that the OPEC agreement seems to be working well, and even more important is that OPEC compliance is on a unified front. Nevertheless, in essence, the production taper reflects improving global demand and should be fundamentally bullish for oil on the margins. Still, full compliance is more critical than ever, given COVID-19 second wave risk, and that the monthly oil market monitor will continue to provide the market with forward guidance. Trump diffused China tension. Oil markets heaved a massive sigh of relief and bounced higher after President Trump indicated he doesn't want to escalate tensions with Beijing. With the U.S. equity markets in a bit of sweet spot these days, Trump probably doesn't want to rock the boat too much, knowing how fragile risk sentiment is with COVID-19 still ravaging parts of the U.S. Keeping U.S.-China tensions at the pillow fight stage is ultimately suitable for oil markets. Colossal inventory draw. Oil has been supported Wednesday by the significant drop in U.S. crude inventories, while OPEC comments on improving compliance with production targets continue to resonate. And given the production taper was far from a tantrum, it allows oil markets some breathing room to catch up with other risk assets that have been reveling in the China reflation trade. Oil market sentiment has been bolstered by a significant drop in U.S. crude stocks, helped by a fall in crude imports, while gasoline stocks declined by 3.1 mbww in line with seasonal norms. So, despite the increase in COVID-19 cases and lockdown restrictions in individual states, U.S. oil demand recovery continues. Traders expect the market to tighten over the second half of 2020, so the peak for U.S. oil inventories may be behind us. However, there's a risk that the restart of shut-in wells could put upward pressure on U.S. crude stocks in the near term. Oil market's de facto COVID fear index. Some traders view the gasoline inventories as the oil market's de facto COVID fear index. And the fact that gasoline inventories are reacting in line with season norms, rather than exhibiting counter-seasonal builds, bodes well and suggests the COVID-19 consumer fear factor is not as intense, despite nascent signs of mobility data flatlining. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. The Curious Story of the Miners Breakdown. http ntvforex.com News ID FE6861 7/15/2020 10:36:17 AM. What we previously wrote about mining stocks breakdown and yesterday's upswing might seem like something that invalidates it or something that's just nonsense. In reality, it's one of the common patterns that we see after breakdowns. The price comes back to the previously broken level or line in order to check whether it's able to get back above it. If it's not, the breakdown holds, and it becomes verified. This increases the odds for decline's continuation. Conversely, if the move higher takes the price above the certain level or line, the breakdown becomes invalidated and the signal for the opposite side here bullish is created. What if both verification and invalidation take place at the same time? This can't happen with regard to the same line, but if a given line or level is considered based on different perspectives or different prices intraday, daily closes, weekly closes, monthly closes, quarterly closes, the same line might factually be slightly different. Which indication should one trust more in this case? Of course, there are no certainties in any market, but in general, the more long-term oriented a picture is, the more important the signals coming from it. Consequently, ceteris paribus, all other things being equal, the more long-term oriented indications are likely more important. With the above in mind, let's take a look at what happened in the gold and silver stocks yesterday. The GDX ETF invalidated its breakdown below the rising intraday support line, which could be viewed as a bullish sign, but GDX's daily chart, which is twice as long-term as daily candlesticks, include two 4-hour candlesticks from the previous chart, shows that the line that's based on more long-term price extremes actually held. This means that the breakdown wasn't invalidated, it's being verified. The above chart also shows that a pause and a small comeback is relatively normal after the major tops and initial declines. Please note what happened after the February top, after the March top, and after the May top. The same thing, a daily pause. This perfectly fits yesterday's comeback to the previously broken rising support line, which now turned into resistance. Want free follow-ups to the above article and details not available to 99% investors? Sign up to our free newsletter today. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/USD hovers around resistance zone. http ntvforex.com News ID 3@82D 7/15/2020 10:26:20 AM. The EUR/USD currency pair is currently hovering around a long-term resistance zone on the daily chart, which previously got rejected on March 10 of this year and again on the 10th of June. The bullish cup and handle continuation pattern completes at one where it is met with reliable monthly trend line resistance, making this particular hurdle a tough one. If the bulls can manage to convincingly break, hold, and close above resistance at 1 on the daily time frame, this pair will more than likely see high 114s in the coming days. Alternatively, if resistance stands its ground and we fall below the 11,410.00 handle, 11,357.0 STHEN comes into play. The bulls need to keep prices above 11,300 to keep this uptrend intact, or they risk handing control over to the bears. Thursday's ECB rate decision should get things fired up for this pair, which comes in at 11.45 am GMT. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD CAD inside HFT buying area. http ntvforex.com news ID D4343B 7/15/2020 10:22:11 am. The analysis of the USD CAD pair this morning shows that the price has now reached the light HFT buying pressure zone, noted at 1.3584, and below. The pair is declining after reaching a swing high yesterday and is now likely to see more buyers entering the market here in the HFT buy area. USD CAD has also drawn some notable patterns on the hourly time frame, mainly such as the descending channel C chart below. A bullish breakout of this channel would act as a confirmation of a bottom here to the upside. The light HFT selling pressure zone is noted at 1.3645 and above. USD CAD current trading positions: sell 55%, buy 45%, 100.0%, 55.0%, 055606570758085909 10,000.20.30.40.50.60.70.80.910. Average sell price 1.3582. Average buy price 1.3612. Liquidity distribution point 1.3400, 1.3593, 1.379300, 0.10.20.30.40.50.60.70.80.9 11.100.10.20.30.40.50.60.70.80.9 11.3400, 1.3593, 1.3793 sell by. Updated July 15, 10:16 GMT. Full study. At type review, date published 2020-0715T101615.85Z. Description: current trading position regarding USD CAD including sell, buy, average sell price, average buy price. Name: USD CAD trading position by NTV Forex. Review body at type text, value sell 55%, buy 45%, average sell price 1.3582, average buy price 1.3612, item reviewed at type thing, name USD CAD, same as https://en.wikipedia.org. Wiki currency pair, rating value 1, URL USD CAD. FX Trading Revolution, your revolutionary Forex source. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Supply absorption in SP500 with possible rotation into big cap stocks video. http ntvforex.com news ID 8AF6E9 7/15/2020 10:19:15 am. Supply absorption was seen in S&P 500 futures ES yesterday with a strong bullish close at 3,183. Among the four major indices, Dow showed leadership, followed by S&P 500, Russell 2000, and Nasdaq. Profit-taking activities were seen in Nasdaq with the possibility of rotation into the big capitalization stocks in Dow and S&P 500. More clues are to be collected from the market action in the coming days. Check out the video for a complete walkthrough of the daily market analysis of S&P 500 futures ES for July 15, 2020 trading session. In this video, I am going to show you the market recap on the last session, plus 2 trade reviews in the M3 time frame including entry, exit, and the rationale behind that held from London session to US session. Going forward, I will cover the bias, the key levels to pay attention to, the potential setup for the US session later. I encourage you to watch my daily market analysis video yesterday if you haven't in order to better relate to the market recap and the trade review. Bias neutral day trading bullish long term. Key levels: resistance 3,230, 3,310, support 3,180, 3,105, 3060 3080. Potential setup: look for reversal signals around the key support or resistance levels. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Equities catch some modern love in Asia. http ntvforex.com news ID ACBFD 9. 7/15/2020 10:037 am. Moderna vaccine trial boost US markets. Asia is seeing patchy price action today, with the Moderna vaccine trial results lifting US aftermarket futures and most exchanges across the region. Moderna announced positive results from its experimental COVID-19 from another small-scale human trial. More significantly this time, the results have been published in a peer-reviewed journal, meaning independent eyes have been cast over the results. Dow Jones futures have climbed 0.80% this morning on the Moderna news after a strong showing overnight. The S&P 500 rose 1.35%, the Nasdaq 0.95% and the Dow Jones jumped 2.15% as Wall Street shrugged off dovish Federal Reserve recovery comments. The Nasdaq, seemingly invulnerable this year, has not reversed the very bearish technical price action of Monday though. Until it does, the equity rally of overnight and today should be approached with caution. The Nikkei 225 has jumped 1.30% today, catching the vaccine wave and an unchanged Bank of Japan. The Kospi has risen 0.40% with Singapore rising 1.0%, boosted by potential trade travails going forward for Hong Kong. All of the China indices are lower today after President Trump signed the Hong Kong law and removed the SARS special trading status. The United Kingdom overnight banned Huawei from its incoming 5G network. Combined, the news has dampened sentiment in China, with local traders anticipating more tit-for-tat trade retaliations from both sides. The Shanghai Composite is down 1.40%, with the CSI 300 and Hang Seng both lower by 0.50%. Looking forward, European stock markets will likely open higher, boosted by vaccine hopes and the hoped-for European Union recovery package nearing an agreement. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/USD rises on recovery fund hopes. http ntvforex.com news ID 477B03. 7/15/2020 9:56:18 am. EUR/USD stars as currency markets remain range-bound. The euro had its day in the sun overnight, EUR/USD rising by 0.50% to 1.1400 as hopes rise that the long-awaited €750 billion package will be agreed on Friday. EUR/USD now seems set to retest its March highs around 1.1500 this week. Gains past that level though, are unlikely until the pen is put to paper on the recovery package. GBP/USD sank as low as 1.2480 overnight as Britain announced a ban on Huawei's telecom equipment from its 5G network and gave UK telcos until 2027 to remove other equipment. With China retaliation a certainty, GBP/USD wilted, before recording on vaccine sentiment later in the day. GBP/USD is unchanged at 1.2570 today but has now failed for 3 consecutive days ahead of its 200-day moving average at 1.2693. With China looming from its dark tower, falling gilt yields and a procession of weak economic data, sterling's next move is more likely to be a test of support at its 100-day moving average at 1.2425. Moderna announced positive results from its experimental COVID-19 from another small-scale human trial. More significantly this time, the results have been published in a peer-reviewed journal, meaning independent eyes have been cast over the results, and like what they see elsewhere though, currency markets were quiet, with the dollar index edging 0.20% lower to 96.27. The Moderna news has boosted sentiment in Asia, however. The US dollar has moved lower against the trade-centric Australian and New Zealand dollars, as well as the yuan and regional Asian currencies. Notably, the AUD/USD is just below 0.7000 today. A break will likely spur more technical buying with the pendulum swinging to the positive side of the scale in Asia. The US dollar is likely to give ground slowly for the rest of the session. That mood should persist until the US data this evening. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. After a bumpy trade session, global uncertainty. http ntvforex.com news ID ACDBD1 7/15/2029 46:26 am. Review. The Dow Jones Industrials rose more than 1% yesterday after a bumpy trade to retake their 200-day moving average. The S&P 500 climbed less notable 0.3% and the Nasdaq fell 0.2% in yesterday's trading. Small caps tracked by the Russell 2000 advanced 0.7%. Volume was higher on both major exchanges versus the same time Monday, according to renowned economist Yale University professor Stephen Roach. US dollar may correct 35% in broad trade-weighted basis over this year and next. He said, "What worries me is that central banks and market participants are viewing the current situation through a lens that is similar to the one we used to view the global financial crisis of 2008 and 2009, when monetary authorities did come to the rescue and put a bottom on markets. This is not a financial crisis. It is a global pandemic, the containment and mitigation of which is causing major problems in real economies. So, central banks are secondary rather than primary responders to the problem worldwide." Who confirmed coronavirus cases are approaching 13.8 million, with nearly 585,000 deaths. In the US, confirmed cases are now close to 3.5 million, with the death toll over 138,000. China's trade surplus narrowed to $46.42 billion in June 2020 from $49.60 billion in the same month the previous year, and far less than market expectations of a $58.6 billion surplus. Instruments. JP Morgan Chase JPM, the most admired stock of the banking industry, exceeded analysts' second quarter 2020 EPS and revenue expectations, posting record quarterly revenue of almost $33 billion and 14.7% year-year. However, Citigroup saw a big year-year drop in EPS as expected. EPS fell 74% over the period to just 50 cents, but that was slightly above the 35 cents consensus figure, the one looking excessively benevolent to us. The former stock ended yesterday's trades with almost 0.6% gain, while the latter dropped almost 4%. This means the market remains fairly effective and we may keep betting on quarterly results of generally good, infection-proof, companies like Apple, Microsoft, Netflix, Newmont Gold Corp, to name a few of the better-known, and Broadwind Energy, Activision Blizzard, and Agnico Eagle Mines, among the less mentioned ones. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Daily recommendations on major USD/JPY. http ntvforex.com news ID 0C5D68 7/15/2029 37:26 am. Daily market outlook on major. USD/JPY 106.95. Despite dollar's strong rebound from last Friday's 2-week low at 106.65 to as high as 107.43 yesterday, intraday sell-off in Europe on renewed USD's weakness suggests recovery has possibly ended. Below 106.79 would add credence to this view and bring retest of 106.65. Break would extend decline from July's 108.16 peak to 106.3944 on the upside. Only above 107.43 would prolong choppy trading and risk gain to 107.7078, then 108.16. Data to be released on Wednesday. UK core CPI, CPI, RPI, core RPI, PPI input prices, PPI output prices, PPI core output, DCLG house price index, Italy consumer prices, CPI EU norm.u. SMBA mortgage applications, New York Fed manufacturing index, import prices, export prices, industrial production, capacity utilization, manufacturing output, and Canada manufacturing sales, Bank of Canada interest rate decision. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Dow futures rise on vaccine hope. http ntvforex.com news ID B99DC3 7/15/2029 11:47 am. Moderna stock and vaccine news. Moderna has been at the forefront of developing a coronavirus vaccine. Yesterday it came out with more positive news. A COVID-19 vaccine that was tested on 45 healthy adults confirmed a boost in their immune system. This trial study of the coronavirus vaccine by Moderna now paves the path for a bigger trial of this vaccine on nearly 30,000 healthy individuals. The final study trial is set to begin on July 27. The U.S. chief scientist Dr. Anthony Fauci is enormously optimistic about the Moderna coronavirus vaccine news, and he has said, "No matter how you slice this is good news." Moderna's stock price is likely to be highly volatile and in demand today. Dow Index and SP 500 Index market breadth. The stock market's breadth shows that bulls have gained more momentum. 47% of the Dow Jones stocks have traded above their 200-day moving average. The S&P 500 stocks continue to show more bullish support for the coronavirus stock market rally. 45% of the shares are trading above their 200-day moving average. Dow Jones and SP 500 futures today. The Dow Jones futures are trading higher by 200 points. The old trick in the book is back. Traders are pushing the coronavirus stock market rally due to more positive news on coronavirus news. The Dow Jones futures crossed and closed above the 200-day simple moving average on a daily time frame yesterday. The DJ30 index price is now back above all the three critical averages 50, 100, and 200-day SMAs. Traders and investors are likely to buy stocks because of this Dow signal. Overall, this confirms that the Dow Jones Future Index could be on the verge of a major bull run. The S&P 500 Index, a better representative of the U.S. stock market, maintains its upward trend. This is because we have already formed a higher high as compared to the last week. The S&P 500's price shows that the bulls are in control of the price because the price is above the 50, 100, and 200-day SMAs. As long as the price stays above these averages, the S&P 500 futures are likely to continue their bull run. Stock market rally. The S&P 500 index tore all the resistance levels in its way yesterday and closed higher by 1.34%. All the 12 sectors of the S&P 500 closed in positive territory. The energy and materials sectors led the gain for the S&P 500 stocks and recorded gains of 3.60% and 2.54%, respectively. The Dow Jones Index soared over 500 points yesterday and closed higher by 2.13%. All the 30 stocks of the Dow Index recorded gains. United Health and Caterpillar led the gains for the DJ30 Index. The Nasdaq Composite, a tech-savvy index, also advanced 0.82% yesterday. Coronavirus. Florida experienced record COVID-19 deaths. Coronavirus Global Tracker confirms 573,000 deaths due to COVID-19, and global coronavirus cases continue to rise. Florida reported a record number of COVID-19 deaths yesterday. However, the surge in new coronavirus cases in Florida has slowed. On Tuesday, Florida reported 291,629 new COVID-19 cases, which was a surge of 3.3% from a day earlier but much lower than the 7-day average, which is at 4.6%. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. GBP USD forecast heading higher. Hawaii, Hong Kong, and downside momentum may limit gains. http ntvforex.com news ID 4E6AA7 7/15/2028 57:00 am. GBP USD has been advancing amid coronavirus vaccine hopes, upbeat UK CPI. Britain's relations with China and Brexit uncertainty may weigh on sterling. Wednesday's 4-hour chart is showing that momentum remains weak. Will Brexit send Britain back to the glory buccaneering days? Shackling off the EU's chains provided promises of trade with other countries including with China. However, relations with the world's second-largest economy are souring. The British government decided to phase out its dependence on Huawei, the Chinese telecoms giant that has the most advanced 5G technology, amid concerns about having backdoors to the Chinese army. Beijing responses angrily and stated that the UK breached promises, accusing it of political manipulation. Back in the days of the empire, Britain held on to Hong Kong, and the city-state is another point of contention. Prime Minister Boris Johnson opened the door to receiving mass immigration from HK, a response to China's tighter grip on the territory. Brexit talks remain deadlocked, with progress expected only closer to the year-end. When the transition period expires, pound bulls may be encouraged by the stronger-than-expected increase in annual inflation. Consumer Price Index rose by 0.6% yearly, showing stability and a lower chance of disinflation. Nevertheless, Silvana Ternero, a member of the Bank of England, said that she would vote for further stimulus if needed. GBP/USD has been benefiting from dollar weakness, stemming from hopes for a coronavirus vaccine. Moderna, a Massachusetts-based pharma firm, reported further progress in developing immunization after 45 humans developed a robust level of antibodies. Investors see the glass half full, selling off the safe haven greenback while ignoring the disease's rage in the U.S. COVID-19 cases hit new records in California and Texas, while mortalities continue moving higher. President Donald Trump, who wore a mask over the weekend, seems to be deflecting the blame to experts such as Anthony Fauci, America's top epidemiologist. The U.S. Empire State Manufacturing Index and industrial production are of interest, but investors are already eyeing Thursday's all-important retail sales report. Sterling may move in anticipation of the UK's jobs report. Overall, these are busy days for GBP/USD. GBP/USD technical analysis. While pound-dollar has been moving up from the lows and above the 50, 100, and 200 simple moving averages on the 4-hour chart, momentum remains to the downside. Moreover, GBP/USD faces fierce resistance at 1.2670, which held it down 3 times in recent days. The daily high of 1.2627 is the first cap, ahead of 1.2670 mentioned earlier. It is closely followed by 1.2690, a peak that was seen in early June. Further above, 1.2730 and 1.2755 are eyed. Support is awaited at 1.2570, a low point last week, and then by 1.2510, a swing low from last week. The next line to watch is 1.2480, the weekly low. More GBP/USD path of least resistance is down ahead of critical data. Confluence Detector. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Technical analysis. NZD/USD struggles to advance, drifts sideways. http ntvforex.com. News ID 995822. 7/15/2020 8:55:33 am. NZD's current course seems set to sail east as the pair's appreciation appears to have become paralyzed. Nevertheless, enhancing positive signals are present from the gradual incline in the 100 and 200-day simple moving averages SMAs, in addition to a recent bullish crossover of the 200-day SMA by the rocketing 50-day one. That said, the delayed positive picture is also highlighted in the short-term oscillators. The MACD, some distance in the positive region, has marginally dipped below its red signal line, while the RSI is rising under weak backing in bullish territory. A glance at the stochastic oscillator indicates some weakening in its negative bearing, implying that traders need to be aware of a possible pickup in positive momentum should buying interest intensify. Early tough limitations to upside moves may develop at the 0.6600 handle, a 5-month high coupled with the upper Bollinger Band and nearby resistance section between 0.66280 0.6664. Overrunning these obstacles, the price may home in on the 0.6754 and 0.6789 tops achieved in December and July of 2019. Further gains may turn the medium to longer-term bias bullish, as the price shoots towards the 0.6940 peak from February 2019. If sellers resurface, immediate support may occur at the mid-Bollinger Band at 0.6500 ahead of the lower band residing at the 0.6378 lows. Slipping under these key troughs, the 0.6333 fortified border, that being the 23.6% Fibonacci retracement of the up leg from 0.5468 to 0.6600, may attempt to terminate the decline. Diving under the bullish crossover between the 250-day SMAs located at the 23.6% Fibo, the pair may target the 0.6239 support and 100-day SMA at 0.6188, just above the 38.2% Fibo of 0.6167. In brief, the short-term bullish mode is still intact above 0.6378 and the SMAs. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD Index Outlook. Dollar falls to 1-month low on rising risk appetite. http ntvforex.com. News ID F0D5F7 7/15/2028 26:36 am. US Dollar Index. The dollar fell to 1-month low against the basket of major counterparts on Wednesday, as signs of progress in production of COVID-19 vaccine and rally in U.S. equities strongly boost risk sentiment. Bears broke through the last obstacle at 96.18 Fibo 76.4% of 95.68 97.78 and focus key near-term support at 95.68 June 10 low, break of which would signal completion of corrective phase and continuation of larger downtrend from 103.80 2020 high, posted on 20 Mar towards 2020 low at 94.59 March 9. Bearish daily techs add to negative signals, but oversold conditions warn that bears may face headwinds and consolidate before continuing. Broken Fibo support at 96.18 reverted to solid resistance, which should ideally cap and guard more significant barriers at 96.48. 62 broken Fibo 61.8% falling 10 DMA res 96.18 96.48 96.62 96.73 sup 95.68 95.19 94.88 94.59. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/JPY consolidates, confirmed by flat SMAs and indicators. Video. http ntvforex.com. News ID 9AC1F2 7/15/2028 23:39 am. USD/JP posted a double bottom around the 106.00 psychological mark, retaining the neutral outlook that has been holding since March 26. The sideways behavior is endorsed by the short-term momentum indicators. The RSI is hovering around its neutral threshold of 50 with weak movement, while the MACD is flattening near the zero level. Meanwhile, the simple moving averages SMAs keep moving horizontally slightly above the current market price, backing the neutral outlook as well. In case the bulls successfully overcome the 20 and 40-day SMAs, immediate resistance could occur near the 38.2% Fibonacci retracement level of the up leg from 101.15 to 111.70 at 107.66. Higher, the 108.15 barrier could be the next target, while marginally above that line, the 200-day SMA could act as a crucial level for investors. Breaking that level too, the focus will turn to the 23.6% Fibonacci of 109.20 and the upper boundary of the range near the 10-week peak of 109.83. Beyond the latter, optimism for more bullish actions could strengthen, bringing the 111.70 hurdle next into view. On the flip side, another test of the 50.0% Fibonacci of 106.43 and the 106.00 mark could be expected. However, a decline below these levels would resume a bearish structure, pushing support towards the 61.8% Fibonacci of 105.19. Below that, the next key level to watch could be the 41-month trough of 101.15. Summarizing, USDJP has been consolidating over the last 4 months below the 109.83 mark. A rise above the 112.20-112.40 area could shift the outlook from neutral to bullish in the medium term. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold buying opportunity again at 1796. http ntvforex.com news ID F4F2B9 7/15/2028 21:15 am. Gold silver. Gold spot longs at our buying opportunity at 1796.94 worked perfectly as we target 1806.07 amp 1812.14 for a potential 16-18 point profit on this scalping opportunity. Silver spot in a 2 steps forward, 1 step back trend. We bounced just 4 points above best support today at 1880.77. Daily analysis. Gold longs work perfectly again with our magic support at 1796.94 as we hit the 1812.14 target as hoped. Further gains always possible for a retest of the 1817 high, with next targets off 1825.27 amp 1835.37. A buying opportunity again at 1796.94. Longs need stops below 1791. A break lower is a small sell signal. Amp risks a slide to 1784.82. Try longs with stops below 1778. Silver bounce from just above best support today at 1880.77 beats 1900 to keep bulls in control, retargeting 1930.35. A break higher targets the 2019 high of 1960.65. Obviously this is key. If we continue higher, look for 2005 best support again at 1880.77. Longs need stops below 1870. Next downside target amp buying opportunity in the bull trend is at 1844.40, stop below 1835. Trends. Weekly outlook is positive. Daily outlook is positive. Short-term outlook is neutral. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USDJPY selling opportunity at 107.50. http ntvforex.com news ID CADB 7/15/2028 17:18 am. USDJPY URJPY.USDJP bottomed exactly at first support at 107.2010 amp, reversed just 8 pips below our selling opportunity at 107.5060. URJP beat resistance at 121.95 122.05 with shorts stopped above 122.15 for a very small loss. We are targeting resistance 122.5060. Daily analysis. USDJP selling opportunity at 107.5060, with stops above 107.75. Above here targets 107.90-95 amp 108.15 with a selling opportunity at 108.35-45, stops above 108.65, shorts at 107.50-60, target minor support at 107.2010. Below 107.00 is more negative for today, retargeting 106.6050. I do not see this as much of a support level. A break low resists minor support at the May low at 106.00105.95 EUR/JP, selling opportunity at 122.5060 with stops above 122.90. A sustained break above here is a medium-term buy signal targeting 123.2030, shorts at 122.5060, target 121.0090. Below here risks a slide to 121.70 with a buying opportunity at 121.4030, with stops below 121.10. Trends. Weekly outlook is neutral. Daily outlook is neutral. Short-term outlook is neutral. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Is the Chinese stock rally over? http ntvforex.com news ID 11A828. 7/15/2028 16:10 AM. Investors' interest in risk assets has returned to the financial markets. This occurred after the news about the positive results of coronavirus vaccine tests by Moderna. The S&P 500 added 1.3% on Tuesday, while futures on this index add another 0.8% by the start of the European session. In Asian markets, Japanese Nikkei 225 reached a 5-week high and now trades only 1% below the starting levels of the year. The Chinese market is still breaking out of the general trend, keeping a moderately negative mood. Shanghai and Hong Kong stock exchanges showed profit-taking after a strong rally earlier this month. China H-shares index soared 12% in the first 4 trading sessions of the month, but since then it has corrected half of the move. Local media reported that regulators are watching the boom on the stock exchanges with dissatisfaction and intend to cool investors' enthusiasm. This should be enough to stop the wave of purchases because many people still remember the very long and deep corrections of the past. This time, the regulators have come onto the scene much earlier than in previous similar episodes. For example, in 2015, the Shanghai Stock Exchange Index soared by more than 25% before the regulator took action. It turned out to be an almost twofold drop in the market, which lasted for 3 quarters. The index correction in 2007-08 depreciated stocks by 75%, although it was mostly caused by the global crisis and the painful deleveraging of the financial system. The short-term technical picture for Chinese indices is also on the bear's side. H-shares sank from the overbought area for RSI, which spurs short-term sales within the framework of profit-taking. Additionally, the pressure was amplified by the index retreating from the upper bound of the descending trade range, formed in early 2018 with the start of China-US trade disputes. However, the situation with Chinese stocks should not be taken as unambiguously pessimistic. China A50 blue chip index is in an upward channel, despite periodic large-scale corrections. The rally since late June has strengthened it by 18%, after which it corrected by 5% and now receives some support. The overall positive sentiment of the global financial markets can support purchases of Chinese stocks, sending their rates up back after the correction setback of the last few days. China can indeed be an early beneficiary of the global economic recovery, as demand for its imports promises to grow significantly. The main risk, in this case, is related to trade disputes. This is not a new factor, but it cannot be written off. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/USD be ready to break above 1.1430. http ntvforex.com news ID 139C58. 7/15/2028 13:15 AM. EUR/USD CAD.Eurist shot higher from minor support at 1.134030 to retest the June high at 1.141020. USD CAD remains in the predicted sideways trend with perfect shorts at resistance at 1.363040, hitting first support at 1.358070 for some profit taking. Daily analysis. Eurist retest resistance at the June high at 1.141020. Be ready to buy a break above 1.1430 targeting 1.145560, then resistance at the 2020 high at 1.149099, a reversal from 1.141020 targets 1.138070, perhaps as far as first support at 1.134030. Longs need stops below 1.1310. If we continue lower, look for a buying opportunity at 1.127565. With stops below 1.1250. USD-CAD meets resistance at 1.363040. Stop above 1.3650. A break higher targets 1.366065 before a retest of the late June high at 1.370515. Our shorts at 1.363040. Target first support at 1.358070 for profit taking with a bounce from here very possible. Longs need stops below 1.3555. A break lower targets 1.3530, perhaps as far as 1.35001.3490. Trends. Weekly outlook is neutral. Daily outlook is neutral. Short-term outlook is neutral. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Daily Technical and Trading Outlook USDJPY.http ntvforex.com News ID E11DF1 7/15/2028 13:10 AM. Daily USDJPY Technical Outlook. Trend Daily Chart. Sideways. Daily Indicators. Neutral point 21 HR EMA point 107.24.55 HR EMA point 107.20. Trend Hourly Chart. Sideways. Hourly Indicators. Bearish Divergences point 13 HR RSI point 46.14 HR DMI. VE. Daily Analysis. Choppy consolidation to continue PGT. Resistance point 108.16 Joule S high first 107.78 last week S high Tuesday 107.43 Tuesday S high. Support point 106.96 Monday SNZ high now sup 106.65 last week S low Friday 106.39 June 24th low USD 107 Japanese yen and 20 sen. DLR continued its near-term rise FM last week S 106.65 low Friday to 107.36 at Asian Open, profit-taking pushed price to 107.13 before climbing to session high of 107.43 in New York before retreating to 107.16 on USD's weakness. On the bigger picture, DLR's erratic fall FM 118.66 December 2016 to 2019 low at 104.46 SEP confirms early uptrend FM 2016 29 month bottom at 99.00 has hit a top there. Despite hitting a 312-year bottom of 101.19 in Mar on risk-off trades due to coronavirus pandemic, DLR's rally to 111.71 due to broad-based USD's strength signals low has been seen. Although price has staged a strong rebound after retreating to a 7-week low at 105.99 in May, DLR's fall to 106.08 June suggests recovery has ended at 109.84 and weakness to 105.99 would be seen. Break would head TWD 105.15, below 104.51. On the upside, only a daily close ABV 108.16 would indicate pullback has ended, 109.84 later. Today, despite resumption of fall FM Joule S 108.16 high to 106.65, Tuesday's gain to 107.43 suggests further choppy swings. ABV June's bottom at 106.08 would continue. Subsequent retreat would bring range trading before up. Bearish divergences on hourly indicators should cap DLR at 107.8590. Below 106.96 risks 106.65. Interested in USDJPY technicals? Check out the key levels, R3 107.73. R2 107.58. R1 107.41. PP 107.26. S1 107.09. S2 106.95. S3 106.77. Updated July 14, 2000 GMT. Full study. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Dixon's and Burberry slide, as ASOS outperforms, US banks remain in focus. HTTP ntvforex.com News ID 84AE32. 7/15/2028 10:44 a.m. A late surge in U.S. trading on the back of positive trial results from Moderna's coronavirus vaccine has outweighed investor concerns about further rises in coronavirus cases in the U.S., as well as in Asia. Against a backdrop of rising geopolitical tension between the U.S. and China, investors also appeared to be unconcerned that the vaccine prompted some side effects in these early-stage trials. However, Asia markets were slightly more mixed, with the Bank of Japan leaving rates unchanged, the Nikkei 225, and Korean markets pushed higher. However, Chinese and Hong Kong markets slid back in the wake of President Trump signing the legislation revoking Hong Kong's special trade status. Markets here in Europe have taken their cues from the late rally in the US, opening higher as the tug of war between the bulls and the bears continues. With respect to the next significant move, the DAX is once again trading back close to the highs we saw in early June, while the FTSE 100 is once again back above the 6,200 level, having been in a fairly broad 6,000–6,400 range for the past 4 weeks. Luxury fashion retailer Burberry has had to contend with a number of challenges over the last 12 months. From the disruption of its Hong Kong business as well as the fallout from weaker Chinese demand and the spread of coronavirus. In May, the company reported full-year numbers that saw operating profits slide 57% to 189 million. Revenues were hit hard by the costs of the disruptions in Hong Kong as well as the closure of various stores due to coronavirus, pushing their impairments up to 245 million. This morning's Q1 numbers are slightly better, with Q1 sales declining 45% while Q2 sales are expected to fall by between 15% and 20%. Retail revenue almost halved from 498 million to 257 million. This is a little disappointing but not altogether surprising, and given recent news of further restrictions in Hong Kong, could be viewed as being on the optimistic side, which probably helps explain why the shares are lower in early trade. The improvement in Q1 is mainly down to stores in mainland China and Korea reopening. However, given the recent challenges posed by coronavirus, management appear to be looking towards making some savings in the way the business is run by introducing some changes, taking a restructuring charge of 45 million. Some of these changes, as well as some office space rationalization, could mean a reduction in headcount at its London head office, delivering annual savings of 55 million. Electrical retailer Dixon's Carphone reported its latest full-year numbers, which saw revenues come in around 1% above expectations, at 10.17 billion, and down 3% on 2019 levels. The company posted a loss after tax of 163 million, largely down to the impact of COVID-19, which impacted the UK and Ireland mobile operations, causing revenues to fall 20%. This was primarily down to the closure of stores at the end of March. All other areas of the business saw revenues increase over the period. While losses have reduced, and the outlook set to remain uncertain, the shares have slipped sharply in early trade. However, all other areas of the business performed quite well, which suggests that investors might be overreacting to the losses in the mobile division, which Dixon's is pulling away from. In any case, fast fashion retailer ASOS' latest update for the 4 months to the end of June has seen the shares push back up towards this year's high on expectations that profits are likely to be at the upper end of forecasts. Group sales saw an increase of 10% to just over 1 billion for the period, with the customer base seeing a rise of 16%. Most of the sales growth came in its EU market, with a rise in sales of 22%. Gross margins were lower to the tune of 70 bps, a trend that seems likely to continue given the current environment, and a sign that fashion companies are becoming increasingly nervous about their brand reputation, ASOS also announced that they were axing contracts to suppliers who were found to be in breach health and safety, as well as workers' rights regulations. Homeware retailer Dunelm Group was one of the few success stories in UK retail last year, with the company posting strong operating profits and paying a special dividend. We are unlikely to see anything like that this year. The company closed all of its stores on the March 24, furloughing employees under the government's job retention scheme, at a cost of 14.5 million, and has slowly been reopening the business since late April, when it reopened its online operations. At the time it said it had enough capital to withstand store closures of up to 6 months. Fortunately, that hasn't come to pass, and the company never had to draw on its 175 million financing facilities. All of its stores have now reopened, with one-way systems and strict social distancing guidelines in place. The in-store coffee shops are expected to reopen by the end of July, while the share price has managed to recover most of its losses for this year. This morning's Q4 update has seen total sales for the quarter decline by 28.6%. Online sales more than made up for that, with a rise of 105.6% year-on-year, with the month of May seeing a 141% increase. In terms of the full year numbers, sales were only down 3.9% on the prior year at 1.06 billion, with profits before tax expected to be in the range of 105 million to 110 million, down from 125.9 million the previous year, which, given the disruption over the last few months, is a pretty decent performance. In terms of the future, costs are expected to increase to the region of 150k per week. However, given how badly coronavirus has affected other retailers, Dunelm has ridden out the storm remarkably well. The pound is holding up well after a weak session yesterday, with the latest inflation numbers showing a modest uptick in June to 0.6%, with core prices rising 1.4%, from 1.2% in May. Crude oil prices are a touch higher this morning ahead of an online meeting of OPEC monitoring committee, which could decide whether the group is inclined to maintain the production cuts currently in place, which are due to expire at the end of this month. US markets look set to open higher, building on the momentum seen in the lead-up to last night's close, with the focus once again back on the latest bank earnings numbers for Q2, having seen JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo collectively set aside another $28 billion in respect of non-performing loans yesterday. That number is set to increase further when the likes of Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and Bank of New York Mellon report their latest Q2 numbers later today. In Q1, US banks set aside $25 billion in respect of credit provisions, and the key takeaway from yesterday was that while these banks' trading divisions were doing well, their retail operations were starting to creak alarmingly. This is why Wells Fargo suffered its worst year since 2008, given that it lacks an investment banking arm, and could well see the bank embark on some significant cost-saving measures over the course of the next few months. The difference between Wells Fargo and JP Morgan's numbers couldn't have been starker, with Wall Street trading operations doing well, while Main Street painted a picture of creaking consumer finances. Dow Jones is expected to open 190 points higher at 26,832. S&P 500 is expected to open 15 points higher at 3,212. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. NZD/USD no sell signal yet. http ntvforex.com news ID 241182. 7/15/2028 09:32 am. AUD/USD NZD/USD.AUD remains in the expected sideways trend. We shot higher from 9 pips above our buying opportunity at 6,910.00 for a retest of minor resistance at last week's high at 7,010 ends. Dust longs at our buying opportunity at 6,500 6,490. This trade worked perfectly on the bounce to minor resistance at 6,550.60 for a potential 50 pips profit so far. Daily analysis. AUD retests minor resistance at last week's high at 7,010. Be ready to buy a break above here, targeting 7,040 amp. The June recovery high at 7,055.60 for profit taking. A break above 7,070 targets a selling opportunity at 7,125.35, holding minor resistance at last week's high at 7,010 targets a buying opportunity at 6,960.55. Stop below 6,945. Next downside target AMP buying opportunity at 6,910.00. Stop below 6,885. A break lower is a sell signal with 6,910 then acting as resistance, targeting 68.40.30, perhaps as far as 6,810.00 ends dust overbought, so could start to trade in a more sideways direction, but we have no sell signal yet. We are testing minor resistance at 6,550.60 before resistance at recovery highs OF 6,590-6,600. A break above 6,600 targets 6,615.20, 6,630 amp perhaps as far as a selling opportunity at 6,660.70. If we reverse from minor resistance at 6,550.60, we're target 6,520 with a buying opportunity at 6,500-6,490, with stops below 6,480. A break lower is a sell signal initially targeting minor support at 6,445.35. Trends. Weekly outlook is positive. Daily outlook is neutral. Short-term outlook is neutral. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. WTI crude oil below 39.90 risks a slide to 39.50. http ntvforex.com news ID B29A6C 7/15/2028 053 am. WTI crude August future unfortunately remains in the difficult sideways trend as predicted as we bounce from just 7 ticks above our buying opportunity at 3,880. We topped at upper triangle trend line resistance at 4,070.90 as predicted. Our shorts initially target 4,030.10. Daily analysis. WTI crude we are short exactly at yesterday's high of 4,070.90 targeting 4,030.10 for profit taking on at least half the position. Below 3,990 risks a slide to 3,950.40 for profit taking on all remaining shorts. Buy at support at 3,900-3,880 with stops below 3,855. A break lower targets 38.20.10, perhaps as far as 3,760.50. We topped exactly at upper triangle trend line resistance at 4,070.90 overnight. Shorts need stops above 4,110. A break higher retests resistance at the June high of 4,150.60. Unlikely Bhuta break higher should fill the gap at 4,210.20. Trends. Weekly outlook is positive. Daily outlook is neutral. Short-term outlook is neutral. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD outlook break of 1.1422 barrier exposes 2020 high. http ntvforex.com news ID C40829 7/15/2028 0452 am. Euro USD. The euro cracked June high 1.1422 and hit new 4-month high in early Wednesday's trading. Hopes that EU leaders will agree on recovery plan in the summit 17 July 18 and SNB's intervention this week. Inflate the single currency. Bulls look for clear break of 1.1422 barrier that would open way towards 1.1500 zone. 2020 high at 1.1495. Posted on March 9. Stronger bullish acceleration may look for test of 1.1595. 50% retracement of 1.2555 1.0635 2018-20 fall and possible. Extension towards 1.1822 Fibo 61.8%. Rising positive momentum and daily MAS in bullish setup 100-200 DMA golden cross was formed yesterday underpin the advance, but overbought stochastic warns that bulls may take a breather before resuming. Dip buying remains favored above 1.1350 support zone, while extension below rising 10 DMA 1.1315 would sideline bulls and warn of deeper pullback. Res 1.1482, 1.1519, 1.1579, 1.1616, sup 1.1422, 1.1391, 1.1350, 1.1315. Interested in your USD technicals? Check out the key levels. R3 1.1514. R2 1.1462. R1 1.1431. PP 1.1378. S1 1.1347. S2 1.1295. S3 1.1264. Updated July 14, 2000 GMT. Full study. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. MNISP500, a break above 3227 is an obvious buy signal. HTTP ntvforex.com news ID AB48B4 7/15/2028 AM. MNISP500 Nasdaq.MNI September futures remain in a sideways trend after we bounced 9 points above strong support at 3110.05. We initially held strong resistance at 3160.70 AM 3148.45 on the downside before a break higher in the evening to 3192 AM 3216 overnight. As I write Nasdaq September futures, we wrote holding first resistance at 10,665, 695 targets, minor support at around 10,560 AM. Last week's midweek low at 10,505 before strong support at 10,430, 410. Brave bulls, who feel the need to buy the dip, can try longs with stops below 10350. We collapsed from 10,665, 695 with longs at 10,430, 410, working perfectly on the bounce back to first resistance at 10,665, 695. A potential 500 ticks profit on the two trades. We topped exactly here but gapped higher overnight. Daily analysis. MNI shot higher to the target of 3,205 with key resistance again at June recovery high at 3,227.31. A break higher is an obvious buy signal targeting 3,245 AM 3,252.54. Perhaps as far as 3,261.63. On the downside we have a gap to fill at now at 3,194.92, which will be our first support level. Longs need stops below 3,185. A break lower meets strong support at 3,165.55. Longs need stops below 3,150. A break lower targets 3,135.33, then 3,120. An excellent buying opportunity at 3,115.10, with stops below 3,100. Nasdaq holding above 10,665, 695 targets 10,780, 800 with resistance at 10,870, 900. Further gains meet strong resistance at the new all-time high of 11,040, 60 holding back below 10,665, 695 retargets minor support at around 10,560 AM. Last week's midweek low at 10,505 before strong support at 10,420, 400. Brave bulls can try longs again with stops below 10,350. A break lower targets 10,300, 290, then support at 10,220, 200. Trends. Weekly outlook is positive. Daily outlook is positive. Short-term outlook is neutral. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. The stock market doesn't reflect the real economy, but this doesn't mean we could see a major drawdown again. http://ntvforex.com News ID 280867 7/15/2020 7:59:39 am. European markets moved up again this morning after stocks rallied on Wall Street and futures indicate further gains for U.S. equity markets despite big bank earnings underlining the problems on Main Street. Sentiment recovered somewhat after Moderna's vaccine candidate showed promising results from Phase 1 trials. It is too early to call a significant breakthrough, but it's certainly encouraging. Cyclical components led the way for the Dow with top performers the likes of Caterpillar and Boeing, as well as energy names Exxon and Chevron up over 3% as the index rose over 500 PTS, or 2.1%, its best day in over 2 weeks. Apple shares regained some ground to $388 ahead of an EU court ruling today on whether the company should repay 13 billion in unpaid taxes. Asian markets were mixed, with China and Hong Kong lower as US-China tensions rose, but shares in Japan and Australia were higher. European shares advanced around 0.75% in early trade, with the FTSE reclaiming 6,200 and the DAX near 12,800. However, Tuesday's reversal off the June peak may still be important. Lots of things need to go right to extend the rally, and you must believe this reporting season will not be full of good news, albeit EPS estimates such as they are may be relatively easy to beat. My sense is while the stock market does not reflect the real economy, this does not mean we are about to see a major drawdown again like we saw in March. The vast amount of liquidity that has been injected into the financial system by central banks and the fiscal splurge will keep stocks supported. The cash needs to find a home somewhere and bonds offer nothing. It will likely take a significant escalation in cases a major second wave in the winter perhaps to see us look again at the lows. For the time being major indices are still chopping around the June jewel ranges, albeit the S&P 500 and DAX are near their tops. Failure to break out for a second time will raise the risk of a bigger near-term pullback, at least back to the 50% retracement of June's top-to-bottom move in the second week of that month. U.S. bank earning highlighted the divergence between the stock market and the real economy. J.P. Morgan and Citigroup posted strong trading revenues from their investment bank divisions but had to significantly increase loan loss provisions at their consumer banks. Wells Fargo, which does have the investment banking arm to lean on, increased credit loss provisions in the quarter to $9.5 billion from $4 billion in Q1, vs expectations of about $5 billion. This begs the question of when the credit losses from bad corporate and personal debt starts to catch up with the broader market. Moreover, investors need to ask whether the exceptional trading revenues are all that sustainable. Shares in Citigroup and Wells Fargo fell around 4%, whilst JP Morgan edged out a small gain. Goldman Sachs, BNY Mellon, and US Bancorp report today along with Dow component United Health in the UK. Retail earnings continue to look exceptionally bleak. Burberry reported a drop in sales of 45% in the first quarter, with demand down 20% in June. Asia is doing okay, but the loss of tourist euros in Europe left MI revenues down 75% as rich tourists stayed clear of stores because of lockdown. Sales in the Americas were down 70%, but there is a slight pickup being seen. Encouragingly, mainland China grew mid-teens in Q1 but grew ahead of the January pre-COVID level of 30% in June, Burberry said. Shares opened down 5%. Dixon's Carphone reported a sharp fall in adjusted profit to 166M from 339M a year before, with a statutory loss of 140M reflecting the cost of closing Carphone stores. Electricals is solid and online sales are performing well, with the 22% rise in this sector including 166% in April. Whilst Dixon's appears to have done well in mitigating the COVID damage by a good online presence, the mobile division, which was already impaired, continues to drag. Looking ahead, Dixon says total positive cash flow from mobile will be lower than the previous guidance of about 200M, in the range of 125M-175M. Shares fell 6% in early trade. US-China tensions are not getting any better. Donald Trump signed a law that will allow the US to impose sanctions on Chinese officials in retaliation for the Hong Kong security law. The White House has also ended the territory's special trade status. It is now in the eyes of the US and much of the West, no different to rest of China. This is a sad reflection of where things have gone in the 20 years since the handover. Britain's decision to strip Huawei from its telecoms networks reflects a simple realpolitik choice and underscores the years of globalization are over as East and West cleave into. The Bank of Japan left policy on hold but lowered its growth outlook. The forecast range by BOJ board members ranged from 4.5% to 5.7%, worse than the April range of 3% and 5%. It signals the pace of recovery in Japan and elsewhere is slower than anticipated. Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd talked up more stimulus and suggested stricter forward guidance would be effective, even indicating that the central bank could look at yield curve control, setting targets for short and medium-term yields in order to underpin their forward guidance. In FX, we are seeing the dollar offered Eurist has pushed up to 1.1430, moving clear of the early June peak, suggesting a possible extension of this rally through to the March high at 1.15. Bust pushed off yesterday's lows at 1.2480 to reclaim the 1.26 handle, calling for a move back to the 1.2670 resistance struck on the 9/13 July. Data today is focused on the U.S. industrial production report, seen 4.3% month-on-month, and the Empire State Manufacturing Index, forecast at 10 vs 0.2 last month. The Bank of Canada is expected to leave interest rates on hold at 0.25% today, so we'll be looking to get an update on how the central bank views the path of economic recovery. Fed's Beige Book later this evening will offer an anecdotal view of the U.S. economy, which may tell us much more than any backward-looking data can. Oil continues to chop sideways ahead of the OPEC decision on extending cuts. WTI ALGO keeps bouncing in and off the area around $40, and price action seems to reflect the uncertainty on OPEC and its allies will decide. The cartel is expected to taper the level of cuts by about 2 million barrels per day from August, down from the current record 9.7 million bpd. Secretary General Mohammed Barkindo had said on Monday that the gradual easing of lockdown measures across the globe, in tandem with the supply cuts, was bringing the oil market closer to balance. However, an unwinding of the cuts just as some economies put the brakes on activity again threatens to send oil prices lower. OPEC yesterday said it expects a bullish recovery in demand in the second half, revising its 2020 oil demand drop to 8.9 mbpd, vs the 9m forecast in June. The cartel cited better data in developed nations offsetting worse than expected performance in emerging markets. EIA inventories are seen showing a draw of 1.3 m barrels after last week produced an unexpected gain of 5.7 m barrels. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. MNI Dow Jones first support at 26530. http ntvforex.com news ID EDF 452 7/15/2020 7:58:49 AM. MNI Dow Jones Nasdaq. MNI Dow Jones September futures longs at the best support at 25,900 800 worked perfect line. The bounce through first resistance at 26,200 300 amp. The next target of 26,500 525 for a potential 600 point profit. We have gapped higher overnight. Nasdaq September futures we wrote holding first resistance at 10,665 695 targets minor support at around 10,560 amp. Last week's midweek low at 10,505 before strong support at 10,430 410. Brave bulls, who feel the need to buy the dip, can try longs with stops below 10350. We collapsed from 10,665 695 with longs at 10,430 410 working perfectly on the bounce back to first resistance at 10,665 695. A potential 500 ticks profit on the two trades. We topped exactly here but gapped higher overnight. Daily analysis. MNI Dow Jones outlook is more positive after the break above 26,500 525 overnight, hitting 26817 as I write. Further gains target 26,900 amp 26,900 and 92,700, perhaps as far American Samoa 27110130 first support at 26,500 and 3,510. If we continue lower, look for strong support at 26,281.80 Nasdaq holding above 10,665 695 targets 10,780 with resistance at 10,870 900. Further gains meet strong resistance at the new all-time high of 11,040 060 holding back below 10,665 695 retargets minor support at around 10,560 amp last week's midweek low at 10,505 before strong support at 10,420 400. Brave bulls can try longs again with stops below 10,350. A break lower targets 10,300 290 then support at 10,220 200. Trends. Weekly outlook is positive. Daily outlook is positive. Short-term outlook is neutral. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Why consumers need a vaccine. http ntvforex.com news ID 9CF6FF 7/15/2020 7:48:36 am. A question of confidence. Trading days have been tricky recently with the market flip-flopping between focusing on rising COVID-19 and the hopes of a stimulus-inspired economic recovery. However, the hopes of a V-shaped recovery have not materialized. Until the consumer is truly confident, then any hopes of sustained economic recovery are paper-thin. The economic recovery needs to consumer-led for consumers to start going out, traveling, using public transport again, and returning to the office. Until that confidence returns, it will need fiscal stimulus to pave the way through. Consumers are uncertain. The problem is that consumers don't have the confidence to spend. This is common sense. Many people are concerned about their jobs and what the future world looks like post-COVID-19. So, spending is the last thing on their mind. HYCM commissioned some research at the start of the crisis where we conducted an independent survey of more than 900 UK-based investors, all with investments in excess of 10,000, to find out how they are investing amidst the coronavirus. Of all the data receivers, it was this point that stood out to me. 33% of all investors plan to put more money into their savings accounts over the coming 12 months. But that makes sense. If you are uncertain about the future, then you save. The problem is that consumers need to spend to add to the economic recovery. COVID-19 hits older people the hardest. Statistically, the older you are, the less likely you will be in wanting to take risks with COVID-19. It is a more serious illness, statistically speaking, the older you become. Until there is a vaccine, then you will not be readily traveling around. Older people will most likely wait for a vaccine until they get back to normal. That pattern is going to be repeated across the world. Vaccine on the way. According to a Stanford Medicine interview, NIH's Fauci is cautiously optimistic that one vaccine will emerge by year-end. There was positive vaccine news from Moderna yesterday. Moderna's vaccine trial produced a strong immune response for all 45 patients in an early-stage human trial, and the findings show the vaccine could provide protection against the coronavirus. So, if this is the case, then you would anticipate stocks being supported by fresh rounds of fiscal stimulus. If this is the case, then the DIPs down towards S&P 500 March lows should be buys. Learn more about HYCM. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Vaccine hopes fuel market optimism. OPEC in focus. http ntvforex.com news ID AB021C 7/15/2020 7:43:50 am. Equity bulls powered by vaccine hopes. OPEC expected to taper production cuts. Gold firms above $1,800. The sentiment pendulum is positioned to swing deeper into risk-on territory as markets take heart from vaccine hopes and expectations of further stimulus for pandemic-hit economies. Wednesday's trading session has commenced on a positive note, with Asian shares edging higher following news that Moderna's attempt to produce a coronavirus vaccine was declared safe and produced antibodies in all patients tested in the safety trial. The positive vibe from Asian markets and renewed appetite for risk may power equity bulls in Europe later this morning. With coronavirus vaccine hopes, speculation around more stimulus measures and rebounding growth optimism is likely to keep this party alive. The question is for how long can it be sustained given how Q2 earnings are expected to disappoint and coronavirus cases in the United States are now topping 3.5 million. Things could get ugly for equity markets. The risk pendulum may then swing back in favor of bears if negative themes in the form of trade uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and fears around global growth trigger a fresh wave of risk aversion. Will OPEC surprise markets? All eyes will be on the OPEC meeting today, as the oil producers are expected to decide on whether to extend the record production cuts of 9.6 million barrels per day BPD or taper to 7.7 million BPD starting in August. In the face of global instability and the uncertainty wrought by the coronavirus pandemic, the cartel enforced record production cuts back in April as the demand for crude evaporated. Initially, the production cuts were planned to run until the end of June, but they were eventually extended to July. Now the question on the mind of many investors is what impact tapering the cuts will have on oil prices, which appreciated over 30% during the second quarter of 2020. Although the demand for crude has jumped in recent weeks, rising coronavirus cases in the United States along with some cities in other major economies reimposing shutdowns have the potential to hit demand. Markets seem to be pricing in a taper of production cuts by OPEC starting gradually from August. However, should the cartel move ahead with extending the record cuts of 9.6 million BPD beyond this month, this could inject WTI oil bulls with enough fuel to truly conquer the $40 resistance level. Commodity spotlight. Gold continues to shine above $1,800 despite vaccine hopes heightening market optimism and boosting risk sentiment. It looks like the precious metal is deriving its strength from a weaker dollar, and this could remain a recurrent theme this week. The technical picture remains heavily bullish on the daily charts as there have been consistently higher highs and higher lows. Prices are trading within a bullish channel. The candlesticks are above the 20-day simple moving average, while the moving average divergence has crossed to the upside. As long as prices remain above the $1,800 level, gold has the potential to test $1,815 and a fresh multi-year high at $1,825, respectively. Should $1,800 prove to be unreliable support, the precious metal may experience a technical correction back towards the $1,765–$1,780 region before bulls gather fresh momentum on risk aversion. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Silver spot intraday bullish bias above 19.1000. http ntvforex.com news ID FB1AA4 7/15/2020 7:39:13 am. Gold spot watch 18:18.00. Stay on top of the markets with Swissquote's news amp analysis. Pivot invalidation 1803.00. Our preference long positions above 1803.00 with targets at 1813.00 amp 1818.00 in extension. Alternative scenario below 1803.00. Look for further downside with 1796.00 amp 1790.00 as targets. Comment the RSI calls for a bounce. Silver spot bullish bias above 19.1000 pivot invalidation 19.1000. Our preference long positions above 19.1000 with targets at 19.3700 amp 19.5100 in extension alternative scenario below 19.1000. Look for further downside with 18.9700 amp 18.8500 as targets. Comment the RSI is mixed to bullish. Crude oil WTI target 41.40 pivot invalidation 39.90. Our preference long positions above 39.90 with targets at 40.85 amp 41.40 in extension alternative scenario below 39.90. Look for further downside with 39.50 amp 39.10 as targets. Comment the RSI calls for a new upleg. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD try intraday key resistance at 6.8680. http ntvforex.com news ID 59CE39 7/15/2020 7:31:21 am. USD CHF turning up. Stay on top of the markets with Swiss Quote S News AMP analysis. Pivot invalidation 0.9390. Our preference long positions above 0.9390 with targets at 0.9410 amp 0.9425 in extension alternative scenario below 0.9390. Look for further downside with 0.9375 amp 0.9365 as targets. Comment the RSI calls for a new upleg. USD CAD key resistance at 1.3625 pivot invalidation 1.3625. Our preference short positions below 1.3625 with targets at 1.3580 amp 1.3555 in extension alternative scenario above 1.3625. Look for further upside with 1.3645 amp 1.3670 as targets. COMMENT as long as the resistance at 1.3625 is not surpassed, the risk of the break below 1.3580 remains high. AUD/USD caution pivot invalidation 0.6980. Our preference long positions above 0.6980 with targets at 0.7015 amp 0.7025 in extension alternative scenario below 0.6980. Look for further downside with 0.6960 amp 0.6930 as targets. COMMENT support base at 0.6980 has formed and has allowed for a temporary stabilization. USD try key resistance at 6.8680 pivot invalidation 6.8680. Our preference short positions below 6.8680 with targets at 6.8580 amp 6.8500 in extension alternative scenario above 6.8680. Look for further upside with 6.8750 amp 6.8820 as targets. Comment the upward potential is likely to be limited by the resistance at 6.8680. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Market mood AUD/USD. The positive risk tone has supported the AUD and weakened the USD. Video. http ntvforex.com news ID E8308F 7/15/2020 7:27:44 am. Listen to the latest market mood for the AUD/USD pair. Weak USD, strong AUD. Asian equity markets traded higher overnight after expectations of more Fed stimulus improved risk tone. Fed's Harker said that more fiscal stimulus is needed to soften the blow for states and local government. Furthermore, there was positive vaccine news from Moderna. Moderna's vaccine trial produced a strong immune response for all 45 patients in an early-stage human trial, and the findings show the vaccine could provide protection against the coronavirus. The positive risk tone has supported the high beta AUD currency and weakened the USD, which has been acting as a safe haven currency alongside the JPY recently. Therefore, expect AUD/USD buyers from pullbacks as long as this risk tone remains. Day trade outlook. We expect this trade to play out before the end of the US session. Trade risks. Any reversal in risk tone will invalidate the outlook. Learn more about HYCM. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. GBP USD intraday. The bias remains bullish. http ntvforex.com news ID 4F5D21 7/15/2027 26:16 am. EUR USD consolidation. Stay on top of the markets with Swiss Quote S News AMP analysis. Pivot invalidation 1.1385. Our preference long positions above 1.1385 with targets at 1.1420 amp 1.1445. An extension alternative scenario below 1.1385. Look for further downside with 1.1360 amp 1.1335 as targets. COMM to support base at 1.1385 has formed and has allowed for a temporary stabilization. GBP USD. The bias remains bullish. Pivot invalidation 1.2540. Our preference long positions above 1.2540 with targets at 1.2585 amp 1.2610. An extension alternative scenario below 1.2540. Look for further downside with 1.2505 amp 1.2480 as targets. Comment. Even though a continuation of the consolidation cannot be ruled out, its extent should be limited. USD JPY bullish bias above 107.10. Pivot invalidation 107.10. Our preference long positions above 107.10 with targets at 107.40 amp 107.50. An extension alternative scenario below 107.10. Look for further downside with 106.95 amp 106.75 as targets. Comment. The RSI lacks downward momentum. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR USD forecast break or bounce at critical cap. Coronavirus vaccine hopes battle EU uncertainty. http ntvforex.com news ID 68E2F3 7/15/2027 25:10 am. EUR USD has advanced after Moderna reported progress in developing a coronavirus vaccine. Uncertainty about the EU fund, US COVID-19 cases, and other factors may limit gains. Wednesday's 4-hour chart is showing the pair is at a critical juncture. Robust immune response. These words used by Moderna to describe its progress on developing a coronavirus vaccine lifted stocks and weighed on the safe haven dollar. For EUR USD, it means a challenge of high resistance. Massachusetts-based Moderna is moving markets up, and not for the first time. The highly regarded New England Journal of Medicine reported that the pharma company's test produced neutralizing antibodies 4 times more than in recovered patients among the 45 human subjects and with little side effects. Equities are torn between such promises for a rapid solution to COVID-19 and reality, which remains grim in several U.S. states. California, which imposed a sweeping lockdown, hit a record number of cases, and so did Texas, which took only minor steps. Total U.S. infections have surpassed 3.6 million, and deaths topped 136,000. Mortalities are on the rise. The 7-day rolling average of new deaths million is here. Source FT. Updated coronavirus statistics will be of interest later in the day. Recent U.S. data has been satisfactory, with the core consumer price index core PCI rising, holding up at 1.2% in June, beating expectations. Wednesday's calendar includes the Empire State Manufacturing Index for July and industrial production for June. The most significant publication is on Thursday. Retail sales for June last month kicked off with rising expenditure amid reopenings, but then suffered a downturn as COVID-19 cases soared. In the old continent, the disease remains under control despite several local flare-ups. The focus is on deliberations between EU members on the proposed recovery fund. German Chancellor Angela Merkel hosted Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez on Tuesday and said she is willing to compromise to get the deal over the line. Spain and Italy are staunch proponents of the ambitious program, which includes $500 billion in mutually funded grants. Opposition comes from the Frugal Four, a group of rich nations led by the Netherlands. Investors still expect a compromise that will be good enough to help the Eurozone recover. The European Central Bank meets on Thursday and will likely leave its policy unchanged while pressing leaders to approve the fund. CECB preview EUR/USD depends on Lagarde's fearless nudging of the frugal four. Markets have brushed aside Sino-American tensions. President Donald Trump has ended Hong Kong's special status in response to China's tighter grip on the city-state. Nevertheless, the world's largest economies continue to uphold the trade deal. Overall, coronavirus hopes and fears are prominent factors moving EUR/USD. EUR/USD technical analysis. Euro/dollar is trading below an uptrend resistance line that has been accompanying it since early July. That line now converges with 1.1425, the currency pair's peak in early June. Breaking above this critical resistance line would open the door to the highest levels since March. Momentum on the 4-hour chart is to the upside and EUR/USD is trading above the 50, 100, and 200 simple moving averages. The relative strength index is below 70, thus outside overbought conditions. All in all, bulls are in control. Resistance above 1.1425 is at 1.1495, March's peak, and then 1.1560. Support awaits at 1.1375, a stepping stone on the way up, followed by 1.1350, a swing high from early in the month. The next levels at 1.13 and 1.1265. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Equities bullish again. http ntvforex.com news ID D2FC39. 7/15/2020 7:15 7 a.m. Wall Street reversed higher after a depressive start of the week. On Tuesday, all three indices secured gains after a volatile session. Investors' risk appetite increased after Moderna published encouraging data on the most probable candidate for a COVID-19 vaccine. The results, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, claim that Moderna's vaccine generated antibodies on the new coronavirus in all patients participating in a safety trial. S&P 500 1.34, Dow Jones 2.13%, and Nasdaq 0.94% reacted positively on the news, as investors hoped that the vaccine would be imperative in fixing the coronavirus crisis. As of today, the U.S. stock market has mostly recovered from its March nosedive triggered by the coronavirus crisis. This has to do with the massive stimulus launched by the Fed and investors' effort to price in a potential rapid recovery. Asian stocks are now following the same bullish path, as investors welcome Moderna's positive results. Nevertheless, until the vaccine passes through all safety checks, the number of coronavirus cases continues to increase at a rapid pace, with many regions returning to strict lockdown rules, which might hinder a V-shaped economic recovery. At the time of writing, Japan's Nikkei 225 is up 1.60%. The Bank of Japan is scheduled to release its policy statement later today, though no changes are expected. Investors ignored a new COVID outbreak in Tokyo. South Korea's Kospi is up 0.83% and the ASX 200 has increased by 1.76%. However, Chinese equities are isolated from the bullish mood, as the political tension between the US and China is intensifying. On Tuesday, President Donald Trump signed a bill approved by the Congress to penalize banks and financial institutions dealing with Chinese officials who implement the new security law in Hong Kong. Trump ordered the end of Hong Kong's special status in an effort to punish Beijing for the oppressive actions against the financial hub. The former British colony will be treated the same as mainland China. Hong Kong's Hang Seng is now down 0.31% after an initial surge. China's Shanghai Composite has declined by 0.75%, while the Shenzhen component is down 1.60%. European stocks will start the Wednesday session off on the right foot, as DAX and FTSE futures are up 0.70% and 1%, respectively. In individual corporate news, JP Morgan Chase beat forecasts for second quarter profits thanks to an increase in trading revenue, which surged over 77%. Bond trading alone accounted for over $7 billion as the Fed and central banks purchased government paper like crazy to support the economy. The share price of the largest U.S. bank rose 2.2%. Citigroup also reported earnings and revenue that beat forecasts elsewhere. The stock price of Wells Fargo dropped over 5% after the bank reported a larger than expected loss in the second quarter, announcing that it would cut the quarterly dividend by 80%. For Wells Fargo, this is the first quarterly loss after the financial crisis in 2008 in the commodity market. Gold has retreated in early trading on Wednesday but has consolidated well above $1,800 after temporarily breaking below that level on Tuesday. The metal is currently down 0.20% to $1,810. The safe haven has probably capped losses amid tensions between the US and China and the increasing number of COVID cases. Oil prices have recovered from Monday losses after a sharp decline in US crude inventories. Markets are now focused on the OPEC meeting scheduled for today. Both crude brands have increased by 0.43%. The American Petroleum Institute reported that crude inventories dropped by 8.3 million barrels in the week ending July 10, which is fourfold compared to what analysts have expected. Nevertheless, the OPEC meeting might send bearish signals, as the cartel intends to ease its record production cuts in FX. The US dollar is on the defensive as investors turn to riskier assets on Moderna's encouraging results. Also, the US reported that its inflation index beat forecasts by adding 0.6% in June, which is the highest monthly growth in about 8 years. The increase in consumer prices eased investors' concerns on deflationary pressures triggered by the crisis. The USD index is down 0.08% to 96.128. The euro versus dollar rose to the highest level in 4 months on hopes that the European Union would reach consensus on stimulus. The EU-US summit, scheduled for later this week, might end up with a rescue financing package that would help the continent address the coronavirus crisis. Finally, the British pound is up against the greenback but down against the euro. The UK's Office for National Statistics released inflation data this morning, with CPI and core CPI indexes beating analysts' expectations. Stay on top of the markets with Swissquote's News Amp analysis. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Ichimoku Cloud Analysis EUR/USD, AUD/USD, GBP/USD. http://ntvforex.com. News ID 3F65F2. 7/15/2027 12:41 am. EUR/USD, Euro vs US dollar. EUR/USD is trading at 1.1397. The instrument is moving above Ichimoku Cloud, thus indicating an ascending tendency. The markets could indicate that the price may test Tenkan-sen and Kijun-sen at 1.1370 and then resume moving upwards to reach 1.1475. Another signal in favor of further uptrend will be a rebound from the rising channel's downside border. However, the bullish scenario may be cancelled if the price breaks the cloud's downside border and fixes below 1.1305. In this case, the pair may continue falling towards 1.1215. AUD/USD, Australian dollar vs US dollar. AUD/USD is trading at 0.7000. The instrument is moving above Ichimoku Cloud, thus indicating an ascending tendency. The markets could indicate that the price may test Tenkan-sen and Kijun-sen at 0.6975 and then resume moving upwards to reach 0.7050. Another signal in favor of further uptrend will be a rebound from the upside border of the triangle pattern. However, the bullish scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks the cloud's downside border and fixes below 0.6930. In this case, the pair may continue falling towards 0.6845. GBP/USD, Great Britain pound vs US dollar. GBP/USD is trading at 1.2575. The instrument is moving below Ichimoku Cloud, thus indicating a descending tendency. The markets could indicate that the price may test the cloud's downside border at 1.2580 and then resume moving downwards to reach 1.2435. Another signal in favor of further downtrend will be a rebound from the descending channel's upside border. However, the bearish scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks the cloud's upside border and fixes above 1.2620. In this case, the pair may continue growing towards 1.2715. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Forex technical analysis and forecast majors, equities and commodities. http ntvforex.com news ID 86915. 7/15/2027 AM. Euro USD, Euro vs US dollar. Eurist has extended the wave up to 1.1420. Possibly, today the pair may form a new descending structure towards 1.1373 and then start another growth to reach 1.1390, thus forming a new consolidating range between these two levels. If later the price breaks this range to the downside, the market may resume trading downwards with the target at 1.1330. GBP USD, Great Britain Pound vs US Dollar. After finishing the descending wave at 1.2480, bust is correcting upwards with the target at 1.2588. Later, the market may start a new decline to reach the short-term target at 1.2454. USD Rub, US dollar vs Russian ruble. USD Rub is consolidating below 71.23. Today, the pair may fall to break 70.55 and then continue trading downwards with the target at 69.90. Later, the market may start a new correction to reach 71.27. USD JPY, US dollar vs Japanese yen. USD JPY is still consolidating around 107.20. Possibly, today the pair may form a new descending structure to return to 107.00 and then start another growth to reach 107.50. Later, the market may resume falling towards 106.94 or even deeper, 106.60. USD CHF, US dollar vs Swiss franc. USD CHF is still consolidating around 0.9400. If later the price breaks this range to the upside at 0.9415, the market may resume trading upwards with the target at 0.9440 or even higher, 0.9550. If to the downside at 0.9388, form a new descending structure with the target at 0.9366. AUD USD, Australian dollar vs US dollar. After completing the ascending wave at 0.7017, AUD is expected to fall towards 0.6967 and then grow to reach 0.6991, thus forming a new consolidating range between these two levels. If later the price breaks this range to the downside, the market may resume trading downwards with the target at 0.6924. Brent is moving not far from the upside border of the range. Possibly, the pair may break 43.30 and then continue moving upwards with the target at 45.00. After that, the instrument may start a new decline to return to 43.30 and then form one more ascending structure to reach 45.55. XAU USD, Gold vs US dollar. After completing the ascending structure at 1805.00, gold is consolidating around this level. If later the price breaks this range to the downside, the market may resume trading downwards to reach 1791.33 or even 1777.17. If to the upside, form one more ascending structure with the target at 1819.55. BTC USD, Bitcoin vs US dollar. After finishing the correction at 9260.00 and testing it from below, TGUSD is expected to fall to break 9160.00. After that, the instrument may resume trading inside the downtrend with the target at 9,000.00 or even 8,700.00. SP 500. After the ascending structure towards 3,185.0 and a gap up this morning, the S&P 500 index is expected to reach 3,240.4 and then fall to return to 3,185.0, thus forming a new consolidating range between these two levels. If later the price breaks this range to the downside, the market may start a new correction with the target at 3,111.1 if to the upside form one more ascending structure towards 3,300.3. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Murray Math Lines USD JPY, USD CAD. HTTP ntvforex.com News ID A4EF35. 7/15/2026 53:05 AM. USD JPY, US dollar versus Japanese yen. As we can see in the H4 chart, after rebounding from 3.8, USD-JP is expected to resume falling towards the support at 1.8. However, this scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks 3.8 to the upside. After that, the instrument may continue trading upwards to reach the closest resistance at 5.8. In the M15 chart, the pair may break the downside line of the Voltaire channel indicator and, as a result, continue moving downwards. USD CAD, US dollar vs Canadian dollar. As we can see in the H4 chart, after rebounding from 3.8, USD CAD is consolidating between 3.8 and 5.8. In this case, the pair is expected to resume growing towards the resistance at 4.8. However, this scenario may no longer be valid if the price breaks 3.8 to the downside. After that, the instrument may continue moving downwards to reach the support at 2.8. In the M15 chart, the pair may break the upside line of the Voltaire channel indicator and, as a result, may continue trading upwards to reach 4.8 from the H4 chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD trades soft as US earnings keep equities buoyed. HTTP ntvforex.com News ID 00954. 7/15/2026 49:45 AM. Euro rises to test 1.1400 ahead of ECB meeting. The euro is trading about 0.5% higher on Tuesday. The gains have pushed the common currency to briefly rise above the 1.1400 level intraday. A daily close above this level will confirm potential gains to come in the near term. However, given the ECB meeting due this Thursday, the euro might settle below the 1.1400 level in the short term. If price fails to break out above 1.1400 handle, we could expect to see some short-term declines. The initial support comes in at 1.1347 followed by 1.1261, which could keep a lid on the common currency from posting further declines. GBP USD drops to support on weak GDP. Cable is trading weaker on Tuesday, although it's quite likely that prices might close flat. The pound sterling is trading weaker right after price rallied to a 3-week high following another feeble attempt to break past the resistance area near 1.2643. The bust retreated price action is now holding on to the support area near 1.2516. As expected, a strong recovery off this support level will see the bust once again challenging the 1.2643 resistance area. Failure to break out above this level could potentially put the bust at risk of a correction below 1.2516 level of support. Is WTI crude oil ready to break past the 41.00 handle? Crude oil prices gained over 1.5% intraday on Tuesday. Oil prices remain firmly entrenched in a sideways pattern. The strong resistance area near 40.36-40.50 level is so far proving hard to break. However, with the OPEC meeting underway, the fundamentals might help to push prices higher still. Oil prices will be challenged near the 42.00 handle. Only a breakout above this level could potentially confirm further gains. The next main target comes near the 45.00 region. To the downside, the risks are higher. The lower support level near 38.00 will be tested in case of a decline. Gold trades above 1,800, but fails to make new highs. The precious metal is holding steady above the 1,800 psychological level. However, price action is yet to post fresh highs. During the intraday session on Tuesday, price briefly slipped to lows of 1790.28. However, price action was rejected at this level, pushing gold to close above 1800. If the precious metal fails to break out above the July 9 highs of 1815.77, we expect the sideways consolidation to continue. This would probably increase the odds of gold prices making a correction down to the 1780 level of support. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD nearing important support levels. http ntvforex.com news ID 39577. 7/15/2026 am. The TW$DXY continued the protracted downtrend yesterday that started at the end of June. Echo data were again of no big relevance, with German ZEW sentiment missing expectations and US inflation printing to close to consensus. Equity sentiment was a bit mixed. Europe opened in red, but underlying resilience intraday rebound later in the session provided a nihil obstat for a further USD decline. The TW dollar slipped to the 96.25 area, with the key June low 95.71 coming within reach. EUR/USD closed at the 1.14 big figure. The intraday trend in USD/JPY was again more indecisive, with the pair closing at 107.24 this morning. Most Asian indices are trading in positive territory, with China the exception. Equities are supported by positive headlines on a vaccine from Moderna. At the same time, tensions between the US and China are again mounting after President Trump ended the preferential status for Hong Kong. The yuan still trades slightly stronger near USD/7 Chinese yuan. The BOJ, as expected, left policy unchanged. It sees the economy contracting 4.7% in fiscal 2020, with a slow recovery later. USD/JPY is unmoved, holding a tight range in the 107.25 area. Today's Echo calendar contains the U.S. Empire Survey and June production data. Several Fed members are scheduled to speak, and the Fed will publish its Beige Book preparing the June 29 policy meeting. The Empire manufacturing might paint a constructive picture on the recovery in the region. Of late, the dollar developed a gradual downtrend. The move was supported by a constructive risk sentiment and a further decline of LT/US interest rates. US yields are nearing important support levels, and so does the TW dollar. There is no obvious trigger to row against this trend, but a pause slowdown might be on the cards. This also applies to EUR/USD. The pair recently was captured in buy on DIP's pattern. 1.1422 resistance is under test. A break toward the 1.1495 top probably needs help from a positive outcome of the EU summit later this week. Sterling remained in the defensive yesterday. Short-term negative UK interest rates and disappointing activity data May production GDP provided little ammunition to stop the GBP downtrend. EUR/GBP even briefly tested the 0.91 big figure. This morning, UK price data CPI 0.6% YY printed slightly higher than expected. The EUR 0.8950, pounds sterling 0.90 looks solid support, which we expect to hold. However, at current levels, quite some bad news is already be discounted for the UK currency. Download the full Sunrise Market commentary currencies. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. July US Echo data again impacted by COVID-19. http ntvforex.com news ID 00081E. 7/15/2026 37:16 am. Core bonds traded choppy in narrow ranges, eventually closing near unchanged. German bunds outperformed mainly in an overnight catch-up move. The German yield curve bull flattened with yields sliding by up to 4.1 bps 30-year. US yields added around 0.5 bps across the curve. US stock markets showed again vigor, rebounding by 1% Nasdaq to 2% Dow. The Nasdaq still shows a potential bearish engulfing pattern on the charts. German and US echo data didn't leave a mark on trading. US financials posted Q2 earnings with high loan loss reserves standing out amid a deteriorating, uncertain, economic outlook. Investment Bank's bottom line was saved by standout trading results. Washington-based Fed governor sounded grim yesterday. A thick fog of uncertainty still surrounds us, and downside risks predominate. Therefore, she argues in favor of shifting the focus of monetary policy from the current stabilization to accommodation to reach the dual Fed target of maximum employment and price stability. More specifically, she wants to communicate on asset purchases and forward guidance. She ruled out the introduction of yield curve caps as an imminent tool as it only comes into focus after additional analysis and discussion. Policy review. Most Asian stock markets eke out gains this morning with China underperforming. US President Trump signed the HK Autonomy Act, which is a powerful new tool to hold responsible the individuals and entities involved in extinguishing HK's freedom. Overall risk sentiment is again lifted by positive news in development of a COVID-19 vaccine. Moderna this time. The Bund and US note future initially ceded ground, but most of those losses are already paired. Today's echo calendar contains US June industrial production data and July Empire manufacturing business sentiment. We especially eye the latter as second wave of COVID-19 infections blazes through the US. The New York region could be outperformer though this time around, with the focus currently on the US Sun Belt states. European focus turns to the ECB meeting and EU summit at the end of the week. Risk sentiment will thus remain the needle in the market compass. US stock markets, in spite of yesterday's resilience, still show potential short-term trend reversal signs. Technically, the US 10-year yield is drifting to the lower end of the 0.54%–0.78% sideways trading range. The Fed's implicit yield curve control remains at work. Open-ended, unlimited QE. The German 10-year yield bounced off first support just above 0.50%. Download the full Sunrise Market commentary. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Japanese yen little changed after BOJ rate decision. http ntvforex.com news ID 3 of 563E. 7/15/2026 27:17 a.m. The Japanese yen was little changed as traders reacted to the interest rate decision by the Bank of Japan. As was expected, the bank left interest rates unchanged at 0.10% and left other policies intact. By this, it is continuing to guide the 10-year government bond yields at around zero. The members now expect that the economy will shrink by 4.7% this year and that consumer inflation will fall to 0.7%. In its previous statement, the bank was expecting the economy to shrink by between 3% and 5%. Recent numbers have shown that the Japanese economy is having a slower recovery than other countries. The Canadian dollar is little changed against the US dollar ahead of the Bank of Canada interest rate decision. Like the Bank of Japan, most analysts expect that the bank will leave interest rates unchanged at 0.25%. However, this being the first decision by Tiff Macklem, analysts will be watching his language during the press conference. They also expect him to recommit to large-scale asset purchases in order to keep up with a jump in government spending. Before the decision, the Statistics Office will release the country's June inflation data. The British pound rose slightly against the US dollar as traders waited for inflation numbers from the UK. Analysts expect that the headline consumer price index declined from the previous 0.5% to 0.4% in June. They also expect that core CPI remained unchanged at 1.2%. These numbers will come a day after the ONS released mixed GDP numbers. The data showed that the economy started the slow recovery in May this year. Meanwhile, from the United States, we will receive the industrial and manufacturing production data and oil inventory numbers. EUR/USD. The EUR/USD pair declined slightly during the Asian session. It is trading at 1.1395, which is slightly below the day's high of 1.1422. On the 4-hour chart, the price is above the 50-day and 100-day exponential moving averages. The RSI has moved slightly below the overbought level of 70. Also, the price is slightly above the ascending trend line shown in white. Therefore, the pair is likely to continue rising as bulls target the next resistance at 1.1450. GBP/USD. The GBP/USD pair rose to an intraday high of 1.2586, which is the highest it has been since Monday. The price is above the short and medium-term moving averages and is between the 23.6% and 38.2% Fibonacci retracement level. The signal and main line of the MACD have moved below the neutral line. Also, it seems to have formed a bearish pennant pattern, which means that the price could resume the previous decline with the next target being at 1.2533. USD/JPY. The USD/JPY pair is little changed today even after the BOJ interest rate decision. It is trading at 107.28, which is slightly higher than yesterday's low of 107.15. On the 4-hour chart, the price is stuck at the 50-day and 100-day EMAs and slightly below the 38.2% Fibonacci retracement level. Also, the pair has formed a bullish pennant pattern, which means that the price is likely to continue rising. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Vaccine hopes add upbeat data lift stocks. http ntvforex.com news ID 53BD23 7/15/2026 26:16 AM. Vaccine optimism boosted risk appetite, lifting Asian markets overnight and putting European bourses on track for a stronger start. Upbeat UK inflation data has added to the risk-on tone. Meanwhile, elevated US-Chinese tensions are broadly being shrugged off. Risk sentiment has soared after Moderna Inc. said that its COVID-19 vaccine candidate produced a robust immune response in all 45 patients in its early-stage trial and without safety issues. The findings support further development of the vaccine, and Phase 3 trials are expected to start at the end of this month. A vaccine is the surest and quickest way for the global economy to bounce back to pre-coronavirus levels. Social distancing would no longer be needed, shops and particularly the leisure and hospitality sectors could return to business as usual. In short, a vaccine is the only way to recession-proof the economy against coronavirus. For this reason, the markets are so sensitive towards vaccine development news. As we move through the second half of the year, we can expect vaccine news to pick up, with Oxford University AstraZeneca already in Phase 3 testing in South Africa and Brazil. UK inflation surges. UK inflation surged 0.6% in June, unexpectedly picking up from May and surpassing expectations of 0.4%. On an annual basis, inflation increased 1.4%, ahead of the 1.2% forecast. As lockdown measures were eased and the UK economy gradually reopened, demand has picked up, boosting inflation. This is some well-needed good news after yesterday's GDP misery and has returned some faith that the UK economy is on the road to recovery, albeit a long road. Petrol prices played a part as oil continues to climb from its March nadir and as Brits jump back into their cars after lock. Core inflation was slightly less impressive, slipping to a still solid 0.5%. GBP/USD trades 0.3% and looks to target $1.26. China troubles brushed off. As risk appetite rises, stocks are pushing higher and the safe haven dollar has fallen out of favor. News that President Trump has ordered an end to Hong Kong's special status in relation against China's national security law in Hong Kong has broadly gone unnoticed. This follows reports that the UK will phase out the use of Huawei technology. Coronavirus numbers are also being overshadowed by vaccine optimism. The tally in the US reached 3.4 million, with 136,000 deaths recorded. California has reimposed lockdown measures across the hardest-hit counties in the state amid record COVID numbers. You're solid on stimulus hopes. On the currency markets, the euro is a star performer, rising to 4-month highs on hopes that the economic recovery stimulus plan will be agreed after Germany's Angela Merkel and Spain's PM Pedro Sanchez committed to moving forward with the EU fund. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Trump signed bill to impose financial sanctions related to China. http ntvforex.com news ID 50DAA6 7/15/2025 53:11 AM. Asia market update: indices trade generally higher amid the vaccine news released after the U.S. close. Shanghai market lags. CN State Fund recently sold shares in Bocom. Trump signed bill to impose financial sanctions related to China. China GDP data due tomorrow. General trend: Shanghai Composite drops over 1.9% during morning session. Decliners include IT costs and banks. Shanghai and HK property firms decline. Shenzhen said to tighten certain home purchase rules. ZTE declines by over 3% in HK. Trump confirmed the US would end HK's preferential treatment. This could lead to restrictions on HK's access to certain high-tech products. Kweichow may report H1 results later today. Financial press: Japanese iron, steel, real estate, and transport firms are among the gainers. JP banks lag the broader market. Sectors moving higher in Australia include resources and consumer discretionary. Australian energy firms continue to reveal impairment losses. Woodside Petroleum, Origin Energy. AUD/JPY rises ahead of and China data due on Thursday, tracks gains in equity markets. Australia June jobs data is due for release on July 16. Thursday. China Q2 GDP data is due on Thursday, July 16. YY expected at 2.2% vs 6.8% prior. Bank of Korea BOK also due to hold policy meeting on Thursday. Companies expected to report results during the New York morning include Bank of New York, Goldman Sachs, PNC, United Health, US Bancorp. Headlines: economic data. Australia New Zealand. ASX 200 opened 0.3%. Australia Jewel Westpac consumer confidence 87.9 v 93.7 prior. 6.1% v 6.3% prior. Australia New South Wales state reports 13 additional coronavirus cases. Victoria state reports 238 additional coronavirus cases v 270 prior. Reports 1 additional death. NZ New Zealand PM Ardern New Zealand must prepare for coronavirus penetrating borders. Elimination strategy will remain in place. China Hong Kong. Hang Seng opened 1.6%, Shanghai Composite 0.2%. Bank of Communications 3328. HK China Pension Fund sold 42.3 MA shares in Bank of Communications on Tuesday. Press. Meituan 3690. HK China reported to be in talks to test digital yuan CNY currency with Meituan. CN Shenzhen China said to tighten home purchase rule regarding social security payments. US financial press. CN A couple of banks in China have asked the PBOC to ease the way that it assesses one indicator related to capital adequacy. Financial press. The specific indicator was not disclosed. U.S. press. Trump China sanctions legislation will hold China accountable for its actions in Hong Kong. Also signs executive order ending preferential treatment for Hong Kong. Comments at Hong Kong Autonomy Act signing ceremony. HK U.S. White House issues executive order on Hong Kong normalization as expected. CN U.S. President Trump: we can impose massive tariffs on China if we want. Reiterates China is buying massive amounts of agricultural product. Reiterates you will see more coming on actions toward China. CN U.S. Speaker of House Pelosi DCA urges Trump to consider every tool for action on China. U.S. China will implement sanctions on U.S. officials over Hong Kong. CN China Bok open market operation. OMO skips reverse repos v injects 30 billion Chinese yuan via 7-day reverse repos prior. CN China PBOC conducts 400 billion Chinese yuan 1-year medium-term lending facility MLF operation rate 2.95% v 2.95% prior completely rolls over maturing MLF and TMLF funds. CN China PBOC sets yuan reference rate 6.9982 v 6.9996 prior. HK Hong Kong police reported to arrest Democratic Party Vice Chairman Press. CN China to promote new energy vehicle sales in rural areas. Japan. Nikkei 225 opened 1%. JP Bank of Japan BOJ left policy unchanged as expected in case of rapid yield rise. BOJ will buy JGBs promptly. JP Bank of Japan BOJ Gov Kuroda to give a briefing at 0630 GMT 230 EST. JP Tokyo reported to raise coronavirus alert to highest level. Japan Press. JP Tokyo finds a 48 coronavirus case cluster at a movie theater. JP Japan Econ Min Nishimura current amount of coronavirus infections is not yet large, doing utmost to avoid declaring state of emergency. JP Japan to consider central bank digital currency CBDC in cooperation with other countries. Japanese Press. Korea. KOSPI opened 1.2%. KR South Korea June unemployment rate 4.3% v 4.5% E down from 10-year high. KR Bank of Korea Bok reports board member Cho has sold certain stock assets, will attend July 16 rate decision meeting. Other Asia. ID Indonesia June trade balance $1.27 billion v $1.2 b exports YY 2.3% v 12.6% E. North America. Moderna mRNA NEJM reports trial data shows mRNA 1273 COVID-19 vaccine has produced antibodies in all patients tested during initial phase 1 study. Press. New York Times NYT reported to move part of Hong Kong office to South Korea. U.S. financial press follows recent passage of the new national security law related to HK. U.S. regulator reported to be investigating certain oil fund disclosures. Financial press. U.S. Fed's Brainerd voter, Dove monetary policy will need to shift to provide more stimulus rather than focus on stabilization. July 14. U.S. Fed's Kaplan Dove, voter seeing pronounced slowing again since mid-June, prefers healthcare protocols over the Fed doing more, hopeful Fed will let some programs ease. U.S. Fed's Harker Hawk, voter in 2020 we are in a downturn that is both exceptionally painful and stubbornly long-lasting. Pandemic impact on economy is not a brief setback. July 14. Europe. OPEC committee reportedly outlining a plan for 842k BPD in extra compensation cuts for Aug-Sep timeframe. Press. Levels as of 1:20 ET. Nikkei 225, 1.5%, ASX 200 1.8%, Hang Seng 0.2%, Shanghai Composite 0.9%, KOSPI 0.8%. Equity SAMP P500 Futures 0.8%, Nasdaq 100 0.4%, DAX 0.8%, FTSE 1001%. 1.1423 euros, 1.1393 Japanese yen, 107.31, 107 Australian dollars and 19 cents, 0.7019, 0.6969 NZD, 0.6564, 0.6530. Gold 0.2% at $1,809 ounce, crude oil 0.5% at $40.48 BRL, copper 0.1% at $2.9352 pound. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Intraday news and views and data to be released today. USDJPY.http ntvforex.com. News ID 7AD78D 7/15/2025 50:18 AM. Intraday market moving news and views. Update time July 15, 2020 05:30 GMT. USD 107 Japanese yen and 25 sen. The greenback went through a roller coaster ride yesterday as, despite dropping to session lows at 107.13 in Asia, price rose to an intraday high at 107.43 at New York Open, due partly to cross-selling in JPY. However, the pair met renewed selling there and retreated to 107.16 near New York closing on USD's broad-based weakness, although dollar has retreated after yesterday's break above Monday's high at 107.31 to 107.43, and minor consolidation would be seen, as said move signals decline from July's peak at 108.16 has ended at 106.65 last Friday. Upside bias remains. Bids are now seen at 107.1020 with stops building up below there, whilst initial offers are noted at 107.9000. The Bank of Japan is scheduled to announce its interest rate decision shortly, circa 0300 GMT, and although the central bank is widely expected to keep its rate unchanged, investors should pay attention to Governor Kuroda's press conference at 0630 GMT. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Moderna takes important step towards COVID-19 vaccine. http ntvforex.com news ID 3BFD69 7/15/2025 45:21 am. Market movers today. Quarterly earnings reports coming in will draw headlines as well as COVID-19 spreading. We will also receive U.S. industrial production. Tonight Fed's Harker speaks. In Sweden, long-term inflation expectations are due. See comment below. Selected market news. Moderna's attempt to produce a COVID-19 vaccine made important progress yesterday as the drug produced antibodies in all the patients tested according to a new study, without enough side effects to preclude testing to continue. This does not mean that it may lead to a vaccine in the end, but it is an important step towards finding a vaccine. Moderna is considered one of the producers farthest ahead in the process. U.S. President Trump ordered to end Hong Kong's special status. This means that the U.S. can now sanction Chinese officials responsible for the pushing back on the uproars and political dissenters. Furthermore, Kudlow was out saying that China is being put on notice in relation to Hong Kong. This comes on the back of Trump's tunes during the weekend on a Phase 2 deal not being on the radar. Yesterday, the UK banned new Huawei components from its 5G network operations past end 2020. This is a clear shift in attitude compared to just 6 months ago. The US and Trump had put pressure on the UK to take this similar action. The German ZEW survey for July released yesterday was mixed. While the expectations component 6M ahead came in broadly as expected and pointed to continued optimism, the current survey component was weaker than expected and shows that Germany is not out of the woods yet. Tomorrow's ECB meeting will likely reflect on the improved optimism in forward-looking survey metrics, albeit still not take firm decisions to withdraw stimuli. The euro area industrial production figures from May were broadly in line with expectations. In Sweden, both June CPIF inflation and CPIF ex energy surprised on the upside, 0.7% YY and 1.3% YY respectively, but still well below the inflation target. However, low inflation is already in both the market and Riksbank forecasts, so no major market movements. More important are the inflation expectations, primarily the longer term, which are out today and need to be monitored closely. If confidence problems arise with regard to the Riksbank's ability to manage the 2% target, it would probably be forced to make monetary policy even more expansionary. Yesterday we published Global Macro Update Tailwind from Global Monetary Policy to the World Economy, which takes a look at the global monetary policy expansion that has been carried out since the beginning of the COVID-19 shock. First we look at the various monetary policy initiatives, then assessing to what extent monetary policy is accommodative, and finally discussing the possible impact on global equity markets. Download the full daily FX market commentary. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD analysis: bulls pause near June swing highs. Upside potential intact. http ntvforex.com news ID E0AF51 7:15 2025 39:54 am EUR/USD continued gaining traction on Tuesday amid hopes of additional stimulus. The USD remained on the defensive and provide an additional boost to the major. The pair shot to over 1-month tops on Wednesday as the focus remains on ECB. The EUR/USD pair built on its recent positive momentum and moved back above the 1.1400 round figure mark for the first time since June 11. The shared currency was supported by hopes that European Union leaders may agree on stimulus and deepening fiscal integration to shield the economy from the pandemic. Bulls largely shrugged off weaker than expected ZEW economic survey, which showed that German economic sentiment fell to 59.3 in July as compared to consensus estimates pointing to a drop to 60 from 63.4 previous. The German ZEW Current Situation Index also fell short of market expectations and rose to 80.9 from 83.1 June. Meanwhile, the broader Eurozone ZEW economic sentiment improved from 58.6 to 59.6, but again missed market expectations of 78.1. Separately, the German CPI print matched preliminary estimates and was finalized at 0.6% MOM. 0.9% YoY for June. On the other hand, the US dollar failed to attract any meaningful buying interest despite concerns about a surge in coronavirus cases, which pushed California back into lockdown. The greenback remained on the defensive following the release of hotter-than-expected US consumer inflation figures. In fact, the headline CPI increased by 0.6% in June, the most in nearly 8 years, and snapped 3 straight months of declines. The yearly rate matched expectations and came in at 0.6% in June, marking the smallest YoY rise since September 2015. The data eased worries about deflationary pressures from the economic downturn, albeit did little to provide any impetus to the USD. Adding to this, optimism about a coronavirus vaccine led to a strong rally in the US equity markets, which further undermined the greenback's safe haven status and provided an additional boost to the major. The pair ended near the top end of its daily trading range and shot to 4-month tops, around the 1.1425 region during the Asian session on Wednesday. The pair, however, struggled to capitalize on the move, instead witnessed a modest pullback amid nervousness over rising Sino-US tensions. The U.S. President Donald Trump signed a bill sanctioning Chinese officials in response to Beijing's national security law for Hong Kong and an executive order ending preferential treatment for Hong Kong. China was quick to respond and threatened to impose retaliatory sanctions against U.S. individuals and entities. Meanwhile, the downside is likely to remain cushioned as investors might refrain from placing any aggressive bids ahead of the ECB monetary policy decision. In the meantime, the pair remains at the mercy of the USD price dynamics in the absence of any relevant market-moving releases from the Eurozone. Later during the early North American session, the U.S. economic docket highlighting the release of Empire State Manufacturing Index and industrial production will be looked upon for some meaningful trading opportunities. Short-term technical outlook. From a technical perspective, bulls might now wait for some follow-through buying above the 1.142025 resistance zone before positioning for any further appreciating move. A convincing breakthrough should pave the way for a move back towards retesting YTD tops, just ahead of the key 1.1500 psychological mark. Some follow-through buying has the potential to lift the pair further towards 2019 yearly swing highs resistance near the 1.1570 region. On the flip side, the 1.1350 region now seemed to protect the immediate downside, below which the pair is likely to slide back towards the 1.1300 mark. Failure to defend the mentioned support levels might prompt some technical selling and accelerate the slide further towards the 1.1260 horizontal zone before the pair eventually slides to test sub 1.1200 level. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/USD bullish breakout above double top and 1.1350. http ntvforex.com news ID 0C4E2C 7:15-2025 36:08 am. The EUR/USD is building a bullish breakout above the double top. An uptrend continuation is imminent as long as price stays above the key support zone green box at 1.1325. 4-hour chart. The EUR/USD has been using the long-term moving averages as a cushion for continuous bullish bounces. The uptrend channel has a good angle, which indicates a well-balanced trend. The 21 EMA is therefore expected to act as support. The EUR/USD is expected to build a shallow pullback and continue towards the target zone at 1.1450. The next target is aimed at the round level of 1.15. Only a break below the support of the uptrend channel and horizontal support level would invalidate red X the bullish scenario. The analysis has been done with the ECS.SWOT method and ebook. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Elliott Wave View Dow Futures EMF resumes higher video. http ntvforex.com News ID 048AF0 7:15-2025 30:47 am. EMF 45 minutes chart below shows that index has ended the cycle from July 7 high as wave 2 at 25,293 low. The pullback unfolded as a zigzag Elliott wave structure. From July 7 high, wave A ended at 25,661 low. Wave B bounce ended at 26,029 high and Wave C ended at 25,293 low. Up from that Wave 2 low, index has resumed higher as a 5 waves impulse Elliott wave structure. Wave I ended at 25,519 high and pullback in Wave 2 ended at 25,362 low. Index then extended higher in Wave 3, which ended at 26,215 high. Wave 4 DIPs then ended at 26,024 low. The index then pushed higher in Wave V which ended at 26,524 high. The rally ended larger degree Wave I and also broke above previous Wave 1 high. This confirms that the next leg higher is already in progress. Afterwards, the index corrected that rally as another zigzag correction in Wave 2 and ended at 25,871 low. From there, index continued to resume higher in Wave I of 3, with the internal subdivision unfolding as another 5 waves impulse in lesser degree. Up Wave 2 low, Wave I ended at 26,310 high and Wave 2 dip ended at 26,156 low. Wave 3 then ended at 26,817 high and Wave 4 pullback ended at 26,720 low. The index can still make another high in Wave V, which will end Wave I in the larger degree. A 3 waves pullback in Wave 2 should happen before the index resumes higher. As long as pullback stays above 25,871 low, expect Wave 2 DIPs to find support in 3, 7, or 11 swing for more upside. EMF 45 minutes Elliott wave chart. EMF Elliott wave video. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Gold price forecast bulls still hopeful amid escalating US-China row. http ntvforex.com News ID 9B6F24 7:15-2025 03:47 am. Escalating US-China row to limit the losses in gold. Market-driven sentiment and USD dynamic to remain in play. Gold looks buy on DIPs from a technical perspective. Despite the jittery market mood so far this Wednesday, gold XAU USD remains on the back foot, as the US dollar bulls are back on the bids amid renewed US-China escalation over the Hong Kong HK issue. Beijing vowed retaliatory sanctions against the US after President Donald Trump signed an order end to HK's special status under US law to punish China in the overnight trades. The risk appetite was boosted by Moderna Inc.'s experimental vaccine success for COVID-19, which downed the US dollar to fresh multi-week lows across its main competitors and lifted the bright metal back above $1,810 level in the day ahead. Gold prices are likely to remain at the mercy of the market sentiment and US Dollar dynamics amid incoming COVID-19 updates, US-China headlines and US macro earnings news. The gold buyers, however, may remain hopeful amid looming coronavirus risks and could resort to dip buying, in an effort to retest the multi-year highs. Short-term technical outlook. Gold 1-hour chart. On the 1-hour chart, the price is flirting with the upward-sloping 21-hourly simple moving average HMA support at $1,806.13, while the relative strength index RSI has turned south at 50.35. Therefore, the bears look to extend control, with the next support seen around $1,805, the confluence of the 50 and 100 HMAs. Should the bulls fail to defend that level, a sharp drop towards the downside target of $1,796 cannot be ruled. Where the bullish 200 HMA lies, the spot has managed to hold above the 200 HMA since mid-June, and hence it will act as powerful support, where the buyers can look for fresh entries. Alternatively, only a decisive break above the $1,812.13 barrier will revive the bullish momentum in the near term. The bulls will then aim for the multi-year highs of $18.17. Gold additional levels to consider. XAU USD, overview. Today last price point 1806.30. Today daily change 3.04. Today daily change percent 0.17. Today daily open point 1809.14. Trends. Daily SMA 20.17 74.64. Daily SMA 50.17 41.98. Daily SMA 100.16 91.19. Daily SMA 200.16 04.02. Levels. Previous daily high point 1810.98. Previous daily low point 1790.42. Previous weekly high point 1818.17. Previous weekly low point 1770.16. Previous monthly high point 1785.91. Previous monthly low point 1670.76. Daily Fibonacci 38.2%. 1803.13. Daily Fibonacci 61.8%. 1798.27. Daily pivot point S 1.1796.05. Daily pivot point S 2.1782.95. Daily pivot point S 3.1775.49. Daily pivot point R 1.1816.61. Daily pivot point R 2.1824.07. Daily pivot point R 3.1837.17. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Dividends to lag behind earnings. Don't expect a phenomenal payday anytime soon. http ntvforex.com News ID EF808E 7/15/2023 51:21 AM. Australian dividend investors are likely to have a struggle in this upcoming earnings and dividend season in September. Forecasts suggest that this will likely be the worst cut in at least a decade, with a number of entities planning to cut, postpone, or simply cancel dividend payments, including the big fan favorites within the S&P/ASX 200, with more than a third of the top 100 cutting, postponing, or cancelling payments in the earlier earnings season of 2020. A similar outcome is expected this time around. It is a depressing reminder for many investors that there is still a level of risk, even in revered markets known for having outstanding returns historically. It is worth noting that while some equity markets do hint at a V-shaped recovery, the wider economy does not share those same results, and dividends will lag behind earnings, so don't expect a phenomenal payday anytime soon. The data so far suggests a fall between 30–40% in dividend payments on the previous financial year, meaning the figure is between $24 billion and $32 billion as a current estimate. With the new lockdown imposed in Victoria, there are likely to be further revisions before the X dates as a defense of cash flow. Still, there are some outliers. Some mining entities have been well placed to weather the pandemic, due to support from above-average commodity prices. Iron ore producers should have a better-than-expected outcome, with the greater-than-normal demand for steel in China, with outputs up 4%. The demand argument aside, iron ore prices have risen 30% in the last few months, with prices resting in the $107 T range, and considering the cost of production is in the $13 T range, then profits should be substantial considering the current economic landscape for ASX-listed entities. I would not be surprised if we are to see a decline in the ASX 200 in the near term. Having this many listed companies either not providing or offering limited advice does not speak well for the likelihood of dividend payments. The current price in the ASX 200 reflects on this as well, with price struggling to get past the pain point of $6,200. SAMP P ASX 200 15/07/2020. Regardless of this, my eyes are going to be firmly focused on iron ore producers such as Fortescue Metals, BHP, and Rio Tinto, with the occasional glance hovering on Big Four offerings. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Moderna Phase 1 COVID test deemed a success. http ntvforex.com News ID 13425F 7/15/2023 40:41 AM. A Phase 1 Moderna test produced immune responses in all 45 test volunteers. A Phase 1 Moderna test produced immune responses in all 45 test volunteers. The results released Tuesday involved 3 doses of the vaccine, tested in groups of 15 volunteers aged 18-55 who got 2 shots, 28 days apart. The groups tested 25, 100, or 250 micrograms of the vaccine. Adverse events after the second dose occurred in 7 of the 13 volunteers who got the 25 microgram dose, all 15 participants who received the 100 microgram dose, and all 14 who got the 250 microgram dose. In the highest dose group, 3 patients had severe reactions such as fever, chills, headache or nausea. One of these had a fever of 103.28 Fahrenheit 39.6 C. We didn't see any events that are characterized as serious adverse events, said lead author Dr. Lisa Jackson of Kaiser Permanente Washington Health Research Institute in Seattle, referring to reactions that require hospitalization or result in death. Moderna has 2 tests in May, and will start Phase 3 tests with 30,000 volunteers on July 27. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Asia oil OPEC compliance and a guarantee on the principle of compensation was music to the market ears overnight. http ntvforex.com News ID 75C335 7/15/2022 35:21 AM. Risk assets closed on a more favorable note Tuesday after news broke that Moderna Inc.'s COVID-19 vaccine produced antibodies to the coronavirus in all patients in the initial therapeutic trial. Oil doesn't benefit specifically from the forward-looking conjecture to the extent that equities do around the vaccine, since oil price action is relegated more towards what is happening today. Although, if and when a vaccine is in hand, oil prices will moonshot as it will affect virtually every commodity on the planet. OPEC's Joint Technical Committee says June OPEC compliance with the cut agreement was 112%, and 99% for participating non-OPEC nations for an overall 107% compliance. The key at Wednesday's OPEC meeting will be whether the group decides to taper to 7.7 mbd, as planned from August, or extend 9.7 mbd cuts by another month. Comments so far suggest the group is more inclined to taper. However, positive for oil prices is that Saudi Arabia is laying the foundations for a relatively smooth OPEC meeting on Wednesday, with a joint statement released from the Saudi Arabian and Iraqi energy ministries complimenting Iraq for progress implementing production cuts. At the same time, Saudi Arabia's energy minister has also had a discussion with his Nigerian counterpart, following which Nigeria said it would compensate through September for producing over its agreed quota in May and June. The guarantee of the principle of compensation was music to the market's ears, as was OPEC compliance, which continues to demonstrate unwavering unity within the group. Indeed, presenting a unified OPEC front is the most crucial deliverable at this stage of the oil market recovery. Production policy can be tweaked to fit macro circumstances as needed, but the group must avoid any hint of dissent. Unnamed OPEC delegates suggesting the group will not extend the first phase of production cuts into August provide an excuse for profit-taking. In contrast, the principle of compensation provides an offset to the return of around 2 mbd of OPEC production and caused short-term oil market shorts to cover. The return of around 2 mbd of OPEC production is anticipated, but risks to demand due to a resurgence in coronavirus infections in some regions had prompted speculation that the initial 9.7 mbd cut would again be extended. We've been stuck in a very tight trading range for some time, and despite the numerous short factors that may drive intraday momentum, whether it's reimposing short-term soft lockdowns or a US inventory data miss, invariably Brent continues to gravitate back to the midpoint of the market's perceived current bookends, $40.45, while near-term headwinds remain, the overwhelming evidence suggesting oil is past the trough and that supply and demand are rebalancing at a gradual pace, mind you. We see price action continuously revert to the short-term mean, indicating the markets are finding some semblance of equilibrium that could even extend throughout the summer until the soft lockdowns flatten the USAP curve or the ultimate recession stopper is in hand, which is of course a vaccine. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Asia market. The vaccine trial is the cherry on top. http ntvforex.com news ID 7AE074 7/15/2022 33:44 am. US equities were stronger Tuesday, the S&P up 1.3% with steady gains late in the session after a choppy session earlier, and oil and gold were both up a bit. Improved U.S. equity sentiment came with a positive start to Q2 earnings reports, with JP Morgan and Citi beating expectations despite citing significant uncertainty and increasing loan provisions. Bullish for markets was Fed Governor Lael Brainerd reinforcing expectations for sustained fiscal and monetary support, but the cherry on top has to be the positive virus vaccine update. Optimism on the vaccine is more than a showstopper, it's the ultimate recession stopper. The positive coverage on potential COVID-19 vaccine represents a rotating carousel of positive news that's overwhelming rising virus cases in the US. Although a mismatch between financial markets and the real economy remains in full effect, the removal of a single recessionary input, the virus, via a vaccine can pave the way for fast economic recovery. So, the positive news on the virus vaccine can go a long way to explain the dissonance between the shift in the stock market sentiment relative to the angst on Main Street. Gold. The US CPI inflation bounce was positive for gold, as was the weaker US dollar amid the Fed's Brainerd's call for more stimulus. The market responded bullishly and positioned to move higher, but news of a positive vaccine trial has taken some of the shine off the yellow metal. Still, one should expect the world will face the most significant wave of asset price inflation, fiat currency debasement in recorded history. Once the economy returns to pre-pandemic all systems go, even with the help of a vaccine, the incomprehensibly large global stimulus will find its way into every liquid asset imaginable. And while this trade screams long silver and copper, gold should benefit as well from the inflation bounce. The bigger picture for gold is that on top of the World War II-sized stimulus already injected into the economy and the Fed expected to remain at zero for as far as the eye can see, it's hard not to view a tsunami of asset price inflation down the road. Euro patience rewarded. The USD traded bid early and was well offered later on Tuesday in a complete reversal to what was seen on Monday. With the Fed providing ample liquidity, equities bid into every dip and the market seemingly ignoring an increase in COVID-19 cases, it made for an excellent backdrop to stay short dollar. It took a while, but the euro has finally kicked into gear, with trading less burdened by the USD safe haven COVID-19 excess baggage while spreading its wings most optimistically, reflecting hopes for better news at the end of the week when EU leaders meet to negotiate terms of an EU recovery fund. Should an agreement be reached, the euro would be likely to benefit. Hence the constant bid and one-way directional flows on the Eurist this week. Indeed, the closer we get to the critical weekend event, there should be a better buy-in for the long euro trade. While this week's Eurozone data has not been hugely inspiring, it wasn't enough to offset recovery hopes as the market now sets sights on the bigger prize, a shift towards debt mutualization. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Dollar falls on US-China trade tensions. http ntvforex.com news ID 6B786F 7/15/2022 12:14 AM. Market review 14/07/2020 23:50 GMT. Dollar falls on US-China trade tensions. The greenback ended lower against its G5 peers on Tuesday due to diplomatic and trade tensions between the United States and China, together with continued fears of a second wave of the coronavirus pandemic. Reuters reported the Labor Department said on Tuesday its consumer price index increased 0.6% last month after easing 0.1% in May. In the 12 months through June, the CPI climbed 0.6% after gaining 0.1% in May, which was the smallest year-on-year rise since September 2015. Economists polled by Reuters had forecast the CPI increasing 0.5% in June and advancing 0.6% year-on-year. Versus the Japanese yen, although dollar briefly gained to 107.36 at Asian Open, price fell to 107.13 on profit-taking. However, the pair later rose to session highs of 107.43 at New York morning on buying in EUR/JPY cross before retreating to 107.16 on USD's broad-based weakness. Although the single currency retreated from 1.1351 in Australia to 1.1326 on profit-taking, the pair found renewed buying there and later rallied to a fresh one-month high of 1.1408 in New York on USD's weakness, together with cross-buying in euro before moving broadly sideways. The British pound moved sideways in Asia after Monday's sell-off, and cable met renewed selling interest at 1.2558 and then fell to 1.2507 in European morning after release of downbeat UK GDP data. The pair then dropped to a 6-day low of 1.2480 in New York before rallying to session highs at 1.2563 in New York afternoon on USD's weakness, together with cross-buying of sterling, especially vs euro. Reuters reported gross domestic product rose by 1.8% in May after slumping by a record 20.3% in April, Britain's first full month of lockdown, the Office for National Statistics said. This was a smaller rise than the average 5.5% increase forecast in a Reuters poll of economists. Over the 3 months to May, the economy shrank by 19.1%, and compared with a year ago it is 24.0% smaller. In other news, Reuters reported Britain's economy could shrink by more than 14% this year, and government borrowing risks approaching £400 billion $500 billion if there is lasting damage from the coronavirus, government budget forecasters warned on Tuesday. The Office for Budget Responsibility said its central scenario, with only moderate scarring, showed a 12.4% fall in output, with a 14.3% decline if scarring is deeper. On the data front, Reuters reported an indicator tracking German investors' economic sentiment slipped to 59.3 points, from 63.4 points the previous month. That compared with a forecast for 60.0 in a Reuters poll of economists. A separate gauge of current conditions rose slightly to 80.9 points, from 83.1 the previous month, but was well behind the consensus forecast of 65.0 points. Data to be released on Wednesday: Australia consumer sentiment, Japan Bank of Japan interest rate decision, UK core CPI, CPI, RPI, core RPI, PPI input prices, PPI output prices, PPI core output, DCLG house price index, Italy consumer prices, CPI EU norm, US MBA mortgage applications, New York Fed manufacturing index, import prices, export prices, industrial production, capacity utilization, manufacturing output, and Canada manufacturing sales, Bank of Canada interest rate decision. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD trades sideways as broader ranges narrow. http ntvforex.com news ID 9-0 EC 7:15 2021 55:41 am. AUD Australian dollar. The Australian dollar crept higher through trade on Tuesday, supported by underlying USD weakness and a small uptick across risk assets. Trade was choppy and moves relatively modest as ranges across currency markets narrowed. The AUD has struggled to break outside a 70-point range, bouncing between 0.6930 and 0.70 US cents through the last 2 weeks as the ebb and flow of risk demand controls broader moves. Markets largely ignored the uptick in new coronavirus infections in Victoria and New South Wales, confident strict proactive measures will contain the spread through the short-term direction continues to derive from markets' demand for risk. Fluctuations in risk aversion are creating sustained volatility across financial markets, albeit in narrowing ranges. The AUD continues to find support in a positive risk correlation, propped up by unprecedented levels of fiscal and monetary policy stimulus. We expect the AUD will remain range-bound through much of Q3, bouncing between 0.68 and 0.70 with a shift in the current risk profile the biggest threat to that position. Setting aside COVID-19 headlines, attentions this week turn to the EU summit as leaders meet to flesh out the specifics of the EU's recovery fund. If a compromise can be agreed this week and the final plan mirrors the proposal put forth by the EU Commission, we can expect a renewed euro upturn and subsequent USD sell-off, with AUD-EUR crosses perhaps testing a break back below 0.6050 and 0.60 key movers. The US dollar drifted lower through trade on Tuesday as inflation expectations increased. US CPI data showed prices in June jumped over 0.5%, largely driven by a near 13% increase in petrol prices, raising concerns the record levels of fiscal stimulus are going to drive living costs higher at a time the Federal Reserve cannot increase interest rates, potentially derailing any consumer-led recovery. The euro upturn continued Tuesday, pushing through 1.14 as investors eye this week's EU summit and potential rescue package. The promise of a €750 billion recovery fund has helped drive the combined unit higher as markets begin pricing in a swift EU recovery. As the US continues to battle the COVID-19 outbreak, expectations Eurozone will be better placed to bounce out of the pandemic are increasing, opening the door to extended euro gains through the medium-term expected ranges. AUD 0.6880 US dollars 0.7000 Australian dollars EUR 0.6050 0.6190 pounds sterling AUD 1.7820 1.8130 Australian dollars NZD 1.058 1.0720 Australian dollars CAD 0.9430 0.9520. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro nears 4-month highs. CAD rate decision. http ntvforex.com news ID 244126 7/14/2028 27:56 p.m. Over the past few weeks, euro has been one of the best performing currencies. It rose to a nearly 4-month high versus the US dollar despite weaker than expected economic data. Eurozone industrial production rose only 12.4% against a 15% forecast. The expectations component of the German ZEW survey dropped to 59.3 from 63.4. The current conditions component rose from 83.1 to 80.9, but economists were looking for a much more significant improvement to 65. The Eurozone ZEW survey ticked up slightly to 59.6 from 58.6. These numbers tell us that while the Eurozone is beginning to recover, investor sentiment remains subdued. At best, investors anticipate a gradual recovery, which is reasonable because the surge in cases in the US prevents a stronger global recovery. With that in mind, the outlook for the Eurozone is still brighter than other parts of the world, as they successfully controlled the spread of COVID-19. Italy, one of the countries hit the hardest by the virus, reported only 114 new cases today, its lowest since February. Yesterday Germany reported only 159 cases, but that number increased to 412 on Tuesday. Investors are still worried about a second wave in Europe, especially with borders reopening and tourism resuming. Spain reported a surge in cases on Monday, leading the government to return to a flexible Stage 2 lockdown for areas affected. These numbers still pale in comparison to the huge numbers reported in the US on a daily basis. The greenback traded lower against most of the major currencies despite stronger consumer prices. Stocks continued to rally on Tuesday after biotech firm Moderna announced that will be starting Phase 3 of their COVID-19 vaccine trials at the end of the month, joining Pfizer and BioNTech. The hope for a vaccine trumps everything else, including the massive loss reported by Wells Fargo. Citigroup and JP Morgan reported significantly weaker earnings, while Delta said sales plummeted 88%. The Empire State Manufacturing Survey and Federal Reserve Beige Book report are scheduled for release tomorrow. Economists are looking for improvements in manufacturing activity, but softer numbers or a more subdued Beige Book could reverse the gains in equities, triggering a sell-off in currencies. Sterling sold off on the back of softer monthly GDP and industrial production numbers. The Australian dollar traded higher on the back of stronger business confidence and Chinese trade data. Despite Australian and Chinese trade tensions, China's demand for coal and iron has increased significantly. Iron ore imports into China rose 10% in the first half of the year, while coal imports rose 13%. The New Zealand dollar fell despite stronger housing data. The focus will be on the Canadian dollar tomorrow, with a Bank of Canada rate decision on the calendar. This will be the very first meeting for Governor Tiff Macklem, who succeeded Poloz last month. When the central bank last met, they issued their latest economic projections, which were less pessimistic. Earlier this year, they expected the economy to contract by 22% but altered that to 12%. It will be interesting to see if Macklem's outlook differs. In mid-June, he said it will be a long time before the central bank removes stimulus, as it's going to be a long, slow recovery. They avoided the worst-case scenario but don't know how much damage there is to the economy. As such, the BOC can scale existing programs if needed. Since their last meeting in June, Canada has flattened the curve with only 222 cases reported over the weekend. The table below shows the fruits of the labor, with employment, housing, and manufacturing activity improving. Unfortunately, the country's proximity to the US and its economic reliance on its southern neighbor means the outlook is uncertain, so chances are Governor Macklem won't be overly optimistic. USD CAD has been slowly inching upwards over the past few days, so renewed concerns could drive it to 1.37. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. We are turning neutral in the ES for now. http ntvforex.com news ID 389249. 7/14/2020 7:42:18 p.m. It might be time for the ES to take a breather. We've been bullish the stock market for months and continue to believe the 166. S&P 500 will see somewhere between 3,400.00 and 3,600.00 by the end of the year. Nevertheless, we cannot deny the technical resistance looming near 3,250.00. The never-ending headlines denoting spikes in coronavirus cases, and last, but not least, the upcoming presidential election. Regarding the chart, a break above 3,250.00 would surely lead to a test of the all-time highs, and we aren't sure the world is ready for that just yet. On the COVID-19 front, we have yet to see cases translate into deaths. The death rate is falling, but that can change quickly, so traders and investors might be reluctant to take the market higher from here without seeing how things pan out. The election will be a wild card. Some argue the market is seeking the stability of the challenger, but others believe a continuation of the incumbent's tax-friendly policy is necessary to keep the economy moving in the right direction, particularly after the COVID collapse. We all know markets dislike uncertainty, so this could get interesting. Treasury futures markets 30-year Treasury bond futures seasonality remains bullish in bonds and notes. Fundamentals aside, the Treasury market has a hard time going down this time of year. Also, the majority of speculators are short Treasuries and have been for quite some Like the stocks market bears have been squeezed, we might see something similar in treasuries. Thus, we wouldn't be in a rush to get bearish, but prices are too high to be a comfortable buyer. We suspect the ZB will poke above 184.0 and the ZN is probably seeking 141.0. We will consider turning bearish at these levels depending on how things look. Treasury futures market consensus: we are looking for 184.0 in the ZB and 141.0 in the ZN. Technical support: ZB 173.20, 171.26, 169.08, 165.19, ZN 137.24, 136.17, 134.28, and 133.24. Technical resistance: ZB 181.14, 184.12, and 189.18, ZN 139.22 and 140.06. STOCK Index Futures: the easy money on the upside in the stocks indices has been made. Gains in the stock indices will need to be hard fought from here. In fact, we are no longer comfortable having an upward bias. Although the odds continue to suggest a test of 3,250.00 test, the risk of being long and wrong is outsized. If you made money on the way up, make sure you protect it or lock it in. Let us see what the market does with resistance. From a previous newsletter but still valid while our chart suggests 3,250.00, seasonal analysis also suggests the short-term bias should be higher. On most years, summer weakness doesn't appear until July 24 or later. In our view, these two schools of thought seem to be aligning. For instance, if the market does achieve 3,250.00, it will likely take a few weeks to get there. This would put the time frame in the vicinity of the seasonal high. Thus, if you are a bear, be sure to save some ammo for the potential of a mid 3,200.00 price in late July. Stock index futures market consensus: we have 3,250 in our crosshairs for the ES, but the risk of being long and wrong has become large. Technical support: 2,975, 2,920, 2,753, 2,434 and 2168. Technical resistance: 3,250, 3,270, 3,398, and 3,575. Mini SAMP P futures day trading ideas: these are counter trend entry ideas. The more distant the level, the more reliable, but the less likely to get fill each day. Trade sell levels: 3,175 minor, 3,236, 3,253 and 3,270. ES day trade buy levels: 3,097, 3027, 2980, 2,970, 2,911, 2,870, and 2,750. And other commodity futures and options markets. March 2 roll BCI into June. March 4 go short the September Euro-dollar near 99.37 and buy the 99.50 call option. Total risk is roughly $600 depending on fills prior to transaction costs. March 27 roll long April 136 call into May 137.50 call in the 10-year note. April 16 buy June hog call spreads using the 50-55 strikes. April 22 bull call spread in December corn using the 350-400 strikes for about 11.5 cents. April 29 exit hog call spread for a quick profit. May November 8 soybean bull call spread using the 9.00 and 10.00 strikes about 15.5 cents. May 14 go long August NG futures mini contract for most, or higher. May November 20 nat gas call butterfly using the $2.50 $3.50 strikes. May 27 buy the August hog 60-65 call spread. June 4 go long September coffee 105-115 call spread. June 8 exit July corn. June 17 go long 105-112 call spread in October cattle. June 19 go long the December wheat 5.00 5.50 call spread. spread. June 23 offset the short August hog 65 call to lock in a profit on that leg. July 6 offset mini NG add-on futures contract to lock in a moderate gain. July 8 exit August 88.62. Natural gas to lock in a moderate loss. July 9 exit the vertical call spread in November soybeans to lock in a gain. July 10 exit the December wheat 500-550 call spread to lock in a profit. July 14 exit the October 89.14. Live cattle 105-112 call spread to lock in a moderate gain. Due to time constraints and our fiduciary duty to put clients first, the charts provided in this newsletter may not reflect the current session data. Seasonality is already factored into current prices, any references to such does not indicate future market action. There is substantial risk of loss in trading futures and options. These recommendations are a solicitation for entering into derivatives transactions. All known news and events have already been factored into the price of the underlying derivatives discussed. From time to time, persons affiliated with Zaner, or its associated companies, may have positions in recommended and other derivatives. Past performance is not indicative of future results. The information and data in this report were obtained from sources considered reliable. Their accuracy or completeness is not guaranteed. Any decision to purchase or sell as a result of the opinions expressed in this report will be the full responsibility of the person authorizing such transaction. Seasonal tendencies are a composite of some of the more consistent commodity futures seasonals that have occurred over the past 15 or more years. There are usually underlying, fundamental circumstances that occur annually that tend to cause the futures markets to react in similar directional manner during a certain calendar year. While seasonal trends may potentially impact supply and demand in certain commodities, seasonal aspects of supply and demand have been factored into futures AMP options market pricing. Even if a seasonal tendency occurs in the future, it may not result in a profitable transaction, as fees and the timing of the entry and liquidation may impact on the results. No representation is being made that any account has in the past, or will in the future, achieve profits using these recommendations. No, resubscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. AUD/USD forecast unable to attract investors. http ntvforex.com news ID F1168. 7/14/2020 7:39:24 p.m. AUD/USD current price 0.6964. Australian NAB's business confidence bounced sharply to 1 in June. The focus now shifts to the July Westpac consumer confidence, previously at 6.3%. AUD/USD is holding within familiar levels between 0.69 and 0.70. The AUD/USD pair recovered from an intraday low of 0.6920 to close the day a couple of pips below a daily high of 0.6977. The pair held within familiar levels, with intraday movements determined by equities' strength or weakness. Market players ignored upbeat Australian data released at the beginning of the day, as the NAB's business confidence index recovered to 1 in June against the 87 expected. The NAB's business conditions for the same month printed at 7, much better than the 39 expected. Also, China unveiled its June trade balance, which posted a surplus of $46.42 billion, below the expected $58.6 billion, although exports and imports improved by more than anticipated. This Wednesday, Australia will publish HIA new home sales for May, previously at 4.2%, and the July Westpac consumer confidence, which came in at 6.3% in June. AUD/USD short-term technical outlook. The AUD/USD pair maintains its neutral short-term stance, still unable to advance beyond the 0.7000 level but with the downside limited. In the 4-hour chart, the pair settled above all of its moving averages, which anyway lack directional strength. Technical indicators, in the meantime, remain directionless around their midlines support levels 0.6930, 0.6895, 0.6850. Resistance levels 0.6995, 0.7020, 0.7060. View live chart for the AUD/USD. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD JPY forecast waiting for the BOJ just above 107.00. http ntvforex.com news ID D75860. 7/14/2020 7:37:51 p.m. USD JPY current price 107.22. Japan SMA industrial production contracted by 8.9% MOM and fell 26.3% yearly basis. The Bank of Japan will likely downgrade its growth and inflation forecast. USD JPY continues to trade uneventfully around the 107.00 level. The USD JPY pair is ending Tuesday with modest losses in the 107.20 price zone, retreating from an intraday high of 107.43 achieved during London trading hours. The greenback enjoyed some temporal demand at the beginning of the day amid the poor performance of global equities, although a bounce in these lasts during US trading hours pushed the pair away from intraday highs. Japanese data also weighed on the local currency, as the country SMA industrial production contracted by 8.9% when compared to April, and fell 26.3% yearly basis. Capacity utilization in the same month was down by 11.6%. The Bank of Japan is having a monetary policy meeting this Wednesday, but policymakers are widely anticipated to maintain a wait-and-see stance. Further easing seems unlikely after the central bank approved a stimulus package of 117 trillion yen. The interest rate is expected unchanged at 0.1%, although revisions to growth and inflation forecasts are likely. USD JPY short-term technical outlook. The USD JPY pair retains its neutral stance in the short term, trading within directionless moving averages in the 4-hour chart. Technical indicators in the mentioned time frame have lost directional strength, turning flat just above their midlines. The pair has multiple intraday highs from these last few days in the 107.70 price zone that need to be cleared to see it gather additional momentum. Below 106.95, on the other hand, the pair will likely spend Wednesday in the red support levels 106.95, 106.60, 106.20. Resistance levels 107.40, 107.75, 108.10. View live chart for the USD JPY. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. GBP USD forecast UK data hits the pound. http ntvforex.com news ID 1AE8DF. 7/14/2020 7:36:10 p.m. GBP USD current price 1.2550. UK monthly GDP came in at 1.8% in May, declined by 21.2% in the 3-month to June according to NISR. Chancellor of the Exchequer Sunak said that data underline the scale of the challenge. GBP USD is technically bearish, $S weakness limits the decline. The British pound was once again the weakest $S rival. GBP USD traded as low as 1.2479, a 1-week low, on the back of UK GDP, which was up by 1.8% MOM in May, below the 5% expected. The number suggests that the economic comeback will be long and painful. The NISR GDP estimate for the 3 months to June came in at 21.2%, worse than anticipated, and after printing at 19.1% in the previous month even further, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, said today's figures underline the scale of the challenge we face, focusing then on the need to protect, support, and create jobs. The country also published its total trade balance, which posted a surplus of 4.3 billion in May, after printing at 2.3 billion in April, and industrial production for the same month, which was up by 6.0% MOM after falling by 20.2% in April. The pair recovered from the mentioned low on the back of $S broad weakness during U.S. trading hours, unable, however, to turn positive for the day. The UK will publish June inflation figures this Wednesday. GBP/USD short-term technical outlook. The GBP/USD pair is offering a neutral to bearish stance, with the downside limited by the dollar's weakness. In the 4-hour chart, the pair bounced from a mildly bullish 100 SMA but remains below a bearish 20 SMA. Technical indicators, in the meantime, lack directional strength within negative levels. Should the pair resume its decline below 1.2520, the most likely scenario is an approach to the 1.2400 price zone. Support levels 1.2520, 1.2470, 1.2420. Resistance levels 1.2585, 1.2635, 1.2680. View live chart for the GBP/USD. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Euro USD forecast rallying on banks earnings reports. http ntvforex.com news ID F51179. 7/14/2020 7:34:17 p.m. Euro USD current price 1.1389. Upbeat earnings reports from big banks pushed Wall Street higher and hit the greenback. Speculative interest largely ignored dismal European macroeconomic data. Euro USD holds on to intraday gains near the yearly high, 1.146070 comes next. The Euro USD pair extended its advance towards 1.1406, its highest since last June when the pair reached a multi-month high of 1.1422. Currencies continued to follow the lead of equities, although this time, stocks' behavior had not only depended on sentiment. Indeed, global indexes started the day in the back foot, weighed by coronavirus-related concerns after California announced a lockdown to contain the spread of COVID-19. However, stocks markets later recovery on the back of solid earnings reports from big banks such as Citigroup and JP Morgan. There's a trick, as banks' revenues are directly linked to Fed's massive stimulus measures meant to prop up credit markets. Macroeconomic data released this Tuesday included the July German ZEW survey, which showed that economic sentiment in the country eased to 59.3 in July, below the previous 63.4 and the expected 60. For the EU, economic sentiment improved from 58.6 to 59.6 but missed the market's expectation of 78.1. Germany also published June inflation, which met the market's expectations, printing at 0.9% YoY. As for the US, the country unveiled June inflation, which was up in the month by 0.2%. When compared to a year earlier, CPI was up by 0.6%, while the core annual reading came in at 1.2%, better than the 1.1% expected. The macroeconomic calendar for these two economies will be quite scarce this Wednesday, with nothing scheduled in the EU and the US reporting June industrial production and capacity utilization. Euro USD short-term technical outlook. The Euro USD pair is trading just below the 1.1400 level as the day comes to an end, holding on to intraday gains despite partially losing its positive momentum. The 4-hour chart shows that technical indicators decelerated their advances after reaching overbought levels, but hold nearby. The pair, in the meantime, develops well above all of its moving averages, which finally turned north. The pair is ready to challenge June high at 1.1422, with a break above it exposing the 1.146070 price zone, a long-term strong static resistance area. Support levels 1.1370, 1.1320, 1.1270. Resistance levels 1.1425, 1.1460, 1.1500. View live chart for the Euro USD. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Mid-afternoon market update. Dow climbs 400 points and Chino shares jump. http ntvforex.com news ID 3B1B40. 7/14/2020 7:14:50 p.m. Toward the end of trading Tuesday, the Dow traded up 1.59% to 26,500.62, while the Nasdaq rose 0.27% to 10,419.38. The S&P also rose, gaining 0.74% to 3,178.67. The US has the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, reporting a total of 3,364,547 cases with around 135,615 deaths. Brazil confirmed a total of over 1,884,967 COVID-19 cases with 72,833 deaths, while India reported a total of at least 906,752 confirmed cases and 23,727 deaths. In total, there were at least 13,113,181 cases of COVID-19 worldwide with over 573,288 deaths, according to data compiled by Johns Hopkins University. Leading and lagging sectors. Energy shares rose 2.7% on Tuesday. Meanwhile, top gainers in the sector included Nabors Industries Limited NBR 13.2%, up 11%, and Matador Resources Company MTDR 8.18%, up 9% in trading on Tuesday. Financial shares rose by just 0.04%. Top headline. JP Morgan Chase Ampco JPM 0.33% reported better than expected results for its second quarter. JP Morgan reported quarterly earnings of $1.38 per share, beating analysts' estimates of $1.04 per share. The company reported sales of $33.00 billion, exceeding expectations of $30.29 billion. Equities trading up. Immune Bio, Incorporated INMB 134.46% shares shot up 96% to $17.35 following a positive clinical readout from the company. The company released interim results from a Phase 1b study of its lead drug candidate X-Pro 1595 in Alzheimer's disease, showing the investigational drug reduced neuroinflammation by 40.6% in a brain fiber pathway, which is important for learning and memory. Shares of Rigel Pharmaceuticals, Inc. RIGL 103.55% got a boost, shooting 109% to $4.51 after the company announced the launch of an investigator-sponsored trial of fostamatinib for the treatment of COVID-19 pneumonia. Chino, Incorporated Nasdaq No. Shares were also up, gaining 163% to $81.44 after the company priced its IPO at $31 per share. Equities trading down. Equilium, Incorporated EQ 43.36% shares tumbled 41% to $15.62 after the company filed a prospectus supplement related to a common stock offering of up to $150 million. Equilium shares jumped more than 730% on Monday after the company announced its clinical trial showed itolizumab reduced mortality in patients hospitalized with COVID-19. Shares of WIME Hologram Cloud Incorporated WIMI 27.24% were down 26% to $18.24. WIME Hologram Cloud shares jumped 69% on Monday on continued momentum after the company announced its ARAI vision will drive a new wave of 5G applications. Osmotica Pharmaceuticals plc OSMT 20.6% was down, falling 21% to $6.11 after the company announced a public offering of 5 million shares at $6.55 per share. Commodities. In commodity news, oil traded up 0.4% to $40.26, while gold traded down 0.1% to $1,814.00. Silver traded down 1.1% Tuesday to $19.57, while copper fell 0.7% to €2.934. Zone. European shares closed mostly lower today. The Eurozone STOXX 600 fell 0.84%, the Spanish IBEX index fell 1.01%, while Italy's FTSE MIB index declined 0.62%. Meanwhile, the German DAX 30 dropped 0.80%, French CAC 40 declined 0.96% and UK shares rose 0.06%. Economics. The NFIB Small Business Optimism Index rose to 100.6 in June, a 6.2 points rise from May's reading. US inflation rate rose to 0.6% in June versus May's 0.1%. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. CPI jumps on energy but don't expect that to last. http ntvforex.com News ID 6E6D86 7/14/2025 44:31 p.m. The CPI jumped 0.6% in June according to the BLS. The jump was energy-related following an unprecedented 3 consecutive month decline in core CPI. The BLS reports the CPI jumped 0.6% in June with the core CPI up 0.2%. Key points month-over-month. The Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers CPIU increased 0.6% in June on a seasonally adjusted basis after falling 0.1% in May. The gasoline index rose sharply in June after recent declines and accounted for over half of the monthly increase in the seasonally adjusted all items index. The energy index increased 5.1% in June as the gasoline index rose 12.3%. The food index also rose in June, increasing 0.6% as the index for food at home continued to rise. The index for all items less food and energy rose 0.2% in June, its first monthly increase since February. The index for motor vehicle insurance increased sharply in June after recent declines. The indexes for apparel, shelter, and medical care also increased in June, while the indexes for used cars and trucks, recreation, and communication all declined. CPI and core CPI year-over-year. Key points year-over-year. The all items index increased 0.6% for the 12 months ending June. This compares to a 0.1% increase for the 12 months ending May. The index for all items less food and energy increased 1.2% over the last 12 months. The food index increased 4.5% over the last 12 months, with the index for food at home rising 5.6%. Despite increasing in June, the energy index fell 12.6% over the last 12 months. CPI, medical CPI, and OR CPI distortions. Anyone buying their own medical insurance, those in college, and those looking to buy a home, and those in areas with high rent a home will dispute the stated CPI. The BLS does not directly factor in the price of homes into the CPI. Rather, the BLS goes through a ridiculous process in which it asks people how much they would rent their own house from themselves and uses that number as owner's equivalent rent. Nor does the BLS factor in soaring equity prices. And that is the primary place inflation has turned up now. CPI jump 1T last. Inflationistas will point to the 0.6% rise and once again say here we go. But those expecting a big jump in the CPI as calculated will be wrong again. COVID accelerated trends toward more work at home, less driving, less eating out, and fewer business meetings in person. These factors will easily outweigh government stimulus and Fed manipulation. State claims decline but all unemployment claims are on the rise. There is nothing inflationary about the above trends. Importantly, some 20 million to 30 million people are out of work and will remain out of work, on life support of state unemployment insurance plus pandemic assistance. Demand destruction is massive. It is too great for the CPI, as constructed, to jump on a sustained basis. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Midday market update. Dow rises 1%. Rigel Pharmaceuticals shares spike higher. http ntvforex.com News ID C1982E 7/14/2024 33:29 p.m. Midway through trading Tuesday, the Dow traded up 1.03% to 26,354.06 while the Nasdaq fell 0.37% to 10,352.46. The S&P also rose, gaining 0.34% to 3,166.08. The US has the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, reporting a total of 3,364,547 cases with around 135,615 deaths. Brazil confirmed a total of over 1,884,967 COVID-19 cases with 72,833 deaths, while India reported a total of at least 906,752 confirmed cases and 23,727 deaths. In total, there were at least 13,113,181 cases of COVID-19 worldwide with over 573,288 deaths, according to data compiled by Johns Hopkins University. Leading and lagging sectors. Energy shares rose 2.5% on Tuesday. Meanwhile, top gainers in the sector included Nabors Industries Limited NBR 8.56%, up 10%, and Golar LNG Partners LPG MLP 10.65%, up 9% in trading on Tuesday. Information technology shares fell 0.4%. Top headline. JP Morgan Chase Ampco JPM 0.16% reported better than expected results for its second quarter. JP Morgan reported quarterly earnings of $1.38 per share, beating analysts' estimates of $1.04 per share. The company reported sales of $33.00 billion, exceeding expectations of $30.29 billion. Equities trading up. Immune Bio, Incorporated INMB 102.24% shares shot up 119% to $19.39 following a positive clinical readout from the company. The company released interim results from a Phase 1b study of its lead drug candidate XPro 1595 in Alzheimer's disease, showing the investigational drug reduced neuroinflammation by 40.6% in a brain fiber pathway, which is important for learning and memory. Shares of Rigel Pharmaceuticals, Inc. RIGL 61.17% got a boost, shooting 60% to $3.4599 after the company announced the launch of an investigator-sponsored trial of fostamatinib for the treatment of COVID-19 pneumonia. Perceptron, Incorporated PRCP 121.02% shares were also up, gaining 92% to $6.02 after the company received an order from an automotive supplier for its inline measurement technology. Equities trading down. Equilium, Incorporated EQ 49.13% shares tumbled 48% to $13.90 after the company filed a prospectus supplement related to a common stock offering of up to $150 million. Equilium shares jumped more than 730% on Monday after the company announced its clinical trial showed itolizumab reduced mortality in patients hospitalized with COVID-19. Shares of WIME Hologram Cloud Incorporated WIMI 30.88% were down 31% to $17.18. WIME Hologram Cloud shares jumped 69% on Monday on continued momentum after the company announced its AR/AI vision will drive a new wave of 5G applications. Osmotica Pharmaceuticals plc OSMT 18.59% was down, falling 19% to $6.27 after the company announced a public offering of 5 million shares at $6.55 per share. Commodities. In commodity news, oil traded up 0.5% to $40.31, while gold traded down 0.1% to $1,813.60. Silver traded down 1.3% Tuesday to $19.535, while copper fell 0.9% to €2.93. Zone. European shares were lower today. The Eurozone STOXX 600 fell 1.03%, the Spanish IBEX index fell 1.23%, while Italy's FTSE MIB index declined 0.65%. Meanwhile, the German DAX 30 dropped 1.03%, French CAC 40 declined 1.19% and UK shares fell 0.13%. Economics. The NFIB Small Business Optimism Index rose to 100.6 in June, a 6.2 points rise from May's reading. U.S. inflation rate rose to 0.6% in June versus May's 0.1%. Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd is set to speak at 2:00 p.m. ET. Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis President James Bullard will speak at 2:30 p.m. ET. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Did Tesla just ring the bell on the Nasdaq 100 South Bull Run? http ntvforex.com News ID 31E392 7/14/2024 08:15 p.m. Nobody rings a bell at the market top is a common market refrain that underscores how difficult it can be to identify the end of an uptrend in real time. Just in the past few months alone, we've seen the Nasdaq 100 shrug off countless bearish divergences, absurd valuations, and economic disconnects on its way to hit all-time highs, despite the ongoing global COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, at yesterday's high, the index had gained more than 60% from its intraday pandemic trough in less than 4 months. Source Trading View, Gain Capital. Over this period, no single stock has better captured the risk appetite zeitgeist than Elon Musk's electric car manufacturing firm Tesla TSLA, which more than quadrupled 400% from its March low to yesterday's peak to become one of the 10 largest publicly traded U.S. companies by market capitalization, briefly propelling Musk toward the top of the global rich list. Of course, yesterday saw a sharp reversal in both the Nasdaq 100 and its most iconic stock holding, with Tesla shedding nearly 20%, a bear market if we can apply to an individual stock from its intraday peak on Monday alone. As of writing on Tuesday morning, both the index and Tesla are losing additional ground, prompting traders to ask, has TSLA's big reversal has rung the proverbial bell for the Nasdaq's unstoppable bull run? Source Trading View, Gain Capital. From our perspective, the short-term price action is certainly a worrisome sign for bulls. Technically speaking, both Tesla and the Nasdaq 100 have formed bearish candlestick patterns in overbought territory on the RSI indicator. Meanwhile, from a fundamental perspective, the firm is trading at an astronomical 250x forward PE ratio, with an acquirer's multiple of EBITDA above 80. At this point, the stock is undoubtedly priced for perfection. Even if Tesla is able to capture the vast majority of the electric car market over the next decade, it may still take years for business operations to catch up to its valuation. That said, the narrative driving TSLA has never been about valuations. Instead, it's one of the purest measures of investors' risk appetite on the planet right now. While it can be tempting to try to short such obviously overvalued stocks, many bears said the same thing at $600, $800, $1,000, $1,200, and $1,400. In other words, who's to say TSLA can't go above $2,000, especially if there's positive news in the fight against the virus or hints of additional fiscal monetary stimulus to support the economy? It absolutely could. In these types of parabolic moves, short-term technical trend following can often be the best strategy to limit risk and maximize potential gains in both directions. For example, traders could watch the short-term 8 and 21-day exponential moving averages as measures of the near-term trend. As long as TSLA and the Nasdaq 100 are holding above these smoothed measures of the recent trend, long positions would be favored. Meanwhile, if TSLA or the Nasdaq 100 break below these smoothed measures of the recent trend, it could be a signal that risk appetite is fading and a significant top may be forming. While this type of strategy will never perfectly pinpoint turning points in parabolic markets, it can help keep traders on the right side of the trend more often than not and limit the risk of catastrophic loss regardless of when these breathtaking bull markets come to an end. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. WTI oil outlook: concerns of slowdown in global demand recovery pressure oil price. http ntvforex.com News ID 5A7E64 7/14/2023 14:21 p.m. WTI oil remains at the back foot on Tuesday and establishes below $40 level, as sentiment weakened on news of new restrictions in California due to increased number of infections, rising concerns that this would have stronger impact on demand recovery, pressured oil prices, along with signs that producers from OPEC group are preparing to increase output from August. OPEC expects oil demand to rise by record 7 million bpd, on global recovery process from coronavirus crisis, but will remain below the levels in 2019. The cartel's optimistic outlook is based on current situation and excludes possible downside risks which could slow the process of recovery and keep oil prices under pressure. Today's fall reached low at $39.05, which is above last week's low at $38.52, but all recent DIPs managed to close above 20 DMA $39.66, keeping near-term bias with bulls. Today's close above 20 DMA will add to signals that the risk of deeper fall is limited for now and the near term. Action, which holds in extended consolidation after failing to clearly break above $40 mark, biased higher, caution on close below 20 DMA and extension below rising 30 DMA $38.98 that would weaken near-term structure. US API crude stocks report is due later today and I'd for fresh signals. Res 40.13 40.74 41.07 41.61 sub 39.66 38.98 38.52 37.97. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Mixed start to earnings season. http ntvforex.com news ID 53BBF7 7/14/2023 12:00 p.m. The FTSE 100 and other European indices have seen a steady recovery from their session lows, and in the U.S. investment banks are looking stronger following earnings from JP Morgan. Earnings season openers boost JP Morgan but hit Wells Fargo. Indices fight to rebound from Monday's volatility. Nasdaq still under pressure. European markets are off their lows while in the US the Dow is adding 200 points after shaking off yesterday's mixed session. US earnings season has begun, and while there was plenty of bad news, the bounce in trading revenues, if bounce can accurately describe the huge surge in activity for the investment banking divisions, helped to provide a reason for optimism. It is too early to draw any real conclusions, but with estimates so low it will be tough for companies to really miss forecasts. Wells Fargo, however, managed to provide plenty of bad news, increasing loan loss provisions and slashing its dividend, resulting in the stock renewing its impressive underperformance versus the S&P 500. Investment banks will have got by thanks to trading volumes, but for a domestically focused bank like Wells Fargo there is no such comfort. The fact that yesterday's losses for indices have been recouped so quickly apart from the Nasdaq, which is paying a heavy price for its huge rally in the early days of July, points to a continuing dose of risk appetite among investors. The move back towards restrictions in some U.S. states is regrettable but necessary, and markets still prefer such moves to a wholesale reopening of the economy that brings with it the risk of a huge spike in cases. Monday's pre-earnings season tantrum may be just that, a brief blip that saw recent strong performers like the Nasdaq hit hard, but the overall strength in equity markets left broadly unaffected. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Australian employment preview AUD/USD to run towards 0.71 on upbeat report. http ntvforex.com news ID 80001E. 17 minutes ago. By NTV Forex team. Australia is scheduled to release its June employment data this Thursday at 01:30 GMT. The country is expected to recover over 110k job positions in June, and better figures could send AUD/USD, which is currently at the upper end of its latest range above 0.7000, towards 0.71, NTV Forex's chief analyst Valeria Bednarek briefs key quotes. Australia is expected to recover 112.5k jobs in the month, after losing 227.7k positions in May and roughly 600k in April. The unemployment rate, however, is seen rising to 7.4% after jumping to 7.1% in the previous month, an almost two-decade high. An upbeat outcome will likely fuel the ongoing rally in AUD/USD. The immediate resistance and critical level to surpass is 0.7063, the high set last June. Beyond it, the advance could continue towards the 0.7100 figure. Further gains will depend on the market's sentiment. An immediate short-term support level comes at 0.6990, with a break below it on a dismal employment report exposing the 0.694050 price zone. Seems unlikely that the pair could lose the 0.6900 level in the current risk-on scenario, no matter how terrible employment data could be. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. USD/CNH risks a drop to 6.9500 ULB. http://ntvforex.com News ID 1D80D1 0647 GMT by Pablo Piovano. FX strategists at ULB Group believe USD/CNH could slip back to the 6.9500 level in the next week's key quotes. 24-hour view. We highlighted yesterday that USD could test the 7.0200 resistance but held the view that a sustained advance above this level is not expected. USD subsequently touched a high of 7.0254 before dropping back down to close at 7.0122. The weak price action after opening this morning has resulted in a quick pickup in momentum, and from here, barring a move above 7.0150, USD could decline further, but the prospect for a break of last week's low at 6.9815 is not high. 6.9950 is already quite a strong support. Next 3 weeks. In our previous update from last Tuesday, July 7th, spot at 7.0150, we highlighted that USD is under pressure. We added, a daily closing below 6.9950 could potentially lead to further sharp loss. USD subsequently dropped to a low of 6.9815 on Thursday, July 9th before closing at 6.9970. USD rebounded last Friday, July 10th, and while downward momentum has been dented, only a break of 7.0390 strong resistance level previously at 7.0550 would indicate that the current downside risk has dissipated. Until then, USD could weaken further to 6.9650 with lower odds for extension to 6.9500. Meanwhile, oversold shorter-term conditions could lead to a few days of consolidation. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. EUR/JPY trades in 1-month highs and targets 122.88. Commerzbank.http://ntvforex.com News ID 4E5A2C 0654 GMT by NTVForex team. EUR/JPY is trading in 1-month highs, currently at 122.30, up 0.06% on a day. The pair has the 122.88 January high in its sights and is underpinned by 120.66 and 120.28. Axel Rudolph, Senior FICC Technical Analyst at Commerzbank, informs key quotes. EUR/JPY is trading in 1-month highs and has the January high at 122.88 in its sights. We will retain our bullish outlook while 3-month support line at 120.66 and the current July low at 120.28 underpin. We are still looking for the cross to rise further and expect the 200-week moving average at 124.70 to eventually be revisited. It guards the 2014-2020 resistance line at 128.15. Below 120.28 the 255-day moving averages as well as the June low can be spotted at 119.81 119.31. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Ripple Price Analysis XRP USD short-term bulls may lose hope if daily SMA gives in. http ntvforex.com News ID B4673C. July 15, 10:52 GMT. Ripple XRP settled below $0.2000 and have low chances to get back anytime soon. The picture will turn bearish if the daily SMA 100 is broken. Ripple XRP is changing hands at $0.1973. The fourth largest digital coin has stayed mostly unchanged both on a day-to-day basis and since the beginning of Wednesday after a sharp sell-off below the psychological $0.2000. XRP has the current market value of $8.7 billion and an average daily trading volume of $1.1 billion. XRP hit the recovery high at $0.2117 on July 9 and has been drifting lower ever since. XRP USD technical picture. From the technical point of view, XRP USD recovery is limited by daily SMA 200 currently at $0.2100. The price ventured a move above this barrier but retreated back below $0.2000. Now the strong support is created by daily SMA 100 at $0.1960 and daily SMA 50 at $0.1926. The latter level was verified on several occasions during the recent week. If it is cleared, the sell-off may be extended to $0.1900, where new buyers are likely to join the market and trigger an upside correction. On the upside, a sustainable move above $0.2000 is needed to mitigate the bearish pressure and improve the technical picture. As we have previously reported, this is a critical barrier for the coin in the short run. It is reinforced by the intraday high and a combination of 1-hour SMA 100 and the upper line of the 1-hour Bollinger Band. Once it is out of the way, the upside is likely to gain traction with the next focus on the ultimate bullish target of $0.2100. A sustainable move above this area will open up the way towards the recent recovery high at $0.2357 April 30. This barrier separates us from the ultimate bullish goal of $0.2500. XRP USD Daily Chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Cryptocurrency market update. Bitcoin historic pump to the moon or plunge to $6,000. http ntvforex.com News ID 0822F5. July 15, 0947 GMT. Bitcoin price trading very close to the long-term descending channel resistance. BTC USD must hold above the 50-week SMA to avert dire losses likely to refresh $7,200 and $6,400 supports. Bitcoin has been in deep slumber for several weeks now. As discussed earlier, the volatility level has gone down to extreme levels with the Bollinger Band's constriction becoming tighter. Although the consolidation and almost motionless price action are boring for many participants in the market, they highlight the possibility of a breakout and volatility making a comeback in the market-related content. Cryptocurrency market news wrapped BTC surge on Ethereum network. Bitcoin technical outlook. The weekly chart allows us to have a wider scope of Bitcoin price action, especially now that the market is in consolidation. Since May 2019, Bitcoin has been grinding lower within a wide descending channel. The support of the channel was instrumental in holding Bitcoin from crashing to $3,000 in March 2020. The price is trading very close to the channel resistance at the time of writing. The 50 SMA also contributed greatly to holding Bitcoin above $8,500 since May. The moment a breakout occurs from the consolidation, a rally is likely to step past $10,000, particularly if Bitcoin rises above the long-term channel resistance trend line. BTC USD weekly chart. For now, consolidation will continue to carry the day based on the sidelong moving RSI and MACD. The latter is holding above the midline, although a bullish divergence above it hints that buyers have an upper hand on the downside. If Bitcoin retreats under $9,000 as well as the support at $8,500, the chances of holding above the 50 SMA would become slimmer. In this case, spiraling below $8,000 would be a possibility. Support is envisioned at $7,200 and $6,400 respectively. Such a move would not be welcomed but historical. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Bitcoin market update. BTC USD snoozes in a range as old coins set in motion. http ntvforex.com news ID 8AF24E. July 15, 0931 GMT. Someone moved 50 BTC mined in 2010. The market is glued to $9,200 amid high uncertainty. Bitcoin BTC, the largest digital asset with the current market value of $169.9 billion, is hovering around $9,200 since the beginning of the week. BTC USD touched the intraday high at $9,273 during early Asian hours and retreated to $9,220 by press time. The coin has stayed mostly unchanged both on a day-to-day basis and since the beginning of Wednesday amid a high sense of uncertainty. Old Bitcoins on the move. An unknown Bitcoin holder moved Bitcoins mined in 2010 for the first time. According to the data, provided by blockchain.com, someone moved 50 BTC mined on May 24, 2010, to a new address. At the time of writing, the coins are still there, which means the user has no intention to send them to the mixers or split into small batches. As noted by the Telegram channel Gold Foundationshit, the sender might have wanted to check the reaction of the community. In May, 50 bitcoins mined in February 2009 moved. The community members thought that it was Satoshi, moving his coins. However, the in-depth analysis didn't confirm that hypothesis. BTC USD technical picture. The intraday BTC charts reflect the high level of uncertainty on the market. Lots of spikes and dips, candles with long shadows, and lack of clear direction underline the sense of disappointment and indecision. The local support for BTC USD is created by the lower line of the 1-hour Bollinger Band at $9,200. Once it is broken, the sell-off may be extended towards the lowest level of July 14 at $9,104 and $9,000. This psychological barrier coincides with the lower line of the recent consolidation range and hosts a lot of stop orders that may slow down the decline. Once this barrier is out of the way, the sell-off may continue towards weekly SMA 50 at $8,700 on the upside. Strong resistance is created by a confluence of 1-hour SMA 50, SMA 100, and the middle line of the 1-hour Bollinger Band at $9,250. A sustainable move above this area will bring $9,345 July 12 high into focus. However, only a move of $9,400 is needed for the upside to gain traction. Once this happens, the upside momentum may increase and push the price towards $9,500 followed by $9,800 BTC 1 US dollar hour chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Top 3 altcoins of the week. Chainlink, Cardano, and Tezos lead the way to the moon. http ntvforex.com news ID 758B33. July 15, 0822 GMT. Ethereum lags breakout despite smaller coins such as Tezos, Chainlink, and Cardano spiking to monthly highs. Chainlink holds in the 9th position with a market capitalization of $2.77 billion. The altcoin season continued with the teasing this week led by selected cryptocurrencies such as Chainlink, Cardano, and Tezos. The altcoin season refers to a period where coins with smaller market capitalization compared to Bitcoin rally. The price action happens independently of Bitcoin. Ethereum is the largest altcoin, however, its price is currently heavily correlated to Bitcoin. For this reason, as the aforementioned cryptocurrencies rallied, Ethereum stuck to consolidation. On the other hand, Ripple spiked from the dip under 17 cents in the first week of July to highs above 21 cents. XRP-USD currently pivotal at 20 cents as bullish and bearish forces continue to cancel out. Chainlink market update http://ntvforex.com news ID 758B33. USD is in the course of a retreat after hitting highs around $8.50. Tentative support at $8 gave in to the selling pressure, allowing losses to continue to $7.96 market value. In just 7 days, Chainlink has grown by more than 30%. The data on CoinMarketCap places. http://ntvforex.com news ID 758B33. In the 9th position on the market with a market cap of $2.77 billion and a 24-hour trading volume of $1.1 billion. Analysts across the board say that Chainlink has reached its tipping point and is likely to tumble. Chart of the day. http://ntvforex.com news ID 758B33. USD hour chart. Cardano market update. Cardano, currently the 6th largest cryptocurrency, has contained losses above 12 cents after hitting a snag above 14 cents. The crypto has been trimming most of the gains it accrued in the first week of July following the launch of the Shelly mainnet. ADA-USD rally is, however, not over as investors are eagerly waiting for the launch of the public staking for ADA. This way they will be able to lock up their ADA in the network and earn rewards in return. Tezos market update. Tezos tried to keep up with the above altcoins but lost steam marginally above $3. After rallying over 10% in the last 7 days, XTZ-USD is back to trading at $2.90. In spite of the retreat, buyers seem to have remained in control because in the last 24 hours, Tezos is up 4%. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Cardano price analysis. ADA-USD drops below $0.1300, loses 1% in a matter of minutes. http://ntvforex.com news ID 930E4C. July 15, 0800 GMT. Cardano ADA accelerated the decline after a sharp move below $0.1300. The short-term picture implies that the bearish sentiments will prevail. Cardano ADA lost over 1% of its value in a matter of minutes and the downside momentum is gaining traction. The coin broke below the local channel support of $0.1300 and tested $0.1279 amid growing bearish pressure. At the time of writing, ADA-USD is changing hands at $0.1282. The coin has lost over 2.6% since the start of the day, though it is still in the green zone on a day-to-day basis. ADA-USD technical picture. On the intraday chart, ADA-USD moved below 1-hour SMA 50 with the next support created by 1-hour SMA 100 at $0.1266. A sustainable move below this area will worsen the short-term technical picture and allow for an extended decline towards $0.1230. 1-hour SMA 200 and a psychological $0.1200. On the upside, a return above $0.1300 will help to mitigate the immediate bearish pressure. The price will return inside the previous consolidation range and get a chance to retest the upper line of the 1-hour Bollinger Band at $0.1354 and Tuesday's high of $0.1366. However, considering the downward-looking RSI on the 1-hour chart, the bearish scenario looks more likely at this stage. The coin may retest the above-mentioned $0.1200 before new buyers pop in and initiate an upside correction. ADA-1 US dollar hour chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Tron market update. TRX-USD now listed at BTSE. Market stays positive in the long run. http://ntvforex.com news ID 6817CB. July 15, 07:33 GMT. The trading platform BTSE allows users buy and sell TRX and use it to fund their debit cards. TRX USD stays range with the long-term bullish bias. The cryptocurrency exchange BTSE added Tron TRX to the list of tradable instruments. The users of the exchange now can buy and sell TRX via BTSE's all-in-one order book as well as fund your BTSE debit card with TRX. The card is accepted at over 53 million merchants globally. A warm welcome from BTSE HQ, as we are pleased to bring you the news that Tron is the latest top 20 cryptocurrency by market cap to be listed on the BTSE exchange. This development is yet another step forward as we look to bring our loyal users even more options when it comes to your trading experience, the team commented. According to the data provided by CoinMarketCap, BTSE is the 9th largest cryptocurrency derivatives exchange with an average daily trading volume of $128 million. The most actively traded instruments are BTC PFC and BTC USD TRX USD. Technical picture. Tron TRX is the 16th largest digital asset with the current market value of $1.1 billion and an average daily trading volume of $409 million. The coin has gained over 2% in the recent 24 hours and stayed unchanged since the beginning of the day. At the time of writing, TRX USD is changing hands at $0.0176. TRX USD dropped to the middle line of the daily Bollinger Band at $0.0170 on Monday, July 13 and managed to recover since that time. The next resistance is created by the upper line of the daily Bollinger Band on approach to $0.0190. This barrier is followed by the recent recovery high of $0.0191 July 9. While the ultimate bullish goal is the psychological $0.0200. On the downside, TRX USD is supported by the above-mentioned the middle line of the daily Bollinger Band now at $0.0171. If it is broken, the sell-off may be extended towards the daily SMA 50 at $0.016 and SMA 200 at $0.0158. This SMA has been limiting TRX decline since May 31. TRX USD daily chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Cryptocurrency market news wrapped BTC surge on Ethereum network. http ntvforex.com news ID C383A9. July 15, 0650 GMT. Here is what you need to know on Wednesday, July 15, 2020 markets. Sellers are still at the helm of the trading across the cryptocurrency market. All the major cryptocurrencies are nursing minor losses amid consolidation in specific tight ranges. BTC USD is holding above $9,200 as reported in the price prediction article. There is a Confluence resistance at $9,276 that continues to limit bullish effort. On the other hand, the tight Bollinger Band constriction suggests that volatility is soon coming back as well as breakout towards $10,000. Ethereum price is also in consolidation at $240 after a minor recovery from the first support at $240. Like Bitcoin, Ether is also dealing with low volatility. As reported during the Asian session, ETH/USD is mainly in the hands of the bulls, especially with the price holding above the 50 SMA on the weekly support. Ripple price is facing a make-or-break situation at 20 cents. Gains towards 21 cents are quite limited while buyers are keen on holding above the initial support at $0.1998. It is clear that Ripple is not out danger yet. Cardano ADA is trading 6.52% higher on the day while holding in the 6th position on the market. Analysts say that the incredible performance of ADA could culminate in losses due to overbought conditions. However, ADA users are looking forward to the launch of public staking, a feature that could see it rally even higher. Chart of the day. ETH/USD weekly chart. Market. Decentralized finance DeFi has been on a steady rise over the last 3 months. Some of the factors supporting this growth is the tokenization of Bitcoin and the entrance of yield farming. A recent report found that the number of tokenized BTC is surging above the sum of the BTC integrated on the Lightning Network. Moreover, wrapped BTC currently takes up over 2/3 of all the tokenized BTC on the Ethereum blockchain industry. The rumor that PayPal, a leading payments gateway provider, is getting into the cryptocurrency field has finally been confirmed. A letter directed to the European consultation framework highlights issues such as banking services and the development of cryptocurrency services. PayPal's entrance into the cryptocurrency industry is to democratize access to financial services and the digital economy across the globe. The letter added that PayPal is continuously monitoring and evaluating global developments in the crypto and blockchain distributed ledger space. Of particular interest for us is how these technologies and crypto assets can be utilized to achieve greater financial inclusion and help eliminate some of the pain points that exist today in financial services regulation. The China Securities Regulatory Commission, former official, Xiao Gang, in a recently published book reckons that the creation of a central bank digital currency CBDC would see the emergence of digital stocks. Xiao highlights that digital stock is the natural product of the digital currency in the future. However, for this to happen, research must be done on how to solve the challenge of connecting the digital currency to the capital market. Quote of the day: digital currency will bring impact and influence on currency issuance, circulation, settlement, asset pricing, asset trading and other systems attached to currency in various countries and regions. At Xiao Gang. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Hi, I am Anna. I come from www.ntvforex.com. Tezos price analysis XTZ USD retreats from $3, bullish trend still intact. http ntvforex.com news ID 4700D9. 1 minute ago Tezos XTZ attempted a recovery above the psychological $3. The short-term trend remains bullish as long as the price stays above $2.90. Tezos has staged a strong recovery after a sell-off towards $2.85 during early Asian hours. The coin touched the intraday high at $3.05 and retreated to $2.98 by press time. A failure to settle above the psychological resistance $3 bodes ill for the bulls. However, the price is still moving within the short-term bullish trend as long as $2.90 stays intact. XTZ stays on the 13th place of the global cryptocurrency market rating with the current market value of $2.17 billion and an average daily trading volume of $247 million. The coin has gained over 7% in the recent 24 hours. XTZ USD technical picture. A sustainable move above $3 is needed to improve the technical picture and create the upside momentum. The next bullish aim comes at $3.11, the upper line of the 4-hour Bollinger Band. Once it is out of the way, the upside is likely to gain traction with the next focus on $3.16 July high and $3.35, which is the highest level since May 3. On the downside, the initial support is created by the above-mentioned $2.90 with 1-hour SMA 50 located right below this level. Once it is out of the way, the sell-off may increase and push the price to $2.70 and $2.66. This support is created by 1-hour SMA 200 and 4-hour SMA 50. If it is broken, the downside momentum is likely to continue with the next focus on $2.55 4-hour SMA 100 followed by SMA 200 XTZ $1 hour chart. Subscribe our channel to receive the news as soon as possible. Thank you for watching.